Show that article. The document or the article that says the moon is quote unquote inside the Earth's atmosphere because there are a few particles per cubic centimeter.
Then you're contradiction. That'd be a contradiction.
Called the exosphere.
Inside and not inside at the same time.
It depends on what you're calling the Earth's atmosphere.
Oh, just change the meaning of words. That's another one.
Yes, because for the layman, the Earth's atmosphere extends about 100 miles. But for the astrophysicist, the Earth's exosphere, which they consider part of the atmosphere, extends hundreds of thousands of miles, even to the moon. But to the average person, just like to the average person, if I say, what velocity are you going? You'll just give me a number, but you won't give me a direction. But to a physicist, if I ask you, what is your velocity? You have to give me a magnitude and a direction.
No shit, wow. That's so deep. So deep. So is astrophysics pseudoscience or actual science?
Oh, no.
Oh, come on. We just got to hear it from him, don't we?
No, I'm not going to answer that
sound bite. Oh, I know you won't. Yep. Pretty sad, isn't it, that you can't answer a simple question?
It's interesting. It's interesting that the channel regulars don't abide by the server guidelines.
Oh, the server guidelines.
Attacking others for their beliefs / perspectives, ridicule or laughing at other people, insults and insult-related attacks, abusive behavior, including emotional abuse, physical threats, or any other abusive treatment of others, controlling / dominating behavior, bullying, criticizing other members at an abusive toxic level, condescending. I'm sorry, I'm just reading your server's
from the question.
I've never read these
behavior. This is a great obfuscation from the question. I've never read these guidelines before. This is crazy.
I thought you had to read.
Yeah, you're right.
Agree below to gain access to the platform. To agree to all of the guidelines above, type bang agree into the text box below to gain access to the Earth Awakening's platform.
White, you've been breaking the rules.
He does make a point. He does make a point.
Right.
Yeah, White, tell us what you really feel about flat Earth. What do you think about flat Earthers? Be honest.
I think flat Earthers are either.
Here it comes.
I think they are either uneducated.
There it is.
I think they're either uneducated.
Yeah, get out. You can't even see on this platform.
Keep audio.
There you go.
I think they are either uneducated, I think they are misled, or I think they are being intentionally deceptive.
All that busted.
Now you've lost me. I was going to
feelings mutual.
100%. I was going to defend you 100%. I don't
stop breaking the rules, guys.
At all. No. No.
Especially you, Jamie. You've been breaking the rules.
You're a bad boy.
Bad boy, Jamie.
I don't mean to be breaking them. But if I am breaking them, I'm breaking them in the right way. Right.
I mean, you should at least try to understand someone's position before you just start squawking about it and playing the victim card.
Oh, sure. Pseudoscience triggered him big time, and then he just went straight to server rules.
Yeah, that's like
the server rules a couple days ago. You're a little behind.
You're model afflicted.
I'm model afflicted?
What does that mean?
You just stop thinking.
Yeah.
You're wrong. I think all the time. So stop making assumptions about me and try again.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, come on. Let's be nice to each other, guys.
It's been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. You just debunked Sagan in one... All they do is ask you, what do you think of flat Earth? You are neither humble nor character-building. Then he goes on to say, perhaps,
Come on.
No
All right,
better
Crit,
demonstration of the
chill, man. Because now you really just getting personal, Crit. You know,
did you just miss what he said?
This quote from Carl Sagan is worthwhile, while he probably doesn't think any other quote from Carl Sagan is actually worthwhile. He's
Yeah,
going to
look,
cherry
look
pick
at
his
this.
quote from Carl
Let's
Sagan.
have a conversation.
No,
guys.
Sagan's
You know
great.
what I
Dude.
think's quite funny is that me and Glober were having a really good chat, and then you came in, and look what it's descended into. You know?
He had to derail
We
it.
weren't
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
we were having
Yeah,
a
you
chat.
gotta
I wouldn't say it was
yeah,
a
you gotta
good
let
chat.
somebody who lives in reality be in the chat though. So Crit's the only guy.
So you're kind of like damning what you've just done yourself. You know?
Yeah. Well said. Yeah, that's true.
Yo, Jamie, whose side are you on? Come on, guys. Can we all just get
Jim,
along?
that's correct.
Well, I'm on the Globe Earther side, like, but it's not a side. That's what I believe. But
Alright,
I will.
cool, but
I will back up a flat
You're
earther
really not,
if
You're not.
somebody's going to be rude. You know,
There's
if
like
somebody's going to be rude.
people attacking one person. Like, let's just get along.
Yeah,
Let's talk
exactly.
You want to go away from that point, didn't you, Nate?
Coriolis? Anyone? I don't know.
Yeah, change the subject.
Yeah, it's going to boil down to the
on the
same
Earth.
claim. He's just going to, no matter any of the context, he'll just say flat earthers are uneducated, they're stupid, they're misleading people.
Let's not decide what he's going to do, because I
He
could
just
also
said he exposed himself.
Yeah, let's make a new topic.
Yeah, there was a conversation happening.
Honestly, Santa,
There was
you
a
asked what I thought about
conversation
flat
happening.
earthers, and I gave you my honest answer. I think
Yeah,
that you're
you did-
either
you did
ignorant,
ask-
or you're uneducated, or you are intentionally deceptive.
All right, we'll stop with the uneducated kind of comments and all that sort of stuff. You've
talking.
had
Would
your
you like me to give
We're
you
all
evidence?
educated
Why
here.
I think flat
We
earthers
can
are
read a
uneducated?
definition.
you've
Hey,
had
moderator,
your
in the court,
say,
moderator in the court, please.
yeah, you've had your say. Now stop with the uneducated kind of comments.
I can give you evidence for that claim.
Now I've just told you once again to stop
Poor
it.
guy.
All right, last warning. All right, I don't care about your evidence. Just stop it.
You're still
Oh,
running
You
from
ain't gonna
the
do. Listen, Bansa,
pseudoscience.
he ain't gonna do a damn thing. Yeah, he's gonna leave. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I
he
could
got
tell just
called
by,
out.
I mean, I hate to say I appeal to tone, but you could just hear it in his voice. Just despise, just hatred. He just was, it was just oozing, just ready to come out. I just feel like I just had to pop that pimple and just let it really show.
Jesus Christ. Pop the pimp.
Don't be sympathising with him, Nate.
What?
No,
No, I just wanted to have a conversation. I came in and there was a conversation, and then it turned into a fight. I was just trying to get back to the convo. I wasn't on anyone's side.
Oh, that never happened. It's never happened before.
So what were we talking about?
Pseudoscience.
Jim and Jamie were talking about you.
But how sad to him though that he had to get exposed by the dumbest flat earther in here, which is me.
Let's not talk about him, Jim. Can you and Jamie get back to what you guys were talking about? It was pretty interesting. Unless you guys want to talk about something else, but let's
Coriolis,
forget
that was
about
what
the
you
guy
brought up,
that.
wasn't it?
Actually,
Run with that. Go on, Nate.
did you have a conversation
Coriolis.
going, or
Yeah, but it
do we
weren't
want to
about.
start
It
a new
weren't
one?
about
Okay, Ben,
the.
I'll do it right now. Ben,
It was
Bandit,
about
I'm gonna make the claim
pseudoscience.
right now. Okay, so moderator in the court, Bandit has announced that I'm going to now do this. Thanks, Bansa. So here it is. Yeah, Coriolis effect. All Globers admit that there is no Coriolis effect. They say that you can't experience it. So next.
Right, pseudoscience.
Well,
Yeah, they say the air. Listen, Bansa, the air moves with the earth. They admit there's no Coriolis effect. That was easy.
happy days. Okay, next one.
I got
Next.
something for you. NASA wants her cockroaches and their moon dust back.
Well, we had a conversation going. We had a conversation going last night, if I remember, in regards to water dowsing, right, and astrophysics, and can we do cause and effect scientific method on water dowsing compared to astrophysics? And Nate, you sent me a link in regards to an experiment in 1933. Do you remember that link that you sent me? The Fritz Winky. Okay, so in regards to the Coma Galaxy Cluster. Remember that one?
Yeah. There's a search for a dog, man. Did you read it, Ben?
Yeah, I did exactly. So we were talking about the scientific method and how cause and effect scientific method we can do on water dowsing, and we all agreed with that. We could go through all the steps, dependent, independent variables, manipulate this, that, and the other, and come to a cause and effect with water dowsing. Everyone agreed on that. And then we started talking about astrophysics, right? And can we do the same sort of stringent scientific cause and effect method on that? And you were in disagreement with the room, and you said, well, yes, we can do this. And you sent me a couple of links that I did read in regards to cause and effect science with astrophysics. Now, one thing that I did notice in one of those links, that these things that are 722 trillion light years away, how we do cause and effect scientific method on them, we use something that is 4,800 feet underground to do this cause and effect relationship. So we go deep under the ground to study something that is 420,000 million light years away. Can you kind of explain a little bit more how that is kind of anywhere close to cause and effect and manipulating anything that's anywhere close to what we're observing in the sky?
Wait, what do you mean, Ben? So if you read it, I don't understand the question.
Well, just that we were talking about cause and effect and the scientific method, okay? Dependent, independent variables and determining, seeing what the effect is and finding out what the cause was, okay? So these papers that I read, I for the life of me, I can't see cause and effect relationship. What's causing anything? There's a lot of assumptions in these papers, like definitely a lot of assumptions, but there definitely doesn't seem to be any cause and effect determination at the end of any of these things. There seems to be a lot of unanswered questions in them.
Okay.
Nothing.
So which question is not answered?
Well, I think any of them, really, to be quite honest with you, what they are, how far away they are, what they're doing when they're doing it. I think probably just every single. Well, I think just about every single question
the
you can
reason
ask.
they put it, they try to detect dark matter, and the reason they put the detector underground is to shield it from interference, from cosmic rays and other types of radiation. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. So they needed like some sort of force field to stop the dark matter interfering with it. Okay, then cool.
No. They want the radiation. They wanted to detect dark matter, but because dark matter is hypothesized to consist of WIMPs,
yes,
weakly interacting massive particles, they have a very weak interaction. So you want to make sure that there's nothing around, that's going to affect that and give you like a false detection. Right. So that's why they put it on the ground, and they have a water tank above it and all of this shielding, right? Because they want to make sure the xenon nuclei, the free floating nuclei, are able to interact with the WIMPs. So they have a hypothesis, they have a controlled environment, they have a independent variable, which is the xenon nuclei, and then the dependent variable should be WIMPs. The problem is they don't detect the WIMPs, so they get a null result.
Yeah. So how are you determining that these WIMPs and weeklies and all these other different bits and bobs that are floating around have come from anywhere near what you are looking at?
What do you mean?
Well, you're looking at something. You're looking at something far, far away, aren't you?
No, you're just trying to detect them.
Yeah, from far, far away.
What? No. What do you mean far, far away? How far away? Where?
A Como or comma galaxy cluster.
Where are you reading? Which link is this one?
This is the Stanford.edu 1933.
Right.
Fritz Swicky. Why do they have these complicated names? They sound pretty dodgy. Yes.
Fritz Swicky.
Realise that the most of the matter in the Comma Galaxy cluster was invisible. Okay, so the Comma Galaxy is where? That's far, far away. It's a Comma Galaxy from far, far away. Yes.
Yeah.
Correct?
So it was looking.
Cool.
It was looking.
Cool. I was right.
Yeah. So,
yeah. So I was right.
But the only reason they mentioned that is to just set the background as to why we think WIMPs exist. We had this observation in 1933 where we looked at this galaxy cluster, and this galaxy cluster was rotating or moving in ways we did not predict. So what's causing that movement? We think it's dark matter / WIMPs.
Exactly. So now this dark matter WIMPs you've tried to detect from 4,080 feet underground.
We tried it. Yes. We tried to detect it
exactly right. Yeah, I did read it correctly. So something from the Comma Galaxy far, far away.
No, not that. Because the idea is dark matter is not only in that Comma Galaxy. It's everywhere.
Oh, it's everywhere. So we're studying the Comma Galaxy
in the air. And that's where studying that galaxy far away is when we first notice it. Okay. And the idea is, if it's there, it should be everywhere. There's no reason why it shouldn't be here amongst the air you and I breathe or underground, whatnot. So we're trying to detect it underground. So
that's even more interesting. So something that we noticed in 1933 in the Comma Galaxy, far, far away, that was invisible. We just dug a big hole, 4,800 feet underground, detected something, and then just attributed this whatever we found to something that we haven't even detected at the Comma Galaxy. So we detected something and we gone, yep, we've detected something, so now we have detected something, we can now attribute it to something else, even though we don't know that this thing actually came from the something else.
No, Ben, so we haven't found anything. We see this galaxy moving the way we don't predict it to move. We hypothesize the cause of it is WIMPs. So we go about trying to detect WIMPs. But up until today, up until right now, we haven't detected anything, right? This is one of many experiments that have been done. This is just one. And all of them have been failures. We haven't detected anything. But this is a scientific experiment that follows your extremely strict, rigorous scientific method that no one really follows today. All right? And it's part of astrophysics.
It's no. Call him out, fucking right there, Bandy. It's not his fucking version. It's not strict. Fuck off.
I am calling him out in my own way, right? I ain't coming with the sledgehammer, all right? I do the sledgehammer.
Sorry.
Calm down, man.
They get annoyed with me, Nate, because they think I give you too much time, all right? But anyway, I'll do it my way, right?
So they want you to shout at me and cuss me and tell me to fuck off, like you grown up. Like, come on, why act like that?
Anyway, so you've got.
Just would like you to be honest.
Yeah, I feel it is absolutely ridiculous. You guys think the Earth is flat, but you don't see me telling you off.
It's cool. Cool. Let's get back to the conversation. Why can't we
be respectful towards each other?
Let's get back to
just be honest, and I will. Be honest, and I will.
I am being honest. I am being honest, and I feel. I mean,
everyone knows that you're not.
I could say the same to you, right? I could literally say the same to you. Be honest about the shape of the Earth, but you don't see me say stuff like that. Just be respectful.
I'm not talking science.
Just be respectful. That's all you got to do. Be respectful. I never personally attack you. I never come at you the way you come at me.
Guys.
If you could just be respectful. That's all I'm asking.
Hello. I tried to have this conversation last night and it got derailed and we started talking about flogging for 3 hours. Right? I want the chance. Yeah. Lodgiston or whatever we talked about for 3 hours, right? So now we've got this theory about something in the common galaxy, right? And we think that it might be due to something, right? So we go about trying to work out what this something is. All right. So what we do is we build this detector 4,800 feet underground. We detect something, right? Or we try to detect something which we haven't detected, right?
Yeah.
But we're not really
underground.
We're not really getting this something that we're trying to detect from the common galaxy. We're just detecting something. But if we had have got something in our detection, right, we now would that we didn't know where it came from, we then could have attributed it to the common galaxy, even though we don't even know that that's even where it came from to start off with. It just came from somewhere.
So it's not that it came from there. It's that it's everywhere, Basil.
Well, right? How do you know? How do you know it's in the
galaxy cluster that?
Well, no. You can't make assumptions that these weeklies and WIMPs and all these other things are in the common galaxy unless you actually detect them in the common galaxy.
What? So, Banso, we see how that specific galactic cluster
like sound waves,
we also
radio
see
waves, and all
how
that work, don't we? So a noise coming from another planet or galaxy or whatever, we can deduce that that's come from a long way away. No or yes?
A noise. We detect a noise now. I just find it a bit far-fetched to say that we're going to detect something from anywhere, right? We don't really know where it's coming from, what we're detecting.
Yeah, but Banso, the thing is, this stuff is everywhere. We first noticed it in 1933 in that galaxy really far away, and then as time progressed, because 1933 that's almost 80 years ago. As time progressed, we realized that this effect we see on that distant galaxy cluster affects our galaxy as well. We see it in our Milky Way as well. Our Milky Way moves in ways we didn't predict, and it's the same thing that happens with this other cluster, this other galaxy cluster we see far away. So it's not
causation.
It's not a correlation. It's not a causation. It's that we've seen two of the exact same observations in our galaxy cluster and in that distant galaxy cluster. So because we see the same things happening, we know it's the same thing affecting both of them. So if we detect it here, I mean, it doesn't matter where we detect it. We know that it's here and that it's over there really far away. So we just need to detect it, either here or there. And it's easier for us to detect it over here.
Can I ask you a question?
That's all.
You've heard of the inverse. You've heard of the inverse square law, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe the inverse square law it exists? That it's real?
It's not about believing or whatnot. It's just, I mean, it's how light and certain forces work, you know.
Well, yeah. I mean, but you understand what it is, and you believe it's okay. So can I ask
understand
you,
what it is.
How can you possibly believe, knowing that the inverse square law exists, how can you possibly believe that you can see things that are hundreds of trillions of miles away?
Why not? How does the inverse square law say that you shouldn't see these things really far away?
Because they get dimmer and smaller with distance.
But that doesn't mean that it's you shouldn't be able to see it. It just means the further away it is, the smaller and dimmer it is. It doesn't mean that it becomes completely invisible. It just means you need something stronger than your eye to see this, you know, or you could put something out in space that's way closer to that distant object than we are, right? Inverse square law doesn't say things should be invisible if they're really far away. Like, that's not what it says.
Well, okay, now according to your paradigm, they say that if somebody was on Pluto, the sun would just look like a bright star to them. That's how, because it's like a billion miles or whatever. I think it's like 4 billion miles away. Now, if the sun would look just like a bright star with only 4 billion miles, you're talking about hundreds of trillions of miles. How would normal stars look like? I don't understand how you can think this.
So when they say that, they mean if you were standing on Pluto and just using your own eyes to look out at the sun, it would just look like a star in the sky. They're not saying if you took out a really big telescope and put it out in Pluto's orbit and then started looking at the sun, it would still look like a star in the sky. And that's not what they say. Number one. Number two, when we look at these distant galaxies and these distant stars, we're not looking at them with just our naked eyes, because then we wouldn't be able to get all of the information we.
I didn't say anything about telescopes. Okay, you're saying
I know
that the
you
star.
did.
Hold on. Let me finish. You're saying that the stars that I see at night are hundreds of trillions of miles away, and I just see them with my naked eye. How is that possible? From hundreds of trillion, how can I see them when on Pluto?
Because there's nothing in between.
Let me finish. When somebody on Pluto the sun would just look like a bright star. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
How doesn't that make sense? If you're looking at the sun from Pluto, it just looks like a star in the sky. The same way when we're looking at distant. Hang on, bro. Now it's my turn to talk. When you're looking at distant things in the sky, they just look like lights in the sky because you're just looking at them with your eyes. That doesn't defy any laws of physics. That doesn't tell us that the inverse square law is wrong. I mean, there's nothing fantastical about that. If the sun is really far away from you, it's not going to look like the sun in the sky that we see. It's just going to look like a light in the sky if you're standing on Pluto. Now, if you have instruments, instrumentation, telescopes, things that allow you to see things far away in greater detail, these things aren't just going to look like stars in the sky anymore. If I'm on Pluto and I have a really strong telescope in Pluto's orbit looking at the sun, I'm going to see a lot more than just a star in the sky. And those are the instruments we use to make observations of these things really far away. We don't just look at them with our eyes.
I'm not talking about instruments and looking at things that are far away, okay? I'm only talking about the naked eye, okay? So if you're looking at the sun with your naked eye on Pluto, and it just looks like a star, and you're only 4 billion miles away, how is it that the other stars that are hundreds of trillions of miles away look like stars?
What should they look like? Like, what do you expect? What is your conclusion? Do you think we shouldn't be able to see these stars really far away?
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to see them.
Why not? What about physics says you shouldn't be able to see them? Well, what in the inverse square law says that these stars really far away should be invisible to the human eye? Tell me, when the inverse square law does it say that?
Because things get dimmer and smaller with distance. And if the sun looks like a normal star from only 4 billion miles away, those things that are hundreds and trillions of miles away shouldn't be visible at all. Because they get dimmer.
But the inverse square law does not say that. It doesn't even talk about things. No, the inverse square law just says that how can I put it? A specific attribute is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the source of that of the thing giving this attribute. So whether this attribute is a force like gravity, whether it's light being shown, all it says is that the quantity, the intensity of this attribute is proportional to the square of the distance from the source of it, right?
Okay,
so the
exactly.
further away the further away you get from the source, the less intense it should be. But it doesn't say that there will be a point where you don't receive any of the attributes or the qualities from the source. Nowhere in the inverse square law does it say that you're going to reach a point where the light from that star isn't going to reach, number one. Number two, the inverse square law doesn't take into account the properties of these things we are looking at. A star could be really far away, but if it's a really massive star and it has a lot of fuel to burn, it's going to shine really brightly so that it doesn't matter how far away it is.
Pseudoscience then. Because you can't verify this. It's all fucking pseudoscience. No, you can't.
It's not pseudoscience.
How do you verify the size of it? Is it what, by the intensity? By the presumed
the
distance?
Size of what?
How?
How do you verify
the size
what?
of some sort of fucking gas giant out there. How do you verify anything in space?
So number one, you can determine its mass by looking at the charge to mass ratio from the light it emits. Number two,
and how did you verify that it actually was that heavy?
I'm trying to answer your questions, Wayne. You can also
No, you're
determine
not.
its mass.
Your definition of verify is not even verified.
I just told you how you can verify its mass.
How did you verify
by looking at the charge to mass
ratio. And you chose to use words that weren't verified. Okay, tell us again. How did you verify it? The mass.
I'm telling you how. All right, I'm telling you how. You can, number one, verify its mass by looking at the charge to mass ratio within the light this body emits. Number two, you can also determine its mass by looking at how it affects the orbits of other things around it. This has been done even within our solar system. We do this all the time. I think it's the most common method used, using something's rotational velocity or orbital velocity, and how that is affected by other things around it. Right. So that's
so
two
nothing physical. All just observations. You're observing things and then making assumptions.
No, I just told you could use the mass to charge ratio. You receive light from it, and you use the mass to charge ratio within that light to determine its mass. That's not just an observation. That's
are you observing light
and a calculation?
Fuck me. Pseudoscience by the definition. Parading as science. Man. Thank you very much.
Science, it's cool, right? It doesn't really bother me, man.
It's not that I think it's the definition, Nate. You're just denying it. I don't know why.
Do you have any more questions?
The study of pseudoscience. The study of astrophysics. That's what it should be, not the science, the study. And then when you come up with some sort of things that are interesting in your study, you should then try and apply the scientific method to it. And then very quickly you find that you can't, and you're back to the realm of just still studying. And the fact that you can't acknowledge that is fucking sad, man. It's not an opinion, it's fact.
You're entitled to your opinion. I really don't care. If Banso and I, though, get back to that.
Sad, mate. Banso completely agrees with me. He's just too nice of a person to just tell you to your face.
He is a very nice person. Man. I wish you could be more like him. Bandy, you there?
No.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you want to get back to it, or I don't know?
Well,
there's been a lot of derailing from White. I don't know.
Put him in his fucking place, Bandy.
Look, in my way, because I'll always come out on top. Nate knows this. Right, I always win with Nate. He'll concede.
Get him to admit that it's pseudoscience, then, Bandy. Go on, get him to admit it.
No. I don't have undefeated. I don't have to get him to admit anything about pseudoscience because he already knows. All right, deep down. So what was in this experiment that the one that you sent me, the particle astrophysics and cosmology paper, the Lux Zeppelin? What was the dependent variable in it? What was the dependent variable in it?
WIMPs. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
They were WIMPs, all right. And how? So how were WIMPs dependent?
They were dependent on the interaction with the Xenox nuclei. So the Xenox nuclei were the control variable. We were controlling their emission and their movement, and then if they and their movement should cause an interaction with the WIMPs.
Okay, then. So so how do you make WIMPs dependent? Well, just that, like, what are they? What is a WIMP? It's a particle, yeah?
Yeah, it's a weakly interacting massive particle that should collide with the Xenox nuclei.
Yeah. So how do you make that a dependent variable when you've got lots of other, like, do you have a WIMP gun? Like, do you load up your little gun with WIMPs and then fire them, or collect them, put a lot of WIMPs in a test tube? Like, how do you collect WIMPs and make them dependent?
Collect WIMPs. The WIMPs are dependent. The WIMPs are not the variable we control. They are the dependent variable. They are dependent on what we're controlling. What we're controlling is a xenon nuclei. Sorry. The xenon nuclei is an independent variable. We control that. And by controlling that, we should create interactions with the WIMPs, which are the dependent variable. However, this does not happen.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying, this dependent variable you got, because we haven't even got to the independent variable, but this dependent variable that you've got, how do you make it dependent? Like the constant. Like, how do you know that you have nothing but WIMPs there, and then you can add, I don't know.
That's why we built this thing underground, Bansar, to make sure nothing else gets in the way. That's why it's underground. There's a huge water tank above it. There's so much shielding, around the LZ detector, So all of this has been done to make sure no other particle.
Yeah, exactly. So when a couple of scientists got some shovels and dug a big hole, all right, and put a big water tank over them, like filled it up with earth and all that sort of stuff. How did you know prior to that you had to dig a big hole and cover it with water and earth and whatnot, and that only WIMPs would get through? Like, how did you have this dependent variable of WIMPs to even study with to make sure that you can even make it dependent in the first place?
Because we've seen how galaxies are affected by this. There's some sort of mass on the outer rims of galaxies that causes them to rotate faster than what we predict. We know that mass is there because we see how it affects the things around it. The problem is this mass doesn't interact with light. So we just call it dark.
My slapping hand is out. No.
That's all we know about it. We know nothing else about it.
Exactly right. You know nothing. You know nothing about these WIMPs, but you know they're there.
I told you what we know. That's all we know.
I'm sorry, did you just say that mass does not interact with light? Is that what you said?
Did I say what?
Did you say that
I said my slapping hand is ready.
Does not interact with light?
Could you start over? White interrupted you. I didn't hear words.
The mass that you said that was rotating wrong. Did you say that mass does not interact with light?
Yeah. So what I said is there's some sort of mass on the edge of galaxies, right? That cause them to rotate faster than what we predict. And that mass does not interact. Definitely. That's why we call it dark.
It doesn't interact with light. How do you know it's there?
Because we see the effects it has on things around it.
So what I posted in the chat,
it's like a blind man trying to see. Just because he can't see doesn't mean he will be able to detect the things around him.
Okay. So what I posted in the chat, Nate, would that be an accurate representation of a WIMP? Or
that's just a computer generated image.
Okay then, cool. Okay, I've got more to come. My friend.
You can post as many as you want. They are all computer generated images. Yeah, none of them are real.
What about that one?
Computer generated. What is
That's
that?
computer. I've never verified it. Wow.
What is that?
They're wimps. They're wimps.
Could you post the link for the second picture? That does look interesting.
It's just on Google Images, mate. I just typed in wimps and I just pressed images. That's all I did. So
the second one looks interesting.
It's from physics.
I was just about to say, what's the name calling?
Physics.
Yeah, could whoever's like under talking Bandsaw, please stop it. I'm trying to listen to Bandsaw.
Yeah. So anyway, we have this dependent variable, which we have computer generated images, or we have this other image of them. So we really don't know what they are, where they are, what they do, how they interact, or what they do. But yet we can control them and make them a dependent variable because we can dig a bunker underground because we know what
you don't control the dependent variable, Bandsaw. You control the independent variable.
Hang on, I'm just going to quickly post the definition of pseudoscience again for everyone because it sounds like we're on track with it. Very much so.
Okay. Cool. Like I'm trying to get there. Like, I'm trying to get there. I'm doing my best. Right.
Yeah.
So,
but Bandsaw, remember, in the scientific experiment, you control the independent variable, not the dependent variable.
Yes,
we're not trying to control the. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no. You need to control both, actually.
Why? Right? No, you control one, and in controlling one, that cause should have an effect on the other.
No.
So if we control the xenon nuclei, that should affect the wind. It's the same way. If you control the flame and temperature, it should affect when the water boils.
Yeah, but you need to be able to control both. Right? No. You have to be 100%. You need to be able to control both because you need.
And it's not an experiment.
No, hold on, because out one you can't have the other. So you have to have the first part. Right,
exactly.
So you need okay then. So you need the dependent variable. So you have to control the fact that you can even you need to control the fact that you've even got the dependent variable in the first place. So you need to be able to control that. You have to be able to control that.
I've never seen that happen. That's not an experiment, guys. If you are controlling both things, and how do you know it's a real cause and effect relationship? If you
really, hold on. Hold on. I'll explain things you ask. I want to know. I want to do an experiment. And my hypothesis is that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Okay, water is going to be my dependent variable. Okay, the heat source is going to be my independent variable, the one that I can vary. Okay, then cool. So in the pot on the stove, instead of putting water, I put honey.
Is it a gas stove or electric, Bandy?
What kind of experiment is this? I thought we were trying to see the boiling point of water. Why are you putting honey in it?
Exactly. My point being is you need to be able to control the dependent variable to make sure that the dependent variable is there in the first place.
What? But why? But what does putting honey in the pot have to do with anything, Bandsaw? If we're trying to figure out the boiling point of water.
Exactly right. You're saying that the dependent variable is WIMPs. Right, this is the dependent variable, and I'm saying that you need to be able to control that. You need to be able to make sure that they're there. And you go, no, we don't. I don't know why you say we don't know that they have to be there, but we have to know that they're there because it's a dependent variable. How do you know that they're there?
Because we see how our galaxy is affected the same way as this distant galaxy we saw. So we know the effect that one has is the same as the effect we have. So whatever's affecting that is affecting us the exact same way. So we just want to detect it. We know it's here. But it's hard to detect.
How did you verify the one that's affecting our galaxy?
It's a weakly interacting massive particle. It has a very weak interaction with other matter. So what we want to do is create a chamber type thing where other types of matter cannot get through, so that we know if we do get a detection, we're detecting the WIMPs and not something else. But we don't control the WIMP. We don't tell the WIMPs to move here, move there. We don't take, honey and put it in the pot instead of water. That's not how scientific experiments work. You don't want to control the dependent variable. You want to control your independent
Don't
variable.
fucking use that
And our
word, mate.
independent
You're not allowed to.
variable is the
Pseudo
xenon nuclei.
fucking
So we
scientific.
control
Yes.
the rate of the emission of xenon nuclei. That's what we're controlling. That is our independent variable.
Well, 100% I disagree with the fact that we don't have to be able to control our dependent variable, because we have to make sure it's there in the first place. Because unless we know it's there, unless we know it, how do you know it's there? How did you know? How did you know that digging a hole 4,850 feet underneath the ground and covering it with water, that only wimps will get through? How did we know this? How were we able to experiment this at all to make sure that only wimps will get through 5,000 feet of earth and water?
Because we know that this setup we have blocks all other types of matter. We've seen that other types of matter are not able to get through the ceiling and protection and fail safes we've put in place. This has been experimentally verified in the past. So we don't need to go and verify this right now before we start our experiment. So I mean, if I'm doing this experiment, I'm crazy. I'm not monologuing. I'm answering a question Dancer asked me. If you don't want to listen to my answer, mute me
answer it again, mate.
until I'm done.
And deny your dishonesty. Is it pseudoscience or science, Nate? Can you be honest here or what?
I'm trying my best, man.
Hold on.
I'm trying my best.
Other people obviously sick of listening to me talk with you, Nate. So I'll check out of the conversation, and other people can engage.
Yeah, I'll check out as well. This is
what
ridiculous.
You got out of it, Bandy, mate.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
It's Nate, the issue, not you.
And people like White,
no, you're not.
Are just being disruptive.
He clearly told you what you're doing is not science.
Provocating.
You can't verify any of your fucking variables or your fucking dependence.
I don't know what his problem is. He's been this way the last 2 days. Like, if he doesn't like what I gotta say, he can just mute me, man. He doesn't have to do what he's doing. It's so childish. Like, you better than that.
I'm allowed to keep doing what I'm doing, just like you're allowed to keep being dishonest. It's
How am I being dishonest, bro? If you feel I'm being dishonest, then don't interact.
Can you define pseudoscience for us?
If you feel I'm being dishonest, pseudoscience, don't interact with me. Don't talk to me. Leave me alone.
Can you define it? Can you define it?
I don't want to.
Can you define it at all?
I don't want to.
You don't want to. No, that's fine. That's very evident. You don't even want to entertain.
Just stop talking to
that it's even
if you don't like to hear what I have to say. It's that simple. No one's forcing you to talk to me.
There's Geo.
You guys got to figure out somehow at least to talk one at a time, because we can't hear anything that you guys are saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So can anyone else jump in and either back up him or me then? Because it's either me against him, and I feel like he's being extremely dishonest. If anyone else wants to have that same opinion, like he is denying what pseudoscience is by the definition, feel free to back me up. Or just sit there and say nothing. I don't care. Or back him up. Go for it. Someone, please.
I'd like a vocabulary lesson.
Well, I don't know that the conversation between Bandsaw and Nate was necessarily a big debate. I think they were kind of hashing it out. And then White, it sounds like you want to demand that he's doing pseudoscience, but that's sort of a separate debate.
That is the debate, though, I thought. Last night, that's what we were debating, was pseudoscience versus science with the use of water dowsing. That is the debate, from my understanding. And he refuses to acknowledge what he is doing is pseudoscience. Now, if everyone else agrees that what he is doing is actual science, please tell me. And I will sit back, humbly go, shit, I feel corrected. But if everyone else agrees that what he is doing is pseudoscience, I would prefer that everyone else chime in and say, yeah, Nate, you're completely wrong. That would end it.
Hey, I would Whites. I would like to say that you could just replace the word pseudoscience with heliocentrism. Is a proposition, a finding, or a system of explanation that is presented as science, but that lacks the rigor essential to the scientific method. That is true.
So Nate, did you want to respond to whether what you're doing is pseudoscience or not?
I've already responded to that question from White. Astrophysics is not pseudoscience. If he believes it's pseudoscience and I'm being disingenuous and dishonest, there's nothing I can really do about that, Gio. But I've answered that question before. I'm not going to waste my time answering it again. Number one. Number two, I was just trying to have a combo. Jim, please, bro. I was just trying to have a combo with Bandsaw because me and Bandy tried to have the same combo yesterday and it got disrupted. I was hoping we could continue it today, but it got disrupted again. And if you feel that's fine, that people can just come in and disrupt combos, Gio, I don't know, man. But what White did wasn't cool. I've never done that to him.
What did that
I've never done that to anybody.
do when
I've never disrupted someone's conversation, the way he did. That's just not cool, man. That's really uncalled for
what
and a
about
bit
that other
childish.
Glover that came in and done that to me? And I was chatting to Jamie.
Yeah, but
Glover,
Jim, you saw me trying to stop that other guy.
Yeah, just talk over me.
Trying to get the convo.
Just talk over me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just do what you complained about. Yeah.
I am sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So another Glober came in and interrupted a conversation that me and another Glober were having. Very polite and nice conversation. And you're trying to make it out as if it's only flat earthers that do that.
No, I'm not trying to make it out as if it's only flat earthers that do that. If I was, I would have said flat earthers keep doing that. It's White that does it. White as an individual, not White as a flat earther or a globe, number one. Number two, when that Jeff guy disrupted your combo with Jamie, you did hear me try to get the combo back on track. You did hear me try to get Jeff to stop and try to get all the fighting to stop because I was enjoying you and Jamie having that conversation about catering. I was one of the few people in here listening before everyone else joined Jim. I was trying to get Jeff to stop and to leave so that you and Jamie could continue. But Jamie left as well. I mean, but just because, Jeff did it doesn't mean White should drop to his level and do it as well, right? Like, we're better than that.
Yeah. All right, so hold on. What was the summation of what was happening? You were talking about the astrophysics stuff as if it's science. And Bandsaw was entertaining it. You guys were going back and forth. White's was interjecting and saying this is all pseudoscience. Is that kind of in a sense, the summation?
That's the summation. He kept under talking myself and Bandsaw saying it's pseudoscience. I'm going to post a definition of pseudoscience when I've already responded to his questions on pseudoscience. I did that yesterday. Yesterday he was asking me if I think astrology is a real science, and I said yes. I answered his questions yesterday. I don't know why he wants to ask me the same questions today all over again. And not letting me have the convo with Bandsaw that we tried to have yesterday, which got disrupted. It's a bit silly.
It's about you being honest, Nate. If you could be honest, I told you yesterday, be honest, right? And I'll entertain it. I'll be civil. But if you're not going to be, what's the fucking point?
Well, no,
I don't even know how to end it. Gio, can we do a vote? Do you have the ability to do a vote, Gio, in the server? Yes or no? Is astrophysics pseudoscience? We'll just get a vote amongst everyone.
In all fairness, it's an opinion that you hold that astrophysics is a pseudoscience. Now, Nate obviously doesn't think it is a pseudoscience.
An opinion?
Right?
Hang on.
Yeah. No.
Oh, it's an opinion. It's in the definition.
I don't care. I don't care if it's in the definition at all, right? Now you can read the definition, you can interpret it your way, right? And you can hold
disagree with me?
Opinion, right? It doesn't matter whether or not I disagree, right? Or agree. It does not matter, right? Then I set up a scenario yesterday, which you were here for, in regards to water dowsing and pseudoscience. And then we tried to have this conversation, right, which we tried to continue today.
He wasn't honest.
Which, yeah, mate, that's in your opinion. But I wanted to go through all the steps with him from A to Z and go through them all to the very conclusion, which
you did
Nate
it 3 times.
No, we haven't done it 3 times. I haven't even got to the end of it. I haven't even got to the end of it.
While we're fucking crying in this
do it again.
Some new shit. No. We're all miserable because we're arguing about the same shit every fucking day. Look what I posted in the chat. Open your eyes to some new shit. Close your mouths, hit play, and realize we don't have this fucking
nothing to do.
Out.
Nothing to do with the same shit.
Listen, we don't have this world figured out. None of our fucking models can fucking explain this bullshit. We're
We can at least
miserable
all be
because we're
honest.
doing the
That's all.
same fucking thing every single day and getting nowhere, and we're blaming each other.
Whatever.
Speak for yourself.
What the hell?
Yeah, and you
Definitely not
just
speaking for me.
that's right, and you're disrupting a conversation that we were just having.
What are these 3 layers? What are these
Right.
fucking lights falling down in the sky?
Glory,
Huh? Whose
Glory.
model can explain this?
We were in the middle of something, but anyway, don't worry about it.
Could you please explain how astrophysics is not pseudoscience? Can you please explain that?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of at a fork in the road. There were 2 conversations. Obviously, Bandsaw and Nate were talking about the pseudoscience, and they were talking about that. And then there's the question of if it's pseudoscience. So I guess.
Well, he says it's not pseudoscience.
We might as well move on. Yeah, let's move on to that one.
Guy.
Oh, jeez. He says it's not pseudoscience. I would just like him to explain why it's not pseudoscience.
Yeah, that's fair. White.
There's these lights falling from the sky. They look like they're going through 3 fucking layers.
Glory, come on, man. Glory, if you could let White talk, man, please, bro.
Great reversal, though.
Sophistry. Rename
It's
the server
directed at you, Nate.
sophistry. We're girls crying with sophistry. Rename this server and getting.
Yeah, we're all set. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. You beat me to it.
Go ahead, White.
So is he going to explain why astrophysics is not pseudoscience?
No, Nate doesn't want to. He's asking me to, apparently, because he keeps obfuscating, because he's a dishonest
He's
fuck.
asking
But
you,
keep going.
White. Scrat is asking you, White. We're all waiting for you. He's not asking me, White.
I think it is a pseudoscience. I think
Yeah, so he
it
wants
is
to
a
know why you think
pseudoscience.
that. He wants to know why you
he's
think
asking
that.
why you think it's not. You fuck.
Wait, what?
Scrat,
do you think it's not? Do you think it's? Do you think
what are
it's
you
not
asking?
pseudoscience?
I'm asking.
Scrat, what is your question?
Yeah, Scrat. Say that question again, because I think Nate's having trouble.
The guy who said that astrophysics is not pseudoscience. Didn't I hear him say that it's not? Yeah, it's not pseudoscience. Okay, I would like him to explain how it's not pseudoscience.
Because you perform science within astrophysics. I don't. I mean, it's science.
Well, Nate, yeah, to be fair, here's the thing. You were describing a lot of this stuff that you were calling science. You know, you were doing that. And I know you and Bansal were having that conversation. And in a way, you know, whether you guys, I mean, I'd like to hear the continuation of that as well. However, you were calling it a science, and then Whites has brought this up, and it sounds like Scrat wants to ask as well. So why don't we just confront this? Is there a way that you can verify that it's science or what? Or
yeah, that's the convo Bansal and I were having, because Bansal, you know, he's saying if it's science, then I should show him an experiment within astrophysics that follows a scientific method.
Right.
So that's the experiment him and I are busy talking about. I'll post links to it. Just hang on, so that you can all see it.
My point.
Can you just describe it?
Yeah, I will. But I'll post links as well. Just give me a second, so that you guys understand what it is I'm describing.
My point was that it's an observational science, but it stops short of the observation. It doesn't do a cause and effect. And they said, well, no, yes, it does, and that's where we got to now. Like, I'm quite happy to have astrophysics or whatever in the category of science per se, but it's an observational science. It doesn't follow yes, exactly right. The study, the movement, and all that sort of the patterns and whatnot, and what light does, and blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff. It's an observational science, but it stops short there, right? And then if we want to move on to the whole cause and effect thing, right, that's where I have difficulties in going, well, where's the cause and effect? And that's what we've been talking about, and kind of haven't been able to see what the cause and effect is, really.
Well, without the experiment, without following the scientific method, by definition, it's pseudoscience. So I want to know how he can manipulate his independent variable to make this a real science.
So, Scrat, I tagged you with the experiment, but I'll explain it to you as well. So, with the detection of dark matter, there's this Lux Zeppelin setup that they have where they've kind of built like a chamber underground, right? And they've used certain types of shielding and also a water tank on top of the chamber to make sure other forms of matter and radiation can't get through. And inside this chamber, they have a device that releases free roaming xenon nuclei. So these xenon nuclei are your independent variable. We can control the flow and the rate at which they are emitted. And then the dependent variable would be WIMPs, which are weakly interactive massive particles. So these xenon nuclei should cause an interaction with the WIMPs. So we have our hypothesis, our independent variable, our dependent variable, and our control setting.
Okay, hold on for a second. So you're saying the WIMPs are the dependent variable, the natural effect.
Can you define dark matter?
Do you observe WIMPs?
We observe how they interact with things around them. Yes, we don't see them because they don't emit
so
light.
You don't. Okay, so you don't observe WIMPs, right?
Not directly. We can't see them because they don't emit light. But we see
I
how
might
they
be on
affect
board with you.
people.
Hey, hold on, real quick. I might be on board with you, but I need a definition. What's the definition? What are they calling dark matter? Define it, would you?
WIMPs, weakly interactive massive particles.
No, define dark matter.
What do you mean?
Like define
dark
it.
Matter
It's in your hypothesis, right?
It's a type of matter that has a weak interaction with other forms of normal baryonic matter, and it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum, so it doesn't emit any form of light.
Okay, hold on for a second.
I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. I want to know what it is.
I just told you what it is.
You told me what it is.
Matter. It's a type of matter. It's a matter.
Okay,
dark matter
let's get back to this. You're saying that something that you can't observe, you can't detect,
we can't see it.
Is your dependent variable?
Yeah, we can't see it, but we see how it affects things around it. So we know it's there.
Variable, okay, in the scientific method, the dependent variable is a naturally observed phenomenon. Okay, a something that is happening in nature that you observe. How do you, if you can't see
observe
this,
dark matter interacting with things around it.
No, you don't. You see things acting. How? You don't even know dark matter exists. How do you see it interacting with things? What?
Because we see how it affects things around it. So we know there's something there. We don't know much about it. We don't know all of its properties, right? The way we know all of the properties of a normal hydrogen atom, we know so much about it. But dark matter, we don't know that much about it, but we know it's there.
Okay, so what you're saying is that things are not acting the way you think they should. Therefore, something must be there to make them act that way. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
That is just insanity. You
Why
call
is that
that science?
That is science. That's how a lot of things were discovered, such as the planet Uranus. That's how it was discovered. We couldn't see it. We didn't know it was there, but we saw how it had an effect on the orbit of other planets. And using that, we were able to discover its existence. That's how science works.
Neptune's been discovered for thousands of years, man.
I said Uranus. You got to listen to what I say, Brian. I said Uranus.
So, who thinks it's pseudoscience now versus real science, given that jargon? Hey? Tangible, is it?
All he did is tell me what it was. All he did is tell me what it wasn't. He still hasn't defined it.
I just defined it. It's a type of matter.
You can't define something by something it doesn't do.
I just told you what it is. It's a type of matter. It makes up about 30 to 35% of our known universe.
A type of matter.
It has
non-matter type of matter.
It has a gravitational attraction.
How do you
define
know
gravity?
How do you know it has a gravitational attraction?
Because we see how it affects the things around it.
No, what you see is things acting in a way that you don't think they should act. So you're just assuming and saying that there is something that's causing that.
It's not an assumption.
What?
It's not an assumption. If things act a certain way, then clearly there's something causing them to act that way, you know?
But you can't detect it. You can't see it. You can't. You know absolutely nothing about it. But just because those other things are acting differently, you know it's there.
It's not that we don't know absolutely nothing about it. We know very little about it, but we know something.
I promise you on my life, you don't know shit except for within your model. That's all you know. In reality, you don't know. I promise on my whole family's life that you don't know nothing about it. You only know what it is within your model.
You should not make promises like that, Brian.
Settle down, mate. I think you should just be concerned about yourself, champ.
Champ? What?
Champ. C-H-A-M-P.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. My bad.
It's a term of endearment here in Australia.
Yeah. I know. I just heard you say something else. My bad, man. I didn't hear you. But yeah, guys, listen. You guys can't ask me for my, view on these things and then get angry when I give you my honest views. If you guys don't agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. But I mean, no need to.
I would be fine with your opinion, man. If you were honest and gave me your opinion, I'd be very fine with that. When you say that we know something, bro, that's not honest, bro. Not honest.
Why?
I value your opinion, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I don't feel any of you are being honest when you say the Earth is flat, but you don't hear me get hostile about it,
If you ask me to be honest, I'm gonna tell you that nobody knows for sure what the Earth is. That's an honest fucking opinion. We're all allowed an opinion.
Well, they all people that say they know for sure that
you know something, you better be damn good and sure that it's knowledge, and you could easily prove it. I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, but they are people that say they know for sure the Earth is flat, or they know for sure it's not a ball. But you don't hear me get all up in the ass about it. If you guys don't agree with me, you don't like what I'm saying, it's fine. Mute me. Don't talk to me. Don't ask me questions. I'm not forcing any of you to talk to me. But you guys keep asking me questions. I mean, so should I not answer your questions or what?
I'm good with your opinions, bro. I've got no problem with your opinions, man. I'm just gonna call you out when
you should at least you should at least acknowledge that you go against the definition of pseudoscience. That you acknowledge that there is a definition and you actually go against that definition.
So I acknowledge there is a definition of pseudoscience, but I don't agree that astrophysics and cosmology fall within that definition. Is that fine, White? Is it okay if I don't agree?
Well, no. I'd like you then to clarify that, vindicate it. Why does it not fall within the definition? No, you haven't. Everything you've said says it falls well within it.
There's science performed within it that falls within the laws of physics and follows the scientific method. And I've given you an example of an experiment that follows the steps within.
No, but it didn't. It didn't, though. You think it did, but it didn't. Again, it was more pseudoscience. Everyone heard that.
Didn't, yeah, if you guys feel it didn't, it's fine. But trust me, there are a bunch of people that agree with me. Just because you lot in
consensus
this don't agree with me. That's what you.
This is the dishonesty that pisses me off, mate. That's all. I'm over it. You're good to go,
that
mate.
is not fair. You've been looking for consensus this whole evening. You've been trying to hold votes to see does everyone agree with you or agree with me. So if you can look for consensus, why can't I?
But that's not going to sway science, though, is it?
That's not. The same way your consensus won't sway sides either. Your vote isn't going to change something.
But you
from
think your consensus does?
Because you think
the
yours
scientific
does as
method.
well,
You're
Mike.
appealing to consensus instead of the scientific
Thing
method.
you're doing. But I'm doing the same thing
No,
you're doing.
I'm not claiming anything.
Why can you do it
I'm not
and I
claiming
can't?
anything.
Why can you hold a vote
There's a
to
definition
see
that
if
you're-
astrophysics
Right, fair enough.
is pseudoscience or not, but I can't? That's not fair. Like, come on, man. I mean, how do you get to appeal to consensus and hold a vote on this, but I can't? Like, fight fire with fire,
I'm
man.
not claiming scientific method, Nate. You are claiming scientific method. I am not. You are appealing to consensus to back scientific method, which is fucking pseudoscience by definition. Fuck.
And you are appealing to consensus to say that astrophysics is not science. That's pseudoscience.
No.
You don't see that.
People to agree
I don't know, man.
whether they also share my opinion that it fits the fucking definition. That's what I was asking. Very different.
And
Yeah,
your
whatever, man.
dependent variable,
If you're gonna hold votes,
variable is not. Oh my gosh, your
I'm sorry,
dependent
sir.
variable in that.
So, sorry, who was talking? I overtalked someone who was talking.
Scrat, but yeah, his mic is a bit weird.
In your experiment,
Is that
am I
Bob?
breaking up?
Yeah, you are a bit. Is
No.
that Bob?
It's Scrat. Scrat is flat.
Sounds like Bob.
Yeah, I'm probably in a bad area. Am I roboting?
Oh no, you're
go
right.
ahead,
Yeah, you're right, buddy. You're right now. Yeah.
Okay. In the experiment that you gave, your dependent variable, you can't prove exists. So it can't be a viable dependent variable because you can't prove that it exists. So you can't use it.
No, we just can't detect it.
Hey.
I don't understand how you you think you can use something as a dependent variable when you can't even prove that it exists.
Yeah, so science doesn't try to prove anything, and we know it exists. We just can't detect it. We need to figure out a way to detect it.
How do you know it exists when you can't detect it?
Because we see the effects it has on things around it.
No, again, no, you don't. You see things
Yes,
acting in a way you don't think they should act. And so you assume that there's something that's causing them to act that way.
No, we
That
know
is
it's
not science. That is
It is science. We know it's
that
there.
is fantasy.
So, do we think that these astrophysicists, right? Do we think that these people are insincere, not genuine, trying to perform some sort of sham or scam? Honest, right? Do you think that they're doing these jobs with any nefarious kind of thing behind them whatsoever? That they're fake, not doing what they're doing, not observing what they're.
What are you
Are you
asking,
referring to
Benson?
the pseudoscientists, Bendy, or what?
I'm asking the room in general, actually.
Yeah, but about what? The pseudoscientists? What they're up to? Or what?
Pseudoscience, or if you want to call them the pseudo-scientists, because I actually find it to be like a kind of a slanderous kind of dig at people that go about their profession in a very genuine way, right? And that's the way it is used.
It's the study
it is
of
used
things.
that way.
No,
it is used.
No.
It is used that way. All right.
Maybe, but maybe that's because the flat Earth has made pseudo forces a derogatory term and all that. But pseudoscience is a real fucking thing. It's the name that you give when someone claims they are using or implementing the scientific method when they are not. Right now, I'm not for 1 minute saying that everyone out there who's studying different different areas of nature, right, is not doing very valuable work, right? But unless they're actually following the scientific method, they are not doing science, Bandy. Don't think that anyone who's got a coat or has done academia and goes out and looks and shit and writes shit down is a scientist. That's not the case at all.
That's what I think that, man. Banso's he's on your side, White. You know?
I know he's on my side, but he seems to think I'm putting down when I say pseudoscientists and everyone who's doing pseudoscience. I don't mean to, if that's what you get.
Yeah, not you per se, but yes, you are in that category. But the way it is used and the way I hear it time and time out, it is as a jab here and there at people that go about their jobs in a very, very genuine way. And I've got kids that are aspiring to be in some of these professions myself. Right, and when you look at the definition of pseudo itself, right, it has a very slanderous connotation to it per se. Okay.
Well, that's because it means fake.
Sorry?
That's because it means fake.
Yeah, pseudo to be. Yes, means fake, and that's what I take objection to. Now, these people are making observations. They are observing patterns, right? They are observing exactly what they are, where they are, what they're doing, how they're moving around these things. So they're making these observations. They're noting these patterns. Yes, and that's part of science. That is part of science, right?
Right. Yep. Definitely part of science. So they're studying, which is a part of science. The study, collecting data. Definitely.
It ain't fake.
No. But to claim that they've followed the scientific method, Bandy, you have to agree is where it steps the line. And that's what Nate is doing. Nate is saying that they've followed that with observations, and you can't fucking do that.
Oh, well,
I'm trying to point out. That's all.
He did point out an experiment that we've been going through for 2 days now, Nate. 2 days we've been going through this experiment, and in 2 days we have not been able to get through it. We haven't been able to go from where to go because everyone wants to jump in and just shout out pseudoscience, say the word pseudoscience. That's all anyone has been trying to do, get him to say the word pseudoscience. Instead of taking a whole conversation from a logical start to a logical conclusion and let the conversation itself speak for itself. And so the listener can make their own determination. But everyone wants to put in their own opinion and say, no, say the word pseudoscience, say the word pseudoscience, say the word pseudoscience. And that's all anyone's been spruiking over the last 2 days.
I don't know why you're taking it personally, Bandy. I don't understand that. But it's the only issue is the listener can make their choice. They can look at the definition of pseudoscience and they'll very clearly hear Nate explain over and over again that he is following the pseudoscientific method, not the actual scientific method.
Really?
And that's for everyone to hear, and that's fine. Yep.
We haven't even got to the end. We haven't even got to the end of the experiment yet. So how can they make any determination that the experiment that we've been referencing is pseudoscience at all? Because we haven't even got to the end of it.
Okay,
it's all been pseudoscience.
Hold on for a second. It is not an experiment because his dependent variable is not real. He can't prove that his dependent variable exists. Therefore, he can't use it as a dependent variable, meaning it's not an experiment.
It just seems that you guys have conversations.
People anymore.
It just feels that you guys just want to have conversations wholly and solely on your terms and not let a conversation organically go from woe to go. And you've got to pull it up straight away and just not let the conversation even go. Because you get a B in your bottom for whatever reason.
I think it's very fair.
No, we haven't.
I haven't even doing it again.
I haven't even got to the end of the experiment, so don't even dare suggest that we've even got to the end of the experiment. Don't you dare suggest
this
that.
This is a different one.
Hey, just a minute, you two. Hey, I don't like to see this. You know, Bandy, Whites, you guys like each other too much. I even call this like a pseudo fight you're having right now. So let's just.
No, there's no fight going on. There is no fight going on.
But it's a pseudo. It's a pseudo fight. You're right, White. It's not a real fight. It's a pseudo fight. It's a pseudo fight.
No, and it's not directed at White per se. It's directed at the whole room yesterday and today. White and I just having a backwards and forwards, so we can have this backwards and forwards, punch each other in the nose, and have a beer tomorrow. It'll be okay.
Maybe I suggest that we try to get through the conversation you were trying to get through with Nate. Maybe try it. I don't know. I don't even know he's up for it now.
Andy, let's just have this combo another day, man. Let's talk about some. Clearly, the room doesn't want to talk about this, so let's move on to something else, man.
Yeah, talk about Coriolis or something.
Yeah, I think that's
what from pseudoscience to a pseudo force. So you want to talk about a pseudo force? Same conversation, pretty much. Everything's pseudo. Everything's pseudo in the helio model, man. It's like pseudo.
It's a pseudoscience.
Well, it just seems like it's just like they're slightly different conversations. Like what Nate is describing is what it is, and it is something that quote unquote mainstream is involved in terms of financing and institutions and whatever it may be. That is what it is. There's then the separate question of is it pseudoscience or science, which gets into that whole entire topic. So that's kind of what I've been just getting from all this. It's like two separate conversations. Like what it is what it is, and then is it pseudoscience is sort of a separate thing. And I can understand that if he's describing it, people are going to want to say that's pseudoscience. I mean, I get that, but it seems like we need to like pick which one to do. Like let him describe what it is and go through that, or take on the question of whether it's pseudoscience and have that discussion. We've kind of been doing more than that.
One last thing, please.
Go ahead.
I just feel as though we went through this and we got to a point where we just simply asked Nate, now what you've been through, does it fall into the realm of pseudoscience or does it follow the scientific method? And he chose to say the scientific method after he'd been through his description of what his experiments were or whatever. And that to me was dishonest. And that's where I had contention, and we're just rehashing it all again to probably end up at the same point where he just declares astrophysics as following the scientific method yet again. That's all.
Okay, I'll add to that real quick. I think that if I had to give my third-party perspective on this a little bit, Nate isn't White. I don't think Nate's necessarily trying to be dishonest, but you might see it that way, and he thinks that it fits for whatever reasons, and that's his reasons. You can't change the way he thinks about it. But I can understand that this is kind of a really important point as far as getting somewhere in the conversation to establish that there's something that called the scientific method that does actually, particularly define what science is, and that seems to be like a starting point where a lot of ballers will at least agree to that, and so he's kind of calling you out because there's ballers that will admit it's a pseudoscience because technically it is, but if you don't want to, no one can make you.
Well, the mainstream, as it were, calls it a science. I mean, you can get a PhD in this and be called a scientist.
Well, that's the problem, I mean, if they were to be on their best intellectual integrity basis, they would admit that it's a pseudoscience because scientific method isn't followed, or at least most of them would admit it, unless they have they've redefined everything. That's why Whites get so upset about it, because you're going to redefine pseudoscience or redefine the scientific method for that matter, where it doesn't even include recognizable independent variable, then we're going to have a problem, because that's something we can actually agree on. What do we need for the scientific method to be followed? Those aren't. I don't know if that's variable. That maybe that is a different interpretation of the scientific method he's using. That's just an old argument in this conversation that I don't know will ever get settled.
Yeah, and Nate may have a different definition or viewpoint on what the word science represents than someone else.
Right, or even the scientific method, because they say that QE or the flat Earth scientific method is overly strict, needs these points. It was never that before Nathan Oakley started yelling at people, whatever. But I don't think that's the case. But at the same time, if you're going to use the authority in any way as what something is, then if one authority is against another authority, you can't really rightfully, objectively say for sure what everyone else should think about it. But common sense says you prove the, cause of the effect. And if you can't prove the cause of the effect, I don't know how you could call it science, technically.
Under that definition, yeah. Which, see, I think there was something to not to go into a whole discussion on history, but I think that the word science and what that represented is different in the past than what it is today. And there's definitely been like a scientism sort of hijacking thing to where now they've redefined science to fit all this stuff that really would have been considered pseudoscience in the past. So there's this sort of overlap and this blending now where the word science now represents something different. And then they call other things pseudoscience that aren't pseudoscience, the things that they don't want to have people looking into or they don't want to consider legitimate. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the crux. That's the crux of the argument right there. And also, you have to remember that if you don't call some things out, then the conversation goes on and it comes up later and you're like, wait a minute, are you still saying that about that? And you're like, I wanted to clarify that doesn't follow the scientific method, in my opinion. Can we work that out? Can we work out what the independent variable is? You can't just say that's, or you in my opinion, you can't just say we know it's there even though we can't detect it. That's kind of sounds like double talk. At the same time, I know why Nate's saying that, because the effects that it's whatever it is are having, in his opinion, proves it's there. So, it's all about interpretation.
Well, that's what science is all about. He needs to, if anything, the WIMPs would be the independent variable because supposedly they're affecting how other things move. So they have to manipulate the effect or the cause. So I don't understand how something that you can't prove can be your dependent variable. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
That's the level we're at, though. I fucking hate to get fired up, but fuck. Don't nip it in the bud. It's just going to be a circle jerk after circle fucking jerk. And I don't want to end up where Nathan you literally fucking you nail everyone to the wall because they're fucking not jumping through certain hoops. But I feel like we should have a scientific method when.
So is Nate still here?
Yeah, I'm here, man. What's up?
I'm just curious. What evidence do you have that the Earth is spinning? I'm curious.
Could you say that again?
What evidence do you have that the Earth is spinning?
Oh, come on, man. I don't want to do that. You've seen the evidence for the rotation of the Earth. I'm not trying to go down that. You guys are just going to start shouting at me again, man.
Yeah, maybe let's not make Nate the target right now. We just kind of we got over that hump just now. It seems like.
Come on, man. We're just gonna get back to you guys shouting at me and not being happy with the answers I give you.
I don't know why you assume it has to be shouting. It's not necessarily. I mean,
but it's gonna happen, Joe. It always happens,
Not necessarily.
You poor victim.
Well, evidence for rotation for Cult's pendulum. You can Google that. I can post the wiki for you if you want. Is that fine? Scrat?
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out if the Earth is spinning under that, why it's not spinning under planes. Nobody's been able to explain that yet.
Why? What doesn't spin under planes? The Earth.
Yeah. If the Earth spins underneath the Foucault pendulum, why doesn't it spin underneath planes and helicopters and hot air balloons?
Because they're moving, conservation. Well, it depends now. Are these planes like a helicopter? Is it just hovering in the middle of the air, or is it moving from New York to LA type of thing?
Okay, a plane that's flying westbound.
If it's flying from New York to LA, then
it's a plane that's flying the opposite direction as the spin of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So, how does that work?
What do you mean? Like, what? I don't understand the question. I mean, we see planes fly in the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth every day.
Yeah. So the plane that's flying west, is the Earth spinning underneath of it?
Yeah, that's the general idea. But you also got to understand that plane is moving through the atmosphere, which is also moving in the same direction that the Earth is spinning in. Also, the target that plane is flying towards is moving towards it,
Yeah. So it doesn't matter if that plane is flying through the atmosphere that's moving. The plane itself is moving in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, the plane is moving in the opposite direction that the Earth spins.
Okay, so then why isn't the westbound flights shorter? Because if the Earth is
from what I've been told, right? That is something I do find interesting as well, right? If I'm flying in the opposite direction the Earth is spinning, and my destination is moving towards me, it should be shorter. But what I've heard from pilots is that the reason it takes longer is because of the winds that these planes are flying with. Yeah, it's been explained to me by pilots. I don't fully understand it. I don't fly, so yeah.
Okay,
I kind of have to rely on what they say with regards to this.
Okay, so if the plane is flying in the opposite direction, it is no longer spinning with the Earth, correct?
No, it's still moving with the Earth because it's still flying through the atmosphere, which moves almost in lockstep with Earth's surface.
How is a plane still spinning with the Earth if it's traveling in the opposite direction?
Because of the conservation of momentum. So the jet streams it's flying through, and the fact that its momentum is being conserved. Huh?
Okay, you just agreed that it is traveling in the opposite direction as the spin of the Earth.
It is.
Are you taking that back?
Momentum, no, I'm not. It's traveling in the opposite direction that Earth spins. But just because it's traveling in the opposite direction Earth spins doesn't mean its momentum isn't being conserved. So when I say traveling in the opposite direction Earth spins, it's just moving against Earth's rotation. But just because it's moving against Earth's rotation doesn't mean that this plane has enough energy within it to overpower all of the momentum within Earth's rotation and within the atmosphere and within the trade winds, that it's traveling through.
Okay. Is it actually traveling east? Or is it actually traveling west?
It's traveling west.
Which one is it?
It's a mix of both. It's traveling the way it was explained to me. It's going 80% west and 20% east. I know.
Hey, Nate, that does sound funny, Nate. But can I butt in for a sec? So like if you were taking off headed west, then you would be going, if you took off and went 400 miles per hour and you were at a latitude that was 600 miles per hour in the opposite direction, then you'd technically be going 200 miles per hour backwards, yet forwards 400 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you might look like you're going backwards from space if you could get there. But at the same time, if you're just in the plane, it'd feel like you're going forward because relative to the spin of the Earth, you're just going, But how long does that last?
What you said. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But then, what I don't understand is, like, even if we accepted that, as far as like having momentum when you like say if you jump out of a car, you're going as fast as the car for a little bit. until you fall. I mean, technically, your body's still moving that speed when you jump out of a car or something. But to have that momentum indefinitely with this conservation of momentum is where it gets really iffy. You know what I'm saying? Like, how long does a plane need to fly before that original 1,000 miles per hour that it was going one direction is going to be like worn off and it's just going the opposite direction? How does that stay with the object, especially when it's flying against it now? Really apply
because the plane
indefinitely.
It's still flying through the atmosphere. So even though the momentum from it being on Earth's surface might be waning or diminishing, there's still the momentum of it flying through the atmosphere. And as you've heard before, the atmosphere moves almost in lockstep with the surface of the Earth.
Have you ever tried to figure out like how long before it diminishes completely? Like how many hours the plane would have to fly before there's no more conservation of momentum?
No, I've never looked into it that deeply, Dave. It also didn't make sense to me, so I spoke to a few pilot friends, and this is how they explained it to me. It makes a lot more sense, but I mean, there's still holes in it.
Right.
But not enough holes for me to really work.
At least you can admit that. It doesn't sound right still.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's not that it doesn't sound right. It's just that I don't fully understand it because I don't fly. Like I would need that practical experience to fly or work with these things to fully understand it the way a pilot understands it.
How is it verified that the atmosphere spins with the Earth?
How
do you verify that the atmosphere spins with the Earth?
I'm not sure how they verified that. Off the top of my head, I don't remember. But I think it's certain type of weather patterns they look at in Coriolis and whatnot. Yeah, I'm not a weather scientist or whatever the fuck they call it, man. So I don't know all of that exactly.
So, are you okay with the fact that you were just discussing that the plane was traveling in both directions at the same time? Are you okay with that?
It sounds funny, but it makes sense. I totally agree with you. It does sound weird.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It's the way Dave said it. If you were looking at this plane from space, above it, looking down at it, it would look like the plane's flying backwards. Okay, that's what we mean by it's going forwards and backwards at the same time.
What is its actual directional movement? Which way is it actually traveling? Is it
relative to the surface? Relative to the surface of the Earth, it's traveling west.
No, I'm not asking about relative. Okay, I'm asking about its actual path.
In our model, there's no such thing as actual paths. All movement is relative. If we wanted to say what its actual path was, we would have to take into account so many things then, so that's why I can only answer it that way. It's moving westward relative to the surface of the Earth. It's moving from New York to LA in a westward direction relative to the surface of the Earth. But relative to the Earth and its atmosphere, if you were standing on the moon looking at this, it wouldn't look that way. It would look like the plane's moving backwards. And it's just Earth, rotating a bit faster underneath it. Yeah. It wouldn't look like the plane's moving forward.
Hey, Nate, if you ever argued with a flat earther about the other way, like if it was traveling north or south and you're flying over different tangential speeds, and how do you conserve that sideways momentum to match the new tangential speed? But that's another crazy one, right? That doesn't seem like it would work. Like the winds, the Coriolis winds, as well as the winds. Am I cutting out? I'm driving.
No, you're cutting out. You sound good to me.
Yeah, you're fine now. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm driving. So, but yeah, the whole idea that you would meet these winds, or that you would meet these new tangential speeds, and then you'd be linear or sideways, laterally moving, like accelerating to either speed up to the new tangential speed. Because we all know that when you look at the ground relative to the plane's motion, it looks like the ground's stationary, in respect to your own north or south movement. Otherwise, we would see like it moving left to right underneath us, you would think. Or to some degree, if you're not in perfect sync with the Earth, then no matter what, there would be that type of left to right movement. and you could say it's just, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that and the winds blowing the plane. To some degree, that might be true, but I think that with sensors and the way that they know which direction the wind's coming, they could figure out that the wind's coming this way, and it's not that that's causing the Earth to look like it's moving 1,000 miles per hour left to right underneath me. That's what I think would be if someone is really interested in finding out and testing it, a pilot could probably do it with a series of tests of his plane motion compared to the Earth's motion underneath, and try to trick the Earth into not being in sync with the plane. And a jet could do that. Especially one that flies 1,000 miles per hour, has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance, like the F-35B. It could fly to wherever, in and out of the jet stream. To think that the Earth's always going to seem stationary relative to that jet's tricks is a pretty fucking crazy thing to imagine would be possible. That you would never. I mean, we always see a stationary Earth. We land on a runway that we see miles up ahead of us, and that runway is not moving left to right, which to some degree it would have to if the Coriolis effect was actually, a real thing that was going on with the Earth and the planes. Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Dave. But yeah, I haven't looked into this enough to really comment too much about it, and I do understand if the explanations I'm given aren't, good enough or concrete. If I was a flat earther or if a flat earther was giving me these kind of explanations, I would be a bit frustrated. But so it's like I'm saying, I haven't looked into this enough to really give the appropriate answers.
Yeah, we're looking for the ones that you have that the ballers have no answers to. There's some that just I don't think they have a good enough answer, like next to no answer. But we're all searching for the one that there's just no answer for. And
no
there's a few out there, I think.
Yeah, they are things out there. It's just those things you guys don't believe in either. So I mean,
Well, you're rejecting reality, though. You don't believe in actual directions.
But how is that rejecting reality? I don't understand.
Because in reality, if a plane starts flying to the west, that is an actual direction. It's the opposite of east. Like left and right. They're actual directions. I mean, if you
those are directions, but they are relative. Your left isn't my left. If you and I are facing each other, and you stick out your left hand, and I stick out my left hand, they're going to be pointing in different directions.
Okay.
Come on, man.
Hold on for a second. But it doesn't matter, though.
But that's why we say there isn't such a thing as absolute movement or absolute.
Let me finish my statement. It's okay. You hold out your left hand, and I hold out my right hand. Just because to each of us it's left and right, it doesn't mean that the plane is traveling to your left or left of you. It's still going in that direction. It is an actual direction.
Yes, there is an actual direction the plane is flying in. But in order for you and I to say what that direction is, we're going to disagree because we orientate it differently. So your left isn't the same as my right.
Okay.
Yeah, so you and I will have different answers for that question. Our answer as to what direction that plane is flying in will be relative. But a third observer, Dave, could have a totally different answer from us. A fourth observer, Geo, being on the plane, will have an even different answer from the threes of us,
Okay,
it's relative.
Okay, hold on for a second. Yeah, it can be relative. It doesn't mean that there isn't actual directions. Because, okay, in your paradigm, you have to say the plane is flying backwards because its actual traveling direction is eastbound. It's spinning with the Earth at a slower rate. So you have to say its actual direction is flying backwards, flying to the east. But you don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. So going back to that example I gave, where it's me, you, Gio, and Dave, right? And we're all saying, you know, when Bandsaw asks us what direction is that plane flying in, all four of us give different answers. Whose answer is more right than the other person?
The one who actually says which direction it's actually traveling in.
But which direction is it? You say east, well, I say north, Gio says south, Dave says west. Who's right?
Well, if it's spinning with the Earth, its actual direction is east. Because
we're all spinning with the Earth. And the only difference is we are orientated in different directions, but we're all moving with the Earth. So who's right?
Okay. Well, in your paradigm, everybody's traveling east.
But you asked us individually what direction is. Yeah, okay, so maybe we're all traveling east, but you've asked us individually what direction is the plane traveling. And we've all given you different directions because we're all orientated differently. Whose answer is more right?
Whoever says east, because in your paradigm, that is its actual direction.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm trying to say is that no one's wrong. You know, for each of us, the plane is traveling in that direction we've said. My direction might be different from yours, but I'm not wrong and you're not wrong. You know, it's just relative.
Wait a second. If it's spinning with the Earth, if it's still spinning east with the Earth, how can you say it's actually traveling west?
Because it may appear
to be traveling
to my west.
Yeah, from your perspective. But that's just perspective, though. I'm talking about reality. Perspective is not reality. You do understand that, right?
Okay, so you saying if you were an objective, if you had like an objective viewpoint, like you were off of the Earth looking downwards on it. Okay. Yeah, if you had that viewpoint, then I agree with you. Your viewpoint would trump what the rest of us standing on Earth are saying. But no one has that viewpoint. But I get what you're saying.
Well, no, I'm not talking about viewpoints, okay? Take everybody out of the scenario. Nobody's seeing the plane, okay? Nobody sees the plane, but it actually takes off and starts flying west. Nobody's looking at it. Nobody can see it. Nobody has a perspective on it. Which direction is it actually moving in?
It's moving west. You said it took off going west.
Okay, so it's no longer spinning with the Earth then.
It is spinning with the Earth. It's moving west relative to Earth's surface, but I mean,
hold on.
It's still.
No, you just said. Hold on. You just said it's actually traveling west.
Yeah, you told me it took off going west.
The Earth is spinning east, though. It can't be both.
Why not? It's like how Dave explained it. It's going west. But if you had the viewpoint of looking at it from above, it would look like it's going backwards, and then the Earth underneath it is going backwards even faster, so that its destination seems to be coming towards it. But it's going west. It's leaving New York and landing in LA. It's covered that distance.
Okay, you see? That's why I say you reject reality, okay? Because you went right back to perspective again. You went right back to it again. Nobody's viewing the plane.
How you perceive reality is part of reality. I don't understand.
Well, it's reality that it's actually traveling in a certain direction. Why is this so hard for you to grasp?
No, I mean, I totally get what you are saying. Like you feel it's that objective reality that should matter above our subjective perspectives. And cool. I'm not going to, beat you on the head about that. But because none of us have that objective viewpoint, it's hard for any of us to say things objectively. We have to say things from where we stand and how we see it, right? We don't have the eye or the mind of God. So, I mean, to talk in absolutes and from an objective viewpoint, we don't do that. There's no point in us doing that because we don't experience things that way.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's why I think it's so important. Because I believe in reality, in actual directions and stuff. And perspective is just, it's not reality. It's how you are perceiving it. It doesn't mean it's reality. Now, here's the problem with that. In your scenario, your plane is actually flying backwards, which is insane. It is actual direction is flying backwards.
Just real quick, it's not actually flying backwards. It's actually flying forwards. But because it was already moving in the opposite direction, it's only relative to the original direction's movement. So from a third-party perspective, it would look like it's going backwards 200 miles per hour. But hold on, I want to ask Nate something on top of this since I'm re-explaining it. In that scenario, Nate, if you're going 400 miles per hour forward and a 600 mile per hour latitude tangential speed, that means that you subtract that and you're going 200 miles per hour backwards. So then also technically you got to think about then that the ground is moving 200 miles per hour faster than the plane towards the plane, right? So if that's the case, when the plane goes to land, let's just say it conserved the momentum the whole time, and it's landing at 400 miles per hour. It's having to land on a runway that's coming at it then 200 miles per hour, right? So
you could see it that way.
Right, but that's the reality of it, that you'd be landing on a runway headed towards you 200 miles per hour. Then think about if you're going the opposite direction and that runway is then running away from you at 200 miles per hour, even though you're getting to that destination. Then think about how the plane or the pilot might treat that landing. And if it's treating that landing when the Earth is spinning away from it and coming towards it just the same, that doesn't seem right. It seems like it would either have to slam on the brakes when it's coming towards you, or it would have to speed up as it's landing to catch up to the Earth. But they don't do that. They treat every runway the exact same, even if it's north to south runway, where it could be moving sideways relative to the plane to some degree. So all those landings is really where it gets fucked up.
Yeah, but all of those different perspectives where the runway's moving towards away from you, those are third-party perspectives, right? Those aren't the perspectives of people on the plane. So what we need to do is see it from the pilot's perspective. From the pilot's perspective,
but it would be literally faster than the plane because it's in a separate reference frame. Now the Earth is independently moving, even though the plane's within its atmosphere conserving momentum. Now it's in its own reference frame, so there is actually a problem with the runways and the plane because you do have to time it because you're not lockstep with the Earth. Even at the atmosphere is not in lockstep automatically, admittedly on your side. So there would be a slight difference at least to begin with, just getting off the fucking runway.
Yeah, I definitely think
that many miles over different tangential speeds for it to be in sync with the Earth enough to just treat it as if it were stationary seems unlikely or even impossible in my opinion.
I don't know if pilots treat the Earth as if it's stationary, and I do agree that when the pilot's coming to land, there are slight adjustments they have to make, but it's not in the range of 200 miles moving towards or away from it. That would be the perspective of a third-party observer, of someone on the plane. You've been on planes. The ground underneath you seems to move very slowly. It doesn't look like it's moving 200 miles away or towards you.
Right, but you would imagine there might be certain circumstances where the pilot would have to be especially trained to know that if he's out of sync with the Earth, the timing on this landing has got to be really critical, and he might have to treat it like, like a plane treats, when it's landing on a boat. Because there's a bit of drift, they have to be trained how to hit that target and account for the drift, or know how fast that boat might not be aligned with the plane as it's coming into land, right? That's special training. So you think they would
with the boat thing, the special training, and with normal landing, there is certain training needed. I don't know if it's extremely specialized. I'm not sure. What I would say though is, I would think that along the pilot's route there are constant adjustments being made, automatically by the plane itself, to ensure that when they do land, it's not that as the pilot sees the runway, he all of a sudden needs to make adjustments. Adjustments have been made along the path, so when you come to the runway, you're already lined up, you're at the right speed, at the right altitude. It's just about the pilot now needing to release the landing gear, right? The wheels and the brake systems and this, that, and the third. But
your side would argue that it's like the wind. It's like adjusting for a wind when it comes in. Like if there's a crosswind, it's going to have to adjust to align itself straight with the runway. Lots of times, where there's crosswind.
But they would know long before they. Yeah, but they would know long before they get to the runway that there's strong crosswinds there, right? At all airports, they have very advanced weather systems. Yeah, so they would know 2 hours before they get there. Listen, there's a strong wind, yada, yada, yada. Make these adjustments already,
Right. Now, if that wind's going in the opposite direction that the Earth spins, then we know that wind's not caused by Earth spin, right? Be the opposite direction for whatever reason, right? And you'd think there'd be circumstances that the Coriolis, the fact that the Earth is spinning separately from in respect to the plane's motion, there could be some similar situations that we could worry about, with the Coriolis acting like a boat that's drifting a little bit and you have to adjust for it. There might be a little bit of special training that goes along with this Coriolis movement of the Earth in respect to the plane, regardless of the winds, right? You would imagine that might be a thing, right? But all flight simulators, admittedly on your side, all flight simulators use a stationary
factor in Coriolis
training. They do not factor in, and they do not train the pilots to even think about it.
And their excuse doesn't affect wind.
Yeah, but Dave, they make it more simple to make it, not stress the computer, not to give them more information than they need. All these things that don't make any sense. When as a pilot, you'd think they would give you extra information you don't need all the time to make sure that they're covering every possible scenario, so that the safety of the people and the pilots all taken care of. But to not mention, that seems pretty fishy, right?
Yeah, not really, because that's only when you are doing the simulated trainings, in a safe environment. After you do the simulations, they do take you out on actual flights, right? You'll be the co-pilot, or it might just be you and your supervisor in a small little, privately owned plane, just you two in the air. And then that is a practice run as well. You're flying from one place to another place that's just like, 30 minutes to an hour away, and you got to factor in all these things, number one. Number two, the reason they don't worry about Coriolis is because Coriolis isn't what causes winds. It just determines the direction in which hurricanes and whirlpools and certain tidal nodes come about. Wind direction isn't due to Coriolis.
Well, that's the thing, is that there's a debate about that in particular. But first off, because they have to say it's a Coriolis force that actually causes the plane to accelerate in the sideways direction when it takes off. It's got that sideways conserved momentum, which has to be like a Coriolis force. And since the atmosphere is traveling with the Earth, it acts like a wind. It acts like a prevailing wind, if you will, or whatever they want to say. They even describe it as like the molecules are still traveling with the Earth. So even though it may be a wind in the opposite direction, overall, if you took the summary of it mathematically, you could say that it's still, in the same way, 600 miles per hour for the plane and 400 miles per hour. It's all a mathematical solution to make it seem like you could just imagine that it's stationary and it would be the same thing, because relative to the conserved momentum from the beginning, you could just take that in. But the fact that it lasts forever, that there's not like this dissipating, conservation of momentum, which we would assume would happen because you're not going to just keep traveling 1,000 miles per hour indefinitely with this fucking big ass plane. That doesn't make any sense. Then you got the idea that there's these winds that are separate from the winds that go in all directions, and how could that be? And they say it's so much like the atmosphere traveling 1,000 miles per hour with the Earth is somehow very weak compared to like these prevailing winds or these other winds that go in all directions. But that doesn't seem like it'd be weak. And it seems like if you were traveling against that 1,000 miles per hour going in a westward direction, you'd have to travel against those winds. You'd be traveling into the atmosphere and be going a lot slower possibly than when you're traveling with the atmosphere. And there's all these kind of like contradictions that just don't add up with this, the way that it seems to be.
You lost me. You lost me, man. You said
well, the atmosphere is traveling with the Earth, right? So if you're going the opposite way of the Earth spin, then you'd be traveling into that atmosphere. You think it'd be resistance, right? That would be logical.
And the resistance we get when traveling against the Earth and the atmosphere, they call it jet trails. That's what causes you to take longer when you're going east to west, even though your destination is rotating towards you, because you're flying against the atmosphere and that conservation of momentum, which causes these jet trails, which make you fly, jet stream, which makes you go 400 miles forwards, but kind of 200 miles backwards as well. That's what causes this weirdness.
But when you really look at it critically, that it's pretty far-fetched, and there's flights that you can look at directly that would seem to take a lot less time than they do. Those are all debatable. There's all these different claims about whether they're giving us real time and all that. So, but
could you show me those flights? Because I've taken flights.
There's certain flights that people always point out, and I don't remember exactly. I know there's one that Nathan Oakley always used to say, this is like dead on proof. Like if it's a north to south, flight that takes, 4 hours when it really should only take a couple or something. I don't know. But you just, if you want to, the Coriolis, in my opinion, really kills the ball. But you'd have to really be critical of the explanations that the ball side gives, which I don't know. Are you willing to do that?
How did we prove ball again? Rotation. Did I miss that bit where we proved that it's even rotating to entertain flights having to worry about?
Oh yeah, he proved it. You missed that bit. You must have been gone. Nate totally proved it, I think, right, Nate?
I didn't prove anything. I don't prove stuff.
I'm kidding.
Establish. Sorry, how did you establish that the Earth is indeed rotating? I presume it was pseudoscientifically, but I'll allow you to tell me it wasn't.
No. Scrat asked, and
round three. Ding, ding, ding.
Yes, so Scrat asked if I had evidence for Earth's rotation, and then I provided him a link to the Foucault pendulum. That's where that kind of
and how
the planes and stuff.
Okay, can I go back to that point if you don't mind? No, is that all right?
No, I don't really want to get into that point.
Well, the point he did make about the Foucault pendulum,
but you can make the point you want to make. Go ahead.
But the Foucault pendulum is moving freely from the Earth, so therefore it's not moving with the Earth is the claim. That's why it moves, right? So then why is the plane not moving separately? Like, why is the plane stuck to the Earth in such a more dominant way than the Foucault pendulum is the question that we started off with, which does seem like a contradiction, no?
But I mean,
not really.
I think White does.
It still entertains Earth rotation. Yeah, I just want to point out the fact that, where's the experiment with Foucault? He swings the ball and he notices something moving around, so there's an observation. And where's the experiment where he manipulates the presumed cause, which is Earth rotation? Where did he stop the Earth to go, oh yeah, look, now we don't see the anomaly. I've stopped the Earth, we don't see it. Let's start the Earth back up again and let's see it happen. And then go, yeah, definitely. We've done this 100 times. It's definitely Earth rotation causing this anomaly. Where is that experiment? Yeah. So pseudoscientifically showed Earth is rotating. And then why move forward from there?
It's a brilliantly reverse engineered model, man. It's so brilliantly reverse engineered. There's enough to keep people still thinking that's most likely the case because of the preponderance of quote unquote evidence that doesn't really have any proof. because they don't try to.
Dave, do you have any examples of this reverse engineering? Just one that I could see.
Well, I could say the eclipses that were predicted many thousands of years, like supposedly in ancient times. Like that when they didn't know the Earth, they didn't think the Earth was spinning, and they had all the serocycles and everything, all on a flat Earth, right? So then, if you take that sunset, that solar eclipse or lunar eclipse or whatever that information is, and then you work it into the heliocentric model, and you reverse engineer the way, and you say you predicted the eclipses when they were already predicted by the serocycle, and you're still using the serocycle, which works on a flat Earth, and so then you call it a prediction when it's really a post-diction. That would be kind of like a reverse engineering at its core. If you already knew it was going to happen, and then you say you predicted it, that's kind of like sun will come up tomorrow.
So we've taken that and reverse engineered to make it work on a globe.
If it's a flat Earth, then that would be the case. You'd have to agree, right? If it's a flat Earth, then it had to be reverse engineered. It wasn't because they just thought it was a ball. They had to actually reverse engineer it because it would be too many things to cover for it to be just what they think.
Maybe the solar cycles work on something regardless of its shape. Maybe it might even work on a triangle. Then would you still say it's reverse engineered?
Well, the whole idea of it being another shape, like a triangle or a square, like people upside down, sideways from each other. It's like that whole intuitive thing about being upside down, right side up. I would think, and this is a very basic way of putting it, you would feel like suction cup type force with your feet. If you're really hanging upside down relative to where you were earlier on in the day, you would think you'd feel more of a force. In fact, you don't feel a force at all. You only feel the weight of your leg when you pick it up. You don't feel a force pulling it back down. And you think you would for all that motion to be happening and not having any kind of problem walking. But, maybe that's just a grade school way of looking at it, in your opinion. But it seems like even with that simplistic view, intuitively, you'd think that's kind of what we would feel instead of just this pseudo force that is not really a force, acts like a force, but isn't a pulling force. It's bending a space time. It's all convoluted.
But you do agree that if the solar cycles worked on a triangle, then it wouldn't be anything to do with re-engineering, right? Then that means the shape of the thing we're standing on doesn't matter when you're trying to figure out eclipses using the solar cycles, right?
Maybe, I don't know. Does it work on a triangle?
That wouldn't be science either, mate.
I've never tried it, but I'm just saying, if it did, wouldn't you then agree? If hypothetically.
Wouldn't we be sliding down the side if it was a triangle, Nate? Wouldn't we be?
I'm not saying it's a triangle. What I'm saying is, if we use the solar cycles and we factored in Earth as a triangle, and it still worked, then it shows that the shape of the Earth doesn't matter, right?
Well, if the serocycles was, figured out by people that were pretty sure they were on a stationary level Earth, like it seems, then that would make me think that it does matter.
But if we took that same solar cycle and we were able to make the same predictions, if we thought the Earth was a sphere or the Earth was a triangle or a rectangle, and we still came to the same exact predictions, would that not make you think that, okay, maybe the shape of the Earth doesn't matter?
I don't think the shape of the Earth does matter. I don't even think we could ever know the shape.
I agree. I think the shape of the Earth doesn't matter when you are calculating eclipses using the solar cycle. I would take a step further and say that when they are calculating, lunar or solar eclipses with the solar cycles, they don't take into account the shape of the Earth.
Well, you have to. If you were talking about the shape of the Earth at all, you'd have to assume you could see the whole thing and know what the shape is and how big it is. I don't think we know how big this place is at all. I don't think we have any idea.
But I kind of hear you. But I would take an even further step and say, when you are trying to predict where eclipses are using the solar cycle doesn't tell you where on Earth you need to be to see this eclipse. It just tells you which day the eclipse is going to happen and what time of day or what time of night. But it doesn't tell you that you got to be in Boston to be able to see it, or you got to be in Rio de Janeiro to be able to see it.
Refinements that have been added, and the heliocentric models claiming that because they know it's a ball, that's why they're able to figure that information out.
Apparently, yeah. But I'm just trying to get us to agree that using the raw Sarah cycle without these additions made to it, the one that was used by people that thought the Earth was flat, that model they use doesn't take into account the shape of the Earth. They don't care what shape Earth was when they're trying to predict eclipses. All they were trying to do was predict when these eclipses would happen. But even though they were able to predict when they would happen, they didn't know where on Earth. A lot of these eclipses, they weren't able to see. Like the Mayans, a lot of the eclipses they predicted happening, they never saw them happen. They weren't able to see them.
Oh, okay. It's interesting. I mean, regardless of whether it works in a triangle or not, the point originally was that if we're not on a spinning ball, then you have to agree that it was reverse engineered and made to seem like we are from the math and all the claims of the ballers people, right? I mean, they don't just think it's a ball and are mistaken. They reverse engineered it because it's a big difference between having the sun go around us and us go around the sun. There's no way that they just mistakenly thought we were going around the sun if it actually is a flat Earth, right? You'd have to agree. It's the hugest, most brilliant reverse engineered model ever. If it's flat,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, but it took steps for us to get to the idea that we're going around the sun. Before we thought we're going around the sun, we still thought the sun goes around us. We just went from thinking Earth is flat to Earth being a ball. But we still thought the sun goes around us. We didn't just go from Earth is flat to, everything we have now. It took a while,
Yeah, it took a while to convince people. It seems like they almost took steps. Like they went geocentric first. And then it got people to think, oh, we could be on a sphere, and then they went, oh, hey, we'll make the Earth go around the sun. I mean, there's a lot of difference in those models, but they basically for stellarium, it's a geocentric model that we're looking at. That's just the way they use it practically, right? So you see the stars.
Well, not really, because stellarium, you can choose your viewpoint, right? You can choose your location in space. So you could say, I want to be located right on top of the sun, right? At the sun's north pole and have that point of view. From there, nothing is geocentric. Everything's heliocentric because now you're watching everything revolve around the sun.
Anyway, the way that we see the stars move, as far as like just outlining their movements, it's geocentric still, even in geocentric model.
I agree. Standing from Earth, things do look geocentric. If we still lived in accordance with the geocentric model today, I don't think there would be much difference, when it comes. It's just when we start looking at things really far away, or when we try to do stellar parallax on distant stars, that's when we would start having problems. But if we were looking at things within our solar system, a geocentric model would work just fine.
Right, but that's the thing is that with the distant stars and the parallax and all this, now they're discovering that certain things don't work. Relativity doesn't work as far as the movements of these other supposed galaxies, right? So, and parallax is the hugest thing. I mean, the fact that the stellar parallax, you're saying throws it off. It doesn't work. It works within our own solar system, but once we start looking at the parallax,
you said something else. You said they've proven that relativity doesn't work with these distant stars.
Relativity doesn't work for some of the stars, the distant galaxy. I thought I heard you say that at one point. All right.
No. What I said is stellar parallax. Parallax and relativity are different things. So what I said is in a geocentric model. Yeah, in a geocentric model, in a model where we think Earth is standing still, stellar parallax doesn't work for distant stars. But if we say the Earth is moving, then it starts working.
Right, but I'm saying that the stellar parallax is how they claim they know that the stars are so far away, and because it's so minuscule, they're able to read these fine little tiny little adjustments that seem in their infinite star model to indicate that it moved this much, which is like a fraction of a millimeter relative to what we'd be able to even tell with our with the best telescope, right? So that's how they claim that they know that we're moving instead of the stars. But I think a more convincing claim is that we know we're not moving, because if we're going 500,000 miles per hour with the sun, every day we're moving out of our original position by 12 million miles every day, right? And we see the stars relative to each other the same. They stay, fixed in relative to each other and in our relation to them as they go around. For that to happen, they had to claim that the stars were infinitely, more or less far away. And that right there.
And that's right there, what?
Huh? I could look on my phone. You don't have a phone? No worries.
Who are you talking to so late at night?
Somebody's asking me for directions. I'm trying to get home, and he's trying to get to a freeway. I'm going to help him.
No, drive away, bro. That's fucking scary.
Oh, he's cool.
Drive away. Damn. Giving directions at 3 a.m. That's crazy, man.
Still dishonest, mate. The obfuscation, mate. Before, well, it wasn't even obfuscation. It was just a complete deflection from how the rotation was established. That was really pathetic, that one. Care for another, mate? Or any baller, for that fact. Maybe an honest one. Step right up. See if we can get out of the realm of pseudoscience into an actual scientific method. Please. I'll take the silence as concession from all ballers in the room. We're going to have the text light up, are we? Bunch of phlogiston maggots. Yep. Yeah, engineers aren't scientists. Pseudoscience it is. Oh, fair enough. Shit. That was a good 30 seconds of dead air. No one even had anything to even attempt to say. Must be full of honesty at the moment. You're asleep, Flog. I can shorten your name to Flog, can't I? No? That's fair, isn't it? Just an abbreviation. I honestly feel sorry for people that feel they need to actually try and say that the studies that they've done are science. Why can't they just say that they're studies? What do they feel the need to then claim that there's something they're not? It's very strange. I mean, I know the ball model requires that, of course. That could be one reason. But the other, I just can't think. I wonder if any baller here could explain that. If someone's speaking, they are glitching out. I mean, Flog, if you can find a definition somewhere in any dictionary or even Wiki, even if you edit Wiki and then show me that, where pseudoscience fits the definition, the scientific method, I'll stand corrected. Need some more people with integrity in here, I think.
I'm here to answer like any question as a globe earther. Put any question to me, and I'll have a chat, and I'll try to have some integrity.
Fantastic. I like to hear that. Well, in chat right now, I will post what I mean. It's a pretty general definition. You may find a different one. The definition of pseudoscience versus science, right? And why one is not the other. That's in chat now. And I would just like to postulate to you how, like Foucault's pendulum or any astrophysics or anything like that, fits the scientific method and by definition isn't pseudoscience. And I'm not saying all the people are trying to cheat people and lie, all the scientists involved in pseudoscience. I'm not saying that for 1 minute. I'm just saying that there's a claim made that what they're doing is science, when in fact it doesn't follow the scientific method. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, okay, right. So I've read that. To me, that could be as much about flat Earth as it is about globe Earth. The difference is that the evidence and the science behind a globe Earth is not pseudoscience. It is agreed among scientists worldwide that is the way it is, and things like GPS and stuff is like on Einsteinian physics, but theory of relativity, and things move fast.
Yeah, but did you? You said you were going to have some integrity, so I'm going to hold you to it. So
yeah,
for argument's sake, like some of the things you just mentioned, what is it? I think you said space time or relativity or something to do with that. Like, how is that? How is the scientific method applied to that to verify
it? Sorry, ask that again. Say that again. Sorry.
How do you feel as though the scientific method, like by its definition, has been applied to the things that you were talking about, like with regards to the ball Earth sciences?
Yeah, so if by your definition that you posted about pseudoscience, it's a thing like based on nothing, but sounds truthful. Actual science is based on facts and evidence and experiments, and
that's the key part, isn't it?
Yeah.
Experiments. Do you think that's a pretty key part to science?
Yeah, of course it's a key part to science. Experiments, yeah. Of course it is.
So that's where I think the pseudoscience and the science separates itself. Other than that, like, there's very, very much legitimacy to all of the other studies that go on within the sciences. But when the scientific method starts to be encroached with things like planets and redshift and things like this, how is it that scientific method is actually rigorously utilized to actually verify these things when we can't touch, say, a planet that's moving away or a body to check whether it's blue or redshift caused by a body in motion,
Right. But we can observe it, and we can observe, what goes on, and it moves this way, and there's the sun, and the planet moves behind the sun or in front of the sun. There's the other planet. There's Jupiter, and it's people don't just make this up.
I know. It's studied a long time, very thoroughly.
Yeah.
But the scientific method can't be applied. Can we agree on that? Because we can't manipulate anything in the skies, can we? To check if what we think is causing stuff is actually causing stuff.
Well, no, we can't. No, we can't be there to see it, but we can observe it from where we are.
Okay. So are you aware that the scientific method for an experiment requires the manipulation of these variables so you can, in fact, finish the experiment?
So the scientific experiment is manipulated, did you say?
It requires you to be able to, have some tangible things to manipulate so that you can actually complete your experiment and have a conclusive result one way or the other.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That wouldn't be scientific. Why?
What do you mean?
Well, it wouldn't be scientific if you manipulate an experiment to find a result you want to find. Well,
no, you misinterpreted me. But you're right, that wouldn't be scientific. Very true.
Yeah.
No. I meant that you need to be able to manipulate your presumed cause. So if we look up at the sky and we see redshift, for example, and we know on Earth that we've got things that redshift and we can experiment in the lab with redshift, etc. And we look up to the heavens and we see what we believe is redshift. How do we then confirm that there is a body, a physical body that's moving away, creating that redshift? Like in an experiment, like on Earth in a lab, you would manipulate that body. You would move it away, you'd move it towards you, you'd change the speeds, and you'd check that when it was moving away, you got redshift. How are we doing that when it comes to the bodies in space?
Yeah, you wanted me to be candid and stuff, and I will be. I don't know what red shift is. That what you're saying? What red shift is?
It's like a Doppler effect. I'll quickly explain. It's like a Doppler effect. You know how an ambulance goes past you, and it's high pitch, low pitch. Yeah. So it's just it's that, but with light.
Infrared light. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and shortening or lengthening wavelengths,
yes.
depending on direction of movement. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you. So just explain again what you were saying, like between planets or something.
Yeah, so in a laboratory, we know that redshift exists with lights because we can experiment. We can move something away from us, and we can move something towards us at varying speeds and see what the light does in terms of the effect, right? Now, to experiment with that and to verify that in the lab, we can move that body. I'm just wondering, when we look up in the heavens and we see what we think is redshift and or blue shift, how we then do the experiment to confirm that, or whether it just remains an assumption, a very, very good educated guess, speculation, or whether it can be done scientifically. That's all.
Yeah. Well, a good question, I think, actually, and yeah, I don't have the answer to that. I think I'm going to put my faith with scientists that they know what they're on about. So, when they're measuring that stuff, they know how it reacts in different environments and whatever. But yeah, no, I can't answer that, and that is a good question. No, I'm not sure. I know when you watch a star, like I love watching stars at night that like fluctuate and they go bum 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 and they pulse and they sort of turn colours and stuff like that. And I guess a lot of that is infrared. I know that's not what you were talking about, but yeah, but I love that kind of thing. Yeah, I can't answer that question. I don't know, but I do have faith in in the scientists that that they know what's going on, and I trust that. I do trust it.
So you're quite happy to, I won't say concede, but at least admit that it's a very good, well-educated deduction that, let's just say we look up and we see redshift, and that's the case because we know that there's planets moving and etc. Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair. I mean, I think it's a good, I won't say educated guess, but a deduction. I think that's fair to say.
A very good, well-educated.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make a distinction that the scientific method hasn't been applied to these things because we simply can't do it.
I don't know if you can.
Oh, you breaking up, are you? My bad.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear the end of your point there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a clear distinction that there's certain things that we can't apply the scientific method to with regards to manipulating the presumed cause of things, right?
Yeah.
And when those things are the case, like redshift in the stars and things like that, and there's so many things in the realm of science where they just can't do that. I'm in the nutrition space, and there are so many claims with regards to nutrition that there just cannot possibly have been any science done to prove them, because it's not ethical, most of it. They're not allowed to do it. They're not allowed to lock people in labs, genetic twins, and study them over their whole lifetime. Like, these things can't be done. So it's pretty much all just surveys. They survey people and epidemiology. It's just not science, but it's all claimed to be. And then stuff is put out like saturated fat is bad based on pseudoscience. It's not science, but it's claimed to be science, and people think it's fact. And that happens in every industry, every realm of life. And I can just see it being applied here, where it's clear that the scientific method can't be applied. Yet for some reason, even though it's okay to say that we just couldn't apply it, and we made a very good educated deduction, they still want to try and say, oh, it's still science. We've still applied the scientific method.
Right.
But we're going to change the method a little bit because we can't actually do it. It's strange to me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard for me to retort to that, to be honest, because I've been retorting for quite a while on things like this. But
I would compliment White what White's saying by asking you. I mean, don't you think that it's about protecting science to call out pseudoscience? If standard, if you've got pseudoscientists that are making up shit just to be able to pass.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Money, you would want to protect it, right? So if we're right about that, then you'd be on board to try to, make sure that's not the case. You would hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's about the sacredness of science. So it's the respect of science. It's not trying to say, and that's why when flat earthers get called anti-science, it's like it's totally the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Yeah, I agree. Science is science and pseudoscience. Protect science. However, my science is obviously very different. You're calling my science pseudoscience, and we might call your science pseudoscience. So,
but not by the definitions about the scientific method that White's just went through, right? Proving the cause.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not claiming I've got science for flat Earth, mate, at all. Like, I'm not doing that. But there is some claim from solar side that there is science to the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't saying, proving a point and making it. He was asking the question about pseudoscience.
The shape of the Earth can't be a scientific question because you can't manipulate the natural variables that you need to prove it one way or the other.
It's definitely a scientific question. It's definitely a scientific
question. Not if
you
can't use the scientific method.
Well, you
no,
can't.
We can deduce it by using the scientific method in other ways. We can deduct the shape of the Earth with true science, but I haven't seen that bloody done anywhere, personally. Not personally. Foucault pendulum, for example, that moves around based on Earth's rotation, and that's apparently proof that Earth's rotating. Look, this thing moves around the circle. True science would have to have you manipulate the presumed cause, which is Earth rotation. So how, pray tell, do you stop the Earth rotating to then prove definitively that that was the cause? You can't do it. So you cannot do science on the rotation of the Earth in that method. You can only deduce it via other methods, other means. And it's pseudoscience to claim that the Foucault pendulum is a science experiment. That is absolute, should be called out every time.
Well, then I'm gonna have to call you out right now. That
is that you, Go Show?
Yes.
How?
You don't have to manipulate the presumed cause of the phenomena for it to be science.
To follow the scientific method, you do. If you want to be general and use the word for science, perhaps.
Yeah, but for a scientific experiment, it does make sense to have the necessary components because, the dependent variable, the independent variable, some control variables, some null case. These things make sense to have. Hypothesis makes sense to have that. But obviously, the thing that needs to be adjusted is the independent variable. It has to vary, obviously, and that variance has to give rise to the dependent variable. But there's no rule that says you have to manipulate the independent variable. And there's no rule that says the independent variable has to be the presumed cause of the phenomena. So that's the part I have an issue with. That's what I have an issue with what you said. You use that to omit a lot of things that aren't actually omitted. I agree with what you said though about nutrition. Obviously more about psychology, because the test, the way you described that test about with twins, that is actually an example where science and pseudoscience get mixed up, because you couldn't actually you can only make claims after the fact with certain things with psychology and stuff like that. So it's not really falsifiable to the same degree as something else. But
see, I think your bias doesn't allow you to follow through what you know is true in psychology with what you just said into the realm of ball sciences. Now, I'm certainly not saying all science. I'm not, it's not a broad stroke here. It's just there's certain things that are claimed to be and claimed to have followed that scientific method that clearly couldn't possibly have, like the molten iron core. Like, that's not science. It was never done. It's deducted from studies. No scientific method was ever done on that. And to claim it, yeah, it's fucking annoying. I understand where you're coming from, but it frustrates me.
The molten iron core is another example of, it's just like the Foucault's pendulum. You can actually make a test based around that would be falsifiable. You could easily make a test that, let's say you had some idea of what the contents of the inside of the Earth were. You could predict how certain events, what patterns you would get for all the sensors, the seismic sensors around the world. So it's like they have a model now, and based on where the epicenter is, they can make predictions based on how fast it should move through the Earth, and where the S&P waves should be, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but
every time there's an earthquake, there's a chance to test the model.
Yeah, you can study things, right, and find patterns, but the scientific method is very specific, and you know it. And I'm not denying all the studies, all the patterns that people find, all the correlations. I'm not denying that for 1 iota, 1 minute.
You have to see. I'm not referring to observational studies though.
But you're referring to observational what? Experiments? Like, that's to me the same thing.
No, if you're making a prediction-based test, even though the test itself is an observation, it's still a test.
But it's still an observation, isn't it? Which isn't the scientific method. I'm sorry. It's the first part, make an observation. Like, there's a big process afterwards. You can't say you've just made an observation and that just means that you don't have to do the rest. I'm sorry.
But that rigid, you're describing it in a very rigid way, like there's only one place in the scientific method for observations to occur. But that's not true at all, because the entire collection of the data could all just be observation, but it could still be an experiment.
And but that's just the data. Okay, but how do you have an experiment with just data?
Well, no, you have so let's say there's an independent variable was time, for example, and you were just studying some culture over time, some whatever it is that you're studying, but you'd make predictions about, you make predictions beforehand, and they would be based on the time, and then you'd wait that amount of time and see what happens.
Okay, but then would time be the cause? Fuck, we're doing circles here, man.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I started out with saying, is that the presumed cause is not the presumed cause of the phenomena. It's the cause and effect relationship between the dependent and independent variable.
Okay, but then there's more science to be done within that, where you would actually apply successfully the scientific method and come to more accurate, maybe, assertions or assumptions. But there's clear examples that you've given where you can't apply the scientific method without claiming that an observational test is a scientific method.
But the only reason you're saying that, though, is because you're using something very rigid as a scientific method, when the scientific method isn't rigid like that at all. Like you can do science, you can do experiments, all this type of stuff, and it doesn't have to be the very rigid, cut and dry, example.
Well, I suppose you can do experiments without a doubt. I mean, I can do an experiment. I can get 2 tires, 2 different brands, and put them on my car, one on each side, and see which ones last longer, right? But it's not a scientific experiment. There's a difference, and you know this, and you're beating around it. I didn't want to
I never said that was your example. I never said that.
Well, okay. We're talking about scientific experiments. Let's just be clear. And they have a very specific criteria. There is no general rule of thumb that you can do this or that. And you cannot do an observational test. I'm sorry, you can't do it. Show me where you can. Show me the method written somewhere where you can do that.
Most tests,
not just where it's been applied. I know tests include observations. Are you deliberately?
No, I mean I don't know why. I don't know why.
This,
no, you're saying, but before you said, "Oh, the observations at the beginning," it's not the whole thing's on observation, and I never said that either. I said, do you make a prediction based on your model, like in the seismic, the insides of the Earth and stuff? You make predictions. Let's say you knew where the epicenter of an earthquake was, and you haven't yet seen the rest of the data. If you wanted to test the model, whatever model you were presuming, you would, make a prediction for where the S&P waves and the timing and all this type of stuff, how it would behave. And then you can verify just by seeing where it actually behaved and seeing if it fleshed out to what the model predicted.
Okay, so but what does that show? That your prediction matched what you thought? Because there's no science in there. You haven't proven cause and effect at all. Like, what are you trying to do?
Well, no, there is.
Because it's not science so far. Well, what is it? There's an earthquake and the sensors go off.
Yeah, the P waves. Which one? The P waves and S waves. One of them don't go through liquid, and so you'd make predictions on where the S and P waves would show up and where they wouldn't show up, and that would be based on your model of what parts of the inside of the Earth is liquid. And sure enough, you check the seismic data for all these sensors around the world and see if you made a correct prediction or not.
Okay, but that's not a scientific experiment because you can't manipulate any of it. Right?
That's my point.
You can't actually vary the volume of water within the Earth or the volume of iron, or you can't change things to then go, oh yeah, look, they're reacting exactly how we predicted. It's just associative.
But that's what I'm saying is that there's no rule that you have to be the one that dictates the independent variable. There are things that you can't control, like time, and even in this case,
you can't. No, you can't do that in an experiment. Time is not an independent variable in an experiment.
A lot of times it is, yeah.
No, because then it can be the cause. Time is not the cause.
But it's the thing that has an influence on the outcome of the dependent variable. Yeah, anything that you can make an x in a function, and f of x changes the outcome of the function. As long as the variable can be the x and the f in a function, then it can be the independent variable.
All right, so pseudoscience it is for you as well. Then you're going to run with pseudoscience.
One phenomenon that doesn't involve time. Is there anything that doesn't involve time?
No. See, that's the thing. Independent variables are not. So if it's not the independent variable, that doesn't mean it's discluded from the test, and it's just going to be a controlled variable. So in the case of time,
what I'm saying is time is constant, and it's in everything. Like you can't isolate it because number one, you can't control it. Number two, it's just part of everything. So
yeah,
it's not worth talking about.
It is a part of everything. However, it easily can be controlled. The test that you guys or people always talk about is boiling water, and that test could have many different independent variables. You can pick whichever one you want. You can make the amount of water the independent variable, or the amount of heat you're putting onto the water, and the time can be the independent variable. But whichever one you're choosing as an independent variable, everything else would need to be the control. And so if you're not using time as an independent variable, you would need to be consistently doing these tests for the same amount of time. Otherwise, time the different time that you're doing it would have different outcomes.
Time is just a byproduct of it. So you apply the heat to the water and it boils. And then it takes a certain amount of time to do that. Time has caused nothing. That's like the after the measurement, That's all that is. Time had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, heat, pressure, those things do. But time's just a construct that everything happens within. It doesn't cause anything, never can.
It doesn't have to be a cause. Like when you say cause and effect, they just mean that, like I told you before, it has to be the x and the f of x, function. So as long as everything else is controlled, this is your variable, and you put it into your function, and then it was that variable that made your outcome different. So if x is this, then y is this, and as long as you can plot it as a 2D graph, there's nothing that doesn't fit in that scenario that can't be an independent variable.
Okay, so time causes chickens to cook in the oven. Then
it's not about causing.
We could hold heat at 1 degree and adjust time out to infinity, could we? And we'd cook that chicken.
It's not about causing, though. It's not about this causing that. It's about this having influence on that, a direct influence.
Time has no influence whatsoever.
Time has no influence on anything.
It does. I'm telling you, if you can put it in a function and you can say time is x, and if I do this for 10 seconds, this is the outcome. If I do this for 20 seconds, this is the outcome. If you can, if your experiment is in that format, then time, you as an experimenter can choose time as your independent variable, and you can test the results.
Wow. Could you prove scientifically, not pseudoscientifically, but scientifically, that time exists and it's not just, a construct that we all agree upon?
Yes. I don't know why that would even be claimed.
Can you run through that scientific experiment?
Sure. You can see if, let's see. You can see if you can have ice, for example, and if you can put it somewhere and not change anything about the environment at all, have it in a vacuum, and have that vacuum inside of another vacuum, and have it suspended in midair, right? And have nothing at all. So there's nothing that can interact with this very tucked away chamber or whatever. And you can try and see if nothing will occur. Okay. However, you'll notice that the predictions you make for nothing occurring are going to fail immediately because things are going to occur immediately. And if anything occurs, then time is happening.
And that's you followed the scientific method, have you, Dave?
That's right. Yeah.
Or are you saying, okay.
Give you a control.
Yep. Okay. So nothing else is going on down there. How did we verify nothing else is going on in that vacuum?
No.
Because there's an experiment, science, all on its own, right there to show that there's nothing else in the vacuum.
No, the test would fail if anything at all happened. So if nothing at all happened,
how did you verify that? By putting? Come on,
observing, making observations. You'd say, "Well, is it?"
So the fact that it didn't fail, you assume nothing else in there when there could have been something, but it still succeeded, and you don't know that because you couldn't verify that there was nothing in there. That's it's all super.
Yeah, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if anything at all occurs, once you leave the chamber, you're as careful as possible to leave the chamber, and you just make sure nothing at all occurs. If you see that it rotates slightly, if you see it swing a little bit, that does anything at all occurs, you can even you could even leave the place entirely and just have a camera running, but that would all automatically fail, make the test fail also, because you have a camera running, it has a timer on it. Anything that occurs at all during this test would prove that time is real.
Okay, I don't understand how you think that's scientific in any way, but you go, boy.
Anything changing denotes that the time is occurring. So nothing would have to happen.
Okay, mate. All right, you run with that. I asked for the method. Yeah. Scientific method. He gave me the pseudo-scientific method very clearly. Later on.
That's falsifiable.
That's falsifiable. You just proved something changed. That's all. That's something changed. Doesn't mean time is anything.
Well, I mean that shows a difference between two instances. If there wasn't a difference, if anything changed, that means there's a difference between those two instances, which tells you that time's occurring.
So it just shows you that at that moment, whenever that was, something was different to this moment right now. But it doesn't make a reality of the differential between the moments.
Well, yeah, those two moments, the fact that there were two moments, and that one was in the past, and this one's in the future, tells you that time occurred in this.
No.
Yeah, of course.
You associate time to it. Are millimeters real?
Millimeters,
because we associate millimeters to a distance between 2 points. But are millimeters actually real or what?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Why would it not
millimeters,
be real?
Please? Well, can I get a bucket or a liter of millimeters? I can what?
You can move anything a millimeter. Almost anything. You move many objects.
Yeah. It's an increment. But is the millimeter itself real? The little, the little increment.
I guess what do you mean by it being real? Like, you mean like it being an object?
Well, yeah. Can I have a bucket of millimeters?
Well, it's not an object. And a bucket of millimeters doesn't make that much sense. But you could have a bucket of cubic millimeters.
Time? Oh, hang on. No, a bucket of time?
No, that doesn't make much sense. But a bucket of cubic millimeters makes sense.
Cubic millimeters makes sense. Okay.
Sure.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't call it an object.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be cubic millimeters.
That's fair enough.
It'd only be cubic millimeters of something.
Of course.
Yeah,
of water, or of air, or of a solid matter. You could have a cubic millimeter of something, but not a cubic millimeter of in itself.
Yeah, you could have a volume, and that volume that you have. No, the volume you have could have nothing in it. It could just be maybe the amount of volume. Let's say the bucket. The bucket possesses that volume. So.
Of course. Well done.
That's of something.
So does that make time real? Does it? Because we can have a space within a box that's a millimeter cubed.
No, that was a different question. But the time being real thing. Time is obviously real. So it's not even. No. It's like a millimeter. We measure things. It's not obviously real. It's real like a millimeter. I'll give you that. But millimeters don't cause shit, dude. You can move a box a millimeter, but the millimeter had nothing to do with it. Okay, just like time. But no one's making that claim. No one's claiming that millimeters cause things to happen. I'm saying that the millimeter is real.
You're claiming time does. As a measurement, you're claiming time does have something to do with things.
Time is real. Yeah, time certainly is real. I'm not saying it causes things to happen. It's silly. It's silly to even claim that time wouldn't be real. It's like I just don't even know.
As real as a millimeter.
Yeah, exactly. It is as real as a millimeter.
There you go. So do millimeters cause anything?
No, I mean I'm not claiming that they do.
So, but time's required for chicken to cook, is it?
Again, time will
required for you to move something.
Time will occur while this happens, but you can use You can use millimeters as a variable.
You can measure the aftermath. It doesn't occur while it happens, but you can measure how long it took. Definitely, for sure.
Do you understand that as an experimenter, you're allowed to conduct the test however you'd like? So if you want to make time,
hey, look, I understand that a lot of shit's fucked up, and you can do heaps of shit that you shouldn't be able to do these days. That's what I understand.
Reasonable
so it wouldn't surprise me if you think that. No, it's not reasonable at all.
If you can
not
use
if you're rigorous. No.
It's as simple as any. So what?
No, I just accidentally stepped on my dog's paw, mate. I said, sorry, pup. My bad.
That's just nice of you to apologize. But if yeah, right. So if you have any function, the function would be the nature of the experiment. All the variables in there that are not X or Y would be controlled variables. The Y after the equal sign would be the dependent variable, and the X, whatever the X is, the thing that is going to be different throughout the different tests, whether you're changing it or it's change is just something that can be observed or known or whatever. As long as the X is inside the function and it changes the Y, this can be for your test the independent and dependent variable relationship. And the word cause and effect, it restricts it in some senses. So even though it's useful to say it like that, I just say it's like X influences Y, or X denotes what Y is going to be. Yeah, if you have any function that has that relationship, then you can literally do scientific experiment based around that, make predictions based on that, and you have everything, all the makings of a scientific experiment.
All right, so I actually hear that. I understand that. That resonates. I'll just put a different scenario and see if you have the same thoughts. There's a rock, being propelled, catapult, whatever. It's got a fair bit of weight to it, and it hits a cubic meter container, whatever the container is, of water, right? And that container of water obviously gets impacted and moves a certain distance. Now, in the experiment, at the end of it, we've got the results. We've got, the force that it got hit with. We've got the weight of the water, like the stationary, mass or the inertia, whatever. And then we've got how far it went, right? And so in the data, we've got a few things which obviously can change. The speed of the rock, the weight of the rock, obviously the cubic meter of water, we could change to more than that or less of that. But also the distance could change, right? And it's the same analogy with cooking the chicken and then measuring how long it took. You're measuring the aftermath with millimeters or centimeters, whatever the distance is, how far this cubic meter of water went, and then claiming somehow, like reversing and going, that somehow had something to do with it. But it was just clearly an aftermath.
I don't understand. So which? Because I heard what you said, but I didn't hear the variable that was being claimed in your example of having some sort of influence on it.
Well, the distance. So, like in the results of this little experiment or whatever, you've got the weight of the rock, you've got the cubic meter, and then you've got how far that cubic meter was moved by the impact.
Right. Okay.
Right, and that's an X because it's a variable. It's going to change, just like you said time was. But I know damn well that distance that it moved had nothing to do with how it got there. That's just what we measured afterwards, just like time.
Yeah, but that's not really. I guess I could. I don't want to restrict it because I could say, depending on what your test was, it could make sense that the distance that it moves could be an X, could be your independent variable. But to me, it seems very bizarre. But so I'm not going to restrict it. But I'm going to say, yeah, and you're right though. In most cases, the distance that the thing moved, the after effect of what happened, usually would be the dependent variable. But I also wouldn't equate it to time either. although, like I said, you could come up with a test where it, like, let's say, like you were trying to figure something out, like only when it moved a certain distance, what's occurring, and you really could do that, yeah. If you really wanted to find out, I mean, you'd have to make up some kind of test where that makes sense, but if you wanted to find out what causes, like let's say that you're not the one throwing the catapult; those are like meteors or something. And, you want to try to figure out how these things are moving this distance, frequently.
Sure, of course we could do that. But back to the fact that you're measuring how long it took a certain chicken to get to a certain brownness with time. Here we're measuring how much impact or how far the water moved with distance. And for some reason, you're saying that time is different than the distance, when essentially we're doing the same thing with them. So distance is now a cause of things, or must be considered, because it could affect things. Like, it's weird that you're running with it.
Well, no, like I said, I could come up with a test, even though it seems weird to do it that way with with the outcome having something to do with the independent variable. But with time, it's much easier to see how time can be an independent variable, because all you'd have to do is control for everything else, and you do the same test at varying the amount of time the test is being done over. And
yeah, you just think about it. Be honest with yourself.
Okay, I'm telling you, if you can make a graph, you have X on the bottom, and X is time, and let's say you're making predictions for how this thing should behave over a different amount of times, you could literally plot the results and then verify that with your predictions.
Same with distance. You put distance across the bottom and do the same with speed and different things or whatever, and that's not the cause.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. It doesn't have to be the cause though. It just has to have an influence. It has to be something that you can make an X, and then you can see that X, when that X changes, it certainly changes the whatever the Y is, whatever the dependent variable is. Okay,
can you just appreciate there's a difference between something that influences something and then something that's just an outcome?
Yeah, I mean this is true, but at the same time, the outcome. So you can have an f of x, like the amount of time that something happens, this thing different happens. But if you instead make the thing that is happening, like I don't know, beards growing or something. People always say like, beards growing. I don't know. If you did like an experiment for somebody, the length of someone's beard, and you did time as the independent variable, your dependent variable would be the beard length. But if you instead did beard length and made time your dependent variable, both those would be valid.
Well, again, you could add all the time in the world, just like distance, to anything with a beard if you've got no cell division going on, right? And that well, let's just say time could be occurring, but cellular division might not be occurring. So therefore, there's got to be no beard growth, and time has fucking nothing to do with it. Whereas we could stop time, we could create cellular growth, right, which has nothing to do with time. It just happens, and then you measure that in time, and the beard would grow, and then you'd measure that beard over years. Like, you're failing to understand the fundamental thing here, that there's an outcome of something which is measured, and we use time, and then there are things which influence stuff, and that is not time.
Yeah, but that's not okay. So I got to be clear on what's being said here, because I'm not saying that time is the cause for some phenomena happening or anything like that. I'm saying that that's why I'm trying to be clear with what I'm saying about the relationship between independent and dependent variable.
You said influence, though. You said any of the axes could influence.
It doesn't have to be the exact cause of it. It doesn't have to be the thing that makes it happen. All that has to happen is as this variable changes, it has a consistent change for the dependent variable. So if you control for everything else and you do the same independent variable twice, everything else is controlled, you should have the same result for your dependent variable. If you can't do that, then it's not, as an experimenter, you're not really doing a valid, good test if you have the same independent variable, but you're getting different dependent variables. Yeah,
I'll let you pass with that purely because you dropped the word influence.
Well, no, I've said it the whole time.
You didn't say there's an outcome. Well, no, you clearly put the word influence. There were three things, X's, and if any of those change, it can influence. Whereas I was quite stern on saying, no, if time is an X or distance is an X, it doesn't influence in any way, it's an outcome. And in the last time you just repeated it then, you dropped the word influence for some reason.
No,
and I think
if I didn't say it that time, I'm not omitting it for some reason. I'm still saying that this X, if you put this in and everything else stays the same, that Y should be consistent. If you put the same X in twice, you should get the same Y if everything else is controlled for. So it's a.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I agree with that, but there's no influence there. It's an outcome.
Like I said, I mean, because the word influence,
a result.
The word influence. I mean, there has to be a direct relationship between the input is the
cause and effect, relationship, not just about a cause and effect relationship.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not going to restrict it to cause and effect, because those words then become very rigid. It just has to be the input has a relationship with the output, and that's the relationship between them. The independent variable is the input, and that's
a correlation. Yeah.
Well, there could be a correlation. Yeah.
Pseudoscience.
That's not pseudoscience. Correlation?
Okay. Sorry. Okay. Correlation is not pseudoscience. My bad. Correlation acting as causation and then masquerading as that there's the pseudoscience. I'll just be clear. My bad.
Yeah, but even still, that's not pseudoscience. The pseudoscience is. Yeah, I mean, pseudoscience is clear on what it's. What they're including in pseudoscience. It's usually things that deal with absolutes, or they can't be falsified.
In the chat.
So what?
In the chat, the definition. There's a few definitions getting around online. I just copied one of them and put it in there. No bias, obviously, whatsoever. You can say I cherry picked if you like. I challenge you to find one that suits, or challenges this one. I think it's fair. But at the end of the day, you cause and effect, or it's not fucking the scientific method, really. I mean, yes, there are other things you can do, and you can call it science, but it's not the scientific method. And you're not getting a cause and effect result or relationship result. You're getting some other result.
No, but the definition you posted, I mean, I told you I've stated basically all that in different words. Like the part I told you about the flawed test, that's what I'm saying. If you have an independent variable that is, it looks like you put in an independent variable and you get a dependent variable, but you've controlled for everything and you've put in the same independent variable and you're getting a different dependent variable, and actually it's never consistent. Then that would fall in the last part of what it says there. It says a flawed experimental design or bad data. Exactly. You're not the results aren't really saying anything to the independent variable relationship.
Other than measuring time, it's not something that you can manipulate within it. You can't change it at all. You can only actually ever account for it.
That's enough, though.
Right? So but it's not. No, because what you really need to be manipulating the cause of time, or what time actually is in its essence, not just accounting for it, measuring it. In all honesty, if you want time to have some sort of substance and influence, you should be accounting for actually what it is, not what we measure it by.
Well, I mean, if you were doing a chemistry test and you had all the control variables of the two different chemicals, some solvent, these were all controlled, and the quantities, they were all controlled, and you put them all together, and the only thing that you did different was change the amount of time that you're observing it, You change, how much time has passed, and then afterwards you measure the, I don't know, temperature or fucking whatever is as the outcome. You would see that in that experiment, the X would be the time and the Y would be the temperature. Even though they're not the things actually causing the reaction, it's a chemical reaction. But for the nature of that experiment, the independent variable would be time. And it's usually not useful. Like I said, any given test that you do, you want to be clever and come up with a test that actually shows you something that gives you information on what's going on or whatever. So it may not always be useful to use time as an independent variable, but oftentimes it is. Yeah.
Cause and effect, obviously, which is what, again, I'm going to keep hammering home with regard to the scientific method. You can't use time alone. Obviously, even in your realm, there has to be something else for cause and effect, and time is along with it, i.e., a after effect.
What do you mean? But like the test I just described, though, I said, but there was a bunch of other stuff. It wasn't just time and there wasn't just time. It was time and the chemicals and this and that, but everything else was controlled for. So you did a test 20 times and everything stayed the same every time. The only thing you did different was, the amount of time before you took the temperature.
But that wasn't the difference. The time wasn't the difference. That was the measurement of what you allowed to occur. And that's just simply more interactions between the chemicals. Like you're conflating time with, I don't know how you're doing it, and I suppose you might need to for the narrative or something, but it's like millimeters should have the same effect that you're putting to time. If you think time has the effect that it does, millimeters should as well.
Yeah, they do. I mean, like I told you before, with the beard growing thing, you could have a test where you're just testing one person and, you're studying them for their whole life for whatever reason, but you're just testing his beard length and the amount of time it took for that beard to grow. Or you can measure the time it takes, the time between measurements and the length of his beard. You can use millimeters to measure it. And in both the scenarios, you're switching the dependent-independent variable. So
but neither of them cause anything. Millimeters and time have nothing to do with the cause and effect of the beard. I know you agree with that.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But as I said before, I don't restrict it to just like the cause and effect. That's the easy way of saying it, and so it's usually the way it's said. But it's really just this thing is what causes this thing to be the value that it is. So this input gives this output.
All right. So you don't restrict yourself to the scientific method. In essence, you need to escape that so that you can, well, not escape it, but just work outside the boundaries of that to basically say what you're saying and move forward. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, you do understand that most people in science, they use time as an independent variable very often, and they don't. There's no issue at all with them doing it. Like nobody calls them out.
I cook chickens. I cook chickens to a really nice brown, and when I want to tell someone who I don't see a recipe, and I tell them, you got to have it at this temperature and this time to get it to the same brownness, So I'll pass on that information. It's very handy information, right? It is. But if we were talking about the actual science of it all, the time has nothing to do with the browning of the chicken. It's got everything to do with glycation, which is a heat reaction. It's not a time thing. We measure these things after for convenience, and so we can talk amongst other people about them and have some reference. That's all it is. You're putting more to it.
I'm putting more to it. I mean, I'm just telling you what makes a valid independent variable. And it's simply the X and
I know, but I'd say you have to work outside the realms of the scientific method, and you say, but heaps of scientists use
no
time and I don't deny that.
I don't agree with your statement.
You're still working outside the realm.
Okay. I'm not saying you're right, but scientists still do. I'm not saying you're right. I'm telling you that you're not right when you say that. When you say that it's outside the realms of scientific method, it's not outside the realms.
Well, so what's the scientific method to you if it's not a cause and effect situation.
I mean, I like this one quote from this one person. I said it the other day. I'll say it again loosely, but he says a scientific method do whatever it takes to not think that. What does he say? To not think that. I gotta find the exact quote so I don't mess it up again. Hold on.
That's cherry picking if ever I've heard it. That doesn't sound like a common one.
It's not cherry picking.
Yeah,
It's
maybe not cherry.
It's extremely general. Okay, let's see. Yeah,
as far as I'm aware, I don't know who else is in there. It's foolish. It's the cause and effect thing, isn't it? The scientific method. Surely.
I wouldn't say so, but the scientific method is do whatever it takes to not fool yourself into thinking something is true that is not true, or into thinking that something is not true that is true. And it just says, just do whatever it takes. Do whatever it takes to do that. And that's why most tests are done using that format where you have control variables, independent variables, and dependent variables, because with that setup, you are isolating the thing that is actually, giving you unique outputs. And so you can make predictions based on that. And yeah, doing that, obviously you're usually going to rule out coming to the wrong conclusions and thinking of the right conclusions.
Well, it's definitive, isn't it? Really, if you can manipulate and control those things, you can come out with that yes or no answer at the end of it, which is the scientific method at the end of the day, and keep eliminating things that you presume to be the cause of things until you can only really come to one thing that's really left, and then you can still only really assume that that is the cause because you keep manipulating it and it keeps having the same effect. Whether that's true or not, no one fucking will truly ever know, but that's just how it works. So without the cause and effect part, you can't get to that stage. And so you're not really establishing anything if you're not doing that. Are you? Aren't you just studying stuff and finding patterns and correlations?
And sometimes you are. Sometimes in science, you're just finding laws and patterns. Like the ideal gas law, there's 5 different properties or something like that. And I think one of them is a constant. But other than that one thing being a constant, you have to vary one of the other things and control for everything else to see, to basically see how they're changing. So there's no cause and effect in that. There's just that ideal gas law, and you as an experimenter can be the one who varies it and sees what the outcome is.
Yeah, see, that's why they're laws though, because you can't do the scientific method, but it always fucking happens. They know it happens. It's always going to happen this way, but you can't actually do the scientific method on it. So it's a law.
You can do a scientific method on it. I mean, you can do an experiment on
it. Why did you change your word from scientific method to experiment?
Well, I thought you said scientific method, so I think I was repeating what you said. But what I'm saying is, when I say scientific method, I'm talking strictly about the experiment. So that's why I changed it. Scientific method to me is not it's not a rigid format or anything.
Wouldn't they be scientific theories then if they fully completed the scientific method? Wouldn't they then be established as scientific theories? Hypothesis to a full-fledged scientific theory as opposed to a law?
Theories are more involved like explanations and to tell you sort of the whys in what's happening or what's causing this to happen. Or, yeah, but
exactly.
Yeah, but
they can't do that with laws.
A law doesn't do that though. A law is just a description of what happens.
Yeah, that's because they can't do. Anyway, needless to say, it's different. So, how many scientific theories are out there with regards to the ball Earth, Kosho?
There's probably many.
Not just hypotheses.
Say what?
Not just hypotheses, like full-fledged scientific theories.
I mean, there's plenty of theories.
Through the scientific ones.
Right. That's what I'm saying. When I say theory in this reference, I mean in this context, I'm not going to mean theory in different way, but a scientific theory. Yeah, there's plenty of scientific theories.
No, have you got one?
I mean, there's theories about the geological nature of the Earth, the seismology in the Earth. I mean, there's plenty of theories all surrounding the Earth, so you kind of have to narrow it down, I guess.
How will they pass through the cause and effect part of the scientific method to become scientific theories?
A theory is usually a robust set of tests, experiments, data. It's like a series of different hypotheses that were tested. So it's usually not it's never usually just one idea. Yeah.
So when were any of them done? To all come together and conform to the one conclusion, which sounds like consensus, but we won't go there.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to give a specific example, but I mean, you can think of anything.
Any ball experiment, Cavendish. No. Foucault's pendulum.
Well, I wouldn't say that's
that just
a theory. I guess you could say the
good. Okay.
Well, I mean, a theory is more of a robust explanation or something. So it's not, that's why general theory of relativity or that would be a theory, but it's based on several ideas in one, and then it also has a law with it.
That's tasty. Yeah, look, I'm a little bit over it, mate. Today, I'll give you a pass. Go show.
Pass? Well, I mean,
yeah, no, just Nate. Nate's annoyed me. He's too dishonest. At least you're saying you have to work around the realms of, and it's not the cause and effect, and you have to be aside from that. At least you're going there, which is fair enough.
But my question to you is, where did this you have this very strong restriction on what it has to be and stuff like that, but has that really been expressed? Because I've never heard this rigid way of describing what can and can't be science or scientific method expressed like that. I do know the relationship.
Well, I mean, again, I'll just quickly put to you what I'll put to Nate and others with regards to redshift, right? We look up at the stars and we see what's called redshift with different things going on, right? Bodies moving, etc. It's an anomaly that's seen. And then we come down to the lab and we know on Earth that we've got experiments that we've done. And we extrapolate from those experiments that what we're looking up, right, is those things, right? Now, that's an educated deduction, right? That's fine. And the tests that were done in, like the experiments that were done on Earth, were through an observation, right? Obviously, and it can even have been from sound. Someone could have heard that effect with sound and gone, "Hey, I wonder if that happens with light. Let's do some tests." Who knows how the first observation come about? But when it's experimented with in the lab, it's done rigorously following the method, cause and effect. You're manipulating the presumed cause, the motion of the body moving at different rates of speed and whatever. And then you're checking the frequencies of light, and you're doing it enough times to know definitively that there is that cause and effect relationship. Now, just because you can do that in that laboratory experiment and be very definitive that way and scientific, you can't then just say you're looking up and seeing things and going, that's what that is, without doing the same experiment, moving things up there to show that that's actually what's going on. And I know that sounds ludicrous, but you just have to say, okay, we can't do it with things up there, therefore we can't do cause and effect. We can only ever deduce. Nate wasn't willing to agree with that.
Yeah, but that's the problem with that is, like, the Big Bang Theory let's say that theory is still the theory with including the expansion and whatever else. That theory in itself would also include general theory of relativity, and it would also include the law that's in there, and it would also include Hubble's law and all the data that. So the confidence levels in the expansion of the universe would be based around all the data collected for Hubble's law, and the fact that the I don't know if you've ever seen that line. They draw a line, a straight line, and it shows that the more redshifted something was observed at, the further away it was, and it always correlated. So it's like that's a perfect XY relationship. It's like the prediction would be that it's going to fall in that line, and you have the X, which is the distance based on standard candles, or it could be the redshift, either one, and then the outcome would be the other. And if it fell on that line, that would be matching predictions based on your model, which would be confirming, validating that model further. So that certainly is doing tests, and there's confident values based on that, and you can see when that test would fail. Like you have things that would make it fail and things that would do all. So I mean, to me, it seems like it's valid.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's where I'm holding the line, and everyone else, well, not everyone else, but people that want to not hold the line, or I won't say not want to, but need to not hold the line to validate their beliefs, I suppose, at the end of the day. It's a requirement. It's the same for virology. There were some very, very strict things to show how something's pathogenic, right? Not just isolation, but then to actually show that what you've isolated reproduces in another living organism the same thing that the other organism suffered from before you isolated it, right? That's been thrown out the window. Apparently, you don't need to do that anymore to show pathogenicity. You can just whack it in a petri dish with some cells. Like that just goes against all fucking logic and all reality. But apparently, that's science now, and it's because the rigorous nature of what once was required to be definitive about things has been expanded to include pseudoscience as science.
Well, I mean, like I said, I would only agree with that if there wasn't these confidence values, like if the 3 sigma, 5 sigma, because if you have a reference for how unlikely this thing is to be, like how sure you are about this thing being true or untrue, whatever, then that represents a result. So you could say, yeah, we're 96% sure that this data is correct, and it's actually, it falls in that line just like we're saying it does. That's not very confident, though. It's obviously, if you were like a 1 in 300 billion chance of being wrong, then that's extremely confident. And it just would be, if you were that confident, it'd be almost foolish to discard that idea based on the fact that it might not be true at small degrees. So yeah, I don't know. I see what you were saying about the virality thing, because like I said, that it's like you kind of, in that case, you kind of just open it up. It's like, okay, well, we can't be this stringent because we're never gonna find something out, so we got to be a little bit less stringent, but at the same time, at least they're also lowering their confidence claim. So they're not saying we're just as confident. They're saying we're less confident, but we're still claiming this is a virus or whatever.
Some money into the Netflix account.
Yeah, right. Yeah, look, that's right. Yep. The confidence, they don't sort of shout that out loud, though, do they?
Yeah, I suppose not. Yeah.
Sort of scream, and the confidence goes down too. Sorry, people.
That's not always a flaw. Like people who work in the field or something like that, and they're used to reading papers and that kind of stuff. they know what to look for, and they know what's written there and stuff like that. The issue usually comes up when, someone's reporting something in some journal, and then some science magazine is reporting their reporting, and usually they word it and however they want to word it, fantastical or whatever, and they don't include those different things. But that's not necessarily a dishonesty. That's more like a, like I said, one person falsely reporting somebody else's claim. That's another story.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to astronomy, because I will, like I said, what you said about the twins thing, and I just know in psychology there's a lot of stuff like that. Probably in biology there's some things like that, maybe less though. And then even in other fields, you have sort of these what I would call, I don't know. I wouldn't hold those tests as valid as, something that you could actually look at the independent variable and you have confidence levels. However, though, so those do exist in all different sciences. But however, though, I still think that even in places like astronomy, there's still tests that you can have valid independent variables and valid experiments, as well as just empirical data. But that's another story.
So within each department of science, it's fair to say that there are realms that are very rigorous and can follow quite easily that scientific method through and through, cause and effect. And within those same departments, there are things and ideas and hypotheses going on that they can't actually test that way. So they test in other ways and come to pretty good conclusions and good confidence levels, but not quite that cause and effect like some of the other departments can.
Yeah, I will say that there's that does exist in different degrees in different fields. However, though, I don't think that gives leeway to any specific field. So if something so if you're not able to have like a string theory, for example, there's no valid test for it, yada yada yada. So for this reason, it's not held as valid at all, and no one gives it a no one gives it a pass just because there's no test for it. It's not given a pass because it's not there's no verification for it, so it's not even regarded as anything. However, things like quantum mechanics, which are very different than I guess chemistry, it's not that different, I guess, but it is different in the fact that in chemistry you can visibly see what's going on in a lot of cases and see the reactions and all this and that. Whereas in quantum mechanics, you have models for what's happening down there, and you're even the outcomes of certain tests, you can't directly see them. However, those models you can use to make predictions. So that fact that you can make predictions using these models, and those predictions are going to give you very precise results, one way or the other. Predicting those results very accurately does tell you that you're, whatever it is that you think about the model, that is correct. So, yeah.
Oh, it's the most honest conversation I've had today and yesterday. Well done, Crochet.
That's not good. It doesn't sound. I guess there's a lot going on yesterday. Maybe, I don't know. I was in Gems last night a lot, so. Honestly, you hear dishonesty in these conversations sometimes. It's hard to tell if someone's lying, knowingly lying, or if they're just don't realize that they're lying. But it seems obvious that there's dishonesty. Although I will say that there's been a group, like I've been in here with the group people or in a different server, 5 people, whatever, and all of them are accusing me of lying or being wrong, and I know for a fact that I'm not lying and that they're wrong. So not every case of dishonesty is always dishonest.
I think maybe it's the better word, just some integrity, which is like if you hear something that doesn't sound right, just say, yeah, that doesn't sound right to me. Don't just go along with it, because I mean, even a lot of people think, you're trying to get a soundbite or trying to catch people out, so they change the way they fucking respond because they think they're getting cornered or something, and that's quite frustrating because you can hear that they're beating around the bush for some reason. And it's just to not get caught out, even though you're not trying to catch them out. But anyway.
Well, I mean, in some cases, like I won't do that in a dishonest way. Like I won't lie about something, but I will be as thorough as I have to be. If what was that thing the other day? Somebody was the uphill thing, the water going uphill. Because Zanuck did say it in a simple way, because it's kind of fantastical. And it's just it's more interesting if you say it the way Zanuck said it. And it's the same way Neil deGrasse Tyson does that. He says it in a way that makes it sound fantastical. So it sounds controversial, whatever. It's not untrue. However, I didn't feel a need to I wouldn't express it like that, because all it does is just kind of triggering people, and it doesn't help people understand what you're saying. It just kind of it's just meant to trigger people. So, but people were getting upset because I wouldn't answer that simple question, even though I thoroughly described what I was expressing. Because I said I agreed with him, and I said why, but they wanted me to say it was going uphill.
Yeah, sometimes people are trying to catch you out. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm here just trying to have honest conversations about shit. I certainly won't ever claim I have proof for a flat Earth, that's for sure. Not until I think I have proof, in which case it would have gone through the scientific method. So, other than that, I keep hearing that there is proof for the ball, and then I look at the evidence and I think, no real cause and effect relationship going on there that can be definitive, and you just one after the other. That's all.
But do you know, because of course we're talking and we're not we don't have a bet going on, and we're not in court, we're not in science class teaching people. So when you say proof, I know what you mean, and I can in my head interpret what you mean by that. But if we were being rigorous, I would just tell you, what I would tell you about proof.
Yeah, of course, but the scientific method, it's been gone through, and at the end, is it flat or not? And you've come to a positive outcome because you can measure it to be flat, whatever the situation might be, and you can deny that, but then you'd have to come up with an experiment that contradicts it, and it couldn't be a pseudo-scientific experiment. It would have to be an actual one that then contradicts the other one,
right? Or validates the other one that shows why the conclusion was wrong or whatever.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You have to show why the other one was wrong. That's right. Which, if the other one followed the method, you shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
In all honesty, yeah.
Which is usually
many other people should be able to repeat it and get the same result if it was done correctly.
I was saying, that's usually the case. Even when things like with Newton and Einstein, what Einstein had to do, it because there was no way he was going to show that Newton was wrong or something, which wasn't his goal. But his test his explanation had to also validate Newton's test, because Newton's test had already shown to be true in most cases. So most of the time, the tests that you're doing are not really meant to invalidate the previous tests. A lot of times it has to uphold it, and then and improve upon it. Of course, sometimes you can you can use them to disprove somebody else's test, though. That's the reason why that's
you can certainly show that someone hasn't followed the method rigorously if you could disprove them. Yeah.
It's probably why it doesn't happen often, is because that probably is less likely that somebody else just sucked, or probably that they were dishonest is probably why you were able to disprove them. But if it was just the case that they just sucked, you disprove them. So how did they even get there in the first place? It's not that Newton sucked, and that's why Einstein, because like I said, he justified him.
Newton sucks. That's a funny thought. Excuse me.
What's funny is people always ridicule these guys, certain people, Einstein and Newton. They're two of the smartest peoples. Two of the most.
No, go on, mate.
No, I was just saying two of them. Even if you didn't say maybe pound for pound smartest, even though I think they're very smart, that their intelligence was used in such a way that I don't know. It's almost just difficult to describe, because both of them had such an impact on everybody's understanding. Of course, it would have to be true, though.
Yeah, and again, I'm open to whatever. I certainly wouldn't put my faith that these people weren't real or were real, and even if they were real, is the story, again, does history recall everything accurately, with any of these people, like Elvis and, like just anyone famous in life? Is history ever doing them, a favor or whatever? We don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not a fly on a wall. I can't go back. So, it's one of those things.
I say it's about the media because I don't really watch the news anymore, but I used to go through phases where I was like I'll be a news junkie for a year, for a long time. I'm paying attention to everything. I'm into conspiracies, all that kind of stuff. And when I do that, I watch I don't omit any sources. So I watch the most left wing, the most right wing, the most fringe, whatever.
Hey, Coach Carlos here. Yeah, you mentioned how they changed people's thinking, like Einstein and
understanding. Yeah.
What do you reckon they actually, like, in our practical world? What have they actually done? Like for practical, all intents purposes, what have they actually done that we didn't do before, besides just imaginary equations? Like, how have they helped us in real life?
Okay.
Just one example for each, please.
Okay, so Newton's is innumerable, so massive amounts of ways. I'll just say that, but then I'll also give you an example. You're not gonna like this example though, but it's a very good one, I think. But so he did a lot of things, and probably the most important thing that understanding that we gained from him was that the movement of the celestial bodies wasn't an isolated phenomena from things falling on Earth. Like, these two things were actually the same thing, just happening in different ways. And so, he understood there was a constant acceleration on Earth, and since the acceleration is constant, you can change the other variables. Like, you can change the variable of the horizontal velocity. And so he, doing thought experiments, he's just thinking, okay, well, if I increase the velocity by this amount such that the Earth curves fast enough because how fast I'm moving, that by the time I'm falling, because I'm falling at the same rate the whole time, the Earth's not there anymore. So, they call this a Newton's cannon thought experiment, where you have a cannon that's shot fast enough that it just keeps falling forever, perpetually falling. And
okay, so Newton helped us out with rocket science, and what did Einstein do?
Yeah, it's funny because I was going to say something similar with him, but you know what? I won't even say. I'll just do something different. Then let me see.
I could, without mentioning space at all, on Earth in a real world practical, practicality, I could probably say that neither of these two have actually, produced anything that we can use.
And the photoelectric effect?
Okay.
Say what?
Yeah, go on.
Well, no, it's just the photoelectric effect, involving, you put a certain amount of energy, wavelength energy onto something, or you emit energy onto it, and it's going to repel, or it's going to basically a certain amount of its electrons are going to be separated from it. So you can basically, this gives rise to both what do you call it? What do you call that? The fucking solar cells, solar panels, and also diodes, light emitting diodes, and because those are the same thing basically. Light emitting diodes and solar panels are basically the same thing, but in reverse. It's kind of like
Do you think that the dudes that came up with these instruments and this technology relied on his equation to do that?
Relying on what?
On these equations and these rules. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You reckon they did? Like back in the day, and they grabbed this information and within the last 100 years they've utilized it.
They started utilizing it fairly quickly. Yeah, I think Max Planck was 1900, and then Einstein's paper on photoelectric effect was 1905, and then both those. That led to that, but Einstein's paper about the photoelectric effect led to the entire field of quantum mechanics. And same with Planck.
I'm saying this because I can't really see anything practical, but I mean, some people hold these two in really high esteem. When if you look at Tesla's work, it's far more advanced. Do you ever think that he's, at least on the same level, on the same playing ground?
No, I do think that he has many fruits, and I do regard him as a scientist in some regards, but I regard him mostly as an engineer and as an inventor, and through that he had many fruits. He did actually, and but like I said, it's just two totally different beasts. So I don't really compare them.
It was all through his practical work, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's what an engineer is. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's good to know. Thank you.
They're just different. Like I said, different fields. Because even though Einstein at times was experimental, and other times, for mostly I would consider him a theoretical physicist. So that's just very different than experimental physicists, and it's very different than an engineer. So
yeah, it's a study of stuff. Think and study things.
I mean, it's actually even more conceptual than that, because most of the time, theoretical physicists are, just coming up with the mechanisms and causes and stuff. And sure, that can be based on past experiments or something, but a lot of times you find that it was really just based on them thinking about it for a long time, having all the other information, already known or whatever.
Did you watch
It's
the
funny
video?
how it all was thought about in
day?
someone's imagination before it even come to reality. Who was it that thought of space and satellites and orbits in a cartoon, in a book, in fiction? Who was that? I can't remember.
What's this guy's name? Not Wells, but the Vern. What's his name? Vern. I've read his first.
It was Wells.
It was Wells, was it? Yeah, right.
No, but it was
Fancy that.
It was what's the other guy's name? I can't remember his name. Regardless, though, you have to remember though that, as I said, Newton had come up with a thought experiment. He didn't actually physically, put anything in orbit, of course, but this is why science fiction and science they have a feedback loop relationship. So a lot of those guys got the idea because of a fringe thought experiment idea that someone like Newton would have had.
Did you watch the interview with Lex Friedman and what's his name? Graham Hoffman, I think his name is.
You said Graham Hoffman? Is that
I'll just check it. I'll just find out for you what it was. His name is Donald Hoffman.
No, I'm not. I guess he's
John Hoff.
That was an interview by Lex Friedman 11 days ago.
Oh, this guy looks familiar.
More than 1 million views, and he said that he's saying that because it's a discussion about reality is an illusion, and he said that gravity and space-time they've had their day, and it's basically redundant. In some fields with with study that they can still be utilized, but to go any further to find out more about the micro level and the background and everything, that they're going to have to disregard these two things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, I see this guy. He works in the Department of Cognitive Sciences, and there's a joint department of philosophy, logic, and philosophy of science, and the School of Computer Science. So it seems like I said, just like theoretical physicists, whereas a lot of times if a philosopher or psychologist is coming up with stuff like this, it's really sort of up to the person who's going to determine how that's going to be tested. Like when you make claims like that are so it's kind of outside the grasp of verifying.
Well, I think this guy, Donald Hoffman, he's had, I don't know how many papers he's done and how many books, like over 100 books, I think, and some bestsellers. He's got some status in the scientific community. He's pretty held in high esteem. His thoughts aren't just, fairy tales.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm not saying that, like I said, like string theory is another example. Like string theory, I don't think it's a fairy tale, but I wouldn't give it to a family member. I wouldn't hold it to any regard because I don't have any reason to assert that it's valid because there's no test for it or whatever. So something like this, like you can come with arguments and stuff that's like, oh wow, that would make sense. That would make this make sense, but to claim it as truth would require some validation, right?
Well, that's kind of what he's talking about. He's investigating the truth.
So see the interface theory of perception. The interface theory of perception is the idea that our perceptual experiences don't necessarily map onto what exists in reality itself. This is in contrast to the popular view of critical realism.
There you go. I just linked his video for you right there.
I'll check it out, yeah. See, but these are just different philosophical models. Actually, that's it's such a different, different beast than science, because philosophical models actually can be proven one way or the other.
Well, he does mention evolution, so he does sort of delve into science itself.
Yeah, he's mentioning a lot of stuff in science. I mean, his field is basically, Karl Popper was philosophy of science as well. I mean, I like this. I'll definitely watch his video, though. You said it had one of the most views, is that what you said?
It's only been, I don't know how long is when it came out, like 11 days or something. He's had more than 1 million views.
He's had some awesome people. Like he's had Roger Penrose a couple times. He's had some awesome interviews, but I used to just depending on who's on and if I'll put up with it. Sometimes I get so bored watching him because he like lacks the sort of energy that, I don't know, it doesn't make for like a great interview.
Well, that's because he's a computer. What is he? He's studied computer science. I think he's got some high qualifications in that, and he's also half Russian and Croatian, so English is the second language.
Yeah, and he's a cool dude, smart dude too. I mean, I like a lot of his interviews. It's just sometimes
he's half Ukrainian, actually, half Ukrainian and half Russian.
Oh, okay. Like I've seen him on Joe Rogan a couple times too. He talks about fighting and stuff.
He plays the guitar pretty good too.
You said what?
He plays the guitar. Oh, you talking about
yeah.
Lex Friedman or Donald Hoffman?
No, Lex Friedman. Yeah. No, but I just like I like his guests. He has some
like Oliver Stone, yeah.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. He's at Oliver Stone. I've seen the one with like I said, Roger Penrose,
Elon Musk.
Oh yeah. And Wolfram. He's at Wolfram a couple times.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of different models, philosophical models. It's definitely interesting though.
Yeah, it's hard to find these type of people in everyday life that you can have a conversation with. The only way really is to watch an interview, and you just have to rely on whoever's asking the questions.
It's interesting. It's interesting how most people, like as young men, like really between 14 and maybe 24 or something like that, you really are interested in philosophy. You know what I mean? But it's like you kind of grow out of it. But it's just an interesting field. Like it's the questions.
Well, if we removed all space agencies from the equation, isn't the whole heliocentric model relying upon philosophy?
No.
Yeah, like just for example, we didn't go into space and we didn't develop rockets, and all we had was powered flight. To the level that we go to now. Just say like commercial airline.
Yeah.
That would be the highest like level that you could imagine for any type of evidence of the model itself without relying upon philosophy.
You would think so, but I would say that's not true. Like,
Can you give me an example how outside of the realms of philosophy and not having anything to do with space travel, how you could rely on anything else besides philosophy?
Yeah, let's say that we've never gone into space, and let's even go as far to say no, let's not go that far. But let's just say that let's change history and say that humans never went up into up higher than where balloons went. And that's not to say that satellites didn't go up, because some of the satellites that are up there helped us, like one of the Hubble, for example, helped us see much further away, and we take these amazing observations. But even without that, you can make the stretch that things like the Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory wasn't based on going to space at all. It was based on things we observed in space, like the Hubble constant and the expansion of the universe, and then the fucking cosmic microwave background.
Because I've noticed on Google Earth, like the the height of a satellite with a camera on it, right? And that's supposedly what's taking the photos for Google Earth. Besides, they do use some high altitude airplanes to take the photos of the Earth, yeah. But you have to imagine, like, you look at the resolution when it actually clicks into a photo from a cartoon to a photo, and that height there of whether or not they're zooming, but that height is well below and not necessary for extremely high altitude flight, whether it be an airplane or a satellite. You could do it with a Cessna.
In some cases, yeah.
Because it's pretty uniform across the whole Google Earth model. You're looking at it zooms in at just the right spot every time, the same altitude.
No, that's just not true. But what did it say? Right. But yeah, so there's places where the resolution is incredible, and other places where it's abysmal, and a lot of the differences in the amount of data. And so you're right that there's data that can be collected from planes, and it's obviously collected fucking on the road and shit like that, like the cars that drive around. But the places that have data from that and from many satellite images and all that stuff, they're going to be like I said, the resolution is going to be incredible. And I'm on Google Maps right now, and I'm looking at the entire state of Texas, and it's pretty good resolution actually. But yeah, this is an impossible. Of course, it could have been stitched together. That could have been.
It's basically you get the lower altitude of clear photos, and you stitch them together, and then you zoom out on it, and it just becomes basically a cartoon.
Well, not basically a cartoon, but yeah, a composite.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, necessarily so, though, right? Have you ever zoomed into a freeway? Yes.
Yeah.
You ever notice there's no cars on them?
It's because the cars are moving too fast for the photo, eh?
No, it's because there's so much data that was collected that they had the opportunity to not use the ones that had cars in them, and they could literally make the roads bare and make the skies cloudless, because they had enough data, in some places at least, to have that luxury. Man, it's crazy all the resources we have today, I love looking at maps.
Especially old maps. I like to imagine how they got some of those maps that depict the world in a totally different way than how we see it on Google Earth.
Yeah, I used to wonder that too, but you know, I started to realize that it makes a lot of sense. Like you've seen, like there's maps of the United States where there's like a giant lake, and then there's a giant island where California is, but in between, you know, the Mississippi River and you know the West Coast is like a giant ocean almost, and people think, oh
Yeah,
wow,
and if you look at California, you can see all the runoff where the lake would have burst and run into the ocean, and it went right through California.
Yeah, but you know that was probably way before people ever lived here. When most probably what the case is that the people when maps are made like that, the places that are well known are going to have accurate, drawings and descriptions, and the places that are vague or from word of mouth from a stranger who speaks a different language is going to be probably flawed and might actually suffer from having actually accurate information.
Yeah,
what are you lying about?
It's quite strange, isn't it? Like, for example, in the Bible, there's never any mention of pyramids, and the travelers that went to Egypt, to China, never mentioned the Great Wall. There's a lot of anomalies to make you think, well, are these things really as old as they're thought to be?
But Carlos, why would the Bible mention pyramids?
Why wouldn't it, bro? It mentioned almost everything else.
Because not really, number one. Number two, there was nothing special about the pyramids. It's like writing a book today and mentioning Niagara Falls. It's something everyone sees, you know?
Niagara Falls is natural. If it was man-made, you'd think that...
It's like writing a book and talking about the Statue of Liberty. Why would you? It's been around for so long. Everyone's seen it. We all know it's there. It's not that spectacular.
Well, in the Bible, there's lots of mentions about all different structures and buildings. You know, Solomon's temple, all sorts of structures. Why wouldn't they mention the pyramids?
Yeah, but it mentions structures we don't see anymore. You know, we don't see Solomon's temple. We don't see the Tower of Babel. You know, it mentions these things that are lost to us. It doesn't mention the things that we have here already today, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah,
it mentions cities and civilizations that don't exist anymore. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry, man. I'm shitting all over you guys' conversation. What is it you guys are talking about?
It's good to
I'm sorry.
Fresh breath of air.
Oh yeah, kosher gets
we were talking about. We were originally talking about Einstein and Newton and what have they actually done for the practical use of everyday life.
It's 27 years of experience.
Is it going to be 30 tomorrow?
Maybe.
Maybe. How you doing, Rocky?
Doing good, man. Up late last night and up early this morning trying to get everything done. But I'm headed to the coast in a couple hours, so it'll all be good. It'll all be worth it, man.
Oh, nice. You gonna be on your boat for the weekend or something?
Yeah, we're trying to finalize it. Put it in the water next week, but that's all. Got a couple outside vendors that we're dependent on that.
Is it a new boat? You got a new one?
No, it's one I've owned. We're just redoing it, repainting it, and doing some woodwork on the inside, and redoing furniture and blinds and bedding and all that. Just making it fresh. It got hit by the hurricane, so we put it in the shop to get all that repaired, and we just did other updates.
Nice.
Yeah, it just took some superficial outside damage
from the winds of a hurricane, and so we're just redoing
How
it
long
from
can you stay out on that boat before you got to come back from like how much supplies can you carry? A week's worth? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, like it has 900 gallons of fuel, 300 gallons of water that's in a tank. You can carry extra water. Don't ever stay that long. We're basically gone for the weekend, or 3 nights, 4 days is the longest I've stayed on it personally.
Okay, nice, great. That's what's up, man. It's been a dream of mine to own a boat.
We have a lot of fun. Well, I also take clients out, you know, friends and whoever wants to go. We just take them out fishing.
Oh, nice. Do they have to like pay to use the boat, or just because you going, you just take them along with you?
Yeah, I've never charged one person. Never will.
Nice.
Yeah, we just show people. Like, there's a lot of people that have never been and experienced that type of thing. So we just take that type of person out a lot. And then I have clients that want to go. We take them also. Take them and their kids and let them enjoy the day, you know. Kind of appreciation.
How far from the coast do you get? Where do you usually go?
It just depends. I mean, hundreds of miles. Depends on where we go. Like, most of our fishing spots are, like, our day trips are 50, 60 miles off the coast. And then if we go trolling for like marlin and stuff, we might go 200 miles off. But I've traveled, you know, we lived on it for a year, just traveling around Bahamas and Florida and Key West and like South Carolina and places like that. But right now, I basically have 3 different businesses, but they're like really busy. Like, we're extremely busy. So I haven't been taking very many long vacations. We've just been like going on the weekend or flying like a week. I took a week for Tennessee, and that's long, you know. But a lot of times we're just flying back and forth. Like, we'll stay a month at a time in our condo, but I'll fly back and forth to work.
It sounds nice, at least.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, it's, you know what I'm saying, it's a different world out there.
You know, I saw, you know, I was in the Navy, but I saw recently that movie Captain Phillips, which was my girlfriend, and she just wanted to watch a documentary about it, and she wanted to look up, like, she didn't know anything about pirates or anything like that, which I thought was weird. But regardless, yeah, they're more prevalent now even than they were, you know, back when Captain Phillips thing happened. Like, there's so many pirate ships, but it's out in it's a different part of the ocean. But I was just wondering, are there any kind of pirates or anything like that over in our oceans?
Yeah, we deal with a little bit of that. Like, we carry weapons on our boat to defend ourselves, but like, there's a lot of people. We call them bandits. We don't call them pirates.
But, I mean, do they have like organizations? Like, are they organized? Because the pirates over there are pretty organized. You know, where they have they're part of big clans and stuff like that. So I don't know.
They seem to be rogue people here. Like, you'll get a lot of Vietnamese or whatever coming to shrimp and fish our waters, and then you'll get that 1 or 2 people that go rogue, like, you know, capitalize on what they know is a rich environment. So they'll quit the shrimping business and they'll start robbing boats or stealing boats or whatever. So that's basically what it is. But not a lot lately. Like, this year, I haven't heard of one incident, but you'll get that occasional robbery out at sea, whatever you want to call it. We call them bandits, but that's basically piracy. But you have to be careful. I mean, people don't realize you, as a captain, you have the right out on 9 miles past state lines. When you get into federal waters, maritime laws, the captain has a lot of rights. Like, you approach the wrong boat, you're getting killed. I mean, you're just like, I'm not letting anybody board my boat with my family there.
Oh yeah, sure, dude. Sure. And that movie kind of helps. The first thing they said, they obviously are not fucking real security people, but they were, we're just here to check, make sure everything's okay. We're gonna board your boat and stuff like that. Like, dude, no way.
I mean, I've never been boarded by the Coast Guard out on the water. It's always happened at the marina, or like I have to call the Coast Guard. Like right now, I have a Coast Guard inspection scheduled for next week. But out on the water, it's a little different. They'll board people's boat if they suspect them of doing stuff, but they don't mess with the bigger yachts, usually fishing. Until you get in the port, they'll come inspect your catch at the marina, or board your vessel and make sure you're up to date on your fire extinguishers. Like, we have suppressor systems in the engine rooms and stuff. High water alarms, things like that. Your documentation.
Well, Coast Guard, they're probably looking for, or if they're going to board you or something like that, they're probably mostly looking for people smuggling drugs or something, right?
Yeah, they're really safety. Like, we have a big, of course, oil platforms and a lot of industry out on the water, so they're more for that. And then a really big charter, boat system that take people out, and they monitor them really close. And then the fishery is wildlife and fishery, not Coast Guard. So safety is mostly drug enforcement, and safety is Coast Guard. But like where my marina is, there's a Coast Guard station. So we're pretty much, we bring them fish, and like, we treat them right. So they're like, we know most of them. Like, most of the people in that community have family that work for the Coast Guard, or what I'm saying.
Yeah, makes sense.
They're all in the shrimping business or the oil industry, so they depend on the Coast Guard to keep them safe.
I like the Coast Guard. I mean, I like what's it called, National Guard too, but not that much.
National Guard has really gotten rough. Like, it's like a gang almost sometimes.
Yeah, I think because as kids, it's like you said you have cops that are your friends that are cops that are like a little twisted, and I think that's the difference between cops and the military is it's just more the military, at least in boot camp, and there's just a seriousness that you don't just point guns at people, and you kind of understand the seriousness of certain things. Whereas it seems like there's a lot of cops that don't get trained and not point guns at people and put your finger in their tree, like all this type of stuff that they kind of just allow themselves to do. And I think National Guard is somewhere in between that, cops and military.
Yeah, I'm just judging by the people I know in the National Guard. They're family-oriented men that just do it on the week. They basically do it for the money. Like, they're serving, but they're, it's a good deal for them. They only have to train once a month and just be on the ready. But we have a National Guard here in the city too. Pretty big base at the airport.
I'm just thinking back to that. What was that? Kent State. Whenever it was like 50 years ago, whatever. But they there was people there protesting or riot. I don't know if they're rioting, protest, what they were doing. But the National Guard are very ready to kill them. So they're killing people like their age. I don't remember how many people died, but
Yeah, that whole follow and order thing, like it's you've been in the military, so especially in the Marines or something like that, it's pretty much die hard. The orders come in from up top, you don't question them, which is dangerous in a way, but you need it in wartime.
Well, you can not follow a. So you'll get Article 92 if you don't follow a lawful order, but if you feel like it's not a lawful order, for whatever reason, which is usually not the case, don't follow it. But sometimes killing people is a lawful order. So
my nephew just got out of the Navy. He basically quit because of some unlawful orders that he questioned, and they came down on him pretty hard. You know what I'm saying? But morality part, he just quit. He said ain't worth his.
He was an officer.
Yeah, he was shit. Yeah, he was flying jets for the Navy. He was way up there.
As I say, because if he quit,
what would be an example of an unlawful order?
Say what again?
What would be an example of an unlawful order?
I mean, sure, to do something fucking that's not lawful. I mean, harassing somebody or
breaking in their house and kill all the men type thing.
Yeah, there's tons of stuff.
Yeah, he was being asked to drop ordnance on a known area, that wasn't military. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh shit,
with civilians.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. He said it got to where, you have sick people in every group, right? So he was like, it was almost like fun, a game or fun to him, a joke. Yeah.
You hear about that a lot. Like I heard about that with the Air Force or Army. Really, like people were out in the desert and they're bored as hell, and they're just out there shooting dogs and fucking with people's livestock and stuff like that.
It happens. I mean, drugs are a big thing. Just that mentality of you might not make it out alive type, mentality. So you're able to do certain things. I think Vietnam was a real, good study case for that because it was known to be a lost cause almost. Like World War II, there was a lot of camaraderie and more of we're doing a good deed, but Vietnam was kind of showed the true colors of some of the parts of war that were terrible.
Yeah, it's like nobody wanted to go there, and then you just have like kids. So it's like you Saving Private Ryan, like the part where Tom Hanks, like I wonder what his job was because like they all got drafted and stuff. So it's like they were, but it was you're right. It was more like a duty, like a honorable duty. What they were doing. That's at least what they made it look like in the movie and stuff. But yeah, there's not too much honorable stories from Vietnam.
Well, fighting for a cause, right? There's honor in it. That's how kind of we're brought up. But Vietnam was more the first war that people were, made to go fight a war that they knew they didn't want to be fighting. And a lot of, you take the high school dropouts or, the people who pass high school and don't know what they're going to do. They go into the military now, a lot of them.
But it's different though. It's different if you're getting drafted and you going because you can go choose your job. So yeah, I mean, I just always wondered what would it be like to be drafted because you're being drafted into like the infantry, and that's just it. That's what you do now.
Yeah.
But Scott's dad kind of had an honorable story in Vietnam because he was captured one time, but he also he did some cool shit too. He was a pilot.
And an astronaut. Damn, Scott's dad sounds amazing.
I mean, even before the astronaut stuff. I mean, he was an Air Force pilot, but still, they're okay. There's nothing better than being a Navy
pilot. Yeah.
Yeah, I was eating lunch with this pilot once in Qatar, and he was just telling, because we were on an Air Force base. I think that's the only reason he was sitting with me, was because we were like two of the only Navy guys there, and and then so we were talking about it, and he's like, you know what the difference is between Navy pilots and the Air Force pilots? He's like, the Air Force pilots, they give you these like 5 big massive books. You go through this long training. They teach you everything about how to fly. It's all in these books. It's like, and in the Navy they give you one like skinny books, like a little small book, and it just tells you what you can't do. That's it. I was like, well, I mean, I totally believe that too.
Why did you join the Army?
I didn't join the Army.
Yeah, why did you join the military?
I was in the Navy. Okay, the world's greatest Navy. It's not the Army.
Yeah, well,
and that was my.
Yeah,
choice.
I corrected myself, bro. Jesus.
Yeah, okay. Well, it wasn't fast enough, though, dude. Was it? No, but my I was like that was like the most conspiratorial I probably was. Maybe I got more so in the military, but before I joined, I just definitely was totally against joining the military. But I was also.
Why did you join then?
Well, I mean, I was getting into trouble. It was the right thing to do.
To get out of trouble?
No, yeah, kind of. And also, I was drinking a lot.
So you sold your soul?
No. So first of all, the other thing is, like, I was like, I don't want to do this shit. Like, I was thinking about moving out. I was going to leave the country, and then when I took the ASVAB, I wasn't even planning to go. And I told you I was on shrooms whenever I first took it or whatever. But they allowed me to pick any job, for literally any job, and I wanted to be a linguist. So because I got that job, but actually I was interested.
So you were a linguist in the Navy?
I was at first, yeah.
Oh,
but I got
a translator.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to take this test called the D-Lab, and it just basically tests to see where they place you to what languages you might be able to learn. But yeah. But anyways,
which language did you go?
Well, I was supposed to be learning Farsi, but I got kicked out before I even got any training done. But before that, anyways, I was already learning Hebrew, and then when I was moving to the Middle East, I learned Arabic. So I got paid anyways I got paid for my proficiency in Hebrew and Arabic, which is like $300 extra a month on your paycheck. But yeah, I got kicked out because the day before I left for boot camp, but at my going away party, the cops busted it, and so I got a minor in consumption. And I had also a DUI before that. And my recruiters told me not to disclose that information. But a little did I know, they gave me that advice because they need to fill their quotas and they get people in. But it really didn't help me because actually I'm going through like an FBI interview. They pay $100,000 to go through this interview. And if they find out that you were lying about something like that, you get kicked out, dishonorable discharge, all that kind of stuff. And so when I was in the interview with the dude and he was asking me, was something I didn't disclose, I knew they're going to find out because they're going to send this huge, investigation for the top secret clearance and everything. And so I just straight up told him. And at that point, they were getting ready to separate me from the Navy. And the only way I could stay in is if I could stay in, but I would have to lose that job. So I went through the process of picking a different job.
Okay.
And become a government shill for the rest of his life. He had to sign that paperwork. He can't mention that.
What? Why didn't you just leave, man?
Why didn't I leave? That would have been worst case. That would have been worse, I think. I wouldn't have gotten.
You just leave and you wouldn't have?
No, I don't think. I don't know. Maybe you get like a other than honorable. Maybe I don't know, but it's not a good look.
Who cares? You leave and you go work at become the manager at the local Walmart or something.
I had some of the best times when I was in the Navy, dude. I wouldn't. I wouldn't go back and do it different.
That's what's up.
Actually, I was supposed to be in for 6 because I signed for 6 years and for submarines because as a linguist, I assume that's kind of what they were going to put me, and I got a sign-on bonus too. But when I got, when I lost that job, I basically had, just a 4-year contract, and yeah, I mean, it worked out for the best, anyways. Like I said, everything happens for a reason, so probably would have hated being on a sub. There's no girls on subs, so.
Yeah.
Joke, dude. Yeah, being in the Navy, dude, that's when I became a professional drinker.
Yeah, Navy guys drink a lot.
Yeah.
That's how I would never join the military. Too much of a drinking culture going on.
No, dude, it's just not. I made this. It's kind of not a good joke, but I used to always make this joke or observation, really. But if you ever saw in the news, like the army, like if there's army people and they're in the news, it's because there's like a homicide somewhere, like a terrible homicide. And if there's like a Marine in the news, it's usually because they did a rape. But usually, if the Navy is in the news, it's usually an alcohol-related incident, like some drunk driving or something. It's usually is the case. Some outliers. But I guess all the branches drinks, yeah.
Thieves, rapists, and liars. Is that what you said?
Yeah. That's all the military is.
Is what?
Thieves, rapists, and liars.
Wait, what? Rapists and liars?
Thieves.
Oh, thieves. I don't know about that. Yeah. Our credo in the Navy was, "I will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate anyone who does." Although I would say it's entirely true, though. But
yeah,
it's kind of inverted, right? When you see it on the news.
I mean, the thing is, dude. There's liars, thieves, and rapists, all walks of life, dude. So.
Except the ones that are all walks of life don't plead allegiance to what the statement you just said shouldn't. What?
I will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate anyone who does.
Yeah, cheating, that's the rapist part, yeah. Steal, that's the thief part. And lying, well, you got it totally inverted there, isn't it? That's an oath.
The thing is, though, dude, it comes down to what kind of code you have as a person, and if you are easily succumb to the urges of your body or whatever. Because it is true that during war, there is a lot of bad things that happen. It's usually from men who are, I wouldn't say weak in a way that they don't have self. They don't have that same code. You know what I mean? They allow themselves to do things, horrific things.
Possessed.
If you didn't join the Navy, what would you have done instead?
I was coding back then. I was actually going to school for that, but I was drinking a lot, so I mean, I don't know. And I got really into conspiracies, and I would go to the library. Like, I had a job.
Like which ones?
Say what?
Which conspiracies? Like were you head over heels?
I was head over heels in love with. Head over heels. I mean, I was
Like which ones were you really deep into? You know, everyone's got the
all the same ones, dude. If Flat Earth was around back then, I probably would have been Flat Earth too, dude. I mean, when I first saw
you,
I mean, all of them. Dude. When I first saw Math Powerland, probably in 2015, maybe whenever his video first came out, because I saw it and I was watching all conspiracies. Like, I was open to whatever, if it was convincing or whatever. And I remember seeing it and being like, that's interesting. The stuff he's saying is kind of interesting, but at the same time, it wasn't compelling enough for me to look. And plus also I didn't see anything else besides that video of him doing it, so I didn't even know there was other people who thought that.
Who thought what? Who is it?
That the Earth was flat, and NASA was on. Yeah. So I don't know if he says the Earth is flat in that video. He might imply it, but have you ever seen that Math Powerland video?
No, I don't really.
It's old as fuck though, dude. It's the first thing I've ever seen in Flat Earth.
Nice.
And he's on stage, like, it looks like he's doing stand-up comedy kind of, but he's kind of just making jokes about NASA and how their shit's so silly. And the pictures are obviously, like, he shows you the pictures of, like, the frying pan and the, you know what I mean? But he does it in like it looks like it could be a stand-up comedy routine, and it kind of was.
Nice.
But yeah, the conspiracy theories, 9/11, that kind of stuff. New World Order.
Gangsters.
Yeah, but the thing is, when I joined the military, there's things you observe and become a part of. Like, I was a part of Operation Mermaid Dawn, officially, like, which was the the raid, the NATO mission in Libya. Even though I wasn't there, I was attached to a command that was supporting that whole thing. So, if I would have gotten a medal for that, it would have been a medal from that mission. But yeah, anyway. So anyways, I had firsthand knowledge of a lot of stuff that, before maybe speculated about or something, but it's
like what?
The one example I bring up a lot because it's one of the last things that happened when I was in the Navy. But when we were in Syria, first of all, the rebels that were in Libya, the rebels, the weapons, the whole thing, they basically just shifted everything to Syria. So it was like the same thing that was happening in Libya, which was apparent what had happened. But in Syria, it wasn't going the same way. Like, Russia was helping Assad, and Assad wasn't losing that much ground and stuff like that. And so I could tell that us as the United States, we were actually prepared to do exactly what happened in Libya. You know what I mean? And so we were just looking for those ends and looking for the reason to justify it. And then they used chemical gas or chemical weapons or whatever, supposedly, and it was kind of like it was like a bullshit evidence. And then it happened again, and they said, if it happens again, that's it, we're going in right away. And it happened again, and this was in the fall of 2013. And I'm telling you, from the perspective of the military, we literally, like, from where I was in Bahrain, we literally stopped what we were doing, like with the missions that we were supporting or whatever. Everything was immediately geared at an engagement in Syria. And That's everybody. That's military wide. It was for a full week. This was like it was a very big deal because like the whole military just changed their mission and was getting ready to gear up towards Syria. And I remember I met this guy that was getting out the same time I was, and he was actually a quartermaster on a ship. And he told me that the quartermaster is like the driver of the ship, even though the captain's like in charge or whatever. The quartermaster's like the one driving it. Anyways, he told me that his captain told him, this is during that week, so this is after it happened, I'm talking to him, but he told me that during that week he was on the coast of Cyprus, near Cyprus and Israel and near Syria. But yeah, he says that his captain was just telling him to get as close to the shore as possible, even though he knew that the waters he was about to get into was already contested waters, and we had no rights to be in there, and that we were going to get shot at. And so he knew that. He warned the captain that we were going to get shot at. And the captain said he knows. Like he knows. He was basically purposely trying to position the ship in a way so that Syria, whoever, would instigate, so that we would have provocation to do whatever, like start a conflict right there. So it's like shit like that. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
you trying to agitate him.
Yeah. But you remember that event, the red line event thing?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, they were trying to bait them into a conflict. That's what they were doing.
Yeah.
And they I remember because the story came out about the chemical weapons inspectors and the big investigation they did into it, and it all came out, that it was all bullshit.
Yeah.
And that it was all actual rebel forces and shit, not Assad forces.
What's funny is that, and it's exactly right. The thing is, Gaddafi would have had to been retarded and suicidal if he thought that he was going to go against the United States and NATO. Just like King Jong-il or Jong-un, whatever, he'd have to be suicidal if he's going to provoke the United States. So, if we warn them not to use chemical weapons, or we're guaranteeing that they know that we want to go in there, Russia knows that we want to have a reason to go in there, and so they're not going to use it. And that's why I thought that Russia...
And that's just the silly thing about, doing that sort of red line thing where you say, oh, if they do this, then then we're going to do this. Then all the people out there that want you to get into a bigger conflict, they're going to go and try and fake, whatever that thing is that is going to trigger you. Like if you say, oh, if chemical weapons are used, then we're going to come in. Then people that want you to come in are going to fake a chemical weapons, thing, and or the leader would have to be completely off his rocker, insane, to actually deliberately use it to then bring
guaranteed death, basically, for him. Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally illogical, and
Like I said, when you have somebody like Kim Jong-un who is pampered and eats like European cheese and wine every day, he has a very comfortable lifestyle, right? I don't think that he would trade that for a useless war that would last 2 weeks or whatever, and he'd end up dying. But I thought Russia's response during that whole event was tactical and pretty genius. But
well, that's the one thing I admire about Russia and the way they conduct themselves, is that they follow international law, and they really strictly just try and stick to international law. And that's what I've seen them do over the last 10 years or so. And America just breaks international law like it's just a guideline or something. So that's a big difference that I noticed between those two.
No, but it's all about perception now. That's what I was. That's what the whole point of the red line sort of stuff is, and that kind of thing. Because if let's say we just went in without provocation and did something in North Korea, we would not have the justification to let's say that happened. We went in and did that, and then it escalated to a sort of World War III type of thing, where now there's a bunch of countries involved in different conflicts. The thing is, it's easier to gain allies or to keep allies or allies to justify to even help you if you have if you have a less than dishonorable cause. But if you were the one who provoked somebody and it was almost for no reason, then you're almost going to have no allies. So, and they might even ally with the other people. So you have to almost make it at least optically look like you're in the right, which the United States at least attempts, even though it's dishonest almost every time. Like what is it, WMDs and stuff like that. Like even still though, they still.
We do it very well. Yeah.
Well, sometimes we do it well, or we just do it, and because the WMD thing was bullshit. I saw that Dick Cheney movie the other day too, and they were talking about Colin Powell, and then Colin Powell he went before the what do you call that, United Nations, and he's the one who made the he was the one who was asking for allies because he told them about the WMDs. And they said in the movie that Colin Powell later would say that was the most painful. I think that's what they used. That was the single most painful moment in his life, or something like that. I'm like, damn, dude, because he totally didn't want to go up there and do that. He knew it was bullshit. Yeah, but I used to believe in really, really funky conspiracy theories, and luckily, I feel like I discarded the silliest ones, and I feel like the ones that, everybody feels like the things they believe are true, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't believe them. But I feel like the ones I have, I still believe in or whatever. I feel like they're definitely the truth.
So, what conspiracies do you still believe in?
Well, there's ones that are definitely true. Like, the sort of background, what do you call it, shadow government agenda, sort of thing, which sort of covers things like 9/11 and
military industrial complex stuff.
Yeah, but it's more complicated than even just the shadow government or military industrial complex. Like there's just a whole arena and agenda behind the scenes.
So like Bilderberg Group type stuff.
Yeah, like all the things that we just named, they're all just like pieces, like they're all just just different characters in the whole thing. But yeah, there's a whole thing. Yeah.
Okay, but you said shadow government, so you mean there's a whole thing behind, like what's on television? There's something behind it, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Really pulling the strings.
Like the smartest
someone's
are not going to be politicians. Like the smart, there's people who will run an administration and not be a politician. You know what I mean?
Okay, but these politicians are having their strings pulled. Is it by bankers, lobbyists, or what is the shadow government?
These interest groups. A lot of you have to, like, the way I see it is like you have banks, you have military, you have big business and interest, but these are all just. It's just like a moving body. Like these are different parts of a bigger structure. So I don't think the banks are the end all be all, and neither is the military or the government. It's like there's
so behind all of these things, there's still something further behind all of these things.
Yeah, but not. I wouldn't say like a single person or single group. It's like like I said, it's a like a hidden hand.
A hidden hand.
You know what's a good example though is George H.W. Bush, because he wasn't necessarily he was like probably the only people who was the head of the government and also part of this shadow government, right? Like because he was head of the CIA back when the CIA was doing all the funky shit, and then he was president even while Ronald Reagan was president, and then he became president, and then when his son became president, he basically, his same administration, same people, same agenda and shit. So that's probably the closest you'll get to seeing what those interest groups and agendas look like.
Okay.
But there's always funky shit that people doesn't have any explanation for. It's like, why is the United States and Israel why they always have the same interest here or there? Why are we so interested in certain Middle Eastern agendas?
The hidden hand, right?
Well, yeah, because there's a totally different agenda that is not aligned with the agenda that our politicians would be telling our people in our country. They have some other there's agents with our government that have a totally different agenda, and it becomes apparent when they some of those things get.
What you hypothesize that agenda could be? What do you think?
That what?
The agenda there, this ulterior.
Oh yeah, I would say it was a hypothesis before I joined, but like I told you, everything that it's like everything was confirmed. Some things were discarded, but so many things were confirmed. It's just crazy, especially like I talked about the Arab Spring. Arab Spring was a massive fucking eye opener. Just how we engage with certain countries, and how we engage with other countries. I told you, like the ones we already had, them under our umbrella, we treated them one way, and the ones where we wanted to overthrow their government, we just went in and overthrew the government and pretended it was the rebels.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Were you watching the news and stuff like that when that was happening in Libya?
Yeah, I mean, I was all over Twitter.
But you know what I noticed? The CNN, because over here when it's nighttime, it's daytime over there, and it's daytime over there, it's nighttime here, and so during the daytime here, which would be nighttime there, they're just showing us that the rebels, like, oh, look at all these gains the rebels have fucking gotten all this incredible gain. And what they don't show you is that the French Air Force, the British, and American, usually American and French intelligence agents and special forces and stuff, they were doing all these fucking crazy missions, dude. They got all the gains, and then when it was time for the news to come on, they made it look like it was just the rebels just getting like gains and all that shit. Crazy shit. But we would do airstrikes and all that kind of stuff. Didn't you say that you believed that 9/11 was an inside job before?
Oh no, I'm just not sure on it. I don't know what to believe. It's so. Even the fact that happened, it's like, what the fuck? Guys flew planes into a building, into the Pentagon. Like, it's a shit out of a movie. Out of a 90s action movie.
No planes.
No planes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No planes.
So you guys say stuff like that, and then then guys like Nate, he starts to see what it is, and it isn't what it is, because he's seeing it as like a kooky idea. That's why I never even say. I used to think that actually.
I just don't know.
I don't know what he thinks. I'm interested in the truth.
Yeah, but there's no those.
What do you think happened, Commissioner?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter what I think about that, because those like the planes not being there or whatever, that's like, or the buildings having explosions in them even. It's speculation on both sides. Like it's not speculation. It's we could be old men arguing either side of that, and there'd be no conclusion.
You mean one of us would stay in denial that long?
Yeah, I think both sides will argue both those things because there's no conclusion they'll ever come to.
Have you seen September Clues, Kosho? Have you seen September
Yes, I've seen all that. I told you I used to express exactly what you just expressed, right? Now I don't even worry about that being the case or not because the real evidence is not in the buildings being fake or the planes never hitting them or it's in who actually was responsible and who allowed it and things like that. You know what I mean?
Well, that's just one part of it. It's like if there's a murder, all parts are important. The reason, the person who did it, you know, the impact.
Yeah, but I think the person who did it is the most important thing, right? Like you want to catch whoever did it above everything else.
Yeah, indeed. Like if you're saying it was Mr. Magoo, and you're saying like he had a shrink ray and he shrunk all the people, and then they all went in and did this. It's like if you have an incredible scenario, it you would requires the incredible amount of evidence for that, and then it turns people away from the whole thing. I think.
Yeah, but we know who did it. They're untouchable. So all we can rely on is the logical deduction of working the way back, and it just doesn't make sense, man.
But who did it, Carlos?
I have hard evidence of who was involved, right? And it's like literally government fucking what do you call it? Reports, like the DEA. A lot of people don't know this, but the DEA had over 100 suspicious. What do you call it when you when the cops hold you for detained? Yeah, so they had like 100 like they detained like 100 suspicious people, and coincidentally, these people were from a specific country, and also they were around the DEA offices, but there was also two groups specifically that were living in and around and on top of, like less than a mile away, and in some cases less than across the hall from the Islamic, pilots, terrorists, like these guys, supposed Muslim terrorists, which I'm not sure they were Muslim, and I'm not sure that they were. I don't think that they were pious Muslims, obviously. That's another story.
Muslims didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, I don't know if I wouldn't even know if I would go that far either, but I do know that
media psyop done by the clandestine military and the same people lying to us about the globe. Ultimately,
perhaps
it was a military operation because they used missiles and things in collusion with the other part of their. It's not even collusion because they run both of them, but with the media, coordinated with the media.
I think the biggest issue was that they were doing flight training, and they were having like what was it called? Like a
drill.
Yeah, they were having a drill on exactly that on that issue on that day at that time. So the government was involved for sure.
Yeah, that's not evidence though. What
It's called the preponderance of evidence, isn't it?
So what I'm talking about though is actual like okay, so there's I'll just say with these people, they're from a specific country, okay, but that doesn't mean anything. Okay, the country they're from doesn't make a difference. Let's just call it Albania. It wasn't Albania. And so you have Albanian. They were masquerading as art students, and there were art students living around the both the terrorist groups for over a year. I mean, right on top of them. including those. You heard of these dancing Israelis? Those are part of the Albanian group that lived in New Jersey with the cell that was training there. They had a fake. Actually, he had one of the headquarters, that the moving company. It was a fake moving company, and so there were several vans. There's actually another van that got arrested on 9/11 too. That's another story. Anyways, so there's these people who are living right on top of those dudes for over a year in both Florida and New Jersey. Then there's all the dudes who got, like I said, detained by these DA agents. All of them were art students from the same country, who later, after through investigation, they were either in the Mossad or I'm sorry, either in the IDF, or they were literally in the Mossad. And yeah, so there's like 100 of those arrests, and because the DA was suspicious about it, and they were so suspicious about it, they're the ones who wrote that report. It just never got looked at by the FBI, which is who they were trying to, ask about, like, what's going on, like why do we have what's going on with all these dudes here and here and here, and then the fucking supposed pilots. They were doing blow every single night and going to the strip club.
Where are you coming up with all these stories?
They're not stories. They have the police reports. Like there's records of all this stuff.
That doesn't mean that's true.
Yeah, but it does actually. What do you mean? If the DA has these reports of these individuals, and they're even writing a broader report based on the hundreds of suspicious activities or whatever. There's government record of them.
You watched September Clues for real? You seen that whole thing?
Yeah, I've seen all those. Yeah.
Dude, the event was in collusion with the media. These were not. There was no like little terrorist group of like civilians with passports that were involved at all. This was done by the same people who were running the military and the news.
Yeah, see, I think that's very unlikely though.
I said unlikely. It's the absolute fact. There's no question about that.
I don't think they would involve the media directly on something like that.
So you didn't watch September Clues?
No, I did watch September Clues.
About the one a few weeks ago where they said that they stopped a group of people from kidnapping a senator or something like that, or a congressperson, and it turned out that like 9 of the 11 people that were involved were like FBI informants, like FBI people.
Who are the people involved in what? Involved in the saving or involved in the news report?
In the actual organizing of the kidnapping, of the proposed kidnapping.
Oh yeah, they do dirty shit.
Yeah, they do it all the time, where they like try and encourage people to do, something, and then they catch them for it, and they say that they tell the public that they've stopped someone from doing something, but really it was them that did most of the organizing of the thing that they said that was going to happen.
Yeah. That Vegas shooting or something like that. There's a claim that there was a.
I'm not sure about that specific one.
Yeah. But I'm just when I say the unlikeliness, I'm just talking about the unlikeliness of even people in the government. Like there's so many people in the government that would not, like, there's very few people in our government that would have had the kind of privy to any kind of that kind of information, because it's so easy to, like, if you had any evidence that George H.W. Bush, Dick Cheney, anybody had any sort of malicious intent and also pre-knowledge of what was happening, I mean, that's enough to get them killed. Yeah, to actually get them tried and killed. That's like treason of the highest order, right? But I mean, it's one thing to suspect them, but it's another thing to have evidence. So I think they're smart enough to not leave a trail like that.
I think they're smart enough to smother the evidence. They left a trail that was pretty obvious.
I don't know, dude. I think, like Donald Rumsfeld, for example, in the Pentagon, he was the head of the Pentagon. He was the head of the Secretary of Defense. However, he wasn't very much liked by, his own people in his party, people in the Pentagon. But then he resigned before the second term, I think. And then we had Gates or something like that. Regardless, though, it wouldn't really be. It wouldn't be kosher if not only was he in charge while that happened, but he had prior knowledge to it happening and allowed it to happen. To the Pentagon getting hit, the place that he's in charge of, and people like I know someone. I had a teacher whose brother died in that the Pentagon that day. So it's like people wouldn't be okay with knowing that was them who actually were a part of it. So I think the people who had been a part of, who would have known about it would be very few, like less than a dozen or something. Maybe a little bit more than that. But you remember the guy who was FBI agent investigating Trump but the Russian collusion? I think Comey. Was that his name? Was it Comey or was it the other guy? Either way, he became head of the FBI 1 week before 9/11.
And they did a big insurance job on that building just before, not long before it went down. Yeah.
Yeah, that used to be suspicious to me, but it's not that suspicious considering that was normal procedure. What was suspicious is he was already planning on a new building. Also suspicious that his wife told him to go to like a dentist or something. And he's like, "Oh, fine, I'll do that." Even though every day he eats with the people on the top floor.
Kosher, you're like a detective. You're looking into a murder, and it turns out that the suspected killer bought a gun, the week before, and you're like, no, it's not really that suspicious. I mean, people buy guns, it's okay. It's all right. That's not suspicious. People they buy guns sometimes, and just maybe happen to be a week before they killed this person.
There's all sorts of stuff you don't know. Like you've been living in the suburbs, right? And you can walk around your streets in the suburbs and everything looks like it's normal. Yeah. But if you actually maybe sit in your car and just observe all day long on a decent sized street, you could actually see cars pulling up to particular houses all day long, coming and going. And you'll realize that there's whorehouses all around you, and there's houses that are dealing with drugs all day long. But if you didn't stop and observe, you would just think it's a 2 kids and 2 dogs family environment. You wouldn't know any better.
Of course.
Until you stop and think.
Well, observe. You stop and observe. Thinking is
observing and realizing what's actually going on.
Well, no, like I said, observing is when you realize what's going on. Jumping to conclusions is where you make mistakes, and like what you said about being an investigator, it's like, yeah, anybody can. It's like if you were on a game show, you might be tasked with trying to put pieces together and come up with the solution to the riddle. Yeah, that's true, but in this case, you can't fixate on something that, like I told you, with the buildings and that sort of thing. It's like those that can be argued to the end of time from both sides, and neither side is going to have leverage over the other because there's no evidence to collect anymore from any of that stuff. So you have to find the actual smoking gun. You know, not just the fact that, wait a minute, this is suspicious. This guy bought a gun. Like you have to make sure that when you take this to jury, he's going to be convicted. You know what I mean? No reasonable doubt. But there's definitely, outside of the things that I can show you right now to be 100% proven or absolutely proof, outside of that stuff, yeah, there is a lot of speculation. You know, that I'll engage in. I just don't think it's necessary to share it with other people, because I mean I've seen stuff about there not being planes that hit the building, like about there being rockets from adjacent buildings, and I've seen all sorts of stuff like that. But the thing is, planes hitting the building and the buildings collapsing is a very reasonable, it's a very possible thing. So this thing could have happened just like they said it. Planes could have hit the building. The buildings could have collapsed due to those planes hitting the building. And for that reason, there's no point in me arguing one way or the other on that one. Yeah, that's such a powerful event in all of our lives, I think. You know, I'll post that thing again. It's the Gerald Shea memo. It was supposed to be in the 9/11 Commission, but he didn't finish it in time, and they probably wouldn't have included it anyways. But he's the one who wrote. He's the one who wrote about these things I'm talking about. These things that the government actually has on record. Like, it's on record that they knew about 9/11 a month before it happened. It's on record that they knew about the terrorist cells like in January that year. Training in New Jersey and Florida. Hold on, I have it here. Here it is. And the only other thing is the Israelis that were in the building. They were the only people ever to open a window and to go outside the window, and they were even putting a newspaper for it. But yeah, they had rented out the whole like 91st floor. Was it not 90? I want to say it's the 91st floor. So they were in there for like half a year doing artwork supposedly. And for some reason also had to do work outside. That had to get a scaffold and open the window and get on the outside window. Like the only people in history to do that. Oh fuck! I was pressing the wrong push talk button. I don't know if anybody heard me any of that time I was saying anything just now, but I was saying to you, Gio, about the directed energy weapons. I know you used to talk about them a lot. I was gonna ask you. You hear that? What's it was expressing something recently about how the Navy is. The Navy's basically installing these laser weapons on their ships. They're replacing a lot of the, like guided missiles and stuff like that, like short range stuff that would shoot out, what do you call it? Like, objects in the air and things like that. But I don't know if you've seen any of that. I know Wizit was sharing it in here.
Yeah, I hear you. I wonder what the effects would be if you let's just say it's some type of, if it was a concave Earth, which is not a complete thing, but having a laser and shooting up in the sky or shooting across laterally, you definitely would end up somewhere else, wouldn't it? And not in the sky.
Why?
I wonder. Well, if you're firing horizontal, you're going to hit the ground. If you fire up, you're going to hit the other side of the Earth. Now, if that was the case, but I'm just saying, like, even if you were to say in a more of a concave bowl type of idea, anyone shooting any lower than a certain degree will probably hit land again. That's it. So if they do put a minimum on it, then obviously they've got a minimum for a reason because of safety, and then you add another minimum on top of that, so it voids the other safety. Yeah, but interesting. I didn't think that would ever be the case, but when you said that, I was like, "Fucking hell, really?"
Well, yeah. Also, because actually Congress, there's a lot of work on it because, like, they're testing the weapons, and then our Congress has to they put this bill together so they can get the funding and everything else kind of there's everything put in place so that it's like a streamlined thing. But it's crazy, this is true because I was reading through the Congress, I don't know what do you call it, the memo or something, and
I'll send you a
Yeah, cool. Thanks, B. Big man. Thanks, mate. Yeah.
You piqued my interest.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's very interesting, and the article itself just kind of fobs it off. Really, is like it's nothing to see here, folks. It was just a rocket kind of getting out of control. But yeah, if you look at it, like it looks nothing like a rocket. For starters, absolutely nothing like a rocket.
Well, that is fucking interesting, isn't it? It's almost like you've got a rocket with two jets, and it's turning, so it's actually creating the two actual patterns. When you're looking up straight up through it, almost. If it, I mean, other than that, it looks like a fucking portal or some shit.
Yeah, it ain't a rocket. It ain't a rocket.
And then it's good news. Sorry, it's good news that it's not on the news, though. It means they're hiding something.
Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, there is that to it.
Well, it doesn't mean that it's hiding something, but it sparks something in me that says, "Okay, why is this not bigger?"
Yeah. Well, they kind of put it out there, but they don't kind of make it. They don't spend too much time on it, so they hide it. They hide it without hiding it, sort of.
Haven't we seen an image like this before, but from the profile view, like of something happening somewhere else? I remember seeing like similar coloring, and it was a twirling type anomaly. And I'm just trying to think if we were looking at that particular event from the bottom, like, or from the looking up through the tunnel or the path, whether it would have looked like this. Does anyone else remember that? It sort of looked like the rocket was scuttling along a surface up in the sky. Let's see if I can find that.
But look at that little image above the main one. That it looks like an H. It almost looks like it could be the little plasma man that they draw on, the squatting man that they draw on the petroglyphs as well.
Oh, that. Yeah, yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah. So I just think maybe the ancients saw it and they were drawing this because they hadn't seen it before. Because I've never seen this before. Apparently, it happens often in New Zealand. I don't know how true that is, but this doesn't happen, in my opinion, often, or I haven't seen it often. And now, yeah, they're drawing it on the rocks. Something big must have happened before. Oh, after.
Yeah. Well, like you say, to see it, on the in the rock formation and all that sort of stuff, it definitely looks like it may have been seen before, and they've just replicated that pattern, exactly what they've seen. So,
Okay, so this didn't accompany any noise or anything. It was just literally a light anomaly, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a webcam footage of it as well, which looks very fake though.
Oh, really? Is it
Yeah,
on
I'll
that
see if I can
site?
find it again.
Cool, man. Cool. Yeah.
Because I was wondering if there's some sort of thing at play with, some of the neon gases and maybe an electromagnetic effect or something like just some gases being excited of some description. Because it almost looked like it. It's neon in nature. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard.
Yeah. But it also too looks very distinct in the sky too. Like when you
Oh, for sure.
When you look at anything like yeah, I know what you mean, like with the neon when you're talking about, what do they call it? The what is it, the boreal?
The auroras.
Yes, those sorts of things. Like you see that, but it's kind of very consistent. And blends in with everything else. You know what I mean? Like this is a very distinct thing that seems to be like right there. You know what I mean? Like completely separate.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, like there's a magnetic anomaly in that point.
Yeah.
And it's being excited for some strange reason, whatever the confluence of circumstances is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it above a volcano? Is it above fucking some land feature? Like, where is it?
Who knows, mate?
A pyramid? Is there an underground fucking pyramid no one knows about? Like, what's going on here? This is pretty interesting, unless it's a complete hoax. That last picture, Beer Man, fucking that does look a little bit like it, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't the rocks and stuff and.
Fuck yeah! If you were going to fucking try and depict that on the ground, that's sort of it, yeah.
The thing is, you can find a few of them as well. It's not just the one picture. There are quite a few of them.
See, I wonder how it begins. See, that picture on the stone makes me think that it is actually two things rotating around each other. And maybe they've started off a bit further apart and they've gotten together, and then form that tight swirl as they come together and then disappear. A bit like they suggest black holes fucking come together and swirl around and form one sort of thing, if you're with me.
Yeah.
Yin yang, mate. Yin yang. Just sped up.
Yeah.
But yes, Elon Musk has been, he's been, what's the word, credited for this thing that we see.
What?
Actually talking about.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was one of Elon Musk's rockets. If you read the article.
Oh, so I haven't read the article. So it's claimed that it was a rocket.
Yes, it's definitely claimed as though it was a rocket, and it was.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah. It gives the details in there. It goes, it turns out that the rocket belonged to Elon Musk SpaceX company after they launched their third rocket flight in 36 hours. A Falcon 9 rocket carrying a global star. Where are we? Global Star DM-15 satellite. And if you go further down, just gives a few more details. The illusion happens when the rocket releases its fuel, then swirls we see up in the sky are actually caused by vapor trails reflected by the sun, which gives the blue swirl effect. So that's the explanation. Yes. I know.
This was seen from New Zealand. And where was it launched from?
Oh, wherever Falcon 9 launches from, I suppose. Where's that?
And only people in New Zealand saw this fucking thing. Nowhere else.
Yeah.
So I sent you guys I DM'd you guys that webcam footage. They're saying that was over Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken. And
Hawaii.
But look how fake it looks. Just look how fake it looks.
Let me have a look here. Have a look. Ladies.
What looks fake?
I'm gonna send it to you now.
Yeah.
Is it a photo of webcam footage, or do we get to see the webcam footage?
No, that's in there. It should be in that link. It's the only video I can find of it.
Oh, right.
Hold on, let me go to the link. Paste the link. Let's have a look.
When there should be images of this from all the different angles that people viewed it from, not just one random thing from New Zealand.
You would think so, wouldn't you? You would think so.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're going to look at the webcam footage right now. Let's have a look.
So I think there's an ad that loads up first, and then you'll see the webcam footage after that.
Yeah. No, I'm watching it now. Here we go. Come on. I want to see a swirl. Where's the swirl?
It should be right in the beginning. 504.
Oh, it's the very beginning you see it, is it? Sorry, I was waiting for it to get better.
Yeah, on the left-hand side. It goes from the left to the right.
Hold on. I'll go. No, all right.
So at 6 seconds it starts on the left-hand side. I'll share my screen.
Okay, yes, sort of.
Okay, wait.
Very, very faintly. You can hardly even see it, B man.
No, wait, yeah.
Like it's very hard to see.
No,
It's very hard to see. No, I see it. It's moving
but
from the left.
But not as well.
Yeah, no, it's not very distinct at all, right? And it's slowly moving across the screen from left to right.
It actually seems like it's staying level with the clouds, just going in a different direction.
Yeah. Tell you what, it's pretty hard. Like you can make it out. You can definitely make it out, but yeah, that's just bogus. That is just.
The webcam footage does not match these pictures.
No, I'm trying to.
This distinctly has two tails in the pictures.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas that one in the cam was just one just lobing around.
Yeah.
And much wider gaps from the center.
Exactly.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, so there's something going on here. That actually looks like it could have been a fucking rocket. If it wasn't fake, they could have been a fucked up rocket.
That webcam footage looks 100% fake.
What's fake and fishy?
It does. It doesn't look very good.
Now?
Everything, Nate. Everything.
Tone of your voice, Nate.
What are you hiding, Nate? What secrets are you hiding? Seriously.
I know a lot.
I'm on to you.
Oh, you're still bloody ashamed from trying to deny that companies have secret things going on in development.
What?
Like, who claims that? Unbelievable. Every
Wow,
company,
so-
every day.
For some reason, I couldn't load the thing the link from the what was it? Was it a Twitter page you're supposed to take you to see the spiral thing?
To see the video one, can you? It should be on the first video that pops up on that link that I sent you.
Yeah.
The third?
Yeah, first one. There'll be an advert first, and then it'll play the webcam footage.
Okay. Oh, you sent it straight to me.
Nose breathers. What's going on with nose breathers?
It doesn't even match up. What's on the video? Does it not even match up to the footage that you see from New Zealand?
Yeah, and that's why it's very important to get someone that you know or trust to verify.
Footage?
Yeah, I can definitely trust my mother-in-law. So it looks nothing like the pictures that they have posted. Absolutely nothing. Nothing like it whatsoever.
And yeah, I don't know you from a bar of soap, but I listen to your conversations almost every week.
Excuse me.
So yeah, I find you guys pretty much credible. So yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, you look. I don't play, but except when Nate joins the conversation, it kind of gets pretty incredible.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I just know you guys are...
Intellectual honesty just goes out the window, doesn't it? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting, Nate, what's been shown. So Beerman's going to send you.
Hey, Nate, guess what? You'll never believe it. We're talking about balls.
You talking about balls?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got desexed.
He got desexed.
So I've been resting the boys.
I was trying to get Nate excited about the balls. He likes balls.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Absolute bizarre, mysterious. What did this Beerman guy send me?
It's what we're watching.
Absolute bizarre, mysterious blue swirl fills sky. But what is? Okay, let me see.
Look into it like I didn't.
The video I'm posting again in the live stream right now is very. Oh, the last thing I posted in the live stream is very interesting. Everybody's got to watch that. That's the one I was talking about. So that's the actual episode. It's too long. Try to take the time to watch in here, but it would be like a cool. If it was downtime, you want to play it, you could.
Yeah.
It's a little bit slow, but it's a thinking man's. It's like basically the biggest truth in plain sight ever.
Oh, okay. Yep.
But it's kind of like that guy that was talking about it. I saw in the comments of his video that someone was comparing it to.
Right. Yeah, I started to screen share before, but it was just buffering too much. Like I said, my internet's really crap at the moment, so I can't do it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it.
Okay, it seems.
Is this about how they plan the news years out?
What do you guys think it is? Like, because it seems like they have a reason for it. What do you guys say it is?
Don't know, Nate. Don't know, and it hasn't been confirmed. And I'm getting someone to look into it from New Zealand as we speak.
That's what's up.
Yeah. That's that's what I do, Nate. I go straight to the source, see what I can find. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave, what is this you just sent to me now?
What is
That's an episode of a show called The Newsbenders, and I don't know if it's a show or what, but it's billed as an episode of the show The Newsbenders, I guess. But it is very interesting. I only
Is it
saw
about the future news?
It's like predictive programming for all of the future things that we're about to have happen to us.
Yeah.
Like the chips in the body and faking the news and faking the space stuff. All of that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty old, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's so in your face. Like, well, that's exactly what happened. Oh my God. Whoever made this. I think I cut out, but somebody was comparing it to My Pet Goat. Or have you seen that I Pet Goat? That animated Illuminati like.
No.
You haven't seen I Pet Goat?
No.
Oh my God, you guys gotta watch them. Okay, I'll post those. But it's the craziest, like in your face, like symbolism in kind of a Cat in the Hat or Alice in Wonderland style.
Oh yeah.
Alice in Wonderland style cartoon. It's really good. Like really crazy Illuminati in your face. We're in control type shit.
Oh, no. Interesting.
So what do you think, Nate? Do you think it is a rocket swirling around and the sun bouncing?
I have no
off
idea what it is, Ben. So I have no idea. But if they say it's a rocket swirling around, then apparently it's a rocket swirling around. But I have no idea what it is.
No,
I've never seen anything like that before.
It looks bizarre though, doesn't it? Really, it does look.
It does look weird. I've never seen something like that before.
Yeah.
But what do you think it is, man? So do you think it's
I've got
aliens? You think it's
no? I definitely don't
No?
believe. I definitely don't believe in aliens. Right? Well,
Okay.
aliens from. Well, you know what? I do believe in aliens from
Oh,
other
wow.
extraterrestrial continents.
What?
Yeah.
What? What did you say? Extraterrestrial continents?
Remember, this is Nate's first day. Again, it's his first day. He's never heard of this. He's never heard of this before.
Yeah, you guys keep surprising me. What's an extraterrestrial continent?
Just that. It's another.
Can't you think of what it might be?
Come on. I think one
Continent on another planet or what?
No, here.
No.
Here.
You're actually
where?
Guys, stop.
You mean
not.
More land? You guys are being cryptic on purpose. You guys are. I'm literally asking what it is, and you guys are just being cryptic.
Obviously, it's other land here.
Oh, like that out of ponder thing, like hidden land.
Exactly, Nate. Exactly.
Then why didn't you just say that? Why say an extraterrestrial continent? Do you know what extraterrestrial means? It means out of Earth, not Earth. You know?
No, it doesn't.
No,
it doesn't. Yes, it does. Look up
extraterrestrial.
No.
What do you guys think extraterrestrial means?
Look,
what does terrestrial mean?
Exactly.
What does extraterrestrial mean? Bansaw said it's an extraterrestrial continent. So look up extraterrestrial mean.
Look up terrestrial. What does that mean?
Terrestrial. I know what terrestrial means. Earth.
What does it mean then?
Terrestrial.
What does it mean?
Earthbound.
Terrestrial, you are talking about Earth. But that's not what Bansaw said. Bansaw said extraterrestrial.
Yeah.
Extraterrestrial means outside of Earth.
No,
it doesn't mean extra Earth. Extraterrestrial doesn't mean extra Earth. No,
I was very clear.
Just making up definitions for words.
Oh, Lordy,
look up extraterrestrial. Right, fine. I'll do it. Since none of you want to do it, I'm going to Google what extraterrestrial means.
You Google whatever you want.
You guys want to make up definitions for words.
I haven't made
also,
up anything.
I'm not trying to. I'm not. Yeah, not you, Ben. So White is trying to have a semantical argument where he's making up the definition.
Not a different Earth. extra Earth, not another one, not a second
Extra
one,
Earth.
not a different one.
Nobody interprets extraterrestrial that way. You're just trying to save Banso for no reason.
No, you just assume it means another
Banso
planet in
just
space that can't
misused the
exist.
word extraterrestrial.
Flat Earth
Whenever
never do it.
someone says extraterrestrial,
Hey, Nate,
we all know
Man, you
they
got
mean
nothing
outside
to
of
do.
Earth.
Nate, I gotta
Come
go
on,
because my
man. This is
battery's about to die,
ridiculous.
you guys.
You
My
need
battery's about to
space.
die, but I'll
All
say
right.
this. Nate, you gotta
You're
just think.
broken.
Once you realize you're not in a spinning ball, and you realize that there must be more land. This could be infinite. You know.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
where
yeah.
No. I know about the outer pond idea. I've heard of
Yeah.
that before. But Banso said extraterrestrial continents. That threw me off.
So our interpretation
I've
of
never heard.
extraterrestrial is, beings from another land. Or
Okay.
maybe even human
Okay,
beings.
if that's what you guys mean by the
Mr.
word.
Philosopher.
All right, that's fine.
Fuck off.
That's fine. If that's
You've
what you
got
mean
an
by the word.
alien fucking definition of extraterrestrial. You've given me the.
I just
There's
posted.
even alien pictures.
It's not my fault. There's a picture of aliens in it, but look at what the definition of the word is. Ignore the aliens and look at what the definition of the word.
What's
Come
the
on,
word
man.
territory mean? Exactly.
So obviously,
Piss
if
off.
Banso says extraterrestrial continents, it's obvious I'm going to think, out of Earth, space.
No,
It's not crazy for me to come to that conclusion.
Typical that
Come
you
on,
would think
man.
that way.
You're being ridiculous. You're being
not
silly,
all.
way.
Well, the
No.
word does mean like extra Earth, extra land. It seems like they've hijacked it in
No,
this
it doesn't.
heliocentric thing. They've changed the definition and hijacked that to mean that it's some, alien from outside in the heliocentric ball of gases and all that. They've kind of changed it to mean that.
Yep.
Thank you, Gio.
Whatever. If you guys want to say definitions have been changed, it's cool. All I'm saying is anybody would have come to the same conclusion I came to when Banso uses the words extraterrestrial content. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I thought the
It's
fact
not
that
that
I
crazy.
even well, I actually thought because I even added the word continent to it, it was even clearer what I was referring to.
No. Just say outer ponders. That's the term everyone uses.
Well, see what's
I've
interesting.
never heard that term before.
Well, see what's interesting about the word. See the word terrestrial. The definition of the word just terrestrial is pertaining to, consisting of, or representing the Earth as distinct from other planets. So the word terrestrial, there's specifically that's here on Earth, and then add extra to that. So how did they change it to that extra? All of a sudden makes terrestrial
I don't know,
not
Joe.
be that and be other quote unquote planets.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not the one that came up with the words. All I'm saying is the way everybody interprets these words is the way I interpret it, which means
consensus.
That's
now.
how everyone understands those words, Yeah, that's how we use language. We all agree this is what the word means. What do you mean consensus? That is language.
No, there are definitions.
If you
don't agree,
if you
there are
use a word
definitions.
that nobody
If you
agrees
challenge the
to
definition
as to what the
and agree with
definition
other
of that
people,
word
that
is,
doesn't mean
no
the
one's going to
definition
use that word.
changes. Oh, who cares? Who cares? Let's just say
I
the
knew what
actual
you
price
said,
of a Bitcoin is 30 grand and you and some friends decide that it's 60 grand. Do you reckon it's 60 grand or still 30 grand?
It's 60 grand to me and my friends, but not to everyone else.
Fair enough, mate.
That's exactly how language works. That's literally how language works. You and a group of your friends could use one word a certain way, and to everybody else, this word has a different meaning. We call that slang.
No, you failing to recognise there's an original definition, and now you're manipulating it. No, Geo pointed out the definition, and you're denying it. It's sad.
I'm not denying Geo's definition. What I'm denying is the way we interpret the word. Geo's question, I don't have an answer to. I'm not the one that came up with the word extra and then the word terrestrial. What I'm saying is the way everybody on planet Earth interprets the word extraterrestrial is to mean off of planet Earth. That's how we all understand that word. So for you guys to now try and argue that no one interprets the word that way, that's just silly.
Didn't say no one. Didn't say no one, but definitely not all.
Okay, yeah, I hear you. I shouldn't say all. I shouldn't speak in absolutes. I hear you, but you get my point. The majority, the overwhelming majority of people interpret extraterrestrial as to mean off of Earth. And that's what confused me when Banso brought it up.
word territory, terrestrial, and thinks here on Earth.
Whatever,
Anyone
man.
with a
Whatever.
logical thinking, right?
No one thinks extraterrestrial means on Earth. When you know, to sit here and say that,
Well, wouldn't
you're
they?
just being silly. You're just trying to, you know, get involved in the weird semantical argument.
All right,
And
let's
we've kind of
talk
stopped Banso from explaining his idea, which I would like to hear, Banso. So these extraterrestrial continents, that's where the aliens are? Yeah,
Sorry.
I would like to hear this idea.
What, the extraterrestrial continents? Well, yeah, they're just
Yeah.
they're just other lands that, you know, we are prevented from having access to. We are
But
kept in our
you know they exist, or you believe they exist?
no, they're kept secret, obviously. Right? Obviously.
But
It's
if it's a secret, how do you know they exist?
exactly. It's
We're
just
not playing.
it is just logic, dear Watson. It's just logic, right?
Logic, but I
well,
mean, what are the logical
I'll
clues?
tell
Like,
you.
what are the clues you saw?
Well, just indications when you see things like old maps that that definitely have representation of other lands outside our realm where we are. So
Could we go through one of these maps?
Can we go through one of them? Oh, look, I don't have one on hand, but there are definitely heaps of maps. Geo may even have one, actually. I don't have any on file, but there are definitely maps. But there are definitely maps out there that do depict other lands beyond what we call Antarctica, right? Which would be the Antarctica wall, right? What we call the South, right? And beyond this perimeter, which is just a little bit below the 60th parallel, there are other lands, other continents, right? Now, whether or not these people once before lived where we are, okay, and now have migrated to these other ponds or whatever, or these other lands, I don't know. But I think that with any indication that you see perhaps of far more advanced technology, there we go. There's one right there, Nate, that you've just posted.
So one of those maps, all right.
Well,
so,
yeah,
I mean, so the
yeah.
hidden lands on a map like that, like, why do you believe that to be true? Why do you take a map like this seriously? Like, how do you verify?
No, hold on. No, I don't
Mhm.
necessarily think that that map is true and correct and accurate, right? What it does is just it places a thought process, right? Because I've got no way of verifying that at all. You know this, okay?
Yeah, but Bancho, you said you believe this to be true.
No,
And when I
I
asked why, you said because it's logical, because of these maps you've
okay,
seen.
okay.
So I'm trying to understand now. How
Yeah,
can I come to the same
and I'll
conclusion
get
you
there.
came to?
I'll
All
get
right.
there, right?
Okay.
Because there is plenty of reports when it comes to, say, sightings of UFOs. Okay, then. Now, I don't believe that these UFOs are flying from another planet that takes you, 33,000 years to get to, traveling at 1 mile a second to even get it in our way we look at things. I don't believe that at all. So I just don't think this sort of travel is even possible myself. But I think that if there are UFOs, I don't actually think they're UFO. Well, they are UFOs because obviously they're unidentified flying objects. But I think that they do come from these other places. Now, when you see things too that the Germans, right, were apparently working on technology, right, with things like quote unquote flying saucers and what. There's pictures, there's reports of these sort of things. We don't see it. I've never seen it live myself. I've never seen one of these things flying, but there are reports. Whether they're true or false, I've got no idea. But having said that, I would say that these other places, if they already have developed this technology and have this technology themselves, right? Them flying, a few passes overhead every now and again, isn't out of the realms of possibility. Like if we can think that UFOs come from outer space from some far away planet, right? That we ourselves have got no way of getting to with technology that we have. It makes far more logical sense that these things are coming from far closer, being here, being right here where we are, much closer. Okay, that makes more logical sense to me. So they've got to be coming from somewhere. So that somewhere, to me, has to be other land, other continents, extraterrestrial continents. That's why I think it is a very distinct possibility. But yet I have nothing to back it up. But yeah, I think I do. Yeah, pretty much believe it.
Okay.
But if you want me to, have I verified a map? Have I verified these things? Do I know anyone that's gone there, this, that, and the third? No. I can't give you that at all. But all I can give you is an idea. But if you're asking for some hardcore evidence, right? My hardcore evidence is pretty much going to be like your hardcore evidence, right? Full of holes. It's full of holes, Nate. Right?
Yeah.
Because anything that you give me in regards to the sun, what the sun's made up of, what a black hole is, bendy warpy space time, the fabric of space time, and whatnot. Yeah, my actual idea is more solid than anything like that. I think personally, I've got far more to back it up. I've probably got 1 billion people across the world that have seen a UFO. Probably 1 billion minimum. They go, yep, I've seen one of those. Probably 1 billion.
How does that back you up, Ansel? Because 1 billion people have seen the UFOs, it equals out upon the lands? Like,
Yep.
come on, man. That is
Yeah.
such a stretch.
Well, how is it a stretch? What? So
Because
so
it could
this,
just be a flying object from a country that's not yours. And that country that's not yours just doesn't want to admit that it's theirs, because they're scared of the repercussions. So when the United States government comes out and says they are these flying objects, but they're not ours,
okay.
that doesn't mean that these things don't belong to Russia or China. It's just the U.S.
Okay.
government is saying, we're not the ones flying these things. But then you can't come to the conclusion that, okay, it's out upon us. It's these unknown lands. Like,
Okay. So secret technology you're talking about that no one's willing to make claim to.
that one government is willing to make claim to. We haven't heard what the other
Yeah.
governments have to say about these things.
Yeah. So secret technology.
It's not secret. We've seen it. We know this
We've
technology
seen it.
exists. It's not a secret.
It's
Yeah, you just said that. So 1 billion people have seen these UFOs. So it's not a secret if 1 billion people are aware of these objects that fly in weird ways. How is that a secret?
Well, if no one's admitting
They know
to
what they are.
right, if no one's admitting to exactly what it was, what was flying where and
Yeah,
when and how
that's
high and
the
exactly what it
secret.
is,
Yeah,
they're obviously keeping it a secret, right? Aren't they?
that's
Right?
yeah. As to who owns it and who made it and what they made it for, that's definitely a secret. But as to whether or not
And
this
how it's
technology
made.
exists, that's not a
Yeah.
secret. We know that
What
this
technology?
exists.
It's just a flying saucer. You don't know what technology's in it even. Could be a diesel engine. You don't know it's fucking like, come on.
So, do you believe in UFOs, Nate? Of the
Unidentified
extra?
flying object.
No, hold, no. Do you believe in UFOs of the extraterrestrial, your definition type?
No, I don't
No,
believe in aliens. No,
not at all. No.
no,
So
no,
there's
no.
no. So there's no
Hang
smarter
on.
aliens
Aliens?
living far further and
They're
farther
crossing the
away.
southern border, aren't they?
Let me say this.
Aren't
I
aliens?
don't believe there's. Sorry, what?
So aren't aliens crossing the southern border right now?
Oh my god, they're breaking through the wall.
No. Well, come on. He's talking about words. Aliens. Does that mean extraterrestrials, or are there other
Exactly
definitions
what
for words,
bandsaw
mate?
means, and when I
Yeah.
say aliens, bandsaw knows exactly what I mean. To try and be
Yeah.
silly and to keep us getting locked in these semantical word
Oh,
games,
come
like, it's
on.
getting annoying now.
Most people straight away think of people going through the southern border.
Or do
That's
you
what
mean
most
First
people in
American?
Australia think.
Did you
They think of
I meant
aliens and they
I meant
think of
Mexican
someone
fans?
crossing the southern border
What
in
did you think I meant?
Trump land.
Actually, I would disagree with that statement. I would think most people would think aliens as in UFO aliens.
So when I said
Oh, you're
aliens,
not even
bandsaw, what did
Australian.
you think I meant?
You're
You
fucking
know.
New Zealand, bro.
I meant UFOs, right?
Get stuffed, Wyatt.
Thank you, Benso. So I don't know what White's on about. You know, like White's trying to get us locked in these semantical arguments, which
Yeah,
hinder
no, no.
conversation. You know,
Yeah, no,
I don't
no.
know if he's trolling. Maybe he's trolling. Maybe White
I'm
isn't
trying
being
to
serious.
progress the conversation.
But it's annoying, man.
Because,
Come on, bro. So
oh,
anywho,
come on. You're a beginner here every day playing dumb. I'm just doing your trick, and you don't like it. I love it.
What?
You poor bugger. Are you going to be
Anywho,
all right, mate?
Benso, yeah, no, I don't believe in I don't okay, so aliens I don't believe in, but what I specifically mean is I don't believe in intelligent life out there. There might be, you know, a single cell from a human body went out into space and it or from any animal, something like a single cell of from like a fungus or something. Drifted off into space, landed on a
Really?
distant planet. I don't know. I don't know.
Hold on, hold on.
I don't
hold
believe
on.
that's true either. I don't believe that's true either.
Hold on.
But you
Calm
know,
your farm here a bit, mate. Like,
Mhm.
so you don't believe that there are other alien lives out there, right?
outside of
But
Earth, no.
well, outside of Earth, right? Okay, so but if you take into consideration the Big Bang Theory and evolution and all that sort of stuff, now
Yeah.
are you on board with that?
Yeah, I
Okay,
do believe that is most likely how our
okay,
universe started. You know, I have a 95% confidence level in the Big Bang Theory.
okay.
Yeah.
So if you have a 95% confidence in the Big Bang Theory and that
Mhm.
we were slime that crawled out of a pond onto a rock and then stood up, right?
That's different from the Big Bang Theory. How life
Well,
started on Earth is different from how the universe started.
yeah, no. Yeah, but it's all one. It's all one.
No.
Okay. What? No, 100%. It's all one. Big Bang, slime onto a rock, standing up straight. It's all
All
the
right.
same theory.
All right.
You
But I
can't.
mean, let's for the sake of this conversation, let's please separate them. I believe 95% that the Big Bang, as explained to us, is true. Now,
It's true.
life coming from starting off as slime and coming from a cesspool, my confidence in that is not 95%. Right? It's
Right.
way lower. Yeah, way lower. How life originated on Earth, what we are told, and the evidence provided for it, I don't have that much faith in it. Yeah.
Okay
It's
then.
pretty low.
Okay then.
It's like 30,
But
40.
anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, it's pretty low, but that's basically the story. Big Bang, slime in a pond onto a rock, standing up straight. That's
But
basically.
it's clear that my level of belief it's
Yeah,
separated,
no.
right? Okay.
Yeah. No. I'm not gonna try to hold you down to that, right? But I'm just saying that this is basically the general kind of consensus that is going around at the moment. Okay.
I agree. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. So if that's a general consensus that this is how we are here where we are, then to actually think, and however you think we got here, however you think we evolved to what we are, right? That same theory then would have to apply to every other planet in the so-called universe as well. Like, why are we separate? Why are we single, special? Why would it only happen here? Because if it can happen here, it can happen in any
Goldilocks.
other universe.
Goldilocks zone. Come on. It's just amazing miracle one-off coincidence. That's all it is, Bendy.
Well, we don't know that there is not another Goldilocks zone. Like, we haven't studied
Oh,
the
but the
red evolution.
chances.
right?
The chances, the statistics, we know because of maths. Bensaw, you know this.
You know what I'm saying, Nate?
I hear you. I'm just waiting for you guys before I try to respond.
Yeah. Jump in. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I would say, if that was just the story we were given, Big Bang and slime, then I would agree with you. But the story we're given is way more nuanced and way more detailed than that. Fuck, what does she want? It's way more nuanced than that, especially when it comes to Earth. That's why we don't have a complete story. The story we have, like you said, has a lot of gaps, has a lot of holes in it,
Yeah, exactly.
That's why
right.
it's hard for us to answer the question as to why there's life on Earth and why there isn't, we don't see life anywhere else. It's not to say there isn't life, but we haven't detected it or seen it. At least intelligent life on the level that we are on, or even just single cellular life. We haven't seen anything. Now, the reason for this is because, number one, we haven't been looking at the sky that long, right? We've only been able to look at the sky in great detail for the last 500 to 1,000 years, right? Number one. Number two, looking at, when we look out at the sky and we see these other stars and these other solar systems, we see a lot of them, but we don't see any quite like Earth, especially our solar system. It's a very unique arrangement as compared to other solar systems. With our solar system, it's unique that you have all of the small, solid planets on the interior and then big gas giants on the exterior. You don't tend to see that in other solar systems. And what this allows is that the big gas giants on the exterior, they play safety, security for the small balls on the interior, because they take the hit from most of the debris and comets, loose junk that flies through space. Most of it hits Jupiter and Saturn and thus shields the Earth, Also, remember there was that time we were having the conversation, Banso, about how it takes so long for life to go from one cell to multicellular intelligence.
Yeah.
Almost 3 billion years. So because it takes that long, for 3 billion years, you need extreme stability that allows
hang on.
life.
Can I
just hang on, White. I'm almost done. You need extreme stability that allows life to evolve unaffected by comets, meteors, extreme changes in weather patterns, temperature, all of these things.
I get that.
Yeah. So the idea is for other planets out there, even if they're in an Earth-like Goldilocks zone where they just fall close enough away from their local star, they don't have the stability the Earth had for that long a period of time.
How would you know? Right. But yeah, how would you know, Nate? Like you're looking at these things. God knows how far away that they're being claimed. All right now, and you're saying that we're not seeing these things. Like we're not seeing Earth there, right? What would Earth look like there in the first
what
place?
I'm saying is we're not seeing signs of life there because. You got to understand that life, we only have one example of life, and that's us. We don't know how life would manifest in any other way. So when we look out to the stars, we look for things like us, Banso. And that's the problem. We don't find anything like us.
Okay.
The only way we understand life can come about is the way life on Earth came about. So when we look out into the universe, we look for solar systems like ours. We look for planets that had stability like ours. But that isn't the only thing we should look out for. I give it to you. But we don't know what else to look for, Banso.
But how do you... Okay, but my question is, Nate, like, when you're looking for life, when you're looking for another Earth that is so far away, how do you know what Earth looks like so far away? Like, we don't have another telescope looking back at us, for argument's sake, giving us a picture of what Earth looks like with life on it, so we've got anything to even compare it with.
Yeah, we compare it to us. We know what Earth looks like because we have images of Earth from space. So we look for other planets like us. But that isn't the correct thing to do. You shouldn't do that, because if you do that, then the conclusion you would come to is that life out there must be like life on Earth. right?
And
That's why we only looking for.
We are talking about something. The closest star to us, apart from the sun, is, I don't know how far away it is, but when you work it out, I heard some calculation like when you work it out, if we were to travel at 1 mile per second, right, it would take us in our years 32,000 years to get there, right? It's an astronomical amount of distance, that how far away it is. So what would Earth even look like that far away?
What would Earth look if we were able? I don't understand your question, Bansel. So you saying
just that. Like,
what would Earth look like if Earth was in another galaxy far, far away?
Well, what we see at the moment through telescopes are things that emit light. Okay, these things
or reflected, yeah,
or reflected,
like moons.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, so we can see the moons around Venus and Mars, for argument's sake. They're relatively close, okay, compared to another universe. Have we seen moons in other universes?
Like in other galaxies, yes, we've seen
other
moons.
galaxies. Have we?
Other galaxies, other solar systems. We've seen moons and planets in these other solar systems. Yes.
Okay. Don't know. I've never actually looked it up, to be honest.
Yeah, they're called all of these exoplanets and whatnot. Yeah, like there's so many of them out there.
We've seen them.
The general issue I have with all of this, looking for extraterrestrial life is we are looking for signs of life as we know it, right? So we look at other planets and we hope to see exhaust fumes from factories so that we know there's life there. And that just might not be the case. You see what I'm saying? Life on other planets might not have evolved the way we do. There could be creatures out there that we wouldn't even say they're alive because they don't breathe oxygen. They don't reproduce. They don't perspire. They don't need to take in energy to sustain themselves. The way they are alive is so different from us that you wouldn't call it life. And because of that, they wouldn't do the things we do, which are the signs we look for. They wouldn't be burning fossil fuels. Does it make sense?
Kinda. I'm looking at
Yeah.
exoplanets now,
Yeah.
and I don't know. But anyway, I can't argue.
But yeah,
with
I'm just saying
something
why I
know.
don't believe in aliens and things.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's good that you don't believe in aliens, because all the aliens are here, coming from extraterrestrial continent.
All right.
Uh,
Who knows, man? That would be pretty cool.
I
If
would
that
not
was
leave.
the case, it would be
I
pretty
would not
cool.
lead you astray, Nate. I would not lead you astray. You know this.
Uh-huh.
Man, I just typed into Google exoplanets, right? And I seriously, and then I went images, and I thought I've got to see one of these exoplanets, right? Oh my god, cartoons. That's just what I see.
No, don't look at those ones. Yeah, a lot of these
Yeah.
things it's just cartoons and
Yeah, cartoons.
Like most of the
they're-
images of exoplanets, they're not even that clear. They're not that nice looking, Ben. So they look pretty boring. They're fuzzy
okay.
and
So they're
All
they're
of-
very inconclusive, one might say.
What do you mean inconclusive?
Well, if they're fuzzy, they're
Yeah,
inconclusive.
I just mean even if you took the fuzz away, they're pretty dull looking. They just look like giant rocks. I
Okay.
mean, yeah, there is this tendency to spice up these pictures by adding colors and textures which aren't true, just to make it look way cooler. When in actual fact, when you're doing, astronomy and cosmology, the things you're looking at are pretty boring to look at, Ben. So it's just giant rocks or gas balls floating in the sky. They don't have much texture. They don't have much detail. They're pretty ugly to look at.
Yes.
Like maybe
well,
Google raw images of exoplanets or something.
you know what?
And you'll see it's just like a what?
Okay, hold on. I'll Google raw images and see what they look like. Raw.
Yeah, dude, they're pretty boring to look at.
Images, and I'm gonna. I
Avert
reckon
your eyes.
I'm gonna. Oh man, they get even worse.
Mm.
They aren't raw images. Get them. Seriously.
Can you post what you're looking at?
I'll post one of them. Hold on, I'll post one of them. This is just absolutely. Oh my god, this is ludicrous. Hold on. Oh, I tell you what, I've been having such drama with my internet. It's so slow.
Bandsaw bandwidth.
Yeah, fucking bandwidth.
That's so bad with so much changing into that.
I have to, yeah, slow width. It's fucking slow
That's so
width.
bad with.
There we go.
That was a good way.
Here we go. That's one of them, Nate. That's one of them I'm looking at.
That's a cartoon image. That's not
Yeah,
real.
you think? Oh, this is what they're showing me.
Yeah, that's
Fucking
not real. Like real
cartoons.
images of exoplanets, they're pretty dull. Most of them are in black and white. Yeah,
I
that's not
typed in raw images of exoplanets. I should put NASA after it, shouldn't I? NASA. Hold on. Put NASA after it.
Just keep searching, man.
Oh my lord.
You'll find something, but
Keep
you'll know
searching,
what
yeah.
image
You just
they
keep
are.
searching.
no,
You'll
here we
find something
go.
real.
This is from NASA. This is from NASA.
Oh,
Hold on. Here we
official
go.
composite.
Yeah, hold on. Here we go. This is from NASA.
Uh-oh.
NASA.gov. Here we go, Nate.
No.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's
Hold
an
on.
exoplanet right there.
Yeah, that's
That one's
an
a classic
exoplanet.
Yeah.
No way. There we go.
Yeah, that
That's
was
correct.
Yeah.
That's from NASA.
I don't know about the second one. Which one is the exoplanet? The big thing up close, or
None of them.
God no.
Go, give me a break. They saying that's an exoplanet. No.
yeah.
You know,
It's those
I tell you what,
pixelated bits Geo showed.
that pixel looks more like an exoplanet. I've got to say, that's more believable. All right,
Fits
that
the
pixel.
story, yeah, perfectly.
Yeah.
Fuck. Did I put this battery
Yep,
now?
definitely.
So sorry to
But
stay on here.
But to turn around, so they get a
Nate,
pixel.
I just want to check something. Just quickly, I just want to check something with Nate. Do you know Roald Dahl, the author? Roald Dahl.
James and the Giant Peach. Yeah.
Yeah. Or specifically the Twits. Do you know the book The Twits?
No.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I was going to say it's a fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not based on true stories or anything. Same as space. Just wondering, just hoping that you can tell the difference.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. So Bansol, you see what Jill posted. That's it. That's perfect.
Okay, so what Geo posted, so basically what they get
The Twits
is a square pixel and then they make it round, right? And turn it into a moon or a planet. So they get a square pixel and they turn it into a planet. That's perfectly logical.
Yeah, so that story you believe, but you don't believe James and the Giant Peach. That's strange.
So yeah, so
Sorry, man.
well, come on, Nate, come on. They've got some pixels there which are perfectly square, and they've turned perfectly square pixels into a planet. Now, first question is, how do they know it's not a dead pixel? That'd be the first question. And it's an exoplanet.
How do they know it's not?
And how can you turn?
How do they know it's not what, Bansol?
A dead pixel. Well, that's apparently what happens. I've heard that excuse used when apparently people have taken pictures of stars through the moon, right? People say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. It's just a dead pixel. Okay, I've heard that. So that's why I said that. But to turn around and say that you can get something that looks like that Geo posted and then extrapolate that to what I posted from NASA, that's beyond the pale of belief, to be quite honest with you.
Oh,
That's
to
just
go
beyond.
from what Geo posted to what you posted, like I said, Bansol, what that NASA image you posted, I agree, that's not real. That's
Yeah.
an artist rendition. That is
Yep.
not what we see when we look out into the sky.
Yep.
You know, using all of these different types of equipments. What we see is what Geo posted. That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying when we're looking at these things, what we see, it's pretty boring. You know, it's in black and white. It's fuzzy. It's pixelated. You know, it's not
Yeah.
as spectacular as a lot of these artists make these things out to be.
So basically, what you're just seeing is light in the sky, right? And you are now putting an artist's interpretation on what that light in the sky is without having any evidence
No,
whatsoever to back it up. No, yes,
no.
yes, yes.
We know
yes.
what it is. We know what it is.
How? How do
It's
you
just
know?
what
How
it
do you
really
know?
looks like. What it really looks like is not what the artists draw, but we know what it is.
How? How do you know what it is from what the photo has given you?
Because we've monitored it. We've taken samples from it. You know, we've watched its
How?
motion.
You took a
By
sample
watching
from
it.
it?
Yeah,
How'd
a
you take
sample
a
of light.
sample from it?
Because the light from it is reaching us, so we can use that light to determine what it's made of.
Oh lordy lord, you sample.
We can
Oh,
also
back in the
use
twits
the
again.
charge within that light to determine its mass. We can watch how it rotates to determine
Okay.
its path through space. By
Let's
that, we'll know
glue the furniture to
what
the roof.
we'll know
Okay.
what it orbits. We'll also
We've
be
got
able to know
antipodal.
what other bodies around it affect its path of motion. We'll also be able to know what bodies' path of motions it affects, and
Oh,
that'll
yeah.
help us identify all of the bodies in its local solar system, star system. You know?
Okay, then hold on.
Ooh.
Okay, then hold on. Okay, look, I want to run with this. So we've taken a sample. So what we have now, we have a pixel. All right, because this is what we have to work on. This
No.
pixel. No, hold on. Yes, 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 yes. Because you are using this pixel now, right, to now examine, right, and you're taking samples from this pixel, right?
Is that
and
what you meant, Bansor? That all I have to use is that image?
Well, okay then. First of all, this pixel. How have you sampled this pixel? Is the
Yeah,
question
the
I
sample
ask.
wouldn't be from this. Okay, then maybe I misunderstood you. Is your claim that using just that pixel alone, we can't get to know what that thing in the sky is? Or were you trying to say using just that picture alone, we can't get to the artist renditions we have? Like,
Yeah.
what are you saying?
Well, I want to know from that photo there, how have you sampled that photo there to determine it is an exoplanet? Like
Oh,
how
just
have
from that photo? No. Just
well,
from that
okay then.
single photo,
Okay then.
that's
Fine.
impossible.
So
Yeah.
now we've employed other techniques
Yeah.
to point at that space and now examine that light. Okay, I want to know how we have examined that light right there, because that light to me looks very close to other lights there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
I hear
So
you.
so how have we examined that particular pixel, right? And narrowed that down so we are examining and sampling that one pixel. How have we done that?
So how we identify that one thing, that one light in the sky, to know
Yes,
that it's
yes,
special
exactly.
and different from all the other lights in the sky.
Exactly, yes. How have we
The
done
things
this?
I just said, Bandsaw. We track its motion through the sky to see, does it move the same way all of the other things are moving? Is
Yeah.
its movement affecting how other things around it move? You know,
Yeah.
what is the dominant influence on its movement? Oh, it's this local star. So we see this thing keeps on rotating around this specific star. We also see this thing has other smaller things rotating it, you know. We'll see that when we look at it from a certain angle at a certain time, it's almost like an eclipse is happening. There'll be a small dot right in the middle of that bright light. And when we zoom in on it, we see it's a moon. Okay, so this thing rotates something else, but it also has things rotating around it. It might be a planet. We're not sure yet, but you know, early signs show it might be a planet. We need to keep looking at it for a bit longer. You know, we're going to look at this light in the sky for the next 10 to 20 years, because we're not going to look at it for 3 months and decide we know what it is. It takes
Okay.
a long time for just one exoplanet to be identified. We're going to be looking at it for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years, we're going to track its motion through the sky. We're going to see how long does it take to orbit on its own axis. We're going to take different readings of the light it sends to us from different positions to see, number one, does the light always have the same wavelength? Does it change depending on its location in the sky to us? Once we get the reading
Slow
of that
down.
light,
Slow
we
down your
look into the properties of that light, right? What is the spectral emission of this light? Does it match known elements we have on our periodic table of elements? If it does, okay, we have 80 to 90% confidence that whatever planet or thing is emitting or reflecting this light, it's made of krypton, or it's made of argon, whatever, you know. But if it doesn't match anything on our periodic table, we found something new. How do we know how big it is? We use the charge within the light to determine the mass of the object emitting this light. You know, there's so many things we can do, Banzo.
Okay, cool. Now, because you've actually listed like 500 million things there.
I
Nate,
have,
all right,
I've gone into full detail, hoping that there's going to be no more questions. I pray there's no more questions.
Speculation.
No, I have a million questions for every one of your questions, right? Because 100, because you mentioned so much stuff here. Because you mentioned the tilt and the angle and the rotation of a pixel, right? I don't know how you can determine the tilt, angle, and rotation of a pixel. Number one, you mentioned eclipses, right? I would like to see another pixel eclipsing another pixel. I want to see I want to see what a pixel eclipse looks like. I want to see what that looks like. Number two, a pixel eclipse, exactly. And the spectroscopy that you have invoked on this, how is it done? All right. Are you just doing the spectroscopy off the pixel off the screen itself, or are you doing it from a telescope that's on Hubble or whatever? But how have you actually isolated the light from that one particular pixel to start off with, and what medium was it going? Now, I have so many questions that are left unanswered that you can never answer, that you have a pretty good explanation for. I'll grant you that. You seem to know it pretty damn well. But, you know, I just don't know where to go with all this, to be quite honest with you, because you have just bamboozled me and just scattergunned me with so much stuff my brain can't even comprehend. Half of what you've said at the moment, Nate.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
So, like, I mean, which question am I answering first, man? So, if you could give me one answer at a time, like
anyone. Okay, then.
Just admit it's all speculation.
Yeah.
Just admit that, and we're done.
You mentioned tilt and rotation. Okay. No, I'm not talking about orbit. You mentioned tilt and rotation. How can we work out the tilt and rotation of a pixel?
Because we have more than just a pixel to work with, Pencil.
How?
That's why I want clarity. Are you saying all I have to work with is this pixel? Because I asked you that and you said no. So that's why I went into this whole,
Yeah, no,
you
you went
know,
into you went
this
into
whole
everything else,
deep
right?
description,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm under the premise that I've got a lot more information from this exoplanet from just the pixelated picture Geo posted. If that's all I have to work with, if all I have is this pixelated picture Geo posted, then all those things I said are impossible, Bansal.
No, exactly right. Now, right, but to work out the tilt and rotation of something, right, you have to be able to see it. Right? Now, I'm not talking about an orbit, the way something moves in a circular motion around something else. An orbit is completely different to tilt and rotation.
I
How do
agree
you
with.
work? Okay, so how do you work out tilt and rotation when you are looking at something like this? Or what other methods would you use to work out the tilt and rotation of an exoplanet? When we look at an exoplanet, and you said what Geo posted is exactly what we are looking at, how, from what you are looking at, how can you tell that is tilted or it is even rotating?
So what Geo posted isn't the only thing we're looking at. It's one of the things we would look at. That's, if you were just taking, ordinary pictures of exoplanets, from Earth, yeah, that's kind of what you would see. But that isn't the only thing you would see. We have better images than that. We have close-ups. We have, I know, is it the Kepler satellite? It has close-ups of exoplanets. You see what I'm saying? We have better images than what Geo posted. The reason I made reference to what Geo posted, Bansal, was because I was trying to say that for them to go from what Geo posted to the artist rendition you posted, that's where I'm in agreement with you that those artist renditions are not real. They're not realistic. That's why I made reference to Geo's image. But Geo's image is not what I would use to come up with all of these other things. These other conclusions. These other conclusions are based on different types of evidence, better pictures, way more clearer pictures of these exoplanets. It wouldn't just be a pixel. It would be an actual image of the surface of that exoplanet.
Okay, then. So then when I typed in raw images of exoplanets, you saw the sorts of things that I got, right?
I
And
saw what you posted, and I agree.
okay,
That isn't
then,
that's not a
and
raw image.
if I had seen anything that was even close to what you were describing, I would have posted that too. Like I'm not gonna run from it, Nate. Like I googled, I looked, right, and nothing comes even close, right? So I would like to see a proper image of an exoplanet, something that has been undoctored, raw, unfiltered, and let's have a look what it looks like.
Okay. When I'm done
Yeah,
with
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
busy
yeah.
with, I'll
Yeah,
finally
yeah,
do
yeah,
those images.
yeah. Like, because I went on to we've done this before with Saturn and stuff like that, as you know. But these things are much closer. So to see an exoplanet, which, like I said, I'm still trying to find out now. Um,
Mm.
um,
Yeah, but maybe look, because obviously I'm not going to be able
I'm going.
to do it now, and I don't want you to wait until I'm done, because I'm going to
No,
take a
I'm doing.
while with what I'm busy with. But what you can look at is Kepler. The Kepler telescope. It
Kepler
was looking at
telescope.
that was looking
Kepler.
at exoplanets.
Okay, hold on. I'll find out. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I'll type it in. I'll have a look, buddy. Don't you worry. I was going straight to NASA, but here we go. Is it still working? Are they still using it?
I don't think so. I think Kepler
Oh,
finished long ago.
okay, it died.
Yeah, but it took images of exoplanets.
Let's have a look. Planets find. Exoplanets. Confirmed exoplanets. Okay, then. Here's a picture of confirmed exoplanet. No way. They are not pictures from Kepler. I'm telling you right now. They are all. No. Sorry, Nate. They are
I've
artists.
no idea what it is you're looking
Yeah,
at.
I'm just on Wiki, mate. I'm just on the Kepler Wiki site.
Okay.
We can guess though, can't we, Nate? They're going to look fantastical, don't they, Bandy?
If they look fantastical, I'm sure it's not the real thing then.
Yeah, no. They're just a we call it
What
an
did you
artist.
find? Did you? Okay.
I just went.
Yeah.
I just went to. I've only been to the Wiki site at the moment. I'll see if Kepler.
Oh.
Does Kepler have its own website, like Kepler.com?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay
I don't know.
Ben saw from Kepler.com.
No, Kepler.com. Don't worry about it, Nate. I'll look into it, and I've already debunked it, so it doesn't make.
You've debunked it, but I mean, there's nothing to debunk. We weren't really having an argument. It was just whether or not I believe aliens are real, and went off into the weeds, right?
Exoplanets and rotation.
Bandy, did you try rawexoplanet.com?
Raw exoplanet. Yeah. Then my wife will be into my browsing history, and I'll get a stern talking to who I type that in. Yeah, exactly.
Does she look at your Googling history? My girlfriend used to do that a lot. Like she would always go through my phone, go through my Instagram.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go
Oh, that's a
like 'cause
bit
she has the
weird.
password. So yeah, she has the passwords to my stuff because I use the one password for everything, and she knows what it is.
Oh,
So
there you
I would always
Bad
get notifications. Someone has accessed your account, from where.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would always know
Not
it's her.
The ex-girlfriend, of course.
No, same girlfriend, but she doesn't do it anymore.
Oh, okay.
Not very trusting as things going through your stuff.
Yeah. There was a time when she wasn't very trusting.
Was it justified, Nate?
For her, it was. For me, it wasn't. But I didn't really care too much. I didn't have anything to hide, so I didn't mind her doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, so it was unjustified untrust. Fair enough.
Yeah, she's just she's a very insecure person. That's all.
You weren't banging other chicks?
While I was with her, no, I've never been with anyone since her and I got together.
Fair enough.
I mean, we have been on and off. There have been times when we were apart, but when we've been together, no. No.
Okay.
That is solid steady commitment right there.
How do I share this? Open in another. Let me see if I can share this.
You found
Because
something?
I found an image
from
Kepler. I just want to see how it comes up.
Composite?
No, not at all. It's very interesting. Let me see how it comes up. Oh, bugger. How do I? Why can't I share video footage from NASA?
Bandwidth.
Hold
Please
on.
make that your name, Bandy.
Because you're not allowed to spam people, Bandsaw. Spamming is illegal. So if you're going to send any NASA links out, it's just considered spamming.
Here we go. I'm going to try and download this. Oh, no, that doesn't download. It just makes it bigger. Here we go.
There was another satellite
Here we go.
that you could also look up. Try also look up K2. I think K2 was also a satellite they sent up.
Hold on. Here we go.
Oh, you posting something?
I'm trying.
Okay.
How much do you get paid to play dumb every day, mate?
How much do I get paid to play dumb? You guys don't pay me enough, trust me. You guys need to pay me more.
It's hard work to just keep playing so dumb, isn't it? Like, it actually takes effort.
NASA crashed my computer.
Oh no.
I'm
You were getting too
serious,
close
man.
to the truth.
It crashed it. I had to jump onto my phone. I'm dead set serious. It completely. I tried to share what I had. Internet was so slow, it just crashed it. Like, here we
You
go.
were too close to the truth, man, so I'm sorry.
Well, this is what I do.
Yeah.
Right? This is what I do.
Maybe this is a sign
Don't
that you
tell
should start
Jeremy about this.
looking into this. This is, you should heed this warning, Ben. So stop looking, stop thinking, stop asking questions. Just go along with everything I say, okay?
I go along with everything. Absolutely. You tell me something, Nate. I listen. I think to myself, yep.
Yeah, but you're asking too many questions now. You're
That
looking
sounds
in
like
way too deep.
the mainstream. Like that, all they want me to do, Nate, is talk about water and pressure. I swear, they don't want me talking about anything else.
Yeah, keep it there. Keep it there.
Yeah.
Water and pressure. Those are safe topics.
I'm not allowed to talk about putting a cow in a hamster wheel either, it seems. That's a very taboo topic.
What?
Let me see if I can do
Cow in
this.
the hamster wheel.
I think it's because there's too much talk to be generated. So the powers that be just don't want that shit going on.
Oh, Lord. Can't believe NASA has just crashed my computer.
Yeah, but
I
mean, this
believe
stuff
it.
should be pretty easy to find, Banso. Because I know if you go onto NASA's website, you look up Kepler, exoplanets, they have not only do they have the raw images, they have papers supporting it. This is what we've done. Like they go into great detail as to what they've done. You can read all up about it. I'm not saying you got to
Papers
believe it,
supporting.
but yeah, you can read the papers and then you'll know what they've done, and then you'll be in a better position to call them liars, right?
Well, it's all pseudoscience. So I mean, it's not. It's hard to. They're not that they're lying. They're just not admitting that it's all speculation. That's all.
Well, if you have their writings, then you can really hold them to task, right? If you haven't read the report back in an exoplanet they found, it's hard for you to just sit here and say it's pseudoscience, don't you think? Wouldn't you rather want
No,
to
but it
read their
is
report
pseudoscience.
and say it's
How,
pseudoscience?
how, I mean, okay. I could read their report, but none of their report would change the fact that what they're doing is pseudoscience.
You don't know that though, do you?
Okay, but what are they doing in the
Will you at
report
least
that
say
actually
that
verify what they're doing?
there's a 10% possibility that you might read their report and then come to the conclusion that it isn't pseudoscience? Is there a 10% possibility?
No, but it has to be, because how are they tangibly actually verifying anything?
It has to be
They can't be performing any experimentations. Yeah, it's pseudoscience, definitely.
It has
It
to
does
be
not follow the
pseudoscience?
scientific method. It
So
has to
even if
be,
you-
by definition.
Wow, that's weird. That
If
you
it's
feel it
not
has to be.
science, but pretending to be science or claiming to be
But that's what I'm
scientific in
saying.
any
You
way, it
haven't
is
read the report,
pseudoscience.
right? White, do you know how people detect exoplanets? Have you read a single report on how this
Oh,
is done?
hang on. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Are they not even claiming science? I didn't actually even think about that. If they're not claiming anything science, then that's fine.
Never mind, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, because
Thank
you being very, very weird, White. Like you ain't answering a single question. You're just saying it has to be pseudoscience. Like I can't have a
Well, it has to
conversation
be
with
if they're
you,
not
like,
following the scientific
that just
method.
but how do you know they're not following the scientific method? You haven't read a single one of their reports. You don't know how they detect these plants. But for
Okay,
you, it has to be
it's
pseudoscience.
based in
And
space.
reading the
They
report
can't
isn't going to
verify
change it.
anything.
Cool, man. I
How
mean,
can
if
they
you
verify
believe that to
anything
be
in space?
true, and you have no way to back that up. You just feel they can't do it. Then I understand. But maybe read the reports. You know, it might change your opinion on the matter. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
what part of the report, mate, makes it? Should I read that would
Because
lead me
the
to
report
believe that
tells you
they
what they
physically
did.
verified what they speculate?
So the report tells you what they did. It might tell you how they physically verified it. It might have an experiment as to how you could verify it yourself. You never know. But what I'm saying is, unless you read their reports, you can't sit here and make
Do you
claims that
believe
they
that?
haven't done these things.
There you go. There you go,
You believe
Nate.
that?
What's that?
There you go,
Benson?
Nate. That's an exoplanet from Kepler.
Yeah, that's gross.
So that's straight from NASA.
That's
So
straight
I
from
want
NASA, yeah. But
to,
trust
yeah.
me, there's better pictures than that.
Well,
Trust you.
Yeah, Benzo trusts me. You don't have to trust me, White, but Benzo trusts me.
Well, it's not that I don't trust you or do. It's just that
Yeah,
you're
but
not very honest.
there's definitely better pictures, Benzo. I'll find them for you. Don't worry.
yeah, but the other pictures that I found on NASA
Mhm.
just now, and mind you, right, I've only looked for about 3 minutes, all right, and the best one that matched reality was the one that I just posted. Okay, all the other ones seem to have some sort of extra touch-ups done to it, if you know what I mean, like some sort of artist impression. All right. So that seemed to be the most realistic one that I came across, and I can accept that. I go, yeah, cool. That's what they've got when they've looked through things. There's an exoplanet. Happy days. We're going to call that pixel an exoplanet. Well, it actually looks like 4 pixels. If I'm being completely fair, it looks like.
Yeah, I hear you, Benzo, but they are better images than that, and I'll
Yeah.
find them for you.
Oh,
Don't
look,
worry.
no, you don't have to do it now, no. You don't, because you've got work to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to interrupt
Whenever
that.
you can, mate.
I
I'm quite
will
happy.
do it for you a bit later, but I will do it. I promise.
Yeah, no. I'm quite happy just to go back and forwards with, you know, a bit of
Oh no,
banter.
you DM everyone in the chat right now, please.
But
I can't. I'm busy working. Man.
we have established that Nate cannot reproduce a tide in a bucket, even though he claims that gravity will pull water up a mountain and make a waterfall. Can't make a tide in
When
a
did I
bucket.
claim that? When did I claim that, Benzo?
Oh, I think a couple of days ago, you said.
Did I did not claim anything.
You may as well have. You may as well have. Now, I may be just stretching it a little bit, you know, but I just like to get to the chase, really. Like, let's not
Yeah.
skirt around the edges. Like, gravity pulling water uphill, making waterfalls. We should be able to do that. Or a tide in a bucket. I'm happy with either. I'm happy with either. So
Alright,
let's
well,
get
I mean,
let's get a piece of guttering, right?
Mhm.
Put it on a slight slope. Put a lead ball at the end of it, and let's pour water up it, and we'll make a little mini waterfall at the end of the gutter. Or, right, we'll just make a tide and bucket. Like, I'm giving you a couple of options here.
Yeah, but I mean,
Hey,
this is your experiment, Benzo. Is the expectation that I do it?
Well, no. This is what you tell me happens, right?
Yeah, then you should do the experiment, Ben.
No. You tell me, well, maybe
No,
not you
it won't
exactly,
happen.
not you exactly, but your side, your crew, your gang, right? Tell
You.
me already that there is a tide in a bucket. They say this crystal clear. They say there is a tide in my stomach. They say there is a tide in a cup of water. They say there's a tide everywhere, right? This is what they say. So now you've already got the tide there, Nate. It's already there, right? So now all you have to do is put a lead ball over the top of that bucket and create a king tide. That's all you got to do. Create a king tide, a super tide. Yep, that's all you got to do. So you've already got the tide there. We just want to see a king tide. So like half the work's already done. You've already got the tide there in the bucket. Right? It's already there, my friend. It's already there. But yeah, it is pretty fanciful. I will give you that. That there is a tide in a bucket.
But I mean, are you gonna do it?
Well, I'm
No,
told
he knows the outcome.
Yeah.
Nothing will happen.
I'm told there already is a tide in a bucket. Well, this is fact. Apparently, there are tides in buckets. And I'm going, cool, there's a tide in a bucket. Let's see king tide. Let's put a big ball on top of it, a big lead ball on top of it, and we'll have a king tide. Easy.
Oh, just teabag it. Just drop the boys down.
This is Globe Physics 101. You should be able to do it. Globe Physics. Boom. Happy days.
Oh.
Globe Physics.
Well, apparently, this is what you tell me, right? You know, I tell you these things, Nate, and you at first disbelieve me. When I told you, right, that people told me there was curvature of water, the same as the Earth in a cup of tea, in a fish tank, in a pool. At first, you went, "Nah, that's not really right." And then you went and checked, and you found out.
No. Really?
Yes. Nate didn't believe me. He thought I was making up. He thought that no glober could say there was curvature matching the Earth in a cup of tea, a fish tank, or a swimming pool. That's what he said.
Your logic is broken. I take it all back. You're not trolling. You are just confused.
But then he came back after doing his research, and he came back and said, "Well, yes, there is 8 inches per mile squared in a cup of tea, in a fish tank, in a swimming pool."
Of course there is, Nate.
Right?
Shit. Apparently.
Yep.
Yeah, I was wrong. It is there. But I mean, what does that got to do with what we're talking about now, Ben? So I don't understand.
Well,
like
because
how did you get there?
How easily you're fooled. That's what
how
the point is.
how did I get there? Because once again, I've mentioned that there is a tide in a bucket of water, and you're kind of going, "Oh, I don't think so." Well, this is
whoa! I didn't say I don't think so. I just find it funny that you want me to do that experiment. Like you should do it.
So you actually think there is a tide in a bucket of water?
You can have changing tides, yeah, in a bucket of water. I mean, you wouldn't see it. You know, it would be really small. It wouldn't be something you'd be able to really measure with normal instruments or to see with the eye. You know, it's a really small, shift or change, but it's there. It's just you kept insisting I should do it, and I find that funny. Like you should do it, Ben. So if you want to do it.
Well,
but it wasn't even the tide in the bucket. It's you wanted a tide in the bucket with a ball hanging above the bucket to see if the ball would create a tide.
Well, you make the claim actually now. So now this is your claim, right? This isn't your science
Claim
claim, right? Right now, this is your claim, right?
I haven't made any claim.
How ridiculous your claim is.
I have not made any claim. All I'm saying is, if you want to dangle a ball over a bucket of water to see if there's tides and buckets, you should do it. It shouldn't be me having to do it. It's not fair that I should do it.
Listen to your words
But
very
why
carefully.
would he do it?
Right, because your words.
No, Benzo's been on about this the whole week. Tides in the
Yeah,
bucket.
yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, but he knows there's not there.
Yeah,
But,
and
okay, but
you just said yes, there are tides in a bucket. So you made the claim that a positive claim that there are tides in buckets.
no, it's because you were trying to strawman me by saying that apparently I said there aren't tides and buckets. You tried to strawman me, so I had to
I didn't
defend
say that.
myself. But you did. You were saying, yeah, Nate doesn't believe there's tides and buckets or whatever.
Yes.
That's why I said, whoa, hold up. I didn't say that.
Exactly. Now you're
I
saying
said-
that there are.
Yeah,
are
you can
tides in
have
buckets.
tides and buckets. You can have tides and
Exactly.
buckets.
It's
You can have a tide
positive
with
claim.
anyone, with any body of water.
Okay,
But
back to
I'm
claim.
not gonna.
Back
It's not
claim.
up to me to now, dangle a ball over a bucket with water in it to show you this tides and buckets. No,
No.
Benzo.
Well,
You
no,
want me
I
to
don't.
do this? I'm not. No, you should
No,
do it.
no. Hold on. Calm your
Because
farm.
you
Back
couldn't do it.
up the truck. I don't even want you to show me a tide in a bucket with a ball over it. I just want you to show me a tide in a bucket, period, without the ball, right? That'd be a good start, right?
But
now,
it shouldn't be up to me, Ben. So you want to see it? You should do it.
no,
Like
I was actually giving you, obviously a leg up because you claim, right, that there is a tide in a bucket. Okay, very positive claim. Now, with my assistance, because that's the kind of guy I am, I like to help you, Nate. With my assistance, I have given you the opportunity to make a king tide in a bucket. Not just a tide, a king tide, right?
Yeah.
So you should be able to demonstrate this very easily, seeing as you are the one making a positive claim that A, there are tides in buckets or a cup of tea or a fish tank or a pool. You're making this positive claim. Now you should be able to go, oh, damn, that's pretty hard to demonstrate, but Banslaw is actually the kind of guy he is trying to help me out. So now I can make a king tide. So now I should be able to show a king tide. What can I say? Your claim.
I've got a question, everyone.
Well, how are we gonna do
Nate,
this?
I want your honest answer. Honest, like I want you to be honest. If you can put your honest cap on, that'd be really nice. Everyone else listening, picture yourself. You're on a beach and there's a 5-kilometer pier, and it's parallel to the beach and it's a tangent. So the point that you enter the pier is the tangent point to the sphere, and it goes parallel to the beach 5 kilometers. Now, obviously, you get to the end of that pier. Having been at a tangent, the water is obviously underneath the pier, lower than at the start of the pier. It's been curving away the whole time. And therefore, gravity, while you're on that pier, the vector of down would be slightly different. Do you think a human at the end of that pier would be able to feel that difference in downward vector? Or would you need a glass of water on that pier with you to actually witness that the down vector is actually indeed different, not plumb?
I don't think a human or how far away is the end of the pier where the other human being is? You said.
So it's 5 kilometers. When you're at the end of the pier, there'd be a 2-meter drop under you to the water.
2 meters over 5 kilometers. So your question is, would I be able to tell that plumb and where that person is at 5 kilometers is different?
No. You physically walking so you're at the start, and then you walk to the end of the pier yourself. Do you think within your physiology you'd be able to feel that plum is no longer plum and the down vector is actually slightly different? Or do you think you would need a glass of water with you to compare?
I don't think my physiology would be able to tell me that my orientation of down has changed. And I don't know how.
Okay, you don't think you'd see the horizon slightly askew? You wouldn't think your perception alone wouldn't?
Well, but you saying using my physiology, right? Just feeling or looking out at the world around me. Like what
Well,
can
no,
I
that's
use?
part of your physiology. It's all your senses together are part of your
using my
physiology, which what
senses.
give you your bearing.
Yeah, if I was walking along that pier, and as I'm walking to the end of it, there's a mountain in the distance, and as I'm walking to the end of that pier, I can start seeing more of the bottom of the mountain. Then I would know, yeah, my orientation of down has changed. So that's using my physiology. I hope that.
No, you missed my.
No.
Okay, but no, you
then
missed
I
my
totally
point.
missed the
So you
point,
walk
yeah.
to the end. You don't think you'd be able to feel it within your body, but do you think a glass of water, if you had it with you and it sat on the handrail of that pier, do you think you'd be able to look at that glass of water and see that the water's not level because the down vector is different?
No, the water would still look it would look level. I don't understand. I don't understand your question or your example, Why? It's
Okay,
weird
you could have said that at the
because
start.
first you said I need to use physiology, and then when you said I could use all my senses, I'm not allowed to look at stuff, but I can look at this glass of
No,
water.
you misunderstood what I was trying to get out of you. I wasn't trying to see if you could see more.
What is it
or
you were
anything
trying
like
to get
that.
out of it? Like, what is the point you're trying to
Well,
make?
no, exactly my point. Because the down vector would be different. So if you don't think you'd be able to notice it anywhere or how could we ever test this?
How could we ever test what change in the downward vector?
Yeah, a change in the down vector. Do you not agree that it would change on a tangential pier if we could build one? If you walked along that pier on a tangent to the sphere, the down vector would change every meter that you walked along it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it should.
Right. So if you get to 5 kilometers where the water underneath you is now 2 meters away because it's curved away, then it should be doing the same in a glass of water that you're holding, right? And it should feel slightly askew to yourself. I would like to think that it would feel like you're slightly leaning forward or back, depending on which way you're standing. Like, it should feel fucking different. But you seem to think your physiology wouldn't pick it. And you might be right. It might not be subtle enough.
Yeah, I don't think unless I have a cue or a marker outside, like a mountain in the distance, I don't think just my body would be able to feel this change in the downward vector. This changing, I don't think so, but I could be wrong. But I personally don't think my body would be able to tell.
Yes, I'm of the opinion that your body would compensate for it, and you wouldn't actually be aware that you're slightly compensating for it, and therefore everything you look at would still look perfectly fine and normal, but you just wouldn't know within your own physiology that you're compensating for the fact that down vector's changed slightly. That's what I think. But the glass of water sitting on the handrail with a distinct red line around it, showing that the water is no longer in line with that red line, I think would be very definitive, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Sorry, could you repeat that last one?
So we've walked out to the end of the pier with a glass of water, and on that glass of water, there's already a ring on it, which like a red ring around it, which is level with the glass, right? And so we get to the end of the pier and we put the glass of water on the handrail, right? And we look at the water line versus the red ring. Now there should be a discrepancy at the end of the pier. Do you understand? Because the down vector is changed.
Yeah, no, I totally understand what you're saying, but I just got to think this out now.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. That was a thinking silence. Good.
Yeah. I'm trying to visualize this and see, would there be a change?
Well, the water's clearly dropped 2 meters, so it has changed. Why wouldn't the water in your glass? It cannot possibly still be level. It has to be different to the red line on your glass. It has to match the ocean underneath it. Surely.
Yeah, it should change.
Should be noticeable.
Has someone
Everyone should be able to walk to the end of the pier. I don't know, but everyone should be able to walk to the end of this pier with a glass of water and go, fuck me, it is curved. Would you look at that? Water's bending.
It should, yeah, it should. Yeah, the surface of that water shouldn't be in line with the red lining.
Exactly.
I don't know.
You don't get it, Andy?
No, I get it. No, I was thinking about something else actually.
Roger.
What do you think, Roger?
Oh, I was just thinking, Lordy Lord, I can't believe it. People just don't look at what's in front of them, really.
Oh.
And they kind of accept things.
Oh.
To be so with really ain't too much evidence whatsoever. They just kind of accept.
Or they dismiss things.
Well, they kind of
like
just
the opposite.
Accept what's been told to them, really. And I find that really perplexing. Like when you ask for a direct measurement made for the surface of water, right, to show this 8 inches per mile squared, because apparently water bends, all right? So show me this direct measurement, right? And every single time, what you will get is a video from and I'm not saying that he's not reputable, right? That's not the inference I'm trying to make. But what my inference is someone outside of this realm, right, that has directly measured the curvature of the surface of water apart from Jesse Kalowski, right? Because that's the only thing anyone will ever post, ever, right?
It's always a one-shot long-distance measurement over water, which we all know isn't accurate.
Exactly right. And you ask for any independent surveying or measurement of the surface of water, and it always, every single time, it comes back to Jesse. No one else outside this realm has done it, has demonstrated it whatsoever. It is just a story that is told and passed on from generation to generation, and this story is accepted because it goes along with all the other stories that we've been told in regards to gravity and exoplanets, this, that, and the third. Anyway, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
Yeah, I've been asking for years, ever since I did my test over 2.7 miles, and no one has given me a tool or a method to use except for long shots, low to the water, one shot A to B, which we all know isn't right. And I've been told that I did my test wrong. That's the only thing. For 4 years, I've been asking. We can measure refraction down to the what light is doing, which is bull crap. We can measure the centimeter movement of the moon yearly, but we can't measure water curving 8 inches per mile. Yeah, that dog don't hunt.
Never has, mate. And here I am talking about how just in 5 kilometers, water would be out of sync if we could build a structure. And it's like, that just makes it very obvious that it's not the case. The shit would be fucked up all over the joint.
And then on top of that, we're told that if we do create a pipe that is horizontal over distance, that the water not only wouldn't be horizontal, it would flow to the middle and build up upon itself, which goes against everything you know about water.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And it's funny because what you said before with the whole, you know, we can check this over distance with such precision, and yet you ask them if they could build an actual tangent, like a structure to a tangent to the ball, and they'll basically say, oh no, because there's too much margin of error. You could never get it perfect enough to tell any difference over any distance. And it's like, fuck off. On one hand, you're really accurate. On the other hand, no, you couldn't be accurate enough. It's fun. Surely we can build a 5-kilometer pier parallel with the beach for less than 5 million. We'll sell tickets and make the money back the first 12 months. Hell, we'll sell glasses. We'll make sure that no one can bring their own glass, and they have to buy a $5 glass and a $5 litre bottle of water. And a texter to put the red light on. Come and see Gravity Bend. Mind you, it's really flat, so that wouldn't happen, would it? Damn it.
That's what I said. There should be tourist attractions everywhere. You know, these large lakes, there should be platforms in the middle going, you're 90 feet above the shoreline in every direction. No matter which direction you go, wherever you parked, your car is 90 feet below you.
Yeah. Yeah, there should be. You're right. Tourist attractions, selling postcards. I went to the Curvature Observatorium or some fucking shit.
You know what answer I get from the people who come here daily? They obviously care. That no one cares. No one cares about all that. And that's an answer I get from people who come here daily that seem to care, right? The public doesn't care about all that. They wouldn't want to see 90 foot of curve in water. Are you crazy? The public watches ant farms. You don't think they don't want to see curve in water?
Could you imagine? Let's just say we got the money as flat earthers together, several $1 billion, and we actually were allowed to build this pier somewhere parallel with the beach, and we get the people in to do it, probably yourself involved and whoever else, and they're told, like, in their mind they've got to build a tangent to the ball, and like imagine their dismay when they come out and try and do that, and it's actually a flat plane. Like, could you imagine how far they get down before they'd very quickly realise that but this ground just is not falling away like we expect. We should be having heaps more fill going into these footings to make up the difference, but we're not needing as much. what's going on? It's funny.
That's what I did, because you have to keep in mind, when I did my tests, we were Globers. You understand? We were fully expecting to measure the curved water, which we had basically observed. You understand? Like, optically, it does look curved.
Of course. Yeah.
You know, sometimes under certain conditions, you know, the water does appear to bulge up in the middle and obstruct things in the distance. So we were fully expecting to measure that. When we didn't, is when we had to go back and figure out how optically it's doing it, because we knew it wasn't doing it physically.
Well, that adds more credence to your story. I didn't know you approached that from actually a curved perspective.
Oh, absolutely. I saw the Soundly power line over Lake Pontchartrain, and I had fished and duck hunted and done all that on that lake all my life and never knew the water curved like that. Like, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So we went out and bought a camera and went out to the positions and saw that it was doing that, right? And saw that the distant shore was obstructed by a bulge of water in the middle. I was like, holy shit. I never knew the water curved like that. But when you go to look into it, it doesn't curve like that. Like Soundly's picture to me now, I don't show people flat water, flat plane, you know, that we observe it flat. I show them Soundly's picture and go, you think the power lines in the water does that? You know, people in my local area that know that power line, you know, that see it all the time. You think you live in a place where when you view this power line from 20 feet above the water, that in the distance, 14 to 16 miles, it curves like that? And they're going, no. No, what, you know, it doesn't do that. Like, well, look at the caption. Curved Earth. This is the curvature of Earth, sir. This is where this guy and a lot of people like him are telling you live all your life here in Louisiana on this lake, going over a hump of water, you know, in this distance. That's what I show them. How ridiculous it is. They all know that water would flow. All of them. Because they use their common sense. You know how water acts. Just put it in a 10-foot pipe and tilt it an eighth of an inch. That water will flow out. Very quickly, immediately.
Got to build this pier.
That's funny you say that, because that was one of the first questions I asked a surveyor. I knew the answer, but I asked him to see what he would say. I said, could you build me a... Man, just pulled out in front of me. Ooh.
Bastards.
Yeah, I got my air brakes on. I got everything was locked up.
Shit. At least you can laugh about it and not have road rage and pull out a gun.
Thank goodness. I mean, I don't know how we didn't hit, but I had asked the surveyor, you know, could you build me a pier a mile long over a lake, and how would you do it? And he said he would just measure up from the water. I said, oh, no. I don't want the pier to curve. I want it to be horizontal. And he looked at me like I was the crazy one. Right?
Yeah, you want a tangential pier. You got to say tangential.
Yeah, I want a tangential horizontal pier. I don't want it to follow the water and curve. And he looked at me like I was the crazy one.
Yeah, well, like, why would you want that? That would, yeah, I can see why he would look at you like that. But you just got to start off with, we're building a tourist attraction.
to show the curvature of the Earth to people, and
Right.
basically
It
say
doesn't
by the
work,
time
right?
it's built, they'll walk to the end of it and they'll hold a glass of water, and the water will be at a different level to what the glass will be. It's going to be spectacular. People will want to get involved, and then they'll go down there and start to build it and realize, fuck, there is no fucking curvature. We can't build this thing. It's level the whole way.
What you got to do is build 2 piers next to each other on the way out and on the way back. So a mile long, 1 foot off the water at the beach is pier A, and when you get out a mile, it's 1'8" above the water. And then you get on the other pier and come back, it's 1 foot above the water out there. And when you get back to the land a mile away, it's 1'8" above the water, right?
Yeah, I see. Interesting.
Because that's what they're teaching you. That it drops off both ways. From any point, drops away from your feet 8 inches per mile. And show people how ridiculous and what method you're going to have to use to build that pier that way is going to go away from every method ever used in building and in surveying. You're going to have to calculate how high you're going to have to raise the end of that pier. You understand what I'm saying?
If they were going to try and fool it and make the flat plane pier look as though it was on a ball, and so we could measure the drop, it would have to bend up. And the funny thing is, like you suggested, if we did the one coming back the other way and it was actually on a ball, they would be approaching each other obviously at a different angle, like depending on how far away they were from each other.
It would be rising up, and you put a pipe on each pier, and you have water flowing out the end, right? Water going in one end and flowing out the other, both ways. Think about that. It's a mind thing.
Yeah, no,
right?
that's funny. We're gonna need 10 million. 10 million. We need 2 piers now. Fuck.
It's why people can't figure it out when you're just talking to them about it, because it's a mind bend. They've been duped their whole life, but when you put it to them like that, or put it on paper like that, it's no questioning.
Yeah, I like when Denmark was saying fucking a while ago, you build a pier out far enough and you could just walk off into space. You just build it long enough in a tangent and you could just start off with your family and just keep on walking, and halfway through start to put your space suits on, and then by the time you get to it, you just jump off the end and go for a drift around into space. No need for
Think
a
about
rocket.
it's not that far. I mean, it's not that far that would happen. What, 2,000 miles, 2,500 miles? I mean, the whole thing is a tenth. You would build a tenth away there, so 25,000 miles around. You build it 2,500 miles. You build a tenth of that. If you really think about it, 2,500 miles, 25,000 miles isn't that far.
No, it's not. Not at all.
Especially when you can fly now at 700-800 miles an hour.
Yeah, or even in one day you can travel a good 2,400 kilometers, which is, I don't know what that is, 1,800 miles or something like that.
Right, yeah,
So
even
that's just driving.
Even driving,
right?
yeah, even driving, you can drive a good portion of it each day. Hell, I'd like to know how many.
Lap the world, mate.
Yeah, it's gotten like out of hand now. So when I go to the Gulf, which is south of me, and I drive north 2 hours, and I'm 60-something feet above that water. I keep driving north, and I get into some hills, and I'm 200, 300, 400 feet above that water immediately, like within 10 more minutes. If I drive an hour more north of me, I'm 60-something feet above the water, mean sea level here. And if I drive north another hour, I'm hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet above sea level.
Mm.
And if I turn around and go back south, I'm following all waterways here are flowing north to south in my area because of the elevation change. And now we got Zanuck and others saying that water runs uphill in the St. Lawrence River when it's going west to east, right above me, just north of me here. That river flows west to east, but it's running uphill, even though the elevation profile shows that it's 200 and something feet drop down to the ocean, which is what you see in every instance. Elevation change from higher to lower, that's which way the water flows. No. If you listen to Zanuck, that elevation is 24 feet higher at sea level than it is at the mouth of St. Lawrence River, which means that river is flowing uphill. If he was a professor in school, he would be teaching your kids and mine that water flows uphill on Earth because of gravity. That's what our kids are being taught right now. Wizardry, taught by wizards, professed by professors from a man-written book. And those same people will turn around and tell you not to believe in the Bible because it's written by man.
It's all a bunch of bullshit. It's all division.
Something else you probably don't know about me, but the reason I'm so passionate is because years back when I was first starting out into this, no one knew who I was. No one, knew what I was capable of or the resources I had, what I had done before, why I was so confident. They were just spouting out that because of my beliefs, and I'd heard this before with the Christianity thing. Same people, actually, probably. Because if you really talk to these people, they came from other discords years and years ago before Flat Earth got started, before 2015. These same people were in the Christian discords, yelling and screaming at them that their beliefs were so wrong. They, their children should be taken away and, all this nasty stuff. That's why I'm so passionate.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Even today, they give the perception, a lot of them do, that they've just come into this talk, in the last year or so. And then when you really press them, you find out they've been here 4, 5, 6 years. Strange group, man. But when you get out in the public, there's not a lot of people like that. Like, I've met thousands of people and talked to them about this, and I've had 2 over the last 6 years that were so toxic that they lost their mind. Like, one of them lost his mind and lost all his chips in a poker tournament, and then tried to play cash with us when the subject came up and got up and left both times. Like, just can't handle it, right? And then the other one was so adamant he lived on a sphere that he told me that water seeks and finds its level in horizontal, never curves when static, but he lived on a sphere. That's how dumb he was. So you can kind of throw him out. And that's really the only 2 that's well, there was another one who claimed to be who was wearing a Masonic ring, who claimed to be a 33-degree Mason. This was in a poker room in Mississippi. And he was a guy. I had seen him and his wife checking in into the hotel. Now, this is a 5-star hotel, and him and his wife were dressed to the hilt, man. I'm talking about hats on with feathers, like just $1,000 suits and dresses. And lo and behold, later on that night, he came to the table and was sitting down at the same table as me. And I'd seen him earlier while he was checking in, while we were checking into the hotel. And he caught my eye then, right? Well, when he sits down at the table and someone, not me, someone else brought up, hey, does anybody know anything about flat Earth? And I was like, yeah, I know some things. What questions you had? And we started talking about it, and this guy went berserk. I'm talking about lost his mind. And then told everybody, told everybody that he was a Mason, 33-degree Mason, he knows, and blah, blah, blah. It was the strangest thing. But I'll never forget that guy. Never.
There you go.
You can't make that shit up, man. Like, I wish I would have took a picture of him, because if you can imagine someone that's just looks really high class, dressed the part, has the jewelry of, pinky rings, and had his Masonic ring on, had this kind of tie that was, it looked strange. His tie really looked strange to me, but made such an impression earlier that day. I was like, wow, that couple's, how rich must they be, But that's three people. That's just 3 people out of thousands I've talked to that were really like crazy adamant, like crazy, just like you see here, just fighting every word, laughing and mocking and scoffing at every point I made. But at that table that night, there were 2 people there that agreed like totally with me. They wasn't saying the earth was flat, but they were saying everything I was saying made sense, right? So I know they went and researched it. And then everybody else was pretty much quiet. But this guy was getting into the Bible scriptures like he was going off, man. I had never experienced that, like, firsthand real life Masonic thing.
Wonder if there's anything they don't infiltrate or can't, despite all their efforts.
I don't know. I found out after my wife's grandfather passed away that he was 33-degree Freemason. Like, her uncle has the ring. And he was one of the nicest people I know. Like, overly nice. Just great man. Helped his grandchildren, did all kind of stuff. But all his kids, were kind of screwed up. Just drugs and, whatever. So I often wondered, what had happened, in the past. But as far as when I knew him, he was super, super nice. My mechanic, my full-time mechanic that worked, like, we do a bunch of business. Like, he has a Masonic symbol in his shop that he welded personally. So obviously it meant enough to him, to take the time to build it. But he says he's not active. And he's one of the nicest guys I know. Like, just, no issues ever.
Do you think that has to do?
You put on.
Do you think that has to do with Masonic principles?
I don't know. I'm just telling you about the 2 people that I know are related in some way, shape, or form to that, and that I've never seen or heard them get cross. I think that my mechanic is a born again Christian, so I think that's what it has to do with him, and he's not involved with, you know, any of that anymore, or never really got involved, you know, to a high degree. He just, you know, some of their principles are good, right? Like be kind to your net, you know, a lot of their principles are just like another religion. But I think that's what they're teaching people at a lower level. Now, I don't know what goes on at a higher level. Like I said, I wish I would have talked to her grandfather, who definitely had a 33-degree ring, whether he was 33. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where he got it from. I never saw anything while he was alive that showed me he was, you know, a Mason. I never knew. I gotta go. I'm showing up on a job and it's full of water.
We've got little bloody clubs everywhere, or buildings, or halls, or whatever you want to call it, Masonic fucking halls. So no doubt I know some people that are fucking call themselves Masons, but they don't. You know, I wouldn't know who they are. One in every fucking suburb. Good people. Ballers fucking really hate it when you call them out on all their pseudoscience. They really don't like that term.
Did you kill the chat again, Wyatt?
No, it wasn't me. It was. Actually, I don't know if anyone killed it, to be honest. I think it was just one of those things where people had other things to do momentarily.
White killed it. He did. It was pretty active till he started talking.
Well, it was active when I got here, and then I left. And what happened?
Joking. He
It was still talking, lots of talking.
Yeah, I'm just teasing. We were basically
Nate
listening
struggles.
to Rock here. Then he had to leave.
Nate struggles with the concept of science versus pseudoscience.
Yeah. Do you know any?
Do you want to bring up the
Masons?
definition, Nate?
Huh?
Do you want to bring up the definition if you can, and see if
not really.
any of the sciences that you rely on fit into the definition of actual science?
I don't really want to get into word games and semantics with you, White. I know that's
Word games and semantics. Hang on.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
want
what
to
we're
ask
talking
Ben
about at all.
if he knows any
Ben,
Masons.
so is this word games and semantics, or is pseudoscience versus science a very real topic?
Well, yeah, look, what, you know what? I think personally that astrophysics, right? Which is a bit of
separate from that. Don't be particular.
Hold on,
Don't be particular. Come on.
right? When it comes to things that we can't actually physically test, physics wise, I think that leaves 99% doubt to things, right? When it comes to things like astrophysics, which I find it personally the wrong. It should be astro observations, right? Because it is an observation science, observational, and it stops short at one of the parts of the scientific method, in my opinion.
Look at the definition of pseudoscience, just quickly, everyone, or whoever cares to.
Where is it?
And tell me that, well, wherever you want to find, whichever dictionary or fucking site you want to go to.
Yeah,
and you got pseudoscience and you got science.
I personally don't like getting into these kind of
Me neither, Pencil. Me neither.
whatever you want to call them, these sorts of
Word games and definitions and semantical arguments.
Well, no. If you could admit that anything that comes under the term pseudoscience, which has a definition in the fucking dictionary, so you can say it's a word game all you like, but the dictionary has it as a separate word, so it's not a game, right? So if you want to say that pseudoscience is claimed to be science, then you've got to try and justify it. You can't just say pseudosciences are sciences.
I never said pseudoscience.
So, okay.
I never disagreed that pseudoscience and science are two separate things. I haven't said anything, White. I literally haven't said anything on this topic.
You said it was word games. So you've now just agreed that it's not word games.
You want to get into word games and these semantical arguments. That's all you've been trying to do.
No. Okay, so now you've said something. Again, word games and semantic, that's not what it is. There's two distinct definitions which you just agreed to.
At me over word games, what's the definition of
it's not word games.
What's the definition?
You're playing word games. You're saying there's two definitions and then it's semantical. Two definitions, then it's semantical.
He's fixing to say you're talking over him when actually he talked through you in the beginning.
Crazy.
I wasn't
Can't help himself. Same script, I bet.
What? Anywho, White, all I'm saying is I don't want to get into, what are the definitions of words and things. I just wanted to ask Banso if he
just
knows
acknowledge it, Ben.
Real life.
What did you want to ask me? What the fuck?
Banso, I just want to know, do you know any Masons in real life?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do actually.
Have they ever invited you to join?
Sure
that.
No, they haven't invited me. No.
Oh. Okay.
No, the Mason that I know lives in Darwin. For number one, doesn't live anywhere near me, but I do know a Mason that is at a very low level, not like at the 32nd or 33rd Reich or whatever they fucking call it. I don't know that sort of level of masonry. Why? Why do you ask about Masons?
Because that's what
he's detracting from pseudoscience.
Rocky was telling us about Masons and whatnot. That's what we were talking about while you were gone. So I was just asking.
Oh, okay then. Well, I just looked up the definition of pseudoscience, and it says a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. Okay. Now.
Nice.
Okay. So now, this is the area that we get into. Like, what is the scientific method? Exactly. And this seems to be
experimentation, yeah.
Well, when you start talking to people like Paul and all these other people, they say there's 73 different definitions of the scientific method now.
They have to say that, Bandy, so
Yeah,
that they can avoid saying that it's all pseudoscience.
Now, I'll like here's a question for you, Nate. Would you say dowsing is a pseudoscience?
Would I say what, Benson?
Dowsing. Would you say that's
Dowsing?
dowsing? Yeah. Have you ever heard of that before?
I have an idea, like to douse something.
That's
like,
when
water
dowsing. Water dowsing.
Yeah, douse it with water or like some flammable fluid. You mean
No.
that?
Water dowsing is basically when a guy gets a couple of sticks or a couple of metal rods, walks around a paddock, and marks exactly where there is water underground. Do you consider that a pseudoscience?
Oh, water. Okay, I've never. Hang on, let me see. Another type of.
Okay, yeah, look into it quickly. I'll give you.
Okay, could you explain it to me? Like, what do they do when they dowsing and what?
He just did. They walk around with rods and they can detect the water table.
How? Like, how does this work?
The rods vibrate and attract to one another. There's different methods.
So where there's water, they'll vibrate?
Where the water table is more prevalent, they'll do something different than when it's not.
Yeah. Do you consider that?
So what's the cause and effect mechanism? But is it accurate, Benson, or does it work?
No. Well, no. I'm going to say you've quickly looked into it. Do you consider that?
I haven't. I just Googled water dowsing and I saw a guy holding a weird thing.
Okay, but by the definition of science, can it be tested? Yes, it can. We can get bodies of water. We can put these rods above. We can actually test this. Yes, you can perform the scientific method. Definitely.
Now,
I don't know. I don't know what it is, guys. I just heard about this now, and I'm asking, does it work? You know, is it accurate?
Well,
like, what is?
Well, I personally have seen it.
Yeah, but how does it work, Ben? So how does this thing detect where the water table is more prevalent?
Electric vibrations.
Pixies.
Why are you asking questions now? Like, he's trying to explain to you. He's trying. The topic is scientific method. Yeah, but
I have no idea what water dowsing is, Rocky. How can I answer Benson's question if I don't even know what it is? Come on, man. Like, am I not allowed to ask questions?
The question isn't about how it works.
Yeah, but before I can answer Benson's question, I need to understand.
You need to know every detail about water dowsing.
Hold on, let me jump in just real quick.
I'm allowed to ask questions.
Right. So let me jump in just real quick. So you're asking about cause and effect. Okay.
No,
to me,
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How does it work?
Yeah. Hold on. You said, how does it work?
Yeah.
That's cause and effect. Okay. So to me, you're describing what I think most of us here would say is the scientific method. Here's something that we see. We want to know why and how it happens, right? So the question now I would come back to you and ask is, if there's a claim, but you cannot demonstrate a cause and effect, and yet you present that claim as science, is that true science or pseudoscience if you cannot demonstrate a cause and effect? Because you're asking for a cause and effect, which I think is very telling.
It's ironic, right? He's asking for the very thing that guy, the bandsaw, is trying to ask him about.
So to answer your question, Travis, yes. If I had a claim, but about a cause and effect relationship between something, but I wasn't able to provide evidence for that claim, then yeah, I would be talking science, nonsense, gibberish, pseudoscience. Now, me asking Banso how this thing works
evidence. Provide evidence is the wrong terminology. I'm going to get semantical on you again.
Yeah. I just want to clarify something. I'm not asking Banso how this works because I want to trick him or get him on a gotcha. It's just Banso asked.
I didn't say that.
Is dousing water an example of pseudoscience? And there's no way I can answer that question if I don't even know what dousing water is, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but you do now.
We explained it.
Yeah.
How are
Yeah.
the conversations
So
with the people that have been here for 15 years that are oppose us on everything go like this every time? Because if Bandsaw would have asked me the exact same questions, this conversation would be over already. It's amazing,
yeah.
bro.
I
He's
don't know
been here,
who's been here
15, 16 years now?
I've been here
He
16
knows
years.
all the tactics.
What?
To just do circle work.
How
We-
have I
we
been
know
here
that.
15 years?
Speaking of water dowsing,
25.
did anybody ever watch that? Didn't Russell Crowe do a water divining movie? I think he did.
So
The
anywho,
water diviner.
So with okay, so Ben, so maybe you don't want to tell me how it works. It doesn't matter. But okay,
Well,
I
can
I
tell
have
you
an
how-
idea.
I
I have
don't
an idea.
know how it works, right? I
Another
don't know how it works, right? All I know is that a guy gets a couple of sticks or a couple of metal rods in his hand and he walks around and these things cross, and where they cross, right, underneath that, there is water under the ground somewhere. Right?
Okay.
And then you drill for water and then you hit water. Boom. Okay.
All right, cool.
Now,
What was your next question going to be?
well, no, my question was right at the very start: do you consider water dowsing a pseudoscience?
It's hard for me to answer that question if I don't even know how water dowsing works. But if people do this and they do more often than not find water where they use this instrument, then I would say it seems to work, right? Yeah, but I mean, I don't know how it works, Ben. So like, it's
Okay,
a
so
very
look how
difficult
simple it
question
is,
to
though.
ask
Oh,
in relation
okay,
to
but
pseudoscience. How would you
right,
answer that?
but look,
Is water
think
dowsing a pseudoscience to you, Ben?
hold on, just real quick. So let's go back a couple hundred years where we don't have electronic mechanisms to detect anything in the air, but we have someone who can divine through these two rods where a water table is. He knows that if he stands there with his hands and he holds his hands out, nothing, can't feel nothing. Then he knows that if he gets these two rods out, he has vibration and he draws them closer and then he moves away. It's almost like a metal detector, right? But it's a water table detector. So the cause and effect is he's got these two sticks. When he has these two sticks and the vibrations happen, he finds water. That's cause and effect. That's how it happens.
Yeah. And
Pretty simple.
And it could be considered a science. All right. They're out there doing something. All right. In the physical world.
I would clarify that with you can move it into a laboratory and make sure that what you're detecting is water, because it might have just been coincidence that there was vibration and it was for some other type of ore, and you just happen to drill down and find water, right? So you can actually science more shit out of it by taking it into a lab scenario, proper true cause and effect, right? But you can't do that with fucking things in the sky at all, mate. Agree.
And I don't know if it's true or not, but I actually tested it myself, knowing where a water source was. So I knew exactly where there was a water source, and it seemed to work. Right now, I'm not.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at, Band, is you can't outrule that it was something else, whereas in a
No,
lab you can.
and
You can isolate the water.
I hear exactly what you say. Like if you were to do exactly the same technique, if you were to take it down to the beach, right, and is it gonna register water as soon as you start to walk into the water, and everywhere you go, 360 degrees around you is going to be water? I don't know. Like I've never done that experiment on it itself. All right.
Yeah.
But you definitely could put water dowsing under the scrutiny of the scientific method.
Of course.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's tangible.
All right. Okay. But what you can't do, Nate, you'd have to agree that you can't put astrophysics under the same sort of scrutiny. You would have to agree with that you can't put astrophysics under the same sort of scrutiny.
I would agree 100% with that. Absolutely 100%.
Yeah. What about you, Nate? Do you agree 100%?
Do I agree with what, Dancer?
I said.
Wow. You gotta be kidding
Were you
me, man.
talking to me?
Are you
I
not
didn't.
here?
I mean, Travis and White are answering. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Yeah, no, I actually did direct the question directly to you, buddy.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat it?
I said, when it comes to water dowsing, you 100% could put it under the scrutiny of the scientific method, right?
You mean I could perform an experiment on this thing? Yeah, yeah. I
You
agree.
can do an experiment. You can have dependent, independent variables. You can manipulate things. You can do all that sort of stuff. You can 100% put it under the scrutiny of the scientific method. Whereas astrophysics, you can't put it under the same scrutiny of the scientific method, can you? You'd have to agree with that statement.
I don't agree with that at all. Astrophysics is
Oh,
science.
Lord.
You can perform
What?
experiments within the realms of astrophysics. I don't agree with that at all, Ben. So
What do you mean in the realms of astrophysics? I'm talking just in the realms of the scientific method
astrophysics is a
itself.
science, and you can do experiments.
Like
within
what?
Astrophysics. Like lots of stuff. I don't know.
Okay, great.
So
Okay, like
Okay,
lots
but
of.
can you vary the presumed cause
Right.
in the experiment?
Hold on. That actually was a fairly simple statement, Nate, to agree with, right? Without opening yourself up to anything, right? You could have said, well,
I don't
no.
agree with it, Ben.
Well, so okay then. So we have an independent variable, we have a dependent variable, we can manipulate these things, we can do all these sorts of things with astrophysics.
Yeah,
Really?
really, Ben. So
Okay, so you said you can do experiments. Would you mind just giving us a brief summary of some key points of what constitutes an experiment? What do you need to have an experiment? What can you do? What do you have to do?
like, what are the components that make up an experiment?
If you wanted to do an experiment, what
Oh, what
steps
the
would you?
components are, Travis?
Okay, listen to me very
Dependent,
carefully. Hold on.
variable,
No.
controlled. Oh, okay.
This is not. I'm not trying to tell you what I think an experiment is. I'm honestly, this is what fucking frustrates me is when this happens. Like, I'm asking you a question and your answer is, well, you know what it is. That's a fucking sociopath. Okay? That's what a sociopath does. You don't answer the question. You put it back on me. I'm honestly trying to understand so that we can have a conversation. If you were going to do an experiment with astrophysics, give me like 3 or 4, like what's the first step? What's the second step? Because I don't know how I would do that for astrophysics. I have no clue. So,
you need your hypothesis. Then you set up your experimental apparatus, which would have a independent variable, which you manipulate to affect your dependent variable within the
can I stop you real quick? Can I stop you? Let's pick something out. I think before you get an hypothesis, there's another step, in my opinion.
Well, if you know, why did you ask me, Travis? This is why I'm saying you know.
Because this is okay. Hold on now. Hold on. Listen,
why
bro.
ask me? You're gonna stop me and correct me. If you know, just tell me.
I am okay. Fucking A. I am. You started out with step 2.
Okay, what's step 1?
You have to have an observation.
Okay, so you have your observation, then your hypothesis, and then the
Okay.
rest. Yeah.
Listen, it's not that hard, man. I'm not trying to catch you out. I don't want you to be on the defense. I don't want you to be on the defense.
Observation part. What now?
Okay, right. Okay, good. So instead of being general, right, which is fine. I understand that you started out as a general description. Let's pick an observation that we can see. Right? So let's say, for instance, we're mapping the sky. And we notice that when Sirius comes up over the West Coast and then ends up over on the, starts out on the East Coast and then starts out on the West Coast, I can draw a straight line across the sky to that point, but that's not the path it took. Like I can draw a straight line from the point on the east to the point on the west, but it took an arc. So I'm tracking the sky. The sky looks like it's moving in an arc. Okay, so that's my observation. Now, what's my hypothesis? I don't know yet. I'm just making this up on the fly, right? But then you mentioned an independent variable. So here's my question. Do you accept my description of the observation? I observe Sirius on the East Coast. I observe it on the West Coast. I observe it making an arc. That's my observation. Are we good on that point?
Yeah.
Okay. What's my hypothesis? The sky is moving. I think the sky is moving. Okay. What's my independent variable going to be?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's where I would say this isn't an experiment. Can't be. I can't manipulate anything but my location, right? That's the only thing I can manipulate. I can go to the East Coast. I can actually go farther east, or I can go farther west, but I'm going to see the same observation, right? I can elevate my position. And so then the landscape is going to drop and it's going to come out at a different place because of what's the word where it adjusts? What's that word? Where you have, I'm brain farting. But you understand what I'm saying? So at this point, I don't believe that form of astrophysics, the physics of the sky, stars, the physics of the stars, I don't believe at that point I can do any science on that. All I can do is observe.
Okay.
Would you agree or disagree? How would you turn?
With the premise you gave, I'm not too sure, but I still don't agree that you can't do science on things in the sky.
Okay, great. So how would you manipulate an independent variable? What's your independent variable? Let's make this up. Again, I don't have any answers, so I'm not trying to catch you out, right? How would you independently vary something in your observation of Sirius moving from the east to the west?
With your example of the Sirius thing, I don't know. It's a weird thing.
It's weird. It's weird watching Sirius come up in the east and go to the west.
I don't know why you would want to subject that to experimentation.
It's astrophysics.
What is the hypothesis?
Astro comes from the word aster. Astro comes from the word aster, which means star. There's a star. Physics has to do with the fact that I can see it and it has movement. So what's weird about describing what we see in the sky?
No, not that. What's weird is your little example thing that you've
my little example thing. I don't know what that is. I did not use the word little.
Let's go through it again, right? So you see a star.
Pick any phenomenon.
On the eastern side in the sky, and then tomorrow you see it on the western side, and now the question is, how did it get there? Right?
No. I didn't say tomorrow. It's through the night.
Pick
right?
your own phenomenon.
Through the night, you see it move across the sky. And now the question is, how did it get to the other side?
Right.
And then the hypothesis is, it's the sky that's moving.
Yeah, the sky's moving.
Okay. And now you want to do an experiment to detect the movement of the sky.
No, I don't, because I don't believe I can. Okay. You're making a claim that astrophysics can be scienced.
Yeah, but that is a weird thing to try and test.
Okay, let me stop.
Pick one that you think's not weird.
Well, no. I would like you actually not to use the word weird, because I'm going to say what's weird about it. Why is it weird that I'm describing actually what we see? So is my description weird?
I
Because
think
all
that phrase that I want to test the movement of the sky is weird. My hypothesis would rather be that star has moved, and now I want to test whether or not that star or that light in the sky is moving. But to
okay,
want to do a
great.
hypothesis to test the movement of the sky, it's just weird wording, because I'm not sure what it is you want to
Okay,
test
so
now.
go. Okay, that's
Movement
fine.
of
I'm
the
good.
whole entire sky, or just that
Okay,
single star.
okay.
You
I'm
see what
good. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
Okay.
So you described how you would go about testing it. So go ahead.
How I'd go
Carry on
about
from there.
testing whether or not that star is moving.
Right.
How would I test whether or not that star is moving?
Okay.
All right. So let me think. I want to determine whether or not that star is moving relative to me.
No, okay.
Or what? Moving relative to what? The backdrop of the other stars?
No, because okay, look, I can't go
Yeah.
back. I can't go back and do a word for word about because I asked you what was weird about it, and when you started to answer, you began to describe from your perspective what seemed to me how you would test this, and you said it very well. So then I was just I just told you I can't remember how you said it verbally. Okay.
All right, but Travis, I did not say how I would test it. I haven't answered that part of the question yet. We haven't even got there.
Oh my God. So
all I said
either
is your hypothesis is worded weirdly to say I wanted, how do I test the movement of the sky? It's just we should say, that star is moving. How do we determine the movement of that star? That's all I was questioning. Now I got to think about what I'm going to do, right?
yeah, sure. And like White said, pick a different thing in the sky. If you want to pick something else that you think is not weird, then you pick it and walk us through your scientific method for that.
Well, I'd choose like we see a star and it's got a blue color to it, right? And obviously there's blue shift, red shift bullshit, okay? And so yes, we see that effect on Earth. But how do you think science has done with that star, Nate, to show that blue shift and red shift are actually an object moving further and closer away? Is that science or not?
To look at the Doppler effect of light? Yeah, that's science. Why isn't that science?
No. To look up at a star and see a star blue and go, that's because of Doppler effect.
I don't think no, that's not what they do. They don't look at it and say the star is blue, so it's Doppler effect. It's the wavelength.
What's red and blue shift?
Red and blue shift. We just use those words to say that it's moving towards the blue shift of the color.
So how is the science done to verify that?
You look at the frequency of the wavelength of the light.
So it was never done. Okay. So it's not science.
It is science. I'm telling you how it's
How
done.
did you vary? How did you vary the presumed cause? How did you vary the presumed cause, which is the star moving either away or towards you? How did you vary that?
You don't vary that. We can't.
You need to vary that. Isn't that the presumed cause of the red or the blue? Shit.
So you don't have an independent variable.
That is the cause of it.
So hold on.
So you can't do science. Thank you.
Can't do science on what now?
Okay, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it again. You described needing an independent variable that you can manipulate, and you just said that you can't do that in this. There was no independent variable. So how is that science?
Specific thing, looking at the Doppler shift of light, yeah, that's not an experiment. That's an observation.
Pseudoscience. Fantastic.
What observations are part of science? If you observe something,
no, they're part of science. But saying that the blue in the star is because it's moving towards or away from you, that's pseudoscience.
Why is that pseudoscience?
Can I address that quickly? That's actually
well, not specifically, but the claim that it's extrapolated to be the exact cause has been pseudoscience has been utilized to make that claim. Definitely.
Yeah, can I just address that specifically, the observation thing?
Yeah, but your mic is really bad. But yeah.
Yeah, Crypto, your mic, man.
Oh, sorry. Let me just leave and come back 1 second.
He's in the toilet, I'm pretty sure.
Or he's driving, maybe, huh?
Oh yeah, or a cabin, yeah, a car, vehicle. Yeah. I'll give you that one, mate.
Not really Crypto, but anyway, go. We can still hear you, mate. We can still hear you.
Fine. I do need to get a new. I need to get a new fucking phone. This phone's ancient, older than the dinosaurs. Anyway, so yeah, science is composition. Just because observation is part of science doesn't mean it is science. And this is very obvious when you point out, say, a car and a tire. So, like, you could say that a tire is part of a car, but you would never look at a tire and say that is a car, obviously. So this is the same with observation. Yes, you do need to do observation to do science, but observation isn't itself science. It's part of science. So don't confuse the two.
Very true. And Nate knows this. He dances around it as part of his paid employment.
Oh, Nate.
Yeah, guys, listen. The only claim I'm making is that I don't agree with you guys when you say astrophysics isn't science. That's all. I haven't said anything.
Okay, right, but you haven't given us. Right, but you haven't given it. Right, but you haven't given us any semblance of science with astrophysics. Can you give us, right, because the redshift blue shift we just discovered is only observational. Okay, so let's leave that away. So what would you like to choose right now that's astrophysicsy, that is a scientific methody example?
Because I asked you a very specific question, Nate. Very specific.
He knows, Bandy.
What was your
I
question?
know.
What was your specific question?
What? I love how you do this.
I mean, this.
He earns his money.
This is what I was talking about the other day. At this point, I would kick his ass out of this group. He's got
no. I mean,
he's got
Travis,
nothing.
I want to answer your question, but Bansal went and
No.
made a comment. You know.
No.
Nate's not getting kicked out. So anyway,
I know he's not.
No,
I'm saying
we
this is what I'm
enjoy our
talking
What am I
insanity.
doing wrong? Like, why are you angry at me, Travis? What did I do, man?
You are being severely obtuse.
yes.
Like every hold on. I'm explaining. Everyone here besides you, everyone who just guffawed, right? Those little belly laughs you heard were because your behavior was so obtuse. Everyone else knows what's going on. If Bandy asked anyone else, we would be able to catch up and keep up with the conversation right now. We wouldn't say, "What was the question? What were you saying? I wasn't paying attention."
Yeah, listen. I mean, I am busy working as I'm talking to you guys, so I'm trying my best. But Travis, it would help if I was able to speak to one of you at a time. If I'm about to answer your question and Banso makes a comment, or White asks me a question,
Yeah,
halfway,
that didn't happen.
or-
That didn't happen,
or-
gaslighter.
It did happen. I was about to answer your question, and Banso made his comment about a question that he asked me. There was that other time where I was answering your question on the scientific experiment, and you interrupted me. So it does get difficult to pay attention to three people
saying
talking
right,
to me.
yeah,
at the
I'm
same
saying,
time.
yeah, I'm
So
saying right now. I'm saying right now.
I'm going to try and answer the
No,
question.
hold on. No, I'm going to call your bullshit out. I'm going to call your bullshit out right now because that wasn't happening right now. When Bandy just addressed you, no one was over talking. So again, like a good sociopath, you bring up something that happened 10 minutes ago to apply to right now when what happened 10 minutes ago isn't happening right now. It's got nothing to do with
But what
it.
happened right now is I was about to answer your question, and then Bansal made a comment, right, about some question he asked me earlier. So I mean, should I ignore Bansal's comment? You see what I'm saying? But I'll ignore his comment and I'll address what it is you and I are discussing. So you want me to give you an example of something I would try in science with regards to astrophysics? Dark matter, let's say. All right.
Okay, what is dark matter?
So we have our observation, right, where we see that the rotational velocity of galaxies, especially towards their outer edges, isn't in line with what we predicted. This is our observation, and we don't know why they rotate faster than what we predict they should rotate at, right? So we have this observation.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. Just a point of
This is what
clarification.
I'm talking about, Travis.
I have
You're
a
gonna
point of
interrupt me?
clarification.
Someone else is going to interrupt me.
Okay,
you know?
listen. I have a point of clarification on what you just said right now. Okay, so how are you obtaining these observations? Where's the source? Where is the source that is producing these images? How do you get these images? Can I get them? Like with my camera, can I see these galaxies rotating?
When I'm done busy with the work I'm busy with now, I will provide you with them. I'll give you the sources, Travis. I promise you. But
No.
No,
You're misunderstanding me. No, you're misunderstanding me.
Oh.
I'm not asking you to link something that I can go look up. I'm saying how you can just say it with your mouth. You're describing a rotation of a galaxy. How did you see that?
Through satellites, through instruments.
Okay, so you've got satellites that are out in space.
Looking at other galaxies, yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna dispute the science of outer space right now. So I just wanted to understand what your source for seeing these swirly galaxies. Okay, I apologize. Carry on.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool. So where was I? Yeah, so we observe these galaxies rotating super fast. It's faster than what we predicted, and we don't know why this is happening, right? So now we come up with a hypothesis. It's caused by dark matter, and dark matter consists of what we call WIMPs.
Wait. How did you get this substance called dark matter? Did you just invent it? Like you're saying, look, we're seeing these galaxies swirl faster than we thought. Dark matter, like that. Like, did you just invent that up, or like? So dark matter has to be something that you've already seen, right? So you've got a swirling galaxy, and then you have another thing out here in a box called dark matter because you've already observed dark matter, right? So you've got dark matter on the shelf in a box that you're waiting to say, okay, when can we match this dark matter thing up with something else? Because we don't understand dark matter. So like, how did you jump from seeing a galaxy swirl to dark matter? Like, how did you make that correlation?
So dark matter isn't something we already have in a box in the closet waiting to be matched up.
Right. So did you just make it up?
Travis, you gotta let me talk, man. Dark matter is the hypothesis. It is the thing we feel explains why these galaxies are rotating fast. We haven't detected it. We don't know if it's real. It might not be real. It's a hypothesis. We see galaxies rotating faster than what we expected. Why is this happening? We don't know. So my hypothesis is there's dark matter there. All right.
Okay.
And my hypothesis is dark matter is made of what we call WIMPs, which are weakly interacting massive particles. Dark matter WIMPs is the same thing, but that is my hypothesis. All right.
So you could have simply called dark matter who's he what's it. Very simply.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Exactly. I could have called dark matter unicorn farts. It's just my hypothesis. I don't even know if it's real. We could be wrong.
Right. Okay. So yeah. I mean, I appreciate where you've gone so far. But
that's science, right? You hypothesize that this might be what's causing my observation.
Okay,
I don't know if it's right, but I'm giving a name to my hypothesis. I'm just calling it dark matter. But
okay, I get that. Yeah, I get that. I get that. So let's do a contrast right now. Let's bring it back down to terrestrial physics, terra physics, right? So we're going to do something on the Earth that is an observation with an hypothesis and contrast it with astrophysics observation hypothesis. Okay, so here we go.
Could I come up with the example?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. I see something burning. I don't know what causes it to burn, but I'm going to hypothesize that the reason it's burning is because it's full of Phlostogen, right? That's what
Wait,
I'm
wait.
hypothesizing.
Okay, hold on,
What
hold on,
makes
hold
things
on.
burn is a
Hold-
substance called phlostogen.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. In my opinion, you're being too general. I see something. What, a fucking truck?
I
A
see a
building?
tree burn. I see a tree
Okay.
burning. I
Okay,
don't know
great.
what causes this tree to burn, or anything burning. I don't know what causes things to burn, but I'm going to assume what causes things to burn is a substance called phlostogen.
Great.
That's my
Where did you come across this substance called phlostogen?
I've never come across it, Travis, but that's why it's a hypothesis. It's a
Okay,
hypothesis.
so in my opinion, right now at this moment, you're doing the same thing as you did with the astrophysics. You're making something up ad hoc that doesn't have any.
And he's getting his own name wrong.
It's a hypothesis.
Classic. It's phlogiston. Not
Phlogiston. Sorry,
phlostogen.
yeah. What did I say? Did I say it wrong? My bad.
Yeah.
Phlostogen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm
No, no.
hypothesizing that there could be this thing that we don't know about yet, and I think this is what's causing it. Different people will come up with different guesses, different ideas, different hypotheses, or whatever. But it's a hypothesis, Travis.
Okay. Again, I'm going to say this again. All you did was present the same ambiguous hypothesis because you don't have anything that you know of as the cause. What I wanted to do with bringing science back down to good old terra firma was to actually have an example where we have actual cause and effect. Like when I make my hypothesis, it's going to be with something that I actually know exists. I'm just not sure if it's the cause. I'm not going to make some bullshit up.
But that's not a rule, though. That's not a rule when it comes to hypothesis. There's no rule that says when you make a hypothesis, your hypothesis has to include things that we've already confirmed exist.
Okay.
That's not a rule in science. You can't just decide that my hypothesis has to contain things we know exist already.
Okay,
Because
hold on.
then I could say you guys can't make hypotheses that include the ether. Because we don't know that the ether really exists, but people do have scientific experiments where the hypothesis included the ether.
Hold on.
Why does light work the way it does? I hypothesize it's because light is propagated by a medium called the ether. So now
Okay.
my test is to see, does the ether exist? It's the same thing, Travis.
Okay, hold on. A couple of points. I'm going to try to work backwards. First of all, the ether is given a name for the observation. There is something that is being observed, and they're calling it ether. You don't have an observation of the phlogiston.
I do. I see something burning. Why is it burning? Phlogiston.
No.
I'm seeing phlogiston within it, causing it to burn.
No. You see you see a tree, and you see fire. And all right. And if there's particular oils in that tree, you're going to see black smoke, right? So anyway, here's my point. Going back, I
don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Let me. I have two criticisms based on what you said earlier. Let me try to get this out.
No problem.
So again, I've said this before. I think it's pretty clever. When the last scientist died, hypotheses could start to be made without any observable concrete cause. That is, I can make up whatever shit I want as an hypothesis without any basis in reality. When the last scientist died, they snuck that rule in. So just because, in your opinion, that an hypothesis can include unicorn farts when you've never seen one and you don't even know if they exist, but you can make it up as a cause, I don't accept that as a scientifically valid hypothesis.
But that's the thing. There's no, this word, the scientifically valid hypothesis, and what you want to accept and what you don't want to accept. That's your feelings about it, Travis. That isn't how it's done in the real world, right? So I could hypothesize that it's unicorn farts. And then when I subject my hypothesis to experiment, I get a null result, which tells me it's not unicorn farts. I was wrong with my hypothesis. I need to come up with
That's
a new
impossible.
One.
That's
now,
impossible.
with the example we're talking about something burning.
That's impossible.
You brought up something very interesting, right? And you got to stop interrupting.
How did you manipulate the unicorn farts?
Something very interesting. You said
Right.
that if there's oil, I would know it's, I would see black smoke and whatnot. But this is the thing. We don't know that oil has anything to do with fires. Remember, we are.
How did you manipulate the unicorn farts?
Nothing. All we saw was something burning, and we're taking a wild guess and saying it's phlogiston.
Okay,
we don't
listen.
know about oil and fuels and
Fucking
combustion.
A.
We don't know any of that.
Okay, listen.
Can I-
White's brought
can I
it.
say one
White's
thing
brought
real
it up. Well, no, I'm sorry. White's brought it up, right? Because it was my question. You seemed to be able to eliminate unicorn farts, but that would presuppose that you know what they are in order to eliminate them. How do you know you didn't eliminate something else and you still have unicorn farts?
What do you mean?
If you don't know what I
When did
mean,
I say I've eliminated unicorn farts. What?
you just said that. You just described it. You said you performed a test, you eliminated unicorn farts, but that would.
Those words never left my mouth. I have not performed any tests. We haven't even got there, Travis. Because every time I just give you the hypothesis,
the whole time.
you give me pushback. I haven't even given you my independent variable or what the test.
That's why it's a presupposition. That's why it's not a hypothesis. Because guess what? What we heard, even though you were talking on at the very end, but your point, I mean, you were kind of being a little repetitive at that point, which is why people started jumping in. But you had given us a conclusion already, and no test was done. That's why your statement was presuppositional, because an actual hypothesis is a supposition to be tested. What you're doing when you're telling Travis no is that it's invalid to say, this causes this. Here's the thing I observed, and I'm trying to recreate that effect. I believe this is the cause, and I'm gonna utilize that thought, that belief, that supposition to try and recreate the effect. If I don't recreate the effect, that's the no hypothesis being validated. Like, it's only two possibilities based on how you approach it epistemologically. So Travis's epistemological approach is appropriate. Now, you've tried to lay out your epistemological approach because you disagree with them. However,
what is the approach I laid out? Tell me.
So your independent variable is what?
Exactly. I didn't even give you what my independent variable was. I didn't.
So
even
it would
get
be.
to my
So it would be what, or
I
you
didn't
wouldn't have
even
it.
get there because I keep on getting pushed.
All right, so don't cry. Don't cry about it. Don't cry about it, Travis. Do you agree we're going to get them? Don't cry. Don't cry about it. Don't cry about it. Everyone heard what I said. Everyone heard what Travis said because everyone heard what I said and what Travis said because I basically repeated Travis. So in order to make this a fruitful conversation, all you got to do is repeat what you said. Just go ahead and do that.
I'll repeat what I said.
We'll give you a minute.
So I'll repeat what I said if you want me to, even though I don't feel there's a need to, because at the end of the day,
I do. Don't cry. Just repeat it so we can talk.
Listen to me. Please listen to me.
Just repeat it so we can talk, bro.
Stop talking and he will repeat it.
Please, Elijah.
He's not repeating it. He just keeps crying about what happened.
Well, stop interrupting and he will repeat it. All right, now go, Nate.
Yeah. So remember now, I'll try and repeat the parts I remember as to what I said, but I never gave my approach. I never gave an independent variable, dependent variable.
I'm asking you to give your approach.
My experience.
I'm asking you to give your approach.
But the problem is I can't get there because Travis and I don't agree on my hypothesis.
No. He has an epistemological approach that you said no to. What's yours?
I didn't say no to his approach. I said no
Yes,
to
you
his
did.
idea.
So now we go to he's crying about me, but he's gonna get to it. Now when I ask him, okay, finally we're gonna get to your epistemological approach, he has none. Or he says he has some, but he's not even gonna get into it. What type of bullshit is that?
So I'm just clarifying what's going on because you are muddying the waters. What Travis explained was what he felt a scientific hypothesis should be. Travis never gave an approach. He never gave us how he would perform his experiment. Neither Travis nor
It's
me
not.
gave our approaches to an
No,
experiment and what our
no,
dependent
no,
and
no, no,
independent
no. It's
variable
not.
would be. Please don't interrupt me. Please stop. Elijah,
What you?
like you just
This
straight
is a
being disrespectful, bro.
mischaracterization of how the
Very
conversation is
disrespectful.
going.
How? Please let me finish, Elijah. All right.
This
So that's
isn't even
exactly.
how the conversation just went, which is
I don't know.
recorded.
Then talk to
Okay.
yourself. You know, if you're not trying to have a conversation with me, Elijah. So
No,
that's
I'm
where
not trying to
Travis
have
and I.
somebody mischaracterize things that have been said. That's what you guys don't understand is highly annoying.
Let
But
him
Elijah,
finish
everyone
what
was
he's
here.
gonna
We all
say.
heard what
Please,
happened, and Travis
right?
was explaining what he felt a scientific hypothesis was, and that's what Travis and I were going back and forth on. Hypothesis. We never got to approaches. We never got to experiments or dependent and independent variables. If you heard people talking about their approaches and how they would do experiments, then I don't know what
No,
you are.
you
Well,
come to
that's
a
not what I. That's not
conclusion.
what I said. That's not what I said. Those. This is the problem. I'm supposed to sit here and listen to you mount a defense to some shit that I didn't even say.
You keep
What
saying
the fuck?
approach.
Why are you
What do you
attributing?
mean by
Why are you
approach?
attributing epistemology to the approach of the? Listen, bro. Epistemology is how you approach knowledge and understanding. So I'm trying to
What are
get
you
how
asking?
you would so I'm trying to get how you would understand and approach a hypothesis and what comes after that. So when Travis gave his hypothesis, it's a sound approach because it gives you only two options based on how the language is set up. That's epistemology. So what's yours?
Okay, no, that I agree with. You know, you got to word your hypothesis in such a way that you either get your result or you get null. It's correct or it's not. Yeah, I agree with that. The issue I don't agree with Travis on is with Travis telling me that within my hypothesis, it can only include things we already know about. I can't, within my hypothesis, come up with something we don't know about yet. You know, that's why I gave the pushback that then you can't ever make a hypothesis that includes the ether because we don't know the ether to be real. It's just an idea. So my example I gave was you have a tree burning and it's burning due to phlogiston, right? Now Travis is saying he doesn't like that because we don't know what phlogiston is. We don't know that it's real, and to him that's not a proper hypothesis. That's the issue, Elijah. And I don't know if Travis is still here.
No.
Well, first of all, if you're gonna
Yeah.
argue, if you're gonna argue ether at all, it has to be presuppositional.
It what?
It has to be presuppositional.
I can't hear you, bro. You're speaking very softly.
He said
You're not gonna use the scientific method or hypothesis to approach what the ether is. That's not even the right tool.
Report to determine what the ether is. Why not?
No,
You can
because
you can try to
to determine what the ether is, you would have to do the thing I'm telling you is not possible.
Which is?
That's why. I just
What is
told
the
you.
thing that's not possible? Could you say it again?
I
I'm sorry.
just told the scientific method. And you're saying,
Huh?
well, why not? Well, again, if you
What
thought
about
correctly, you would know that it was
Michelson-Morley?
impossible, which is why I said it's presuppositional, because the conclusion is already there. Now, this is okay for some things, just not material things. Especially when we're talking about studying the natural world, there's only one tool for that. Well, as far as how we define material and setting up an experiment, yada yada yada, cause and effect relationships.
So like Michelson-Morley, that's not a real experiment, or
No, it's not.
why?
Everything that I've said already should inform you what the answer
Okay,
is to that.
Bansal.
Which means you're not listening.
No, it means I don't understand what it is you're saying. So maybe Bansal
No,
understands. Bansal, taking into account what Elijah said, could you explain to me why Michelson-Morley, from Elijah's perspective, is not an experiment?
Well,
how do you vary the rotation of the Earth?
Well,
Sorry, Ben,
you would
some
need
more.
you would need a hypothesis first, which is the whole point of the conversation, right?
Yeah, they hypothesized the existence of the ether.
Okay, what's the independent variable?
The independent variable was the frame of reference in which they would.
It would have to
find
be the ether, buddy.
The beam of light.
It would have to be the ether, buddy.
No, the hypothesis is that.
So ether is light then.
No.
So ether is light then. So then why are we studying?
So with the Michelson-Morley experiment, they wanted to detect the ether, and the hypothesis.
So you're asking me why it's not an experiment, but you're ready to tell me a lot of things.
I wasn't asking you. I asked Bansal. And Bansal and White gave me the answers. Because you didn't want to answer, Elisha. You didn't.
I didn't hear. I did answer just now. Because there's no natural. You're not studying the thing that you claim is the cause.
In all fairness, you are answering over the top of his reply to both me and White as well. So you got to at least let him finish his train of thought.
But isn't
and then come in?
It's annoying because yes, I did come in the middle, but I'm beginning to correct me if I'm wrong because I could be wrong. I'm assuming that he wants to say that Michelson-Morley is an experiment, and Travis took issue with that, or is it the other way around?
No, I just brought up Michelson-Morley now.
I'm sorry, I was asking the other guy.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
no. Michelson-Morley wasn't even mentioned. It was just only with Travis or me or anyone. Nate just said so. Michelson-Morley wasn't an experiment then. So he was.
So why isn't it weird that he asked me? So then why is Michelson-Morley experiment? He said, "Is it an experiment?" I said, "No." He said, "Why not?" As if he believes it is. But why would you even ask me about what isn't an experiment when you're trying to figure out why I'm telling you that Travis' outlook on what a hypothesis is correct and yours is incorrect? And then you give an example. Travis didn't give it. You gave an example of what you asked me, was it an experiment? And I said, no. Why? Because it doesn't have a valid hypothesis. Why? Because it doesn't have a if this then that statement.
Well, this has come a long way from the actual original question.
Yeah, like you miss so much, Elijah. Yeah, like you don't even understand what
pseudoscience versus science. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Well,
but basically, with Michelson-Morley, the hypothesis is if the ether is the medium through which light propagates, there should be a preferred frame of reference in which light propagates. That's the hypothesis. And when they did the experiment, they did not find that. They did not find a preferred frame of reference through which light moves. They saw that it doesn't matter what direction you shoot light, it travels at the same speed, so no ether is detected. Null result.
Well, why are you focused on what they did when the epistemological approach to it is incorrect? First of all, in order to tell me what they did, what you had to do was say the same thing twice, which is circular reasoning.
What did I say twice?
You literally said, well, in order to know that it's propagated through ether, some reference, blah, 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 they would have to see, and then you repeated the same exact thing.
What? Do you know what I said, Elijah?
Well, I know that I heard you say the same thing, and we can go back and play the tape instead of arguing and laughing.
No, maybe I did say
either you did what I did, either you did what I said, or you didn't do what I said. Because if you did do what I said, it's highlighting exactly what I'm saying is the problem.
But what I'm saying is maybe I did say the same thing twice, but I don't understand how me saying the same thing twice leads to my hypothesis not like that. That's why I'm curious as to whether or not you understood what I was saying.
Okay.
What was the hypothesis?
If I see the Earth rotating, then the Earth is rotating.
That's not what I said. No.
Well, that's basic. Sam, again, I don't want to argue with you because we just went through this point that you said that's not what I said. But so when you said before, that's not what I said. I said let's play the tape because I'm not about to play games with.
Cool. You can play the tape, whatever. So I will
Okay, so
reiterate what
I've already done that. I went back and I found the clip where Phlogistus said that he eliminated the unicorn parts, and then he said he didn't. Okay, so I just put it in the main chat. If band so loud for everybody can listen to it themselves. You absolutely eliminated. I just put it in the main chat.
Which one?
So Travis, you're basically saying
here we go.
before he literally did exactly what I'm saying he did just now, only earlier in the conversation with Phlogistus.
Yeah, exactly. This is why these people don't belong in these conversations, because they're absolute gaslighting sociopaths.
I find it hard to disagree.
And then we chase our tails trying to prove to them that they said what they said, and it just wastes time.
Yeah, that's not particularly fun because as two human beings who were born here trying to figure things out, we should be both doing the same thing. You're hindering us from sharing back and forth information by being how you're being. And not just in general, when any person does this, I don't see the point of a human doing this when you're trying to just relay a bit of, it's like a virus. That's what a virus to a computer is. It stops the proper function of what the computer is supposed to be doing. What are y'all doing out here, man?
Yeah, I listened to it, Travis. What's wrong?
You eliminated unicorn farts, right? And then when we called you out on it, you said, I didn't say I eliminated it.
Okay.
Fucking A, man.
Yeah. Listen, when you said eliminated, I thought you meant that it was a controlled variable that I'd factored for.
It has to be.
Yeah, but listen. So in the recording
kick this guy out of here, man. Whatever.
Yeah, Travis, in the recording you just played now, what I said was, once I do my experiment and I see that the cause and effect is not unicorn farts, then I know that my hypothesis is wrong. But when you said eliminated, what I thought you were saying, because I didn't use the word eliminated, I just said my hypothesis is wrong. When you was the word eliminated, I thought you meant that in performing my experiment, they are controlled variables that you account
That's
for.
how you eliminate stuff. You are double speaking right now and trying to gaslight us as if we're the ones who are wrong. Okay? It's very simple. The only way you can find out you were wrong is if you eliminated one of your causes. It's not very hard. And now you're spinning it around so that it's my fault that you didn't understand something that you are actually spinning back to me.
I'm not spinning it around.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm admitting
yes, you are.
misunderstood you, Travis. I'm literally telling you that I misunderstood you. How is that your fault, number one? Number two, when you said eliminated, I misunderstood that to mean a controlled variable. For example, if
oh
I
my
were to
God,
do
you're saying it again.
Let me finish. So let me explain to you what I thought you meant, okay? If I was doing an example where I wanted to see whether heat, fire makes water boil, I would make sure that I factored for pressure differentials, right?
This is where the courtroom would be helpful.
You gotta let me finish, Travis, because if you change the
atmospheric,
let me finish, and then you can go ahead. If you change the, your atmospheric pressure setting, it's going to affect whether or not heat makes the water boil. So I thought when you say eliminate, you meant I factor in for that. I make sure that the pressure is kept stable. I've eliminated changes in pressure. I thought that's what you meant. Clearly, I was wrong. I was
okay.
wrong. Yeah.
Okay.
That's not
Again. Okay. Again. When you describe how you determine that you're wrong, the way that you described it a couple of minutes ago is exactly the way. Oh, the independent variable control, right? Again, in order for you to eliminate a cause that you've hypothesized, you have to have something that you can set aside. But you don't have a unicorn fart. It's an idea. It's an idea. You can't eliminate an idea in a concrete world. It'll still exist out there, right? So again, when you described your process and you said, I discovered that my hypothesis was wrong, that's when I jumped in, because I was going to say, like, how did you do that? How did you come across a unicorn fart and go, oh, this is what a unicorn fart is, and it's not the cause, I'm setting it aside? Because you don't know what a unicorn fart is, and you're performing an experiment, and you have an hypothesis, and you conclude that your hypothesis was wrong. How do you know the thing that you discovered that was the cause wasn't a unicorn fart when you didn't know what a unicorn fart was to begin with? It's very simple. I'm not a smart man. This is very simple. If you don't understand what I just said, either you don't belong in this voice channel, or you are a gaslighting, sociopathic troll.
Oh, I just couldn't understand you. Like, isn't that a third option? Or I have to be?
Yeah, you don't belong here. You don't
I
belong
don't
in this
belong here
conversation.
if I don't understand you. That's crazy, Travis. Like, you're just being weird now, man. But anywho, I get what it is you are saying now, and yes, definitely. If I have a concept, for example, like the ether, right? And we don't detect the ether, it doesn't mean that the ether doesn't exist. Because I kind of agree with what you're saying. The ether wasn't something concrete that I could put in a bucket anyway. It was an abstract idea. So to try and test for these abstract ideas, even if I don't get the result I want, it doesn't mean that abstract idea isn't a thing. And
Okay,
I'll
again.
give you that. I'm not done. You just went on and you said a few weird things. I didn't interrupt you, so I'm not done. So I'll give you that. But it still
Fucking man.
shows that my hypothesis was wrong. Because my hypothesis will have two results. I either detect this abstract idea, which is ether, unicorn farts, or floss, or phlogiston, or if I don't detect it,
I need to
then
say his own
you know
name.
I have a null result. Yeah, I don't know why I struggle saying it, man. But if I don't detect it, I have a null result. But that just means my hypothesis is wrong. It doesn't mean this thing I
my
tried
God.
to detect doesn't exist.
Okay, great. Now, we are hell and away from my initial question, and that was to have a physical observation for which we don't know a cause on the earth. Okay, now you originally chose something burning. Okay,
Yeah.
something burning.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have an object, a tree, and we have fire. Now, I'm going to assume that I've experienced a tree before, and I'm going to assume I experienced fire before. So I at least have two variables that I've had a previous experience. I know that I am not, like, I'm going to go put my hand in water. No problem. Put my hand in water, keep it under there. It's delicious, beautiful, it's refreshing. That's not what fire is. Fire does not bring me, a cooling, soothing peace as I put my hand into it, right? So I know those things. Now, I don't know what started the fire, but I do know that it's burning, right? I've never seen fire just in the air, just existing like the burning bush or whatever. Like, so you have to have certain components. So are we questioning how the fire started, or are we questioning, well, like what? Are you going to break it down to a chemical component, like that it needs oxygen, or what? So go back now to that concrete physical example of something burning, right?
Yeah, which is the example I brought up. That was my example. Don't take credit for it, Travis. So I brought up the example of something burning, and we are now questioning how does it burn? Why is it burning? What's making it burn? And my hypothesis is it's burning due to phlogiston. That's my hypothesis. Now we need to test that hypothesis. If we test the hypothesis and we find out it's not phlogiston making it burn,
We know the
then
process.
we have a null result.
Right. We know this. How are you going to?
God, mate.
How are you going to test phlogiston? Show me how you arrive or eliminate phlogiston. Go.
Do the science.
So, let's see now. In determining whether or not it's phlogiston, we'd have to make some statements about phlogiston. Give it properties that we could try to detect.
No.
Right?
Oh my God.
We could try say phlogiston.
No.
Yo, can you please stop doing that?
Well, I'm
What's
saying
wrong?
no because you
No, but you
prefaced
can't
it
just
with
say no while I'm talking, you fucking idiot.
because the
Wait
answer
till I'm done, bro.
answer
Please wait
is
till I'm
no.
done, all right? Otherwise, we it can go both ways. I can just start saying no and interrupting every time you guys talk. All right?
Well,
Please, man.
I'm
You guys are
saying
so
no for a reason.
I'm literally the only
Because you
person
said
here
in order to
talking
do
you guys,
something,
and
and
you
we're
guys wanna
going
take
back
it
to
personally,
we're going
like,
to
just wait your
epistemology
turn.
again
Why
because
can't
he
you wait
said
your turn?
in
Is that
order
just how you
to
always
do
people in real
something,
life?
we
You
have
keep
to
interrupting
do
them
this,
every time they
and
talk?
I'm saying
Come
no,
on, man.
and he's continuing with it.
No,
Jesus.
let him finish.
No,
Otherwise,
like I don't even want to finish Banso.
yeah, I was going to say.
Elijah knows
I was
everything
going to
that's
say
right.
if you
Everything I
want to,
say is just a no to it.
Well,
Let him
we're
carry on.
arguing about the
Tired,
approach, and it was wrong. It
tired
was
of doing
wrong
that.
off the jump.
well, instead of just going no, 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 no.
No, when I say
right?
no,
Listen,
no, no, no,
hold
no.
on. Now you're interrupting me. Right?
I am
Instead of
interrupting
going
you
down,
because that's not what I'm
instead of
doing.
going, yes, you did because I just heard you go no.
No, I know that's what it sounds like, but I'm
All
saying
right?
no because I want him
Well,
to
no.
acknowledge why I'm saying no.
Yes. No. What I'd much rather prefer is for him, right, to say what he says, and then you, in a very calculated way, say, well, no, this is incorrect for this, that, and the other reason. So then the greater listening audience, right, gets a chance to dissect this in a very clear way. We may have been in this game for a very, very, very long time. Right, but the goal of this channel is to go out to the greater listening audience and the new members that can dissect this. Right, that is our responsibility.
Can I respond to what you just said?
You can now, yes.
Obviously, that's not unreasonable. Obviously, it probably seems like I'm getting in the way of that very fair approach.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. The audience has to also realize the audience, first of all, has to step their game up because there are going to be many components to a conversation. Now, typically in real conversation with a reasonable person, not someone who, like a 5-year-old, is trying to ram their thought through, right? But a reasonable conversation is when someone is saying something and they begin their statement with, basically, you must accept this in order for us to have an understanding of what's going to take place in the conversation going forward. So when he says, well, in order to do something with phlogiston, first we have to give it properties. No. The reason that I'm saying no is because after that, everything after that is going to fall off of the premise of what he said we should accept. We're not talking about hypotheticals. So when I say no, why isn't it unreasonable for a person to continue to cram their thought in instead of saying, okay, what are you objecting to already this early? Is it justifiable, or are you just saying no to say no, like a Brenda would?
Well,
right. This is the exact same. All you did was continue your pseudoscience, right? You continued to make up something that you don't have any basis for. You start off with phlogiston, for which you have no basis, and then you begin to give this thing properties? What?
Well, Nate was asked how he would go about it.
Yeah, you asked how I would do
that was
it,
the
guys. This is
question,
how I
how
would
he
do
would
it.
go about it. Now, he's explaining how he would go about it. So at least give him the courtesy to at least tell you how he would go about
What
it.
is what is he going
if
about
you
again?
guys
But
don't
before
All right,
agree
before
with
we
Nate.
continue,
All right.
before we continue,
that's
what
fine.
is
Nate,
But
go.
at least let me
what
talk,
is the?
you know?
I just want the audience to be clear. Now we're talking about an it, right? You said, well, at least let him go about it. What was the it he's supposed to be going about again?
So I should
Was it
explain.
what no, not you, the guy that just said, because he's being reasonable, and right now I'm trying to vindicate myself from looking like I'm unreasonable. So allow me to do that and I'll be quiet more. So when you said allow him to do it, what was it he was supposed to be doing in the onset of that conversation? What was the it?
Explaining himself. That's what he was
No,
doing. He was explaining his process and how he would go about something. That's what he was doing.
okay, I object because maybe you misunderstood what I'm asking. Is he supposed to be validating that phlogiston is a thing or something else? I'm confused as to why we're talking about phlogiston. I'm asking him because he's also in the conversation. I want to know that he's following you in order to be so was he supposed to be validating phlogiston? What was he supposed to be doing with phlogiston specifically?
He was validating the way he would go about determining what phlogiston was, I thought.
Okay, so if he's doing that, don't you think it's unreasonable for him to start that statement with, let's give it these properties?
Well,
Right, but at the end of him finishing speaking, we then say, and that is pseudoscience.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So go, Nate, finish your pseudoscience, and then we'll tell you all about it.
Cool.
Okay.
Happy days.
Where was I? Travis, are you still here, man? Because there's no point if you go on.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm trying to hold my tongue, bro. I know that I can get aggressive. I appreciate that, you're keeping your cool a bit, but
lot.
well, no, you're the first. You're the first person that swore in this exchange, but whatever.
I know. I was the first one that swore, but I mean, I got to put up with a lot, right?
So, Bandy, you owe me $25.
Really? 25? Damn.
Come on,
that's
Nate.
what the bet.
Get on with it.
That's what the bet was. I bet you I could get him to swear.
What? So
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. See, I can be lighthearted. Come on.
So yeah, phlogiston, right? So I have this idea that phlogiston is what makes things burn, and phlogiston has weight. So my idea is that when things burn, they should release some sort of weight, and this release of weight should be phlogiston. But when I go and do my experiment, I see the change in weight doesn't add up to this idea of phlogiston.
Is that it? Before because I would have I called first.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, Sam. Right. Okay. So I'm the big bad wolf for waiting for you to say that. And if they're any intelligent enough to follow what just happened, this is the third time you've employed the broken logic that I've been trying to point out from the beginning. You use it in 3 different instances, which is why it's important for us to truly show how someone's thinking is incorrect, because 3 times you're using circular reasoning to justify your rejection of something. You think that because it's not a positive, meaning you validated it, that your rejection of it is justified. But this is the problem, because just now you said, okay, if phlogiston exists, then I'm going to give it these properties and it should do this thing. It doesn't do this thing, therefore it's not that. That's still a form of circular reasoning. Now, in the clip that I posted that you said, when did I do that? It's right there. You did the exact same thing And if you don't
Good baller
fix how
101.
you think about it, then you're never going to change your approach in any conversation, because every conversation is going to lead the same way because you're thinking about it the same.
I've got to say, Nate, I'm feeling a little bit empty after your answer. Just a little
Wait,
bit.
do you want me to go into great detail? I was trying to keep it short.
No,
and sweet.
please, dear God, no. Please do not go
So
on.
the idea, all right. So the idea is, Banso, that when things burn, they get lighter, right? So if something is burning, it must be losing phlogiston. Phlogiston must carry weight. So
No.
You're a
I
weirdo.
measure the weight of burnt things, and I notice something that doesn't match up to this. You know, I burn a certain type of metal, and it actually gains weight. It doesn't lose weight. So I know this metal is burning without releasing this hypothesized idea of phlogiston. Therefore, my hypothesis is null. It's wrong.
Yeah, no, that's not correct. But when I say that's not correct, I'm not talking about the rhetoric. I quite literally don't care about the details of what you said. It's the way you structured it, right? So it's the epistemological approach. The way you structured it was wrong.
I feel like we've come a long way from where this
Oh,
conversation first started, right?
We have
And
Banso.
like a long way, like because we started off with talking about astrophysics, right, and how that complies to the scientific method, right? And then
yeah.
and it was called pseudoscience, right? Then
Mhm.
from there, I brought up water dowsing. Is that pseudoscience? And you didn't know what it was, and then you found out what it was. And my question to you was, well, can we put water dowsing under the scrutiny of the strict scientific method, right? And everyone here kind of agreed yes, and everyone said yes. And then my question was, can we put astrophysics to the same scrutiny of the scientific method as what we can water dowsing, right? And everyone here basically said, no, we cannot. And you were the only one that said, yes, we can put astrophysics to the same scrutiny as what we can water dowsing, but yet that still is yet to be kind of explained how we can reach that same conclusion with water dowsing compared to astrophysics under the same scientific scrutiny, with the dependent, independent variables being able to manipulate things and show a very distinct cause and effect. Boom.
Okay.
So I think we've come a long way from
Yep.
there, because now we're
Yeah.
talking about fire and phlogiston and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, because
We were
the
trying to
problem
just
is,
elaborate the scientific method, Dandy.
yeah,
That's all. Elucidate
yeah, the
it, and he
problem
just
is
keeps beating around the bush.
I'm not
He
beating
keeps
around
not
the bush.
wanting to vary his presumed cause of things and claiming
because
science. It's
Yeah,
complete
but the problem is
pseudoscience.
I'm not being given a chance to even get there. I'll bring up a hypothesis, and then we tear the hypothesis apart. You know, like I haven't
that's
even, like when I tried to go into the dark matter thing, I got stopped dead in my tracks by Travis. He wanted me to talk about something on land. You know, now when I tried to go into the phlogiston thing, we spent 30 minutes just talking about how my approach and my epistemology of the hypothesis was incorrect, Banso.
You
You know,
can't even manipulate
it's not
phlogiston.
that I don't
You
want
cannot
to.
even
I
manipulate it.
don't want to get to what it is we're supposed to
Yeah.
get to.
Yeah,
It's
you're
just,
blaming
you
you're
know,
blaming of everyone else and not
things
taking
people get
responsibility
sidetracked.
like other men can control what you're saying and doing is pathetic.
well, this is the problem.
See,
This is the
you see what I'm
problem.
saying?
This
Like,
is
this is what happens.
where we jumped off the rails. I believe to the other. Damn, I gotta know your name.
You know,
Who?
I get called
The guy with the
pathetic. I get
sun?
told
No,
I
not you.
shouldn't be
The
here.
guy with the sun.
Like,
Look,
I don't know, Banso.
oh, please, can you just?
I'm sorry,
Please.
Elijah. It's hard to hear you. I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
bandsaw bandit, right?
Yeah, mate.
So
Yeah, mate.
here's why it's gone off the rails. Because we've said astrophysics is pseudoscience. The answer to why is because they don't have valid hypotheses to be run through experimentally afterwards in the first place.
Yes.
Then he gave a hypothesis that wasn't a hypothesis. Wouldn't you know it? And we started saying, well, no, that's not a valid hypothesis. That's when I came in because he asked Travis, well, what makes what you think is a valid hypothesis, and what I think is a valid hypothesis, not a valid hypothesis. That's when I said, well, everything that you're saying is a hypothesis, is presuppositional, it's actually begging the question of circular reasoning. And then I posted a video of him he was doing. And the bottom line is, yes, we've come far from the conversation of, well, how is astrophysics pseudoscience? His answer is, how is it? So he's asking a question with the question, how is it? Because it has this setup. And let me give you an example of another hypothesis. No, yes, in all instances, you didn't have a valid hypothesis. That's the reason it's pseudoscience, because they say it's science and they say they have experiments, but they can't because they don't even have valid hypotheses, which you argue what they are. So.
Hey Nate, feel free to disagree again and claim pseudoscience. I mean, claim astrophysics as science. Go for it.
Of course, I disagree,
Oh.
right?
Well, how do you disagree? The conversation.
please,
How would
Elijah,
you
please. I
disagree?
just want to say this because I need to go for a little bit. So I just DM'd you the example I was going to give of science being performed in space that I was not allowed to get to. But it's there. If you give me 10 minutes, I'll be back in 10 minutes. We can maybe discuss it if you want.
All right, mate.
I don't know.
I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, mate.
Better not be growing lettuce in space, mate. That better not be what it is.
I would love to discover that someone somewhere in the archives has written a thesis that just rips to shreds Newtonian astrophysics. You know, as soon as you start to take your observation of the sky and attribute cause and effect to it, I mean, I just don't know how this stuff wasn't just stopped, you know, full stop. Like, no, stop. You cannot say anything about cause and effect about the sky. Like why wasn't this just stopped right away? I have no idea. It's absolutely boggles my mind.
That's why I got everyone to look at the definition of pseudoscience. It's clearly there. You can clearly tell by the definition that almost all the sciences to do with anything that verifies the ball are pseudoscience.
Isn't that crazy?
But it's let go on for a very specific reason. Well, when I'm hearing,
it is crazy that it's defined. My bad.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, because I want them to ramble on, and I want these people that can articulate an argument very, very well, right, to be able to hold their tongue a little bit, Elijah, right, and let them just say whatever they want to say, right, as frustrating as what it is, right, and then come back and go, well, you said this, that, and the other, and just slice it to shreds. So then what we're trying to do is reach the greater audience so they can actually see this, they can discern this for themselves.
Yeah,
right?
but Bandy, I have countless emails to me asking me, begging me for you guys to change your format here, because the audience members have emailed me personally saying we are tired of hearing their bullshit. You guys need to interrupt them more often rather than keep them. No, I'm kidding. That whole thing was a lie. I'm totally joking. But my point here's my point. My point is not, right. If I disagree with someone, I'm not going to interrupt them. As long as they have a logical argument. But the minute they overstep logic, I'm going to call it out, because there's no reason. There's no reason for us to continue to listen to more illogic.
I know.
You have to stop it at the beginning.
Yeah,
and it
I
should
know.
be.
Everyone understands that there's a point at which it would be too unreasonable. That there's just that's just on a spectrum, right?
So
Because if someone says in the, like, we're not talking about this, it's just a casual conversation outside of this arena and all of that. You're just doing your day to day, and you're like, ma'am, how much is this lawnmower, right? And then they start telling you about the history of Home Depot.
Yeah.
Everyone knows, fam, shut the fuck up right now. What's going on, right? Right? But in this case, because everyone else doesn't know what we're talking about, but we do, we have that same reaction. And you know what? To other people that don't know what's going on, it doesn't matter that that's my natural reaction. That's wrong. You're right. There needs to be a better way. I need to be better. I can't even argue.
Self-improvement. Well done.
So if you don't think that the person has a logical argument, you're just going to interrupt them, right? Is that the way it works?
Well, Travis, is what you're saying is if you're logically, if you're on road A and they're trying to go segue onto road B when they're supposed to be justifying being on road A, you kind of is why am I going to accept road B when road B has encompassed in it the acceptance of road A?
Well, I would take
being
it a
on
step.
it.
I like that
further.
analogy.
Yeah, I would
That's
take it a
good.
step further. Right. Yeah. I would say we start out with my question as to, I would like you to prove A. And as he begins, he then jumps to proving point D. So we've already skipped something. So yes, I'm going to say, okay, wait a minute, hold on. You've already skipped 2 steps. So it's not just that I'm interrupting. It's that I'm objecting to something that is logically inconsistent. And I would like us to actually stop, reestablish ourselves. You hear what I just said. I'm objecting to what you said because of this.
So
Start
you
over.
get to decide that.
Yeah, okay, right. Because that's that. If you and I were having a conversation,
Just like the judge in a courtroom.
Okay, listen. This was a discussion we had a couple of days ago, right? That's with a moderator. It's not that formal, but there is an informal aspect in which I think a healthy discussion should operate. I would say this. I would expect anyone that if I make an illogical step, by all means, stop me. By all means.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I feel you saying something that doesn't have sound, reason, or logic, I can stop you, and you won't have a problem with it, Travis. Are you sure?
You would have to justify it.
I
If
don't
you
say
can't,
anything.
you can't interrupt.
I don't say
You
anything
can't
illogical,
interrupt.
so I don't expect that ever going to happen.
Yeah, but if I feel it's illogical, you saying I can stop you.
Okay, of
Yeah,
course.
if you can justify it.
Yeah, of course I'm going to say yes. Right?
Okay.
Of course I'm going to say yes.
All right.
The caveat is if you can justify your reason for
Well,
stopping.
I would say if I say something you feel isn't logical, please wait till I'm done. I wouldn't want to be interrupted.
Okay.
So I'll
I've had
interrupt
plenty of
you,
conversations
but
on
please
here
don't
with
please
people
don't interrupt
that.
me.
Yeah, I've had plenty of conversations on here with people that disagree with my opinion, and I disagree with theirs, and very civil conversations. You know, you can feel that someone wants to interject. That's fine. You let them interject and get their bit out, and you have your. But it just seems that some people you can't do it, and that's where I think the frustration comes in, that someone feels like someone else is actually not being a genuine part of the conversation, and they're deliberately playing dumb, if, you know, to use crude terms.
Isn't there a difference between discussing opinions and starting a conversation with, okay, we're going to parse details? Once you, it's like a different contract. One starts off with, hey, this is how I feel about this thing. The other thing starts,
but the conversation can still be civil.
The thing could be a real thing, or it can be an idea. That's a civil conversation. It should and would always be civil. If the idea is about space time and they say, I feel this, and it's not a debate, it's not an argument, it's not, this is, I'm trying to prove this thing. Now let me give you an opinion on as to what that, look, that's a different conversation. What we're talking about is someone saying or questioning a method of inquiry. And it's like, okay, well, how do we have this conversation then? It's like, okay, well, what we need to establish is, you know, what terms mean, how we're going to approach this thing, all that, right? So if someone begins talking and they violate what we've stipulated prior, or what everyone would know is not an opinionated conversation, that's when it becomes unreasonable. When I speak to Matthew Learns, I don't have to curse him out or argue with him. He's a glow birther, but I understand, and he quite willingly says he believes certain things. If I call him out on a fallacy, he's like, okay, I see what you mean there when I explain it. He lets me do it.
Point. Yeah, Nate won't do that, and a lot of other people won't do that. They play dumb when it comes to that point where they're supposed to go, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. They don't ever do that, some people.
What? I don't do what?
Okay.
Oh, come on, man. That's not fair, White. Like these personal attacks you guys are throwing at me, it's a bit uncalled for. Now.
Astrophysics is pseudoscience. Either acknowledge it or you just prove my point. Right, so you prove my point. By definition, it's fucking pseudoscience.
I don't have to agree
because you're
with
playing
everything
dumb, right?
you say. How is that playing dumb?
It's not about agreeing.
Just because I don't agree with you, just because I feel
an opinion.
that
It's a definition.
the definition of pseudoscience doesn't apply to astrophysics. How is that me playing dumb? I just don't agree with you. You know, it's like me saying, it's like me asking you, White, we agree Earth is a sphere, and if you say it's not a sphere, you're playing dumb. Like, come on, bro. I just don't agree with you.
You are playing dumb.
No, not at all. That is a very different situation.
Hold on. Let's put it to the test then. Let's put it to the test. When it comes to astrophysics, can you detail how you would go about a cause and effect scientific method in astrophysics? Right. So
I DM'd it.
Yeah. Oh, is that what you DM'd?
You didn't look at it, Benso?
I have been, but I've been talking.
Sorry for that sneeze. I thought I was on mute.
I've been trying to multitask here. So give me. So yes, that was the Lux thing talking about.
Yes.
Well, guess what? Guess what, guys? We're about to have the conversation we already had. Let me explain to you why. He's gonna say, "Oh, well, so you're telling me that everything that he just said, right? We all know what he just said." And we're saying, no, the reason that it's pseudoscience is because there's no valid hypothesis. Obviously, the hypothesis is your supposition as to what caused an effect, which means you're going to have to manipulate the cause to get the effect. How would you do that out in space? The problem comes in when he says, well, I don't agree with what you guys think is a hypothesis, right? Then we're going to go into that whole, all you got to do is play the video that I posted, because that was illustrating that it was presuppositional and circular logic, not a hypothesis. And that was the whole point. They don't have valid hypotheses. That's why it's pseudoscience.
Can I say something here?
So, like, the proof is the phenomenon, is what you're saying?
Kind of. Now, Nate, what you DM'd me in regards to the Lux Zeppelin experiment? Yeah, mate.
SE was trying to say something.
Oh, was he? Sorry, SE. I didn't hear you, buddy. Go, man.
Oh, no problem. This is a very interesting conversation, actually.
Yeah, go, buddy.
Now, both sides are right, as far as I'm concerned. One side has a concern of why let a person go on if he's not answering my question,
The other side is saying, well, look, let me finish the question the way I see fit, right? So now,
sort of. There's also the third one. There's the third one where they're completely deliberately obfuscating. And they're
yes,
playing
yeah, of
dumb,
course.
in my opinion. But anyway.
Yeah. That's definitely one of them as well. But you will see we have two options. We can argue them and do what happened right now. We derail the conversation for half an hour, or just let them say it, hold your tongue for 30 seconds or a minute. Actually, I think that's the best way to go. You know why? Because that's when they say the crazy stuff, right? That's when the audience gets to hear the crazy stuff that they say. And then you can tell them, okay, like this is what I would have done. Okay, then. What is this
not for the
Flodiston?
third time
Can you
in a
please
row.
tell me what this Flodiston? Can you show me this Flodiston, please? That's it, man.
He's already given 3 examples of the problem I'm outlining because he doesn't want to accept what a hypothesis actually is. So he's given us 3 scenarios. All 3 scenarios outline the same exact problem that I'm trying to highlight.
Did anybody ask him what phlogiston is?
He said we're going to give it properties, aka I'm going to tell you what it is, and then I'm going to tell you how it's not that.
Right, you should have let him finish that and see. Then the audience would
How
have
do
seen
I know
how
that he said it
ridiculous.
if he didn't finish saying it? He did
Listen, bro. Listen, bro.
3
Listen
times.
to me. What do you mean 3 times? I heard him try to explain it, and you interrupted him. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying maybe you should have let him say his nonsense, let the audience hear it, and then just ask him, "Hey, dude, can you please show me some phlogiston?"
I did it. Hold on. Time out. No. Let's not mix up what happened. Yeah, I did interrupt him a lot. However, we're talking about his point being made clear 3 different times without interruption. How do I know? Well, like I said, the video that I posted in the chat was him making his point uninterrupted. And then when we tried to respond, it was no. That's not what I did. So that's the problem, not him not finishing.
And that was the second time at least where he said, no, that's not what I did. And it was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I missed that part.
But at the end of the day, pseudoscience has a very clear definition, and it all falls into that, unfortunately, to Nate's dismay.
So yeah, let me ask him the question. What is this phlogiston of yours? Let's continue this. How did you even come to the idea that's phlogiston? Can you please produce me some of this phlogiston so I can see it?
I can't. So
that's it. Game over. You see that? How easy that was?
Let me answer the
SC. Let him finish, man. Let him finish. He's got to tell us.
I know.
So I'll take a page out of Travis's book, right? So, when Travis and I are looking at this fire burning, they are things we already know, right? Like Travis was saying that he knows if he puts his hand in water, his hand isn't going to burn. So fire and water are not the same things, and he knows fire burns things, and I totally agree with that. So we also know that most of the time when things burn, they tend to lose weight, right? Like if you measure the ashes of a cigarette compared to the actual cigarette, the ashes are going to be lighter, right? So my hypothesis is things burn because of phlogiston, and when they burn, they release phlogiston.
Very good hypothesis, sir. Now, can we test it? Can you please show me this? Are you finished?
Circular reasoning.
Hold on. Watch how to handle it, bro. Calm down.
So you find
very nice hypothesis, sir. Can you please show me some of this phlogiston so we can burn something and then see if it releases? I think that's a very good idea.
So the idea is when something burns and loses weight, it's because it's losing phlogiston, right? And all combustible things are made of phlogiston. That's my hypothesis. Now, I burn something, it loses weight. I would say that is proof of, well, not proof. Let me not say proof. It's evidence indicating that this thing that's burnt has released phlogiston, because when I weigh it after it's been burnt, it's a bit lighter, right? But what if I go and weigh some certain metal that's burning, and when I weigh it, the metal weighs more? That proves that phlogiston is a null hypothesis. My hypothesis is incorrect. It's wrong. I'm not saying phlogiston is real, Essie. I just brought it in as an example of how
Yeah,
I
but it
can
doesn't
my
work. Your
hypothesis
premise
and
is
how my
flawed.
hypothesis would
Your
be wrong.
premise is flawed, sir.
Okay.
Your premise is flawed from the get-go. I'm sorry, but you can't use that argument because you can show us what this phlogiston is. Therefore, we cannot test for it, sir. I'm sorry.
But I just showed you how I would test for it. If I say phlogiston is released when objects burn, it has a weight to it. So if I measure a burnt object, it should weigh less than what it weighed before it was burnt. But if I weigh certain metals, there are metals that when you burn them, when you ignite them, they increase in weight. That would show that my hypothesis for phlogiston is just wrong, and it's wrong. Yeah.
No,
Okay,
sorry,
so-
sir, because we don't know what this phlogiston is.
Right.
Therefore, we cannot test for it.
Right. So here we go. Here we go, real quick. So let's pretend that your observation of burning wood is really an observation of sap being consumed by the fire.
No, but you're running away there. Hold on, Travis. Bro, how did you eliminate any other possibilities of causing this thing?
Yeah, we already
to
asked
lose
him
weight?
this question. We already asked him this question.
So
we're
this is
having
thing.
the same conversation.
To answer that question, Essie, I haven't tested for anything else yet. All I've tested for is phlogiston, but I've shown through my test that phlogiston isn't the right thing. It's something
No
else.
wonder why these guys are angry at you, bro. You're just going around in circles. You have nothing.
Well,
You have
can I
nothing.
let
I
me
don't
just
understand.
mention
What
that
is the
in this approach, what we've not done is highlighted to the audience that actually your hypothesis is not a hypothesis because it's presuppositional. Like that's the answer. I don't care.
That's
like
what I
when
just
you
showed.
talk about when you talk about the rhetoric.
Okay, so what's presuppositional about it, Essie? If you could explain
Well,
to me.
Because you're just bringing phlogiston into life, bro. You're just producing this thing called phlogiston, which nobody has ever seen, recorded, spotted, tested, and you're just bringing it into life. I could say it's unicorns leaving the wood. Same thing.
Yeah, but then
It's the excess of unicorns caught in the wood leaving.
All right, so that would be your hypothesis.
But he goes no.
Elijah, if I could just
Okay,
advise
I'm doing it again. That's not a hypothesis. No.
All right, cool.
You're making this a two-step. You're making this a two. You're making this a two-step. You're making this a two-step thing, and it's happened multiple times. So first, he hypothetically validates phlogiston by saying, okay, something's burnt, it lost weight. Okay, this is my hypothesis. That's not a hypothesis. Okay, but he called it a hypothesis in which he reached the conclusion. And then he goes a second step and does another test and goes, oh, okay, no, phlogiston is actually it's actually not the cause of things.
You can have this conversation without shutting him down.
What I'm saying is, in both instances, it sounds like to the layman person, and I could just bring a random friend tomorrow to prove this point if we could recreate this kind of conversation. And what they'll hear is, okay, he gave a hypothesis in both instances. One he proved and one he disproved. But all he never proved it wasn't a hypothesis to begin with. But a person doesn't walk away knowing that.
I was getting there, but you didn't allow me, bro. You're too excited.
You shut everyone down.
No, I did. Hold on. Time out. You said hold on. You said so. Everyone is right. You said everyone is right. You're going in circles. That's when I came back into the conversation. I didn't stop you from doing what you were doing. Yeah, all I'm saying is the way you did it, it doesn't highlight this. You can feel a way about it.
I wasn't done.
Oh,
so,
okay,
Essie,
my bad. Then I'll be quiet now. Just
you said
whatever.
my hypothesis was circular, and I'll give it to you. Maybe I'm not wording it right, but like aside from my wording, like
you see, he had just admitted it. Yeah.
Is it because I made up something we've never seen before, like phlogiston?
Yes, bro. You can't do that. You can't just bring something up and then say, let's test for it.
Why not? But
Right?
that's a
That's
hypothesis. Right?
ridiculous.
I see something burning, Essie. I don't know why it's burning. Right? I have no clue what's causing it to burn. I don't know about the combustion cycle and things needing fuel.
What's the
to
observation?
fire. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know about any of these things. All I know is when
What's
I
the
weigh
observation?
something. Hang on. When I weigh something after it's burnt, it weighs less, right? And I see something burning. That is my
Okay, hold on.
observation.
Just right. Okay,
Right?
look. So
And
we have wood.
oh my God! You see, this is the thing. I can't get anything out. None of you interrupted Elijah, but you have to interrupt me.
Let him
You see
finish,
what I'm
guys,
saying?
man.
It's
We
like you
can
guys
do
are
this
doing it on
properly.
purpose.
I know, but he
Yeah.
makes points and then he keeps going. So how many points are you going to make?
I'm not making
Well,
any points. I haven't even got to my point. I'm just trying to set the premise so that Essie can tell me where I'm going wrong. All right.
After
That's all
that,
I'm trying to
after this,
do. Never mind.
after
Never
this,
mind. Man.
I
I
would
give
like.
up.
Bro, I'm
Good.
saying
Thank
after,
fuck.
after.
Oh, let him give up.
All I'm saying is after I'd like to go so that 5 other people don't try to go. After Essie Montreal and him finishes their back and forth, which could take 30 minutes, I don't know how long, I would like to go back and do the reason that I'm still screen sharing, which is to play the video, which highlights exactly because he's going to continue beyond the point, which is no, this is the end of the point, which is actually what Essie's also saying. But we're going to continue beyond that point anyway, for whatever reason. When the point actually is, see what you just said right there before you say, now let me continue. No, your conclusion was this is the hypothesis. The answer to that, the rebuttal to that is no, that's not a hypothesis. But we're going to continue anyway. So please continue with y'all's conversation. And then I'd like to play my video and then point out again how when we stop the conversation is when the point should have been stopped.
Yeah, we all know when. But you can play it now because Nate already gave up. So go for it.
So hold on now. We have a point police. We're gonna stop people in their tracks because we don't agree with what they're saying. Is that what I'm getting here?
No,
No, I said please
Not at
continue
all.
for 30 minutes or however long, and then I'll make my point. That's what I said.
Okay,
Fuck that.
hold on. Yeah,
I don't
but
want to hear
Essie,
it again.
yeah, Essie, here's my position. I am not going to interrupt you if I disagree with you. I'm going to interrupt you when you are being illogical.
Well,
Travis, you're right, bro, but it doesn't work in this scenario. It doesn't
It
work. It just
will.
makes it a
Yes.
shit
hold
show.
on.
No.
Hold
it
on.
wi-
That
okay.
that's your opinion that he is being illogical. So you are making that determination in your opinion that he is being illogical. It
I
doesn't
know.
necessarily make him illogical.
I
all
know that.
This is why you need to let people finish saying what they need to say. All right, instead of just making the judgment calls, because it is just your opinion. Sorry,
okay.
Travis, but it is what
My
it is.
video will highlight what's illogical.
I
Travis
get that.
and Elijah, let me say this. Let me
when
say
Travis
this, bro.
and I say illogical, the video that I'm gonna play is gonna clearly state for everyone.
You guys are
what
missing
we
the
mean.
point, bro. Elijah,
Well,
Travis,
we're making
you're
an
right.
argument in justifying what we mean by illogical, but you guys keep on equivocating that with some other thing that we would also find unreasonable. We're not saying
No,
just shut
you're
somebody down
missing
and
the
blah 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 blah
point.
blah.
You're missing the point, bro. You're missing what Bansa and I am trying to tell you is this. You guys are both right. They do make crazy statements. Trust me, I bite my tongue. I'm biting my finger now to keep calm. You understand?
We're not arguing with that. We let him make the point 3 times. That's the problem.
And he's gonna make it over and over and over again, man. Don't you understand?
So your
That's what these
criticism
guys.
of us not letting them finish, no, the point has to be made for the
Exactly.
audience. We can't let them continue for 5 hours without the penny dropping.
That's
The point
that's what I was
still hasn't
doing.
been made.
That's what I was doing without stopping him from talking. That's my whole
We did
point.
the same thing you did, but when he tried to continue, you started interrupting him the same way we did.
Exactly, Essie. And then you fucking try to dictate who's interrupting. It's crazy, man.
Maybe
but SC never
maybe I'm
interrupted.
out on this one. I don't know,
No,
man. I don't know.
that's not true. SC never interrupted me. I was talking.
Yes, he did. Yes,
White
he
and
did.
Elijah jumped in.
He
I
absolutely
was
did.
I was talking to SC. I was
No,
talking
yes,
to
he
SC.
did.
He didn't interrupt
No,
me.
I did
yes, he
interrupt you
did.
on one
He probably
sentence, though,
interrupted
but
a
I
little
backed down.
bit.
I backed
Just a
Oh,
down.
little.
look, irrelevant.
No, but
Irrelevant.
that was the
definition of
beginning. That was the
pseudoscience is
beginning. That was the beginning of SC Montreal's interruption, which was justified. And I said to you guys earlier that there is an instance in which interrupting is justified because I was trying to justify why I did it. Then I went and got the fucking video that we're still waiting to watch, but that's nor here nor there right now. So when SC Montreal says you need to let them make a point, and then, well, remember when you made your point, he made his point, and then you concluded it. And then, bro, not at this pivotal point.
Well, why not? I mean,
Not at
me. Why can't I interrupt you?
because I'm talking to SC Montreal. Because I'm talking to SC Montreal and trying to stop because
you guys have no problem.
Is there a
with
moderator?
Other people, you know,
Is there
I
a
was the
moderator?
one that got interrupted.
Is there a moderator?
Of
course, is there a moderator?
Right?
Get
And
it
I
Is there a
mean,
moderator?
But the moment I interrupt Elijah, he needs a moderator.
Hold on.
You see what I'm talking about, guys?
Yeah, no, I know, and I've been trying to keep the conversation going where everyone has a fair chance to speak, but everyone wants to get in there and say, no, you don't have a chance to finish a sentence. All right, and we are going to interrupt you whenever we feel it is necessary to interrupt you. Right,
Well,
this is
my
what's
recording
happening.
says otherwise.
I've been listening to it, and I've been listening to the interruptions, right, time and time again, right, and I've been trying to stop them. And I'm just saying, let them say what they want to say, right, as annoying as what it is, and then break it down for the listening audience.
Which we did.
Mute everyone, Bandy.
Which we
Mute
did.
everyone and let Nate
If you
do it.
don't like it, you can't break it down unless you let them finish your point, Elijah. You can't do it.
Which
It's impossible.
we did.
I thought we did, Bandy.
You can't characterize me as not doing that when the recording we're waiting to listen to is exactly that. I waited for him to finish, and I said, "See,
I wasn't
this
finished.
is the problem." Look, and then he's gonna say, "But I wasn't finished," because he's actually been cut off a million times. But he wasn't cut off in the middle of his point,
and
though.
then you
so
stopped
what
me.
he's
You
doing.
stopped me talking to Essie.
I tell
Come
you
on,
what,
man.
you guys can moderate yourselves. Oh man.
No, Banso, don't go. Don't. Otherwise, I'm never gonna speak. You know, like these is just gonna cut me off. I won't get a chance to speak if you leave, bro.
Yo, it's unreasonable. It's unreasonable for Bandsaw to leave. It's unreasonable for Bandsaw to leave when I'm actually being justified and righteous right now. Because all I'm saying was, okay, you're saying, Bandsaw, that we should let them finish their points as if they're not coming across with their complete points. Now, my video, and I can get this, it's actually longer, but I cut it, right? In my video, he makes his point, which was for the third time at this moment. Yeah. He made the point, and then I responded with, see, here's what's wrong with your point. It completely misses my critique on you saying it's a hypothesis and me explaining to you why it's not, because it's circular. Because it's presuppositional. So that was my answer to his response. And his response to that is, no, let me repeat what I said. And then when we interrupt, you guys jump in and say, well, you need to let them finish their points that they've already made ad nauseum.
Yep, exactly. Exactly what I did. 100%. I interrupted and said, let them make their point 1,000,000 times. Let them make their point 1,000,000,000,000 times.
Fair enough. I mean, if that,
so
I mean,
Elijah's done. Travis,
if that's the position,
you're not done.
Then if that's the position, then I accept it. You're making it clear that that's what's going to happen. I'm not going to argue about you allowing that to happen. Whatever.
I'm just saying that it is fair and reasonable for a person to be able to finish their sentence.
And he did. And then I expressed to him what was wrong with it. And then he wanted to repeat himself for the third time.
In my opinion, right, I don't think he has been allowed to finish a lot of his sentences.
So let's play the tape.
All right,
let's play the tape and see if what you said is true.
You may have one example, but I've been here all night and I have heard him not being able to finish a lot of sentences. I'm sorry, that's the way I see it. Now you can disagree with that, and you
I don't
are
disagree.
more than
I don't
entitled to it,
disagree.
right?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree. So don't begin with you can disagree. I'm not disagreeing that his sentences were interrupted. A million of them probably were, but that's not my argument, is it?
Well, my argument is let him finish his sentences. That's what I've been saying all along. I haven't been saying that I agree with him. I haven't been saying he's right. I haven't been saying no, that he has been straw manning or doing whatever else you guys want to claim, right? All I've been saying all along is let him finish his train of thought and then break it down. That's all I've been saying.
So that's happened. So now what?
Well, he gave up. Thank goodness.
Travis, was there a point you wanted to make before I get back to what I was discussing with S?
You mean before I play my video that I actually requested?
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
Play your.
Okay.
Yeah, let Elijah do his thing. I think it's fine.
Yeah, play your. Do you have to screen share or something, Elijah? Or
am I still? Oh yeah, I'm still screen sharing, but it's when it's doing that for a long time. So is it still up?
It says live. Yep. Hold on. Jump.
Okay.
Just quickly flash the definition of pseudoscience, will you?
I don't know what the definition is.
Right. Okay. So now the reason that we're having this conversation is because he introduced Mickelson and Morley, and I told him, well, it's not an experiment. He asked me why. I said, because there's no valid hypothesis. Then he said, this is the hypothesis. And I began after this clip to tell him, well, you said the same thing twice. And then we had like a 10-minute argument on him saying that he didn't say what the video says.
Are we really going to re-listen to this?
Well, see what I'm saying? You guys said, okay, we can watch. You said, okay, we can watch the video. Everybody agreed. Now we're about to argue now about watching the video. I'm just trying to tell y'all, people who weren't listening.
Go for it. Yep.
Okay, so that's the context. The context is he said, this is a hypothesis. And I'll tell him, no, this is not a hypothesis. So from there, we've been arguing with him, trying to push past that to say, isn't this a hypothesis? Okay, now this is how this is the no. That's the whole point of all of this. Me stopping him there to say, well, you can't say all of that after you said that. After he said it, was able to say it. I said, you can't say all of that because it wasn't a hypothesis to begin with. In which he said, well, I never said what I said. Oh, seriously?
Is it me buffering or is it you?
It's me.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, while you guys are watching that, Travis, there was something you wanted to say, man.
Excuse me?
Because I couldn't interrupt because I was letting you guys finish, I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, damn. All right.
Nice.
I could make something up though. So, I remember now. Oh no, I remember now. So again, we start with the simplicity of it, right? So if I have a
what's happening?
If I have a split piece of, we're waiting for you. Are you ready to play your clip?
Yeah, I'm playing it.
I was playing it. I was playing it.
Yeah, but I mean, not all of us are
we
going to watch it.
We can't hear it.
You got to get in there and watch it.
Yeah, you got to go into the live stream.
You mean on YouTube?
No.
No.
By his name.
Discord.
On Discord. Look by his name.
I didn't know we could hear things. Yeah, but does it do audio now?
Yeah,
you have to click.
Oh, I'm sorry.
By his name, Travis.
I see it now. Yeah. Look, bro, I apologize. I thought you were having problems, and then so we were waiting for it. I apologize.
All right.
No worries.
Jump
no
in
worries.
there, replay it, Elijah.
See if you can hear it first. Testing. 3, 2. Can you hear that?
Yep. Yep.
No, I can't.
Yeah. Hey, that's an improvement. We used to not be able to do that. Cool.
Yep. So and remember after this, you came back and you said that was the issue, and I said, "Wow!" So he did the same thing earlier that he's doing now that I'm saying he's doing, and that's when that conversation between us happened, Travis. So it's like it's happened. Anyway, I'll play it. Give it a second. He concluded with, "That's the hypothesis."
Okay.
So the hypothesis quite literally was, if we see fire burning, then we would have to think of it as phlogiston burning the fire. We see fire burning. That's what that's basically what he just said.
Okay. Right. Okay. So my point was. Oh. Okay.
No, sorry, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
Travis.
Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah, sorry, man. It was a bit of a delay.
I'm a bit of a simpleton, right? I'm just a truck driver. So I have a piece of wood, right? I have a piece of wood and I've weighed it. It weighs 2 pounds.
Yeah.
I burn the wood. I know the wood burned. So when all I have is ash, and then I weigh the ash and I find that it is 1 pound, I understand that the burning of the wood changed, right? The burning of the wood changed. It's no longer solid. It's no longer intact. It's no longer the same shape. It's now just ash. That ash used to be a piece of wood. So it's not even visibly the same. So that's what changed. The wood. The wood burned.
Phlogiston.
Yeah, but what causes it
Definitely.
to burn? That's the
The
question.
wood. The wood. If you didn't have any wood, it wouldn't burn. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but everything burns, right? Not just wood, Travis.
Does steel burn?
At really high temperatures, you can set steel on fire at extremely high temperatures.
No. I didn't say that it catches on fire. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because I have seen it get so hot, like it's molten, right? It's molten.
Yeah, it burns.
Okay.
It burns.
Well, no,
So
no,
everything burns.
something being molten
Mhm.
isn't burning. It's just very, 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 very hot, right?
Yeah, it's very hot. That's burning. Very hot on fire. Like what is burning to you?
Oxidizing is burning. Oxidation.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, but
So-
even with steel, there's oxidation happening. That's why it burns.
Okay, but
being
look, I've
exposed
built.
to
No, it oxidizes. It's called rusting. It's not fire.
Yeah, but even with burning, oxygen is the fuel being consumed in order for steel to burn. And I don't think
Okay.
oxidation
But
is
it's
the
not
exact
burning.
same thing as combustion. Combustion is
Okay.
maybe what you're talking about, which is burning.
No. Okay, so look, I've built a fire pit with stones, and the fire is so hot I can't get close to it, but the stones aren't burning. But I've got some kindle, I've got some dry grass, right? So that will burn. That will change from one visible physical object into another, which actually looks both the same as the wood that I just burned. They both
In
turn
that
to ash.
example, yeah. I agree with you. Yeah, the rocks wouldn't burn. It would be the kindle
Now-
because the temperature isn't hot enough for the rocks to burn. I agree with you, Travis.
Okay, so now I'm in a different geographical location that has eucalyptus trees, and when I burn those, I get black smoke. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck is that? that redwood that I used didn't have black smoke. Why does this have black smoke? Now there would be an interesting scientific experiment, right? Because I've got two different things. One is a hardwood that's dry, and one that is, I don't know what you would classify in a eucalyptus as, but it's much, much, much more oily. You know, we don't have essential oil from redwood, as far as I know. We have essential oil from eucalyptus, right? So anyway, you have two things to then compare. So if I find out that a eucalyptus tree is much more oily, then I would actually say, okay, I'm gonna put this as a possible hypothesis. The reason why this dark smoke is here is because this eucalyptus tree has oil in it, as opposed to the red one. To me, that would be more of a valid.
Yeah, but what if you didn't know that there was oil in them? All you saw was a redwood tree and a eucalyptus tree burning. But you didn't know about oil and any of these things. You didn't know about combustion, about fire needing a fuel to burn. You know, you didn't know any of the stuff. You're a truck driver. Yeah.
So I would merely, if I was trying to be like, like I'm listening to these podcasts and I'm like, damn, I wish I was as smart as these guys. If I came across, hold on, I wasn't finished.
Travis. You're adding extras to my hypothetical. You can't change my hypothetical and my, scenario. In my scenario, you and I are two
it comes
extremely
down.
dumb people, and all we see
So
is a tree
I
on
wasn't
fire,
able to finish.
and we want to know why things burn.
I wasn't able to
I
finish.
feel you are being illogical. I think you're
Can
being
you
illogical.
vary and manipulate the presumed cause? That's all it fucking comes down to, Nate, and you keep just beating around the bush. If you can't vary and manipulate your presumed cause of what you're bloody talking about, it's not fucking science. Just acknowledge it.
That's totally incorrect, Mr. QE clone. Thank you very much.
Oh my god.
Okay, look, here's another troll that just comes in, and the very first thing this troll does is ad hom.
Didn't ad hom
moderator.
Yeah, no name calling here. There's no name calling here.
Call him a name calling? You called me a name. You called me a name. You called me a troll.
Come on.
You called me a troll. All I said is this guy is parroting QE. For fuck's sake. You guys have freaking double standards in this room.
Oi. We haven't mentioned QE once here tonight, right? And to associate anyone here with QE, for whatever little underhanded comment that you're trying to do there, is just absolutely rubbish, right? So I know it's a general sort of line of yours throwing QE in there, but it's not appreciated. And you've just got the response that you deserved, actually. Now, one warning only. Now, okay, I'll ask you the question. I'll ask you the question.
I didn't realize that telling someone that they're parodying
Shut up!
The
mod is talking. I just told you one chance, and you've already used half of that chance, right? So I'll give
wow! You are soft, man.
I know, and I keep on getting told I'm too.
He's got lots of kids. Leave him alone.
Exactly right. So I'll give you the chance, right? And it'll be a very brief chance because we've already gone through this so much, right? Can you explain to me, NASA, the cause and effect scientific method one would use in astrophysics?
Let's move on now. This guy's useless. Let's move. Nice one, Bandy.
But that's not an insult, though, is it, Mister?
That is a direct insult. Direct.
Wait a minute.
How come you aren't being muted?
Why did he not answer? He didn't answer until.
I'm thinking, and the answer is no. To your satisfaction and to your belief, if you will, in the science.
We're asking for your position.
The answer is no. No, his question was, can you explain to me? And the answer is no.
So there is no cause and effect scientific method that you can attribute to astrophysics.
Actually, yeah, they have noticed cause and effect. They postulate and then they look.
Really?
Okay, great answer. Can we move on? That's a good answer.
Yep, cool.
Yeah,
so
there is no cause
and effect. Got it.
Exactly. Moving on.
Actually, there was. You can go back to the discovery of Neptune.
So that's the method we're asking for. Can you give us the method then?
That's what happened with Neptune. The discovery of Neptune is a great example of
Okay,
cause
but
and
can you
effect.
give us the method for how they've come to that? The method, not
Yeah,
what
they
they did.
noticed irregularities in the orbit of Uranus, and
No,
postulated that there was.
what's the method? So what
I
was
just
the
told you what the method is. I'm working on it.
what I'm okay? What before? Okay, before the rhetoric. Okay, this is what we're looking at. This is what did they decide? This is the approach. Like if I was going to approach a cause and effect thing here on Earth, right? Like the first thing I would have to do is observe something, and then okay, I would have a hypothesis. The hypothesis would be, I think that this caused the thing I'm looking at, and then I would test it. It would either be valid or invalid.
Right.
Right.
Well,
So now we're
give me
asking
1
you.
second.
We're asking you what the method is.
So
why are we
before you
asking? Hang
continue
on.
to apply it, because that was
God.
the guy. That was the first guy's question.
He
Right
said
here, that's
no
why.
cause and effect, and now he's saying
He
there is
said
cause
no.
and
He
effect.
didn't say that. He didn't say that.
No,
He
see,
did
that's
say
from. No, that's not what I said, Rakia. That's not. That's
So
what
now
you
you're saying there is cause and effect.
There is, yeah.
Right. That's why I said okay. So then you can answer the initial guy's question. Then.
The simplest
No,
explanation for cause and effect in astrophysics is the discovery of Neptune.
well, my
Oh my
response.
God.
I heard that, and I heard you. I let you say it, and this is my response to that. Okay, so when I'm telling you what the scientific method is, quote unquote, the one that you would attribute to QE, I don't have to tell you the discovery of something to tell you what the method is. So first, I want your method, and then I want you to. Is that what you asked for, Buzzsaw?
Yeah, that's an example. So here we have.
Well, I'm asking him. I'm asking him before you continue.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because to his question, you said no. Can
no,
he
the
follow
question
up?
was, can I explain to him? And the answer is no. I cannot explain to.
No, he clarified that.
Anyway, so they observed the irregularities in the orbit of Uranus. Postulate that there is another planet beyond Uranus causing these explanations. They figure out where it should be in the sky in order to cause these, and guess what? It was exactly where they thought it would be, within like I think 1 arc second. I forget exactly.
Wow. So how did they stop it or move it out of the way to make
What do you mean,
sure
how did
that
they
was in
stop
fact
and
the
move it out of the
case?
way? See, that's not.
Well,
that's
come
not
on. How did they vary the cause? The presumed
mean
cause. You
vary
need
the
to be able to vary it.
What do you mean vary the cause?
You know exactly what I mean.
No,
Play
I don't
dumb,
know.
and
That's
you're going to
sorry.
be out.
That's
Fuck.
not what the scientific. You don't need to do that for the scientific method.
It
You need
is.
to do that for what you
Yes,
think.
you do.
You need to do that for what you were taught the scientific method was when you were taught the scientific method.
No.
What's your
By
highest level of
definition.
science education?
By definition,
that's
mate.
why.
Google it.
In the meantime,
That's why I asked for his method, but he's not giving a method.
In the meantime,
he's
though,
giving.
he's giving. They noticed irregularities in the order.
Why are
of
you interrupting?
Mercury.
Why are you interrupting? I didn't interrupt
Because
you.
you're
You see what I'm
interrupting me.
saying? No, I
So-
didn't actually interrupt you just now.
So in the
You
meantime,
started
they
interrupting
noticed.
me. I didn't interrupt you just now.
But
so in the meantime,
you can't complain about interruptions.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I did not just interrupt him. He was not talking when I started talking.
So in the
No one
meantime,
was.
so in the
Bro.
meantime, they noticed
Bro.
irregularities in the order of. In the
Okay,
orbit of
hold on.
Mercury.
Time out. Are we saying what I'm saying is true or not true? What are we saying? Because I'm gonna go back to the video, obviously.
So
Oh,
in
we
the
know
meantime,
NASA's just a shield. So you
did
know,
I
there's
cut
no
him
point.
off or did he cut me off?
Yeah, but
So-
Elijah, you can't complain about interrupting people, man. You would just
Yeah, but I didn't interrupt a point. I didn't interrupt a point. He made a complete point, and then I responded to him. And then he and the Bandsaw started talking. And then when Bandsaw finished his statement, I began talking and critiquing that what we're asking for isn't being had when he interrupted me just now. That's what happened.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
why not
interrupt
let
somebody's
Pete
point.
Nash answer a question he was asked? He was asked.
Well, he wasn't asked. No,
He was.
bro, I was in
Benzo
the
asked.
middle of talking, and did he interrupt me or not?
You guys missed the whole point. What happened here was NASA came in and scuttled the whole conversation. We were talking about phlogiston with the other dude. This is what paid NASA did, and you guys just been fooled. Let's go back to the phlogiston.
Well, no.
It's
It
cause and
wasn't about
effect.
phlogiston. Exactly.
Fuck.
Exactly. So the problem is still the same. There's one method that we accept, the one that is you can Google, the one that actually everyone accepts, except for theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku, who says he doesn't deal with that kind of way of doing things, the scientific method, so called. So that's what everyone here is talking about. Paid NASA Chill is like, well, we don't do things that way, and I'm like, okay, well, what's your method? So he begins his few rhetoric rather than give me the method through which I can define and understand what the rhetoric is.
Exactly. That's what he does. That's exactly what NASA does. So back to the phlogiston. How did we eliminate phlogiston from all the other things that may have burned in the wood? Can you please answer that question? Who was it, Don, that said that, or who was it?
You guys are debating phlogiston?
That's not to you, bro. That's not to you, NASA.
For fuck's sake, phlogiston is like ancient.
NASA, you don't even know what context it's being used in. You got no idea. In all fairness.
Start ad homing, man. It'll look good.
So Don, how about it, man? Do you want to continue a civil conversation about the phlogiston or not?
It was me, Essie.
Oh, sorry. So, what do you say, Nate?
Yeah, we can. It's just I don't know. Are we going back to that now?
Well, that's the whole thing. That's the whole conversation.
Ask them what the phlogiston can't pronounce it.
Yeah,
Ask
what
them
is phlogiston, bro? If,
Yeah,
if you just brought something into...
No. I'm asking you, Flo, to ask these people what phlogiston is.
Yeah.
You asking me to ask them?
Yes.
It was.
What
It was what makes trees burn.
Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
No.
Yeah, I just brought up phlogiston as a random example, guys.
Yeah.
You know, like
Like,
the focus.
I
shouldn't
know,
be on-
and I moved
And I
to
want to kill
Redshift
that.
for a
I want
purpose.
to kill that ridiculous thing, phlogiston. It's a ridiculous thing. It has to go. You have to admit.
Yeah, that's why
there's
no
such
one
thing,
believes
mate.
in it anymore. Yeah, there's no such thing as phlogiston.
You're missing the point, Essie.
Yo,
Here's why I'm
please,
saying. Here's
Elijah,
why I'm
I was
saying
busy
you're
talking.
missing.
Elijah, come on, no.
Here we go.
Okay, go ahead.
I was
Go
busy
ahead.
talking. Come on, man. That's you're so disrespectful. It's like
Go
you do it on
ahead.
purpose.
Go ahead.
So,
Come on, come on, go
Essie,
on.
phlogiston it's a made-up thing that people used to believe in 400-500 years ago. They used to think phlogiston is what makes things burn. I just brought it up as to use it as an example in my
Thank you,
hypothesis.
Nate. Thank you. You see how easy that was?
Can I respond to that? Okay. I think back in the day, phlogiston used to be an element. It used to be like a material thing or something. Back in the day.
They thought it was a liquid, and everything had phlogiston in it as long as it could be burned. Yeah.
But
So
did
it wasn't
you,
a
but
thing
did
that
you
made.
hear? But did
Oh yeah. Okay.
so he did just say we all just heard. If you didn't hear, go back. He said, I brought this thing up that we all agree isn't a thing up as an example of a hypothesis. Now, my rebuttal to him on that was, well, yeah, but it wasn't a hypothesis, which was our point, which was if you don't have a hypothesis, you don't have science.
Right, Elijah. But I made him admit now that it's a made-up thing. Calmly.
It is made up. I never once said it wasn't made up.
That's the
Name
first
me
thing.
a time where I said phlogiston wasn't made up.
Yeah, he did say that. That's the point.
Yeah,
That's
I've been
why I
saying
didn't
the whole
understand
time
why he was
phlogiston is
making
a
it
made
up.
up thing. Yeah,
That's
it's
why I
not
don't
real.
You were
It's
admitting
just
that you
an
were making it
example
up.
I was using.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Right from the very start, he said,
Yeah,
"Oh,
SE.
made up thing."
SE, man, this is exactly why I was interrupting him. He was making shit
Sorry,
up.
my bad, guys. I
Yeah,
was
but
off
I've
on this one.
admitted phlogiston isn't real. I told you that,
So
Travis.
what the hell are you arguing about then, Nate?
It's not me arguing.
Pseudoscience,
It's
eh?
them, Essie. It's Travis and Elijah telling me that my hypothesis is wrong, this, that, and the third. That's why I'm...
It wasn't a hypothesis. It wasn't. No, it's
Bro,
not.
because you don't have
No.
a real
No.
It's not real.
No. When you say a hypothesis is wrong, I'm getting out right now. April. when you say a hypothesis is wrong, you're implying that you had a valid hypothesis. So you're equivocating between me saying you didn't have a valid hypothesis and you believing that your hypothesis, which is valid, is just wrong. Those are two different things.
Wrong? Right. What's wrong with my phlogiston hypothesis?
It's not a hypothesis.
Why not?
Because you don't have a supposition to be tested.
What do you mean by I don't have a supposition to be tested?
Again,
Okay, your
you're over your
presupposition.
head.
Hold on, let me finish. Your presupposition. I'm out, Abel. Your presupposition. Phlogiston is the presupposition in your whole argument.
What am I
That's the
presupposing?
problem.
What am I presupposing?
Well,
Phlogiston.
How am I presupposing it?
You don't know its existence.
You said
yeah,
listen.
I don't know it exists.
Stop,
I'm making
Travis,
it up.
wait a minute. Stop, Travis.
I'm not saying it does exist.
How is it a presupposition? You
Not at all.
said earlier in the
All I have
conversation.
is an
Earlier in the conversation.
to be right
Yo,
or to
moderator,
be wrong.
moderator,
My hypothesis will tell me whether or not.
Moderator. Every time we get to the point of the conversation, which is me and the moderator's point, and Travis's point overall, this happens every time the actual point. Like he can't stop talking. He can't stop talking.
Because I'm busy talking. That's why I can't stop. Because it's my turn to talk, and you keep trying to interrupt.
It's not your turn
right?
to talk.
So I want to respond to Travis. Travis,
well, I hear you. Can you stop it? Because I'm the one that called you.
I've made it up because you and I saw something burning. We don't know why.
So you're gonna let him talk, and you're gonna muddle into the background, into the black,
I've come up
into the
with
evil.
a hypothesis.
No,
a
bro.
thing
Listen.
for us to test.
Like
That's all,
I
Travis.
really don't. I don't really feel like shit.
All right, let's move on from that crap and let's move on to Redshift.
No.
How do we prove
Not
and
move
verify
on.
Redshift?
Not move on. Stop.
Bah,
Not move on.
why?
Because the same logic that
Please.
NASA Shill is going to try to employ, if he gets this far, is the same shit that he's trying to
Fuck
employ.
NASA.
Because the
Well,
only
talk from the
argument
night.
against what both of them are saying fundamentally is the fact that they don't have suppositions to be tested, cause and effect, which is the moderator's point.
Yes. And we still haven't got to the basis of how you can do cause and effect relationship on the moons moving around Venus or Mars or whatever in comparison to
answer.
Dropped out, Vandy. You're gone. Yeah, it's bullshit, Nate. You can't do any fucking science up there.
So Nate, what Elijah is trying to point out to you is that you're using something within your hypothesis that you're claiming is the cause, which has never been established to be a thing to begin with, right? Phlogiston. I could say oogity boogity causes wood to burn, right?
Yeah.
And then wood burns, therefore oogity boogity. That's kind of the point, right? You need to establish a concrete thing that you are claiming to be the cause of the effect. Because if you haven't established what you're claiming to be the cause, if you haven't established that to be a thing or something of substance or something that's been verified, you can't use that within your hypothesis to claim it as the cause of an effect. Because you're just going to get a circular argument or circular reasoning.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Before I respond to it, I just want to make sure you and I are on the same page because I agree with what you're saying. I just want to see if it applies to this. If I hypothesize that ether is the medium through which light travels, is that fine? Even though I've never detected ether,
no.
I don't have basis for ether being a real thing. Is it fine for me to hypothesize? It's the
I told him
medium
no,
light
because you
travels.
don't run that.
I'm
through
not
the
talking
science
to you, Elijah.
method
Come
earlier.
on, bro.
That's
Control
what I
yourself.
told him.
I'm trying to ask
I
Napalm a
literally
question,
told him that
and you there in the background.
And
Who are
then
you even
that's why
talking
he
to?
brought up
Who are you
Elijah,
whispering?
let him go at Napalm for a little bit, please.
But who is Elijah talking to?
But do you understand? I
Yeah,
swear to
but who
God,
are you
I'll be
talking
quiet
to while
after
I'm
this.
busy trying to talk
Do
to
you
someone? Are you
understand that the
crazy?
reason that he
Like,
brought
what's
up
wrong with you, man? You do it on purpose. I swear to God, you do it on purpose, Elijah.
Come on, guys.
He's talking.
No,
but did you guys hear him?
Nate.
Did you hear that?
Well, I'm talking too. All right,
Oh,
and
I'm sorry,
everyone's
Jim. I'm sorry.
over talking me. Right, Elijah Napalm jumped in. He hasn't said anything this whole time, and now he's let him have a bit of back and forward with Nate.
If
Please.
I may ask you
Thank you.
and Napalm, can I say 1 or 2 sentences, and then I'll be
Because
done?
I really do want an answer from Napalm. Please,
Go for it,
because
Elijah.
Thank you, Napalm. Moderator, are you also okay with that?
Yeah, go. Yeah. Make it quick, mate. Make it quick.
Thank you very much. So, how can I make this short? So, when you say, okay, you need a valid hypothesis or it's presuppositional, when he said, okay, well, what about the ether? I told him no. And this is when he said, well, let's talk about phlogiston then. So he ended up giving me 2 examples of a not something that's not possible to be put through a hypothesis test, right? So this is how we got to the phlogiston, by him asking about ether and me saying
that's not true. We were talking about phlogiston before you even joined the VC, Elijah.
No, I'm saying our conversation. That's all. I'm done, but I'm saying in our conversation, in a vacuum where just you and I was talking, the same way you're circling back with him is the way you did with me, which is what you did with Travis before I got it, is all I'm saying. That's it. That's it.
Oh, that added a lot to the conversation. So, Napalm, do you need me to repeat the question, or you got it?
Go ahead and repeat it.
Yeah. So, if I hypothesize that the ether was the medium through which light propagates, even though I've never detected the ether, I have no basis for saying that the ether is a physical established thing. Is that still a hypothesis, or you would say that it is an hypothesis?
When you say that you're hypothesizing that the ether is the medium in which light travels,
propagates, yeah, whatever.
Right, through which it propagates, you would then have to establish or figure out
if the ether is real, right?
What the medium would consist of. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. So look.
Right.
So if you
but you feel that's an okay hypothesis. So sorry, Travis.
So I didn't say that I felt that it's an okay hypothesis, right? So when it comes to ether, right, the medium in which light travels, or propagates, this ether has come to be established through deduction, right? Meaning that if light is propagating, we've removed all other variables. Even if we can't substantiate exactly what the ether is,
okay,
light does need a medium in order to propagate.
Okay. All right, Travis, go ahead, man.
So I was just going to, I think, say the same thing, but give a tangible example. If I'm underwater and there's light coming through so that I can see the bottom of the river, the light is propagating through the water. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if I'm up in the air and I can see things, then light is propagating through a medium. The water was a medium, the air is a medium. So in a simplistic way, to me, ether is simply an archaic way of saying the air. It's just a word to describe, but something that we know is there. We know it's there. We might not be able to break down all of its constituent parts, per se, if they have any at all, but at least I have something that is actually there where 10 of us would go around and be like, are you okay with me calling this thing that's out there? You can see the sky, blue, that whatever's out there. Can I call that the aether? They're like, yeah, sure.
So my understanding or idea or conception of ether is that it is the background energy that permeates everything.
Yeah, but guys, I don't want to.
Let me finish. Let me finish. It is the necessary energy that allows everything within existence to be able to manifest, right? We know energy that cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only transform, meaning that there has to be a pre-existing energy. And when I say energy, if you wanted to utilize energy within something you were talking about, and I really pressed you on trying to define energy or show me energy or give me energy, you would be hard pressed to do so because you would only be able to give me examples of various types of energy, but you wouldn't really be able to put your finger on what exactly energy is. Same with
Hey,
the
Pump,
ether.
can I ask you a question?
Okay,
Yeah.
so come on,
I,
man.
I did. I jumped in before you did. I'm sorry.
You did. Go ahead.
Okay. So the question was, is it a valid is what he's doing valid hypothesis in the way we would accept a valid hypothesis for establishing cause and effect?
Of course not. We fucking know
Okay,
this.
I would say
even if it's addressed to ether, I would assume you would have to say no, you can't do that, which you did because you said, well, you have to go its properties and this and the third. So,
Correct.
so we're in agreement. Now, what I told him earlier is you wouldn't be running that through the scientific method, or that would be pseudoscience. You don't need the scientific method for all forms of knowledge.
Correct.
So therein lies my follow-up question to him. Well, since it's not natural science, what you're saying, in astrophysics, what would your method be? What is the method? The same thing I asked NASA Chill, but it's like my questions are literally the same to whoever because my approach is the same. Doesn't matter what the rhetoric is. So the question still remains, since it's not a valid hypothesis in the way of this causes B, therefore let me test this. Okay, that caused B, I'm right, or that didn't cause B, I'm wrong. We're all in agreement that that's not what you will be doing. Therefore, it's not a hypothesis. So that's the answer to the question we keep dancing around.
Right. I agree with
The
that.
answer's
And
no.
I would never I would never formulate a hypothesis where ether would be the cause of the effect that we're seeing. Right? Because you would have to first substantiate. Yeah, I would never formulate a hypothesis where ether is the cause of the effect that we see because
Why not?
we don't have the ability to manipulate ether.
Uh-huh. What? So if I substantiated ether or attached a property to it that light as a, ether has a specific drift, a specific direction in which it flows, and I wanted to test that, right? I couldn't do that. You saying that's not science, that's not a cause and effect? No.
I mean, if you wanted to test something like the alleged ether drift, you would have to substantiate what you're claiming is ether. So if you're metering energy and you notice that there's some sort of rotational vortex to the energy around you, if you're quantifying energy in some way like measured volts or any way that we would measure like electricity or energy, if you can substantiate that you have some sort of energetic movement and you wanted to test that, I would say that you could do that if you have the ability to somehow meter the energetic flow.
What you said didn't make sense. But all right, I'll try to move away from that and speak to what Travis said, right? Because what Travis said was that's basically how they came to the conclusion that there must be a medium through which light travels, right? If I'm underwater or in the sky, I see light reach me, and then back then they thought that there was nothing in between them and the stars. There must be some special medium then through which light from these distant objects reaches us, right? So they're saying that if I always see light in a medium, then beyond our atmosphere there should be another medium there, and I hypothesize that that medium is what light travels through. So how do I know that medium is real? I would need to subject that hypothesis to an experiment, right? And then you said that before you, well, this is what you said initially. You've kind of gone away from that now, but initially what you said is before you try and put the ether in any sort of hypothesis, you would want to establish certain things about it, right? And and then what most people would do is this establishment of certain things about it is the test they would, that's the first test they would perform. Let's detect it. Let me make an hypothesis which will help me set up an experiment where I can detect this thing. Before I make any further claims, let me first ensure the ether exists, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
be
you
pseudoscience, though.
you would first want to establish anything that you're claiming to be the cause of the effect as being something correct.
Substantial. Okay,
But
so if
you would
I'm
have
saying
to. But
ether,
you would have to
Elijah,
have an
come
effect
on,
first.
Elijah, no, bro, no, not this time. So if I'm thinking that ether is the medium through which light propagates, I need to have an experiment to establish ether first. I agree with you, Napalm. So with phlogiston, if I'm making this, if I feel phlogiston is what makes things burn, I need to establish the existence of phlogiston first, right?
Correct. And then you would
Correct.
have to manipulate the phlogiston within your experiment to prove that the phlogiston is what is causing the
Fire to
combustion.
burn. Yeah, but first I need to detect it. So it's two separate experiments. One experiment where I must first detect it, establish it's real, and then the second experiment where now that I've shown phlogiston is real, I need to show it is what makes things burn. So it's kind of two separate experiments, right?
This is all pseudoscientific. So now you're going to do an
Right,
experiment based
Napalm?
off of premises that
Elijah,
wasn't
please,
proven.
please, Elijah. Right, Napalm?
You would have to establish anything you're claiming to be the cause of an effect to be something to begin with. Yes.
Yeah, so it's two separate experiments. One to establish phlogiston, and then one to show phlogiston is what makes things burn. So, okay, then I totally agree with you, and then I understand where the misunderstanding was coming from. So, yeah, maybe what I should have done then is said that I'll have two separate experiments. I first need to establish that phlogiston is a real thing. So that was the experiment that I was explaining. And then after that, I'll need to show that phlogiston is what makes things burn, which is what you guys want, where I control the phlogiston. I manipulate it, right? If I add more phlogiston, there should be more burning. That kind of experiment.
Yeah, you
You
would
got to
need
do
that.
the same science with the first thing to
Phlogiston would need to
establish
be.
phlogiston.
You guys are talking at the same time.
Yeah, you would need to have
You
some
would need
sort
to,
of.
you would need to have phlogiston, like we have heat to manipulate, right? You would need phlogiston. So in this example of this hypothetical, like what would there, how would you have the phlogiston, the substance, to then introduce to something to cause something to happen?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's what you need
Can't
first. Right?
pseudoscience anything into existence. Has to be real science. Like.
Yeah, and your proof of trying to prove phlogiston cannot be based on the premise that phlogiston causes things to burn, and then do an experiment that something burns, therefore phlogiston. Like
I
you
totally
have
agree with
to
you. I totally
first
agree with you.
establish
that is
what
real.
you're claiming is the cause, right? You need to first establish that is a thing that can be manipulated. It can be introduced into an experiment. It can be removed from an experiment in order to move forward with your hypothesis that phlogiston is what's causing something to burn.
I totally agree with you, but it's just that we would need to then have two separate experiments. I would need to first have my first experiment with the hypothesis where
Which needs
I
to
try
not
to
be
establish
pseudoscience.
that it's real, and then my second experiment where I control phlogiston to show it is what makes things burn. Then we're on the same
Yeah,
page.
you're not going to get away from the fact that in any of these experiments, you need to use actual science. So, how would you go about establishing phlogiston's an actual thing?
That first example I gave, when things burn, they tend to lose weight. So my hypothesis is,
No. An actual
my
thing, so that you
hypothesis
can then
would
use it
be,
in an experiment and
yeah,
define its
I'm
properties and stuff
coming up
like
with a
that.
hypothesis for that. Hang on, let me think how I would word this. Things lose weight when they burn. So I hypothesize that that phlogiston carries weight, and all things that burn will lose phlogiston and experience a decrease in their weight. That's my hypothesis. So I'm going to burn things and
You
see
need
that
phlogiston to do it.
for all things I burn, they should be a decrease in weight. But I go and burn certain metals.
No, you've
I
just done a
realize
full circle
that
back to your
these
second
No,
metals
don't
are
interrupt him.
Nope.
Don't interrupt him. Let him make his point because obviously I'm being
I
extremely
burn
fucking
certain.
facetious.
Now you interrupted me. I burn certain metals, and I realize these metals don't lose weight; they gain weight, which tells me
Wow.
phlogiston isn't real. Is that fine?
You
No.
are the ultimate troll, mate. I'll give you that.
Don't call
All
him a
right.
troll.
So, yeah, what's wrong with it? Like pointing in the right
18
direction.
years he's been doing this. 18 years.
So
Who's been doing this for 18 years? Who's been
outlined.
on Discord arguing about the shape of the Earth for 18 years? Why do you keep saying that? You're so weird, man.
You earn your money,
Well,
champ.
I've outlined.
Well done.
Maybe
Shout out
19.
to
Tip
Rocky.
my hat.
Rocky, I think that's hilarious when you say that.
It is.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
really
Yeah.
hilarious. But
He says
listen,
it's
listen. Didn't I outline that? Well, from the beginning, so we didn't need to go through all this. Like, but it was pretty good, especially for it to be recorded. So, what I'm saying by we didn't need to go through this, I'm not saying that we should not have. I'm saying it wasn't necessary literally. Not that you get the difference between it's not necessary
Of
in
course.
the sense of information,
Yeah.
but it's necessary for the
White,
conversation.
where did I go wrong?
So what I've
What
told
should I
him,
change?
so what I've
My
told
hypothesis.
him, so what I've told him is it's not a hypothesis, and he's in his conversation with Napalm bypassed the fact that I said no, you're not making a proper hypothesis. It's invalid. So he used his conversation with Napalm to say, okay, so I have made a valid hypothesis. Now that I've made a valid hypothesis, I'm going to go on with my experiment. But the hypothesis already includes a premise that hasn't been validated. It just presupposes it, which is what I said earlier.
What is the premise? Like, where did I go wrong, White? Like, how should I change my hypothesis?
Well, you just said the same one as experiment
No,
two.
don't
Again.
don't answer him.
What do you mean, don't answer? What the fuck,
Because I
bro?
told you. Because I
No,
told you
I
40
want to
minutes
hear
ago.
White's answer. You can't tell White not to answer me.
No.
White,
You
go
asked
ahead.
me.
I was asking
Well,
White,
okay,
not
whatever.
you. I said White. I did say
Well,
White.
you didn't say no fucking White because White didn't say anything
White.
until after you said what you said. You know,
I
names
did.
were
I'm
said. He
asking
just
White.
decided to talk.
He said White. He's talking directly to White.
Yeah.
Elijah.
Pleomorph is white.
Okay, I'm wrong right now. Great. Okay.
Yeah. So either White or Napalm. If you could tell me like where I'm going wrong.
So when you go back and your first hypothesis was that phlogiston is what causes wood to burn. And then we said you have to first establish that phlogiston is something that can be the cause of an effect. You then created another invalid hypothesis where you're still presupposing phlogiston, right? Because you said, well, what if I get wood and I get metal and I assume that phlogiston is this thing that carries weight, blah, blah, blah. See, that's the problem is you're assuming it's a thing that carries weight. You need to establish what phlogiston is.
Exactly.
So your second hypothesis
Establish
that
it
you're
how?
trying to prove phlogiston is already presupposing phlogiston is a thing.
All right. So how do you establish something? Like how would you do it? How would you establish phlogiston or ether or anything that we don't know about yet in a hypothesis?
That's on you, man.
You can't. I don't care.
You can't.
Listen,
I
you
wouldn't.
can't. Thank you. Okay.
I wouldn't.
We can't.
Why would I hypothesize about something that doesn't exist? Why would I do that?
Yeah. So you can only make hypotheses about things that do exist. So only
Yeah, the natural world. Congratulations. Welcome
Yeah,
to
but
science.
aren't there things in the natural world that we don't know and understand? We don't even know they exist, but they are in the
But there's
natural world.
fantasy also. You can dream up fantasy in your mind, but you can't create
Like
a logical hypothesis.
So
like let's say we see a phenomenon that we don't know or understand. How
Oh
do
my
we?
God! All
He
you're
said
doing,
no.
all you're doing
He
is
said no.
repackaging.
Napalm said no. So when I said no, no. When Travis said hell no, when Rakia said no 18 years ago, and when Napalm just said no, you're still trying to make it yes.
I'm not. Now
Yes, you
I'm
are.
asking. No, I'm giving it to you guys.
Oh
My
my God.
hypothesis isn't right.
We are
fine,
telling you.
but
Listen,
what's wrong with
this is an intervention. All of us right now are telling you the same thing, and you are not listening.
I am listening. I get you guys. My hypothesis is wrong because I'm presupposing things because I don't know that phlogiston exists, and to give it properties, it would still be presupposing because I'm presupposing that something I don't know doesn't exist has these properties. So I get you. Now my question is, if we have a phenomena that we don't understand, how do we go about hypothesizing and sciencing it if I can't?
I'll tell you.
You know,
Let me tell you.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, let me tell you.
Yeah.
I take everything that I do know that exists within that observation test. Everything I know, I'm going to list it out. I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this, I know this. And I'm going to change every single one of those somehow and see what happens differently. That's how I know shit. Now, if
Systematic elimination.
if within that I have 5 points that I know about, and then as I move all 5 of those around, something else remains consistent, and I don't know what it is. Now that would be interesting, but I would use that as an X or a question mark. Don't know.
Okay, so let's say we see something burning, Travis, and we have no idea what fire is or what gases are or about the combustion cycle. You know, we don't know any of these things. We just see 2 different plants burning, right? How do we go about determining what is making them burn? What would you do?
Scientific
The whole
experiments
process,
to
man.
introduce variables,
What hypothesis would you come up with?
eliminate variables.
Yeah,
He's trying
Napalm,
to
give me
tell
an
you.
give me a
He's trying to
hypothesis
tell you.
you would
He's
come
trying
up
to
with.
tell you. He's trying to tell
see
you.
2 things burning.
He's
I
trying to
see
tell you.
something burning, right? And I want to know what it is. If my hypothesis is that heat is causing this to burn, then I would take whatever it is and I would introduce heat, and I would see if heat would cause that to burn. If that's not the case, then I would have to reevaluate, come up with another hypothesis, and
How
say
would you introduce
maybe it's
heat?
pressure, right?
Yeah,
So
but
then
how
I
would
would
you
have to
introduce heat?
introduce high pressure. Excuse me?
If you don't know what fire is, you don't know how to make fire, you don't know why things burn, but you see something burning. How would you subject that to hypothesis? How would you add heat to something if you don't even know how to make fire?
This is one of the biggest waste of times I've ever heard. This is what these people do now. Every day.
You're literally asking how people did science back thousands of years ago, right? This is how we learn things, right? We eliminate variables, we introduce variables, we manipulate things to try to figure out what causes things to do what, right? That's all it is. And in order to have a valid hypothesis, the variables within your experiment, right, in order to do science, the variables within your experiment need to be able to be controlled or manipulated in order to prove that it is the cause of the effect that you see. if
Tangible.
you've gone,
It's another
if
thing
you've
they
gone
need to do.
through, if you've gone through rigorous experiments and you can't figure out what the cause is by eliminating all the variables that you can possibly think of, then you don't know what the cause of the effect is. Period.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that there are certain situations where we see something that cannot be explained by all of, the known things we already know at that time. So that's why I brought up phlogiston, because it's the perfect example. With phlogiston, people didn't know what makes fire.
Oh
How,
my God.
Bro,
what are
we
the
don't need to reiterate
Circling
this.
back
what are the
2 hours
things?
ago.
We don't need to
I'm not done
reiterate
talking.
this.
Yeah, people didn't
No,
know what are the things that cause
apparently we
fire,
do, Nate.
so they came
Apparently
up
we do,
with
right?
things. Yeah, I mean, if Elijah can do it, if Elijah can take us down memory lane and explain what
Now he's
happened 10
blaming
years
someone
ago,
else.
why can't I? Why can't I
Same
do it?
old script.
No,
Like this
because
is
because
ridiculous.
your
Why can
ultimate
Elijah do it, but I can't
your
do it?
ultimate point
So,
because
anywho,
your
as I
ultimate
was
because
saying,
if you agree
I'm not done, Elijah.
with
Please, I'm
You
not
Nathan,
done.
asked a
Come
then
question.
on, Elijah, please. I'm actually gonna
if
leave after I'm
Boys.
done saying this.
See you later,
But this
because
is
you just
this
asked
is the
Elijah. You said his
ultimate
name and
point
asked a question.
that
He's trying to answer it.
it was a rhetorical question, Rakia. So the ultimate point I want to
So you
make
can
is
just
there
keep
are
babbling
times
on now.
where you do have to get creative, where you have to
You're
think
a
outside
lying
the
shit.
box and come up with concepts that aren't established in the
that
real
can't be
world.
No,
And that's
absolutely
what
not.
happened with phlogiston.
That's amazing.
Phlogiston
Absolutely
was
not.
an idea they came up with for
Get
why
this
things
guy out of
burn
the science
because
It's
board
the
room.
same thing we
all of the
rejected
known
you 2
things
hours
they
ago.
had
Just circling
at
back.
that time couldn't
Absolutely
explain it.
not.
So they came up with the
Absolutely
idea
not.
of phlogiston, but
No.
when they tried to do experiments to detect it, they never found it, guys. So this whole idea that in an experiment, in your hypothesis, the things
so then
must be things that we
phlogiston
already know about, they
so
must
then
be
phlogiston
established.
wasn't
That isn't
so
true.
then
And then
phlogiston
this
was
is the point
pseudoscience.
that
So
your
then phlogiston
independent
was pseudoscience
variable
for however
must be
long it
something
was.
that
So then
you can
phlogiston was
physically,
pseudoscience, right, guys?
manipulate X,
So
Y,
then
Z.
basically what
Still
he's
talking.
saying
That's all.
basically what
I'm
he's
done.
saying is
I gotta go.
basically what he's
But this
saying
was a very
goodbye.
good
Yeah,
discussion.
Basically
see you
what
later,
he's
Nate. See you
saying
tomorrow.
is right.
See you guys tomorrow.
Basically what he said in the end was, okay, so phlogiston was pseudoscience because it was in textbooks for a period of time, when actually no, they couldn't prove that phlogiston was a thing. That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
That's the
So
whole point.
when we asked you to give us a way of cause and effect and manipulation to establish an effect of something in the sky, i.e., can you do that with astronomy or astrophysics? Your response to that was phlogiston and ether. Well, let me not put ether. Let me just say phlogiston was your example, and it was pseudoscience because it was determined not to be a cause of anything.
That's our whole point.
Because they
our
made
point
it
first.
up.
Hey,
Yeah,
have
that's our
you
point.
Actually,
you guys
I don't know.
you guys remember that cartoon? I think for some reason I'm thinking of like either something along the lines of Fred Flintstone or the something in the Looney Tunes where they have this conflict, like these two things fighting, and then the lunch bell rings. They stop fighting. They go and punch their cards out, and then they go to the lunchroom together. Like that's what happens with these people that just come in. Like Brenda just showed up, right?
Yeah,
Guess
here's
who
another
guess who
one
left?
coming
Guess who left? And guess who just showed up? Right?
Yep.
So one
Yeah.
punched their clock out and one punched the clock in. We just got here.
Just
they go.
like
Rotate.
yesterday.
Morning, Sam. Morning, Ralph.
Yeah. That was it. What was that?
Yeah.
Morning, Nate.
I don't
Morning,
know.
Brenda.
Yeah.
You should have stuck
Morning,
with the
Sam.
moons
Morning.
and
Yeah.
the water dowsing instead
you
of
think
going to phlogiston and everything. You should have just stuck with the water dowsing and the moons around Mars or whatever.
He quickly
They say
moved away from the water dowsing.
why
Sorry.
are people so stirred up?
Well, I think what Nate should have realized
it's just
towards the end
outright
of his
dishonesty,
argumentation is that presupposing something exists and then trying to utilize it within a hypothesis is only going to garner you pseudoscience, right? Because he basically proved that. But then he was trying to claim that you could still assume things to exist and put them in a hypothesis. I don't understand how he wasn't connecting that his example was a perfect example of making an assumption within a hypothesis without any substantial evidence that that thing even exists, right? And then claiming it
He was
to be
being
science.
dishonest, mate.
Yeah,
Simple.
I think he does it intentionally.
Blatant
But
dishonesty. Yeah, yeah.
You guys have this all wrong. Phlogiston is a perfectly valid scientific theory. It just turned out to be wrong.
It was superseded, right, Brenda?
Yeah,
It was
it's
superseded.
valid. Yes, it was. Excuse me, I'm talking. So
Yeah, I'll go next.
Excuse me, be quiet. I'm talking. So it's valid to hypothesize the existence of a substance called phlogiston that accounts for, wood burning. But the problem is that the theory failed because people could come up with examples where the theory didn't work. Right.
Right.
it's
So
a good
just
theory.
like it was superseded, right? It was superseded by something else, oxidization. Just like gravity, Newtonian gravity was superseded by Einsteinian gravity. Correct, Brenda?
No, because Newton. I'll tell you why.
No.
I'll tell you why. Because Newton never had a general theory of gravity. All he had were his laws. A scientific law is not a theory.
No,
exactly. It's not. So his law, which was law, is not a law because it didn't work. It doesn't work. It was superseded. Therefore, not a law. Correct, Brenda?
No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works.
Explain what a law
back
is.
to cause and effect.
Explain what a law is.
No, fuck that. Fucking hell.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I'm just waiting for you people to settle down. Holy crap, you're stirred up.
Well, once again,
Yeah, because it's outright denial and lies, pseudoscience bullshit, Brenda. If you can't manipulate the presumed cause in an experiment, it is pseudoscience.
Incorrect.
Simple.
yeah, we just
Bullshit.
spent a few hours talking about how the hypothesis of phlogiston was an incorrect and invalid hypothesis because phlogiston was never established to be something in the first place, right?
That isn't a bad hypothesis. You just
It is
don't
a bad
understand
hypothesis.
science. You can have a theory about it, a theoretical unobserved, right? And so the substance phlogiston was unobserved. You can have a hypothesis about that. You can do that. It just didn't turn out.
It's not it's not science, though, Brenda.
It's
pseudoscience.
That's not
exactly what
science
Yes, it is.
It's exactly what science is.
If you can't vary and manipulate the fucking presumed cause of anything, how the fuck can you do any science on it?
It's not how science works. I'm sorry, but you've been misinformed.
Explain to us then, NASA. Don't just say it's not how it works.
How does science
explain
work?
it.
I won't. No, I can't explain it to you guys because you guys
Then sit down and shut up.
No.
Yeah, if
I'm
you
not
can't
gonna sit down and
explain it,
shut up. I can't explain it. However, I cannot explain to you guys because you guys are so firmly convinced that it is true.
So then we'll get out, mate. Then NASA, we don't need to hear from you.
Well, then be quiet and don't tell me who you can't hear from, SC. I'll tell you if I
And then
want to.
contribute to the conversation.
I am
Don't
contributing
just
to the conversation. You guys are incorrect.
He's
You
just
guys are
told us he's got no input. Mute him.
You guys
He's
are
gonna detract.
incorrect. You
Yeah.
guys are incorrect.
PNS, you said that
Figure
already,
out the
okay?
correct answer if you were to investigate it at all. However, you believe the words of a certain, because I can't say his name.
This is what I'm doing. You're
That's
adding
chill, you're-
context to discredit you.
As
As soon as you
haven't discredited me. I'm
no,
sorry.
you discredit yourself because you
No, I
added on.
haven't, you-
I'll tell you why. Okay, listen.
Oh, please
You
tell me.
added on a bunch of baggage
dear.
to what science is. You made claims about everybody in the room. You made claims about QE. You made claims. All these claims were added into your explanation of science. So therefore, when you give your explanation of science, anyone can just attack the lowest hanging fruit because they're an expert in what they believe, not you. You don't even know anything about these about the people.
You're lucky,
more than
Brenda.
you, Crit. However,
You can save for your mate.
what you can say is incorrect. This is not the scientific method. There is no the scientific method. I'm sorry to inform you of this. You have been
Yes, there
badly
is.
misinformed.
So,
No, there
so
is
what
not.
is Michio
No.
Kaku?
No.
What is Michio
Hold on.
Kaku?
There's
So what is Michio
science
Kaku?
and there's
But wait,
pseudoscience.
Michio
but
Kaku
what
is
is Michio
Michio,
Kaku talking about?
Michio Kaku is a theoretical scientist, and if string theory turns out to be true, he will
I
probably
didn't
win the
ask
Nobel
you
Prize.
what he was. Okay,
I will trust
so
his
you're
words
gonna have
over
to listen.
yours.
You're gonna have to listen. Okay,
Who gives
so
a fuck?
I'll
he's
take
Get
his
out.
word since he is a real
no.
scientist and probably
Listen,
a
I'm in the
Nobel
middle.
Prize
I'm
winner.
in the middle of. I'm in the middle of saying something, and he's totally misunderstood what I've said, and then use that for the basis. Anyway, that
Well, that's
happens all the
the
time
flat
in
Earth
here.
way, isn't it?
So the bottom
Misunderstand.
line is no. Anyway, so don't do what you think flat earthers do to a flat
Oh,
earther.
why
That
not?
just makes you look twice as dumb.
You're a
Well,
flat earther then. You're trying to out
So
flat earth
anyway,
a flat earther.
No, I,
anyway,
if you guys
the point
if you
being,
guys can use flat Earth logic, why can't I?
the point being, right? Okay, you say, okay, I'm saying this. Michio Kaku says that no one in his field uses the so-called scientific method. What is he referring to? Is my question.
He is referring to your and the major flat earther whose name cannot be mentioned theory of the 4-step scientific method.
Oh, I thought it. I thought it
Four
didn't
steps. You're a
exist.
fucking
I
idiot.
know he doesn't. I know he doesn't know us. I know
Well,
he
but he's
didn't. I know his comments about that very old video isn't attributed to us.
but he is
So
a okay,
what?
fine.
So what
Something
he's
extremely
doing? I'm
similar
almost.
to
I'm
us.
almost done. I'm almost done. You don't have to interrupt. Right? Right? You don't have to interrupt. Right? Because I don't want to have to repeat myself for it to be clear to the audience because everyone else hates that. Right? So you don't have to object in the middle of what I'm saying if I've only said it once, because it's not like I'm repeating
Saying the
myself.
same thing
Unlike you guys.
and over again.
So if you could just hold your tongue for a little while,
Can you get
everything
your
will be copacetic.
Can you finish, please?
Okay, go on, Elijah. Go on. Come on.
Well, we need the silence for the audience to right?
You're
Because this is
wasting
a
our
part of
time.
it.
Come on.
Apparently,
Oh, we don't. We don't need the dramatic pause. Just go on, buddy.
no, don't tell me that because the audience needs to hear that I'm asking him for a chance to continue.
Right,
So that's what I want.
Time.
Okay. So that being the case, without the mumbles and grumbles, what I'm saying, he is referring to the so-called scientific method that none of us flat earthers made up. We're just adhering to a method that establishes cause and effect very
clearly,
usefully. Not even clear, usefully, like things that we've used it for literally everything. And so that's the scientific method that exists that we didn't make up. Why do you keep saying it's a flat earth thing?
And you come in on the back of something when the question was very clearly established, right? Can you show cause and effect relationship using the scientific method in regards to astrophysics in comparison to water dowsing? Cause and effect scientific method. Dependent, independent variable. Right? It was very crystal clear about 3 hours ago. And then we started talking about phlogiston 2 hours.
That's how it descends because they can't answer honestly.
Well,
And that's why it's so fucking frustrating.
In all fairness,
So I can answer your question.
Travis did allow Nate to make up his own scenario and just sticking to the two scenarios that were on the board. Water dowsing in comparison to the moons going around Venus or Mars or whatever planet was mentioned. Then the scenario that Travis allowed to be introduced, right, was the phlogiston and bloody trees burning. And we've been speaking about phlogiston for 2 hours.
As obfuscation,
Okay.
yeah. We
So
tried
I
to
can
put a
answer.
nip in the bud, but we weren't allowed to.
No. What you were doing was not letting him finish a sentence. That's what you were doing, right?
We've had the recording to show that we let him finish his sentences almost three times.
You have one recording, so go back and listen to the other 3 hours, White, where he was interrupted. All right, so
Where
you
he
have one
was
recording.
circling
was
back
here the
and
whole
saying the
time,
same thing.
Bandy.
Come on, man. We interrupted because he was saying the same exact thing for 3 hours as you say it, and because we interrupted, didn't want to hear it for the 20th time. We let him finish. We heard his point. We rebutted it, and then he circled back for 2 hours.
Anyway.
It's ridiculous.
Okay, Brenda, what's your answer?
And you still want to engage him. None of you had to talk to him.
Come on, Brenda. Go.
What?
Cause and effect, Brenda. Get into it.
I've lost track of what you people are talking about now.
Yeah, okay. You're
I
not
mean,
smart enough to keep up.
It's a
It's
shoe.
not, it's
What do you
just
mean by
boring. It's just boring. to
Okay,
listen to
see you
bicker.
later.
Yeah, cry harder.
Well, no, I mean, what, are you either going to do it or are you going to? You're the
What
one
am I going to
crying.
do? What am I supposed to do?
Oh my
Cause and
God.
effect.
It's a shoe.
Cause and effect of what?
A shoe.
Anything in astrophysics, meaning you have to provide a coherent
Same script Nate was
hypothesis.
using.
So Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist, and what has happened? So I am just going to be interrupted. Is that it?
Well, I asked you a
I'm gonna
question.
be interrupted. Am I going to be interrupted or not?
I asked you a question.
Yeah, am I going to be interrupted or am I not?
Just get on with it, Brenda.
Right. So Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist. What has happened in the field of physics is that there's a division of labor. There are experimental physicists and there are theoretical physicists. And the theoreticians like Michio Kaku or any of the others is they come up with theories based on the current understanding of science. And then the theoretical physicists, who are the people at CERN, for example, try to shoot down that theory and disprove it, right? And so in his field, when Michio Kaku said in his field, what he's talking about is theoretical physics. He's not talking about the whole discipline as a whole, right?
We asked the question about cause and effect, Brenda. Why are you bringing up theoretical physicists who don't use?
Well, because I
cause
mentioned it,
and
but
effect?
she's making the same point that I made. So I agree with you, Brenda. Now, can you
Yeah.
answer the question?
Yeah. About what? About cause and effect. What about it?
So
Oh my
okay,
God.
so moderator, when you said, Brenda, just get to the point, right? I asked her a question, and so apparently she ignored it
Could you
because now
repeat
that
the
we're saying,
question, please repeat it.
fuck
Please.
no, what the
Well, then I
like
guess
this
you're
is
not going to get
ridiculous.
an answer then. If you're not going to repeat it, and I don't remember what it was, then you're not going to get an answer.
You said you didn't remember what it was. He repeated it again. You went on with your Michio Kaku thing, and now you're saying you don't remember the question again.
What
This is in the
question?
same script.
What's the question?
Yeah, exactly. Talk to you later, Brenda.
Yeah. So what's
See you
the
later.
question?
Yeah, that is what happened. So you didn't understand the question the first time, and I interrupted to tell you what the conversation was and what it was about. And then you said, so Michio Kaku, and I started to interrupt you, but obviously there was some grumblings from the moderator. So I shut up and let you finish. And we've come to the conclusion that, yes, you weren't going to fucking answer my question.
So you want cause and effect in astronomy, right?
I personally don't want anything from you. Not one
Yeah.
red nickel.
Well,
not
then
nothing.
be quiet.
I personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you want cause and effect in astronomy, one example would be redshift. Redshift, the observed phenomenon is redshift, right? And then they take several measurements and they determine that redshift is caused by stars and galaxies receding, right? So that there's a optical Doppler effect because they are moving away from us, shifting the spectrum of those stars into the red end of the spectrum. That is cause and effect.
Okay, now take the stars and the galaxies away and prove that it's not that.
That's not how science works. Science doesn't
Yeah,
work like
so it changes and manipulates the variables. Yes, it does.
You manipulate the variable by making multiple observations of many different stars.
All right. There you have it, folks.
That's called statistics.
Multiple observations without manipulating variables is the scientific set.
That's how science works.
Brenda, no, I'm sorry.
Does anybody agree with that?
Pseudoscience, yeah.
Yeah, that's
no, it's the definition of pseudoscience.
Does anybody agree with that?
That's not pseudoscience.
Yeah, the definition of it.
No,
By
it
definition,
isn't. It isn't.
yes, you are masquerading as science. Definitely.
Okay.
That's not
how
science,
so?
Brenda.
Prove it. Okay.
Okay,
so?
how did you manipulate the presumed cause of redshift, which is the moving body? How did you manipulate that?
It's not the moving body. The phenomenon observed is the spectrum of light is red shifted. It's shifted to the red.
What's
end
the
of
cause?
spectrum.
What's the presumed cause, Brenda? It's a moving body, isn't it?
The presumed cause is the Doppler effect.
From a moving body, Brenda. Yes or fucking no? Right.
It's the
So
Doppler
don't play dumb, please. It's fucking annoying.
So then,
how did you validate that the body is moving?
You sample many thousands or even millions of different objects, all having different amounts of redshift.
Right,
That's
so correlation. So that's pseudoscience, Brenda.
No, that's not pseudoscience.
It is very much so.
Statistical sampling is part of science. That you don't understand it is irrelevant.
Wait. Hold up, Brenda.
Definitely.
Hold up.
Definitely.
So we're saying that planets moving further away or closer to us causes a redshift or blue shift. And in order to establish this, we're looking at redshift and blue shift to prove which planets are moving away from us. So we're using what we're trying to prove in order to prove what we're trying to use.
Wrong. You're wrong already. You're wrong already. You can't even repeat back to me what it is.
Well,
number one, it's not planets. Number one, it's not planets.
Stars, whatever.
And stars and entire galaxies are redshifted towards the red end of the light spectrum. You want to know why? Why are they? The hypothesis is that it's the consequence of a Doppler effect, that they are moving away from us at a significant percentage of the speed of light.
So how do we establish that they're moving away from us? How do we know that?
We
because
take
they're redshifted?
You take a statistical sample of many different ones.
Okay.
Which is exactly what
are we finding in these?
Is consistent. That's how.
So how are we? Hold on. How are we establishing that these galaxies and stars are moving away from us? How do we know this?
I told you by
sampling. Hold on. By sampling what? Hold on. Sampling what? What are we sampling? What are we looking for?
A large population of stars.
And we're looking for what?
We're looking for a consistent redshift that conforms with the theory.
So we're proving that wait, hold on. So we're proving that redshift is caused by galaxies and stars moving away, and we're proving that galaxies and stars are moving away because of the redshift. Do you understand the problem here, Brenda?
Yeah,
maybe he did.
That's a straw man. That's not what I said.
Exactly.
I gotta agree, though, Brenda. I heard you say
how it works.
You hypothesized the redshift was coming from the moving. That's what you said.
Well, that can be demonstrated in a lab anyway. So I don't know what you're on about.
Oh, dear. So correlation is not causation. Pseudoscience again, for fuck's sake. Give us another one.
That's not the definition of pseudoscience, dude. And redshift can be demonstrated in a laboratory. We can show
of course
that moving objects.
You can't extrapolate that out.
Oh, you're talking over me. Can't wait. You're talking over me. Yeah, you are. You are. So stop it.
I know.
Right. So redshift can be demonstrated in a laboratory. We know because we can experiment with it that moving objects cause redshift. Right. So when we see redshift in something, we know that it's been caused by something moving. That's how we know.
So what's redshift again? Hold on. So what's redshift again?
Redshift is caused by something moving away from us.
No. What is it? Describe
What is
redshift.
it?
Describe what it looks like.
It's a movement of the spectrum towards the red end of the spectrum.
Oh, okay. So red lights can't do that, can they?
What? No. What are you on about? That's not what redshift is on about.
Now the squawk.
No, I'm asking you because it's obviously an affirming the consequent fallacy. I'm saying, well,
it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy.
So it couldn't just be red lights then, or lights that shift to red, can it? Can it? It can't be that. Can't be lights that twinkle. God forbid, stars twinkle.
Twinkling's not redshift. No one ever said that twinkling was redshift.
Okay,
that's dumb.
Okay, but there's a change in wavelength, which is what I would assume twinkling is, right? Because
No,
it's being
that's not what twinkling is. Twinkling is
So
not a
what is-
change in
what
wavelength.
So what is twinkling?
Twinkling is a shifting of the light due to refraction. It's not changing
So
wavelength.
so what is refraction then? So when light goes through a different medium, right? What happens?
It changes direction.
It changes direction, and then what?
Nothing else.
Nothing else. So
Nothing else.
when we're getting
Its frequency
when
doesn't
we're getting-
change, dude.
So when you shine a white light through a prism and then you get multiple colors, that's what?
That is called
Refraction.
dispersion, if we're going to talk slowly now, because dispersion is just the dispersing of the frequencies that are already there. It doesn't change the
Okay.
frequencies when you shine it through a prism. It just separates out the frequencies that are already there.
Okay, fine. You're right. So let's go with that. So
Yeah, of course
could it be
not.
that? So could it be that we're looking at, red lights?
No.
Could it be that it's what you said? Could it be
No.
what you said just now?
No,
refraction?
because refraction doesn't shift the spectrum towards one end or the other.
Well, we're talking about moving light, right? And
Yeah,
then
exactly,
we have a
which
perspective,
causes
and
a
then we
shift
have,
of
and
the
then we
entire
have a
spectrum
perspective
towards
no,
one
no,
end.
No. I mean, the lights are moving side to side, as well as your presupposition that they're moving away or toward or whatever. So I'm saying there's that movement, right? So couldn't it be that the movement from left to right is shifting our perspective through something up there that would cause that shift? Is that
That's
possible?
pretty much that's what you've heard there is pretty much the definition of pseudoscience.
Well, no, I said, is it possible?
No,
I'm just asking.
There's no theory that I know of that could possibly cause that.
What? No. I'm just
if you want
saying
to disagree
if a light
with
is
me,
no.
maybe
What I'm
you
saying
could,
is
if
if a
you
light.
want to
Okay.
disagree
No,
with
I'm
me,
not
maybe
disagreeing.
if
I'm
you
not
want to
disagreeing
disagree
with
with
what you
me,
said. I'm not
maybe you
disagreeing
could
with
come
what
up
you
with a
said. I'm not
mechanism.
disagreeing with what you said. I'm not.
Maybe you
disagreeing with
could
what
come
you
up
said.
with a mechanism
I'm
that would
not
explain how that
disagreeing
would
with
happen.
what you said. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not coming up with a mechanism because I'm not disagreeing with what you said. What I am saying is, couldn't you have a light? Like I could make a light, right? And then I could have something in between that manipulates the light. So in which when the light moves, my perception of it is different. Is that possible?
Not to show redshift in a whole spectrum. No.
It's also probably unfalsifiable, and if it's unfalsifiable, that's the very definition of pseudoscience.
So we're talking.
Yes.
What again? What is redshift?
Redshift is the shifting of an entire spectrum towards the red end of the spectrum. It's not just making something look red, it's shifting the entire spectrum towards the red end.
What does that mean?
It means literally what I just said, shifting
So what does
the
that look
spectrum
like?
towards the red end.
So what does that look like?
When you say the
what does
entire
that look
spectrum,
like?
do you mean the
What does
entire
that look like? I still don't know what that looks like. Are you saying it's I don't know
can't
blue?
explain
Then
it
it,
either.
are you saying it?
I
Are
can
you
explain it.
listen? No. This is what I'm asking you. So are you saying it's blue and then it shifts to red? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said at
So
all.
then, what is it?
Well,
So, I'm not attributing.
All right.
I'm not seeming to do anything. I just want to know what it. Describe it to me, because that's what I'm asking you.
I
I'm
am
not
actually
positing anything.
Well, I can't while you're fucking talking, right? So it literally is exactly like I said. When you look at a spectrum of an emission spectrum of a particular substance, you get the line spectra. You are aware of what line spectra are, right?
Okay.
No, he has no clue. He doesn't know what those are.
No.
We're
So
talking
if you don't
about
know what line spectra are, then you're not going to understand this.
I guess you
Because
don't hear
what
me.
redshifting is shifting the line
Voice so
spectra
fucking loud, he
towards the
don't
red
hear
end.
shit. Is that what it is? Fucking loud ass Papa's voice. You can't hear nobody else, huh, motherfucker?
Why are you calling me motherfucker? You triggered or something?
Bitch.
Yeah.
Cunt.
Anyway,
That's
fine.
what
Okay,
you're
so-
here to.
Yeah, we can all use words like that to call each other, but it doesn't get
And
us
we can all
anywhere,
be
does it?
condescending pricks too, and trigger people like you do.
Do you know what?
Or when you're asked a question, you can just explain it because you're the one with the knowledge.
I am just explaining it.
No,
I
he
am
asked you
just
more.
explaining
If
it.
you interrupt me, you prick.
It's not my problem that you don't understand what my explanation
Complain
is.
about people interrupting you, and then interrupt me when I open my mic for the very first time. You condescending prick. He's asking you.
Who's yelling into their mic now, you bastard?
As an audience member, I want to learn about this. You seem to have the knowledge, so don't
do.
whip out. Yes, I hear you saying you do. I just don't hear you explaining it to where people like me who have no idea can understand it. So you must not be that knowledgeable. No, you're just saying you don't understand it. If you don't understand this part, you're never going to understand it. Instead of explaining that part, that makes you a condescending prick.
Curse, as you talk, you ask for a little, you going right, and you're asking for little confirmations as you talk. And we're trying, I'm trying to get in there and like say, hold up or wait as you explain it. It seems like you don't want to pause and let us.
Oh, was motherfucker? Was that your polite confirmation? There? Was that...
And fuck off too. Okay, let's just get this over with.
Well, I mean, they asked me what line spectra is, and you just Google it.
Yeah, but
Britannica science.
Okay,
Yo,
Elijah.
not yet, but because again, the person who is ignorant is trying to follow. What's up, moderator?
Jerry, are you there, buddy? By any chance? You want to hear? Jerry. Hello, Jerry.
I don't see anybody named Jerry.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Mate, are you able to take over this room? I've got to check out. I've had enough, mate. Are you able to take over?
Yeah, I'll give it my best shot.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. All right. Have fun, everybody.
Yeah,
Yes,
you have
very
let me sum this up. You have an audience like me coming to this place where people are coming with questions and other people with the knowledge to answer it. And then you have people like this guy who's being asked questions. He's stepping in going, I'm the authority. I know. I'm smart. And he doesn't want to explain it to the audience, that's me, who wants to hear the explanation. That is weird.
It's a distraction anyway.
Well, it's not true because I do want to explain it. It's just that every time I start to explain it, I get interrupted.
Oh my God.
Yes, oh
It's
my
a
gosh.
distraction anyway.
We could whine and complain a bit. And then Brenda comes in and goes, no, he's stupid. The audience is stupid. They don't know what you're talking about. That's Brenda's job for some reason. Yes, Brenda.
You're just a
I've never listened to this argument. I've never researched it. There's a guy here that claims to know everything about it. I would like to hear him answer things. That
Well, then
includes
why don't you
not being
fucking shut
interrupted.
up and listen?
Yeah, there he is again, the condescending prick.
Yeah,
when I'm
exactly.
Trying to straighten out. Yeah, instead of just answering it a while ago.
Yeah,
and
instead of
telling
just
people,
shutting up and listening, you have to
don't
interrupt, don't you?
understand. You're dumb and I'm
So-
smart, is what you said. So carry on,
So-
Mr. Condescending.
When I said what does it look like? He said line spectra. You don't even know what that is. Brenda said along with that. So again, obviously, if you're an educator and the child goes, "Wait a minute, what's line spectra?" Okay, so now explain that, or don't. I mean, I'm not. It's either you. Because I'm trying to understand what it is, right?
Yeah, sure.
What it
Do you
looks
want to know?
like.
Do you want to know?
What is line spectrum?
Yeah.
He's
What's
asked you
that?
5 times. You think he doesn't want to know? Maybe you're not smart after all.
Oh, well, maybe I'm trying to actually answer him, but I keep on getting negative responses from people like you.
Right.
Okay.
Like you
So,
can't. Go ahead,
so
talk.
again, I'm about to try and explain it, and
Again, you're going
you're
into the
you're
excuse
flapping
why you
your
haven't
lips, right?
Yeah,
Fuck
again.
you.
Yeah, there you go.
Ooh. So, do you want to hear or not?
Yes, we asked the question 6 times, you moron.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
He blue screened.
Nothing's wrong with me.
He blue
Right?
screened.
Stop asking.
So, all right. Well,
Then
we'll
stop
try
asking
then.
if we want to know.
You know what? Fuck this. Every time
Yeah,
I
I
try
knew
to
you
start
would.
to explain, I
See
get
you
this.
later.
Fuck
later.
you.
Bye.
Wow.
It's almost like you really don't want to know.
No,
Yeah,
he
it's
doesn't
almost like
know.
we didn't
Almost
ask him
like he
like
didn't
6
want to
times
share.
already.
He's not going to be able
Or
to regurgitate
couldn't.
it correctly.
Wait, Brenda's still here. Go ahead, Brenda, explain it. Maybe ask what the question is again, Brenda.
They won't be able to regurgitate it correctly.
No,
They know
Brenda's
that.
here. She knows. She knows that we don't know, which means she knows. Let her explain it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yes, the spectrographic fingerprint of a star is the absorption lines of that star form a unique fingerprint that identifies that star uniquely and the elements in that star. When that star is moving away from the observer at a significant percentage of the speed of light, those spectra, which are elements, get redshifted. That means they get shifted towards the red end of the spectrum, towards the red. That indicates a Doppler effect, where a receding source of waves, sound in the case of, say, a fire truck, or light spectra in this case, that indicates that the source is moving away from you. And we can use this as a tool to measure how far away things are based on how far or how much their fingerprint is shifted towards the red.
That's wrong. That's it. Category wrong.
Okay, go ahead and explain how it's wrong.
Yeah, it's just the look at easy Google search. Line spectra is a narrow, brightly colored parallel lines in a dark background that shows what the fingerprint of the gas.
Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it?
No, not even close.
That's
not
what I
even
said.
close.
So I wasn't wrong, was I? I said it was.
You weren't even close. You had talked about distances and
Hold on.
galaxies and fire trucks and
Right,
you
but
weren't
hold
even
on. I would
close.
say, right, Brenda, you're right. You did say fingerprint, but just what did you say? Did you say a horizontal line?
Yeah, parallel lines in the dark.
Okay, that's one thing
background.
you didn't say, Brenda.
Well,
You
no,
didn't say
because you
anything
don't
about
know
it.
this stuff. You really don't
Because
know
that
it.
was in his definition.
They're bands. They're bands on the spectrum. On the spectra.
Are those bands parallel? Are those bands parallel?
Of course they are.
So explain to me. Okay, so when you have a Doppler effect, I've never seen a Doppler effect that is parallel bands. I've always seen it as concentric circles moving away from a source.
And this is important too, not to ask globalist questions because they don't know it to begin with. They can't even do a proper regurgitation of what Google would say.
No,
They're going to lead you off. Their goal here is to destroy science, to make it so confusing, no one even knows what's going on anymore. Therefore, just trust the expert.
No,
that's what their real goal is. Their real goal is to make it so confusing that you don't know what's going on.
All right. So, from my understanding, Brenda was talking about redshift.
No, line spectrum.
I'm pretty sure she was gonna. Okay, but I'm pretty sure she was gonna get to that though. But I mean,
I did get to it.
You don't know it, Brenda. You don't.
Well, in any case, so let's move on, all right? Because we're really like.
This is why a lot of times the globalists won't even define things.
We don't need to
because they
hear
don't
this.
know the content, and you can just fact check them very easily.
Anyway, so let's continue this. All right.
Yeah,
so,
moaning and growing doesn't do anything, dude. It just adds noise.
And complaining in the chat isn't gonna, do anything either. Right. So let's just move on. All right. So what are we talking about?
So
Right.
what this is an example of how you apply the scientific method within the field of astronomy?
Which you don't know.
So that's an answer to Elijah's question.
Which you got wrong.
Another example of response to Elijah's question would be the discovery of Neptune, in which an anomaly in the orbit of Uranus was observed, right? And the presence of a hypothetical planet was postulated, and it was in fact calculated to be at a specific point in the sky.
Now the fact check.
That's how you talk about the use of the scientific method within astronomy to detect a previously unknown planet we now call Neptune.
Galileo already knew about
it. So here's the thing. No, wait. No, Crit, no.
Well, she won't know anything about it. That's the key.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. The rhetoric doesn't matter, fam. That's why I keep trying to. The rhetoric never matters. It's how you claim to know something is all that's relevant. So I've heard this argument before. It came up when we were talking about gravitational lensing. Okay. When I was having a conversation with Kosho some time back, I don't know. And I told him, yeah, but couldn't someone have already seen Neptune? And the answer is yeah. So what I'm saying is the math might be accurate. You might have done something to mathematically point to a particular spot in the sky, but the claim is that that's happened, and then that was the discovery of Neptune. And it's like, well, what if they've already saw it and reverse engineered it? Nobody can say that that's not possible. Because again, the guy said Galileo had seen it already. And anybody, I mean, the having a looking glass is probably, people have probably wondered about the sky, and they have because they've used it to navigate and yada 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 for however long. So all I'm saying is, well, this could be a case of someone saying that their math determines something, but that not being really true because other people have already seen it and perhaps they'd already known it to exist.
So as I understand what you're saying is that there is a conspiracy, right, to backfill in the explanation for the existence of Neptune. Is that correct?
Not the existence of Neptune, the math that helped see it in the position that it had always been.
Yeah, let me say something just real quick. It again, Brender just slipped in an ad hom conspiracy, right? Instead of considering the fact that they could have been aware of the presence of an object that they might not have had a clear line of sight to, it might have been distorted or whatever, but they knew that it was there. All we're saying is, could it be possible that they were aware of it? They didn't know that that was the cause, and then they started seeing certain anomalies, and then they said, well, this other thing out here that we know about could be the cause. And then they correlated those two things. It doesn't have to be a conspiracy. Remember, we're just making observations and hypothesizing.
Yeah. Do you think that people could not know about a previous observation?
Yes, I do believe that people could not know about a previous observation.
Yes. So people did not know that Galileo might have seen it back in 1613. They did not know that.
You can't prove a negative. So whoever makes the claim that Galileo did know about it should show us that he did.
Yeah, so there is no evidence that Galileo
negative claim. Again, a negative claim. If you don't listen, that's an argument from ignorance. Do you know if there's any evidence? No, you don't. But you're saying that there is none.
Well, then shouldn't someone bring forward that there's evidence that
That's what I just said. That's what I just said. I'm not postulating that. that Galileo had a line of sight to Neptune. I didn't say that. Brenda is saying,
and what I'm saying, because someone said Galileo and then I mentioned it, used it, I'll say, to be fair, to be honest.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. What my ultimate sentiment is, well, it was always in the sky. They're just claiming they're the first to have seen it. What if that's not the case?
No.
What if they no, look, listen, they're the first, okay, my bad. Their claim is they're the first to, using Einstein's equations, find something that no one else has discovered. What I'm saying is, couldn't it be that they've already seen it?
And in fact, we think that it was observed back possibly by Galileo back in 1613. That's irrelevant. That's not the argument. What is the argument is that unbeknownst to the later observers, they saw an anomaly in the orbit of Uranus calculated by the theory of gravity. They calculated that there must exist a planet, right, in a specific location, and then they found it. And then they checked and said, oh, it looks like Galileo might have seen this also. We didn't know that.
Okay. So you finish your entire point, right? Because here's my critique of your point again. Because are you done? I don't want people to feel like people aren't finishing their.
Yeah.
Okay. So couldn't that have just been a lie?
Do you have evidence that it's a lie?
Could it hypothetically have just been a lie?
It could have been green pixies. Do you have evidence that it's not green pixies?
Okay, I'm asking you, hypothetically, the people who had the power to propagate a message to the world to be true, that's quite a lot of power, right? Because no one has experienced this, but it's a story that they take as read. So what I'm saying is, couldn't they have just lied and propagated something that isn't true?
So
the claim being, right, today, that no one back then knew of Neptune until Einstein came up with some equations in which those equations pointed them to a spot in the sky in which they found the thing that was causing some earlier anomaly.
So you're postulating a conspiracy to cover up a lie.
I'm getting what you're saying.
Okay, again now, I've already described it. That's exactly what Brenda is doing. Okay, so now here we are in a circle jerk, wasting time. Why do we let these trolls control our conversation?
Number
this is
one,
not productive.
Yeah. So he is literally telling me that people lied, right, and covered up and presented a false narrative about the discovery of Neptune. That it wasn't the result. Yes. You're asking if the conspiracy is possible. So yes, it's possible. It's a conspiracy. It's possible. It's a conspiracy.
All right.
Okay. That's it. There we go. Move on.
Yeah, the fact
Next
that
topic.
it's possible it's a conspiracy doesn't make it a conspiracy.
Topic. Okay, not next topic. Okay.
No. So you just want to shift away. So we don't have any reason to believe that there was a conspiracy to fabricate a narrative about the discovery of Neptune.
You know what cause for concern is of the validity of that. So I'll tell you, the Earth not measuring to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's why.
No, we have measured the circumference of the Earth. It has been multiple times to a high degree of accuracy.
No, but what I'm telling you is the reason and I hope everyone else that's listening understands, the reason that we're not going to just accept that Einstein is a scientist who did something somewhere mathematically and found a spot in the sky. I don't know how you would anyway. So this is what he did. I don't even know what that means. I'm going to have to sit through a math scholars class to figure that out, I guess. And it's probably going to take 6 hours, maybe longer. I don't know. I'm sure there are lectures on this because I will be looking for how he determined this. Like
Right.
our previous
This isn't
measurements
Einstein.
established. Obviously, they understand time and everything, celestial navigation, because they're trying to figure out what's causing the movement or the displacement of something in the sky that they already know about. Right?
This isn't about Einstein. Dude, this isn't about Einstein. This was done in the 19th century, 100 years before Einstein was born.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make though, is to the audience, I'm not arguing with Brenda when I say that the Earth isn't measured to be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. I don't care that she says that's not true, because again, it's up to you, the people out there, to determine that for yourself. That's something that you've heard already, or maybe not, but that's something that should and could be investigated. Instead of hearing a reason as to you're roboting, Travis. I don't know. But the bottom line is, when they say, well, we don't have any reason to question science, first of all, we say, well, it's no, you're saying we are. Travis, you're roboting. Like,
I'm saying that you have concocted.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say you said anything. So don't interrupt me to tell me what you didn't say.
Well, are you going to be done sometime in the next hour?
Well, here's the thing. When you're interrupting me, don't begin with a misunderstanding that I'm misrepresenting you. That's just basic.
You are.
Well, I didn't say you said anything.
Can I speak?
So how could I be misrepresenting? Whoever's speaking is bro, fam. You've been roboting for literally 60 seconds, and we've just talked through it. You can't be heard. It's not because of us, because you need to fix that.
Okay, so you are proposing that there was a conspiracy to manufacture a narrative about the discovery of Neptune to hide the fact that apparently they knew about it beforehand, because Galileo apparently could have possibly seen it, right? But there's no evidence that Galileo even knew he was looking at a planet. He simply had an observation, and he wouldn't have seen it move significantly because it moves so slowly. Its orbit is so long that Galileo would have never seen it.
All I'm saying is, because
that really hurts. That really hurts the ears. That really hurts the eardrums, by the way, just to let you know.
Yeah.
What?
There's a lot of beep.
Oh, well, I didn't know it was that bad. I mean, it's really okay. My bad. Yeah, my whole point is, because it's available for potentially anyone to have seen, should they have been looking at the sky, just because the fact that it's possible that they could have seen it, and because they have some idea of how angular measurements go, and how the sky is a clock, and if they've been timing these kinds of things, couldn't they have seen it and then mathematically explain something that their previous mathematical theories didn't explain? Isn't that possible? In general. That's why I'm saying in general.
Who is this they? What are you talking about?
In general, the method that I've just described, isn't it possible that anyone could have done it?
No, because they didn't have the math available to them in 1600s.
No. I said, couldn't they have had angular measurements and some kind of map of the sky that didn't agree with a later on observation in which they had to rework the math? I'm asking you if that's possible in general. Doesn't have anything to do with Einstein yet, right? I'm just asking you if what I'm asking.
What do you mean by an angular? What do you mean by an angular measurement? I don't understand.
How do you create a map of the sky if you don't take measurements of the sky first?
Yeah, but what's an angular measurement?
What do you mean? What is it?
Yeah, what is it?
A degree. It's a degree.
Is it? Is that what he means? I don't know.
Elijah,
Well,
do you mean when you look up in
yes,
the sky?
obviously degrees, because how else would you?
Right,
I
right.
mean, they've used
obviously,
tools.
Brender.
So anyway,
What do you mean? So you
the
mean,
audience
you mean
knows. The
right,
audience
you mean
knows that
ascension
obviously
and
what I'm
declination.
asking is possible. What I'm asking is possible. Is possible. Therefore, I don't have to believe that Einstein came up with some math that would have to tweak the current understanding of what the sky was for the people who use the sky to
Elijah,
navigate.
Elijah, Neptune was discovered 100 years before Einstein.
Okay, so what?
Yeah.
So we're not talking about Einstein.
Okay, so
Okay,
what?
so wait a minute.
My point is,
You don't have the
my point
slightest
is,
clue
can you
what you're
use
talking
math?
about.
Can you use math to describe a change from some other set of math? Of course you can. Obviously.
The point is that based on, this is to answer your question about is astronomy a science? And I said yes, because we used a theory, which is the Newtonian mechanics, classical mechanics, to make a prediction based on observations of Uranus. There was anomalies in its orbit that were not accounted for.
Great, here we are. Wait,
Right?
here we are. Here we are. Wait. I've been waiting
Right.
for this. I've been waiting for this.
I would have liked to have finished what I was talking about.
No. But no, you said this a long time ago, and I've let you guys go back and forth.
But
I would
Travis,
know,
and
please,
exactly.
Elijah,
I'm gonna let you
please.
go. I'm gonna let you go, bro, because I'm basically retorting to the same thing. So we might be
You
on the
haven't got
same
a
page.
clue what you're talking about. You don't even
Okay,
understand the basics.
Okay.
You don't know what the
Enough.
angular measurement.
Where's
and
the
you don't know
mod?
what spectrographic
The ad homs,
things are. You
the
don't
ad
know
homs are just
anything. You don't
too
know
great.
anything.
Where is
no
a mod? Stop with the ad homs. I want to ask you an honest question.
Go ahead, Travis.
What
I
can you
said,
tell
go
us?
ahead, man.
Yeah, I know I'm talking.
All right, sorry.
Okay. You said there were anomalies. Would you mind choosing one or two to describe? Now, an anomaly is something that is out of the norm, right? Out of the norm. Something that is regular hiccup. That hiccup is an anomaly. So I'm asking you to either correct my understanding of an anomaly, and if you do that, then to go on and say what anomaly you would like to describe to us.
They are anomalies in that they are the position of Uranus. There's predictions.
What is
made.
an anomaly, Brenda? What is?
It's a
what is an
deviation.
anomaly?
It's a deviation from an expected value.
Right. You like the mathematical expected.
Wait, don't detract yet, Elijah, man. Okay. So, but Brenda, you were okay with my description of an anomaly? You were good with that? You're like, yeah, that's good.
No, it's a deviation from a prediction.
So guess.
So
what?
I you're just going to talk over me. So
I'm going to offer correction.
An anomaly is a deviation from a predicted value.
Okay, so right now you're basing your science not off an observation that you discovered an anomaly, but off of a mathematical equation that you couldn't fucking answer, but it wasn't based on an observation where you saw Neptune have a hiccup.
It is based on observations. It is. You haven't allowed me to finish talking. So if you would shut your fucking mouth and let me talk.
Okay, I'm just trying to get clarity.
You're right. You're right, Travis.
Down and shut your mouth. Sit down.
You're right, Travis. The math that they were using, the antiquated math that they were using, didn't match the observation she's saying they never observed. So they came up with some other math to explain the observation that was never observed.
So that's not what I'm saying. So you have to allow me to actually make my argument and not try to, straw man my argument. So they produce tables of based on Newton's Newtonian mechanics of where they expect where they
Is
expect.
Newtonian mechanics math? Is that math? Is that math? Is that using math to tell you where something would be, and then it failing to do so, therefore coming up with another set of maths to then accurately do that thing? Is that what's happening? Or is it not what's happening?
Brender is on mute, so I don't know if Brender put Brender on mute or somebody else did. I doubt Brender would mute Brender's self, but that's just me. Yeah, so again, if I look up into the sky and I see Neptune doing shit, that's just what Neptune's fucking doing. Like, there is no anomaly because that's what it does. Right? It does what it does. Hey, it's doing the same thing. Hey, but then the other night, it did something different. Like, there's no physical observation of this anomaly. As I've listened for the past 4 years to bullshit, it's all based not on Newtonian mechanics. Astrophysics is not Newtonian mechanics. It's celestial observations overlaid with the assumption that whatever the fuck is happening up there is like one cue ball bumping into the next, where you have an equal and opposite reaction, blah, blah, blah. But all that is taking one model, correlating it to another one, and putting an equal sign. But that's just a concept. Astrophysics is not a science.
Not a science that can claim anything about
Okay,
Earth.
so am I allowed to rebut? So am I allowed to speak? So
yeah, you've got a chance to speak.
Hold on. Wow, you just listen. Hey. You were on mute. So,
no one even addressed you.
That's the only way you can win a debate is by muting.
You don't have the knowledge to debate this. The experts have told
I don't know
you
who
to
muted you.
cease and desist.
So
you can look up science.live and say, stop doing what you're doing.
I want to reply now.
Yeah, I know you've got needs and wants. You think that somehow you're defending science. You're damaging science. If
No,
what
I'm
you
not.
think is true,
I want to speak here.
If what you think is
Allow
even
me
5%,
to speak, please. Allow me to speak, please. Allow me to speak.
Yeah, that means you gotta let other people speak too.
Allow me to speak, please.
Yeah, and that means you should allow other people to speak too. It's not like you just get to run in like some sort of wrecking ball and just dominate a room until you eventually get upset by it, make a wide sweeping observations about people, and then flounce for the day and come back tomorrow. There you go. Go ahead, Brenda. You got needs and wants. Fire away.
Right. So what actually happened is that there were tables published that predicted future locations for Uranus based on Newtonian mechanics. And then when the observations were made subsequent to that, there was significant deviation from those expected values that led them to believe that there was another body, right? Another planet that was causing those deviations, those perturbations, right? So that would be based on theory. The theory makes a prediction. The prediction fails, so we have a new hypothesis. The hypothesis is that this deviation can be accounted for by postulating the existence of another planet. And
okay,
so
understood. I have a question.
And then when they made the observations based on that hypothesis about where they should look, they saw the planet confirming the hypothesis.
Okay.
And that is science.
Okay, great. Now I want to go back to really the beginning of what you said, so that I can, because you kept talking and I wasn't able to process it, but I have questions, and I'm going to try to bring us back.
This is high school, and you weren't able to process it.
Wow.
Another ad hom.
Okay, another ad hom. Like, why do we tolerate these fucking trolls? I'm actually trying to speak to a troll right now,
I'd like an apology for being muted in order so that you can win a debate.
I don't know who muted
I want
you.
an apology. I want an apology from the. I would imagine it was the mod. I want an apology. I want an apology for being
Oh
muted.
my God.
Say it again.
Mod,
Say it again.
Mod, hold on. Mod, just kick the fuck out of this troll.
He's like needs and wants that they have. It's like
Fucking A, man.
Why do they even think I would care or anyone cares about their needs and wants? They can't even give me a reason to care.
So, again, it's always about the major premise. It is always about the major premise. Very often we get caught up in talking about these minor premises because, you know, they're puzzles. They're word puzzles, they're idea puzzles, but in this arena for us, really, there's only one major claim that we have to deal with, and that's what everybody has brought up everywhere. There's no measurable curvature. You know, there's no evidence of the Earth being a planet in empty space. And anyway, so when you go back to the Uranus observation, right? If this is in the 1800s, or the 17th century, which is that? The 19th century is the 1800s, but whatever. If you go back 100, 200 years, they are now 2,000 years beyond astronomy, because astronomy's been looking at this shit forever. So there's nothing new about what doing. It's always been doing that. So there's got to be some hiccup. Like, you're not predicting anything. So, you know, like, no, what are you predicting?
Exactly.
Yeah, they lack a scientific.
In other
mind.
words, you're saying, well, Uranus, which Uranus and Uranus, however, both of them are like.
Okay, it's okay.
Anyway.
Look, I don't know Uranus. If you just look up the Greek, it is Ouranos. OU says Uranus.
Okay.